Chapter 1. The Day of the Covenant. An utterly shameless system. In the Star Dragon Empire, Jiangnan Province, Jiangdong City. First high school. At the center of a small playground, a large screen was displaying two figures drenched in sweat. Teacher Zhou, why is it so tight inside? Principal, you're exerting too little force. Apply more pressure and shift slightly to the left. It will align better without much effort. Indeed, I never expected it to be this smooth, so satisfying. Principal, why do I feel like it's about to come out? Yes, Teacher Zhou, it's out. Quick, catch it. On a raised platform. As Principal Liu tightened the last screw, Teacher Zhou hurriedly extended her delicate hand to retrieve a Covenant stone from the portal. After installing it on the control panel, the Covenant array erupted in a dazzling glow. Below the platform, thousands of students with solemn expressions simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. The Covenant ceremony could finally commence. Having watched the principal and teacher Zhou toil for an entire morning, the students were nearly bursting with anticipation. Students, today marks a significant day for our first high school, a turning point in your lives. Whether you can forge a covenant with a top-tier beast master depends on how hard you have worked. Is everyone here? Let us prepare to begin the covenant ceremony. Under the scorching sun, Principal Liu wiped the sweat from his bald head, encouraging the eager students. However, we are still missing one person from Class 6, Lin Han. Upon hearing this, the excitement of the students turned to dismay. Oh dear, why is it that Lin Han, that infamous underachiever, is the one missing? I recall during our 3 years of high school, he only showed up on time once in 1,095 days. Indeed, that day was when the school provided subsidies for underprivileged students, and he queued up at 1 in the morning. Listening to their remarks, Principal Liu could no longer maintain his composure. Report. I saw him at the entrance of the primary school across the street earlier. A student timidly raised his hand. Immediately project the surveillance footage from the school gate onto the big screen. I want to see what that fellow is up to. The principal commanded frostily. Thus, soon, before everyone's eyes, the constructed large screen on the playground displayed an image. At the entrance of Jiangdong Primary School stood a youth with sharp brows and bright eyes, seemingly waiting for something. After a few seconds, a seed has been sown in my heart. Da-la-dee-da. It can fulfill small wishes with magic. A group of elementary students, singing a battle song, emerged from the school gate. Kai Shuquan, Ma Jiechi, Ding Qingxin, Song Yashuan. Lin Han called out, step forward. Yes. Upon hearing Lin Han's command, 7 or 8 elementary students promptly stepped forth. Lin Han, we have brought the goods. The leader, a boy clad in suspenders, trembled as he retrieved a handful of lollipops from his backpack and offered them to Lin Han. It seemed he was afraid Lin Han would refuse, so he added, since today is Friday, I only had enough pocket money to buy this much. Only 5? Didn't we agree on 6 per day? Lin Han rolled his eyes, but still reached out to take them. Hand them over. Oh my! Lin Han is actually snatching lollipops from elementary students. How outrageous. On the playground of First High School, everyone was dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before them. Lin Han, we provided you with lollipops for 3 consecutive years according to our initial agreement. That extraordinary secret tome that would allow us to surpass others since childhood should be handed over now. Upon hearing this, Lin Han seemed to recall something. Ah, you Youth Era team are indeed ones who abide by the rules. As a renowned genius of First High, I cannot be untrustworthy. This is the extraordinary secret tome I have cherished for 3 years. Take it. With that, Lin Han handed over a book embossed with the complete shit of the high school Beast Master curriculum to the boy in suspenders. Brothers of the Youth Era team quickly thanked Lin Han. Seeing the book, which had been well worn with creased pages, the boy in suspenders brightened and immediately bowed with his classmates to express their gratitude. But when they lifted their heads, Lin Han had already sauntered across the road, lollipop in mouth, arriving at the entrance of Jiangdong First High. The complete shit of Beast Master? Isn't that our standard high school textbook? Oh my! Lin Han not only snatched lollipops from elementary students, but also deceived them for 3 years. That underachiever has gained a notorious reputation for his shamelessness. I saw him once forcibly dragging an old lady across the road when she didn't want to cross. That's mild. I witnessed him wildly slapping a mute across the face and tugging at a deaf person's ears. What's that compared to the time he confessed to the school beauty Yi Zishuan for an entire year, only to reject her when she finally agreed, claiming she wasn't demure enough? Shameless. Utterly shameless. The scene before them prompted every student to break their defenses, recounting Lin Han's misdeeds. 1201. Now, the principal must have just completed the repair of the Covenant array. The ceremony hasn't begun yet. I'm so clever I sabotaged the principal's repair tools last night. Otherwise, I wouldn't even get a single lollipop. Considering the timing, she should be here by now. Lin Han glanced toward the entrance. Senior Lin Han. Sure enough, a sweetly dressed girl in a pleated skirt called out to him from not far away. Wow, isn't that Principal Lu's daughter, Lu Sueki? It is, though she's only a sophomore. She's already a renowned beauty in Jiangdong. I've seen her photos online. She's truly stunning in person. How does she know Lin Han? Upon seeing the sweet girl, the entire ceremony venue erupted in excitement. Senior Lin Han, the day of the Covenant is crucial for you. This is a vial of potion I stole from my dad's safe. It's said to enhance the success rate during the Covenant. Here you go. Amidst the curious murmurs, Lu Sueki produced a vial radiating a faint blue glow from her pocket and handed it to Lin Han. Principal Lu Yi's face instantly turned green. Good heavens! He finally understood why the contents of the safe dwindled daily. It turned out his daughter was pilfering from him. Sueki, how many times have I told you not to keep giving me gifts? And you're always so generous. Gazing at the blue potion, Lin Han's eyes gleamed with interest, and he quickly seized it. It's hard not to be tempted. Covenant potions are rare treasures that can enhance mental strength before the Covenant ceremony. A single vial is worth tens of thousands and is extremely scarce in the market. This gift indeed has great value for me, thank you. With that, Lin Han skillfully opened the vial and downed its contents in one go. Senior Lin Han, since you accepted my gift, does that mean we can start dating now? Upon seeing her gift accepted, Lu Sueki's voice trembled, and her cheeks flushed with excitement. For 3 months, she had given Lin Han a gift almost every day. This was the first time she had heard him say thank you. What? Dating? Sueki, did I hear you correctly? Accepting a gift doesn't equal agreement. While the Covenant potion is precious, we've only known each other for 3 months. Do you expect that from me? Don't you think that's moving a bit too fast? After savoring the last drop of the potion, Lin Han tossed the empty vial into the trash bin, resolutely rejecting her. But you clearly said last time that if I brought you a vial of Covenant potion, you would date me. Upon hearing this, Lu Sueki's voice immediately took on a hint of tears. That's right, it was 1 billion vials, 1 billion. Lin Han shrugged. Whoa, Lin Han, you big liar. How wicked. Hearing this, Lu Sueki could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her cheeks as she ran away, leaving Lin Han alone at the school gate in confusion. Wow, 1 billion. That's utterly shameless. Extremely shameless. Lu Sueki is my goddess. Lin Han is simply a scoundrel, a disgrace. Regarding Lin Han's actions, all the students watching the big screen expressed their utmost disdain. Using tricks on Sueki, that guy's gone too far. At this moment, Principal Lu Yi's expression had completely shifted from green to black. Pass the word down, let this brat be the first to covenant. I want to see what kind of powerful beast master this underachiever can covenant. Am I shameless? After Lu Sueki left, Lin Han touched his heart. Why do I feel like I'm still not enough? If it weren't for the task being completed, I'd hurry to covenant a beast master. I will wait to reject you when you wake up in the bridal chamber. As soon as the words left his mouth, a somewhat ethereal panel appeared before Lin Han. Task of the shameless scoundrel, shameless incident. 100-001-0000. Upon completion of the task, the system can be activated, and a top-tier beast companion can be contracted. At last, the preliminary task is complete. Zongzi, it's about time for you to activate, isn't it? Don't hold me back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shamelessly completing the task. The conditions for system activation have been met. The shameless system has been successfully activated. The host is requested to promptly complete the contract ritual. This system will randomly match you with an SS-level beast companion. Hearing the voice echo in his mind, Lin Han couldn't help but be overwhelmed with emotion. Heaven above! 17 years. As a transmigrator, he finally had his standard issue. Chapter 2. The underdog turns out to be an extraordinary dragon? Indeed, Lin Han is a person from another world, commonly referred to as a transmigrator. In the world he currently inhabits, fierce beasts roam freely. To combat them, the humans of this realm can summon and contract beast companions through a contract array, assisting in their resistance against these ferocious creatures. The strength of beast masters is categorized into 11 levels, which are bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, star, king, respect, saint, divine, and super divine. It has been many years since any super divine beast masters have made an appearance. The most powerful beast masters on the surface are the rulers of the 4 great empires, all of whom are divine level. Moreover, beasts also vary in strength, classified by their aptitude from lowest to highest as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, and SSS. On the day of contracting, acquiring a beast of a grade or above is the dream of every beast master. After all, this is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Once one becomes a beast master, to attain power, status, wealth, and women, one must possess commensurate strength. The stronger the first beast companion, the greater the advantage for the beast master in future endeavors. Lin Han is an orphan. As a transmigrator, it is no surprise that he has a system. However, his system is rather stingy. While others receive top-tier treasures and beginners' gift packs upon transmigration, Lin Han must complete 10,000 shameless incidents before he can activate his system. 10,000 incidents. Even with 17 years at his disposal, accomplishing 1 incident per day would still fall short of the target. Thus, in order to activate his golden finger, Lin Han resorted to every possible means. From posting flyers, kicking trash cans, snatching lollipops from children, to deflating wheelchair tires, to swindling and deceiving. Creating chaos became his new norm. Not only did he earn the reputation of a shameless scoundrel in the eyes of others, but his academic performance also plummeted, earning him the nickname the underdog. Nonetheless, it was all worth it. My golden finger is finally activated. Soon, I shall obtain an SS-level beast companion who will dare to call me the underdog then. System, please introduce your functions. Ding! This system aims to cultivate the most virtuous beast masters across the realms. For every good deed the host performs, they can earn virtue points, which can enhance beast attributes, unlock a shop for various items, and more. Damn! Lin Han was left speechless. System? Are you sure you haven't mistaken your name? You had me commit shameless acts for over a decade, and now you want this scoundrel to become a virtuous individual and do good deeds? In truth, virtuous behavior and shameless acts are not mutually exclusive. The host may choose to be a despicable, shameless paragon of virtue. If I'm already despicable and shameless, would anyone still regard me as a virtuous individual? Whether they perceive it or not is none of your concern. Ah, it seems to make sense. Despicable acts can be done furtively. If no one knows, then it wouldn't count as shameless, would it? Having grasped this notion, Lin Han's mood soared. He then stepped through the gate of the first high school. However, as soon as he reached the small playground, Lin Han noticed that everyone was looking at him with peculiar expressions. Hanye, you are truly a model for our generation. From now on, I will not lean against the wall while urinating. I bow to you. Just as Lin Han was curious about what had transpired, a chubby boy approached him, wearing an envious and lewd expression. The chubby boy, named Li Ming, was not only a wealthy second-generation heir, but also Lin Han's desk mate and best friend. Fatty, what's going on? Why are everyone's gazes so strange? Especially some of the boys. They seem eager to gang up on me? Lin Han inquired in confusion. How can it not be strange? Han Gu, the principal nearly became your father-in-law. All right, you're still unaware. Just now, the incident between you and Lu Sueki was broadcasted live by the principal. Li Ming chuckled, giving Lin Han a thumbs up and winking. What the hell? Lu Sueki is the daughter of that debt-collecting principal? Lin Han's expression immediately soured. He had dubbed the principal debt-collecting old dang because the old man always looked as if he owed him tens of thousands whenever he looked at him, especially when it came to Lin Han. You didn't know before? Then you're in trouble. The principal has already said that you'll be the first to contract. It seems he wants you to liven up the contracting ceremony. Li Ming shrugged. The contracting ceremony is now commencing. Lin Han, you shall be the first to take the stage. Sure enough, just as Li Ming finished speaking, Lu Yi's stern face appeared on the big screen. However, just as Lin Han was about to agree, a voice interrupted. I disagree. Yi Zixuan, am the top student of this school. The contract beast should be led by me. I absolutely cannot allow Lin Han, this shameless person, to awaken before me. A girl clad in a school uniform, exuding an air of aloofness, stepped forward and declared loudly, Lin Han, do you really want to compete with me for the top position? After saying this, Yi Zixuan deliberately fixed her gaze on Lin Han. Let Zixuan go first. Upon seeing that the speaker was Yi Zixuan, Lin Han immediately shook his head. It wasn't that he was backing down. Rather, he always felt a twinge of guilt in his heart when facing Yi Zixuan. After all, to rack up shameless incidents, he had pursued this school beauty for an entire year. As for why he chose to pursue the school beauty, it was merely because Yi Zixuan's home was in the same vicinity as the orphanage he lived in. It was convenient. Who would have known that Yi Zixuan would take it seriously? She agreed to his pursuit, and Lin Han was acutely aware that if they truly became a couple, then his pursuit would no longer be disingenuous. It would not be deemed a shameless incident. Thus, on the very day Yi Zixuan agreed, he broke off the relationship, turning the school beauty into a laughingstock. Now that the system is activated, Lin Han is determined to be a paragon of virtue. This first to take the stage holds no real significance. He might as well let her take it. Then you go first. The principal, having heard of Lin Han and Yi Zixuan's past, waved his hand in agreement. As they spoke, Yi Zixuan had already stepped onto the contracting stage. Soon, the stage shimmered with light, and fierce winds swirled Yi Zixuan, already possessing a cold beauty, emanated an aura of grandeur amidst the glowing light and rushing winds. In the next moment, a chilling aura suddenly spread from the contracting stage. The fierce winds transformed into icy mist, quickly enveloping the playground. Heavenly phenomenon. In an instant, Principal Lu Yi's breathing quickened. Yi Zixuan is summoning an S-level beast. Heavenly phenomena appear only when beasts of S-level or above are contracted. As the crowd stared in awe, roar, accompanied by a roar, a snow-white ice dragon spiraled up from within the mist, hovering above Yi Zixuan's head. The dragon inhaled gently. In an instant, the icy mist that blanketed the playground was completely absorbed. The dragon race has emerged. My goodness! Our Jiangdong First High has produced a dragon-type beast master. The principal was utterly exhilarated. It is known that S-level beasts are exceedingly rare even among millions of final-year students across the entire empire. No more than 100 can contract an S-level beast each year. Furthermore, dragon-type beasts rank among the highest in both offensive and defensive capabilities. This year, even if their school's contracting results were subpar, the Education Bureau could not afford to overlook a single penny of educational funding. Such is the value of S-level beasts. While the crowd was still in shock, the ice dragon spiraled once more and dove into Yi Zixuan's body, vanishing without a trace. Summoning. The next second, Yi Zixuan waved her hand, and the ice dragon that had just devoured the icy mist circled around her once more. The contract was complete. Congratulations, Yi Zixuan. At this moment, the principal beamed at Yi Zixuan, gesturing for her to stand beside him. Then, the principal addressed the students. Everyone, Yi Zixuan has consistently excelled in both character and academics. She has lived up to expectations. I hope you can regard her as a model and do your utmost to summon your own beast companions. Shifting his gaze, the principal looked at Lin Han. Do not emulate a certain Lin student who lacks ambition, neglects important matters, and simply idles away his time. Lin Han, it's your turn. Step up to awaken. Upon hearing this, Lin Han merely pursed his lips. This old deng. If only his temperament matched his disposition, he would have been promoted long ago. However, you wish to humiliate me, yet I remain impervious to shame. In any case, The system has promised me a top-tier beast. Thus, Lin Han leisurely strolled onto the contract formation. I am aware that you are all mocking me. But today, I shall prove to everyone that I am, in fact, a on-seen-a-lifetime genius. Foolish mortals, bear witness to my every feat. Standing firmly at the center of the formation, Lin Han gazed at the crowd, exuding confidence as he declared, "By my word, this lad is utterly audacious. Does a mere underachiever dare to aspire to genius? Go ahead and boast when you contract an grade beast. Prepare to weep." Yet the onlookers scoffed at Lin Han's proclamations. Could an underachiever truly be a paragon of genius? What a delusion! But in the very next moment, a tumultuous and overwhelming pressure surged forth from the contract platform in an instant. The force was so formidable that it sent several students who were standing perilously close tumbling to the ground, and even a few heavily armored tanks were not spared. As the pressure dissipated, a tempest erupted from below, swiftly reaching the heavens, with swirling winds intermingled with thunder and blizzards. In an instant, the entire playground was engulfed in chaos, with lightning dancing amidst the rolling thunder. What on earth? Another celestial phenomenon. At this moment, the principal's expression shifted dramatically, feeling as though his heart might cease to beat. In a single day, 2 celestial phenomena had occurred in succession. Such occurrences were nearly unheard of. Moreover, this latest phenomenon was even more impactful than Yi Zixuan's ice dragon's chilling mist. Could it be that within our school lay a legendary dragon of unparalleled strength? And that person was none other than Lin Han? Chapter 3. The Contract. An SSS-class beast master. Could it be that Lin Han's words before stepping onto the stage were not mere bravado, but rather the truth? Is his eccentric personality truly a reflection of his genius? Misunderstood by the world. At this moment, it was not just the principal who was taken aback. Even some of the teachers on the podium began to murmur amongst themselves that I understood now. No wonder Principal Lu's daughter had taken a liking to Lin Han. She must have known all along that he was a prodigy. What remarkable discernment! As the teacher's praises reached his ears, the principal's previously grim expression began to brighten, revealing a rosy glow. Indeed, Xueqi's judgment was impeccable. Lin Han was undoubtedly an excellent choice for a son-in-law. I had misjudged him before. His character was not an issue. He was still young, and with time, he would naturally become more composed. At this moment, as the principal looked at Lin Han, he found himself increasingly fond of him. Goodness! While it was understandable that the school bell could provoke a phenomenon, how could Lin Han, a shameless underdog, manage the same feat? After all, Yi Zixuan was the little princess of the Yi family, wielding significant influence and abundant resources. What right did Lin Han have to compete? I speculated that perhaps his status as an orphan had played a role. Damn, I initially hoped to find some patterns. But with both my parents alive, I truly lacked potential in that regard. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the phenomenon triggered by Lin Han, the students of Class 1 were utterly astonished. Their gazes toward him were filled with disbelief, envy, and jealousy. They had thought Lin Han was merely a mascot to entertain them, but unexpectedly, the jester turned out to be themselves. Boom! As the crowd watched, a resounding voice echoed from the contract platform. And in the next moment, the winds stilled and the tumult ceased. Lin Han's contract had concluded. Come forth. In the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Han waved his hand, summoning his beast, but the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded before their eyes. Unlike Yi Zixuan, who had summoned her ice dragon beast, after a prolonged wait, the contract platform remained utterly vacant. No beast appeared at all. At this moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. Could it be that the contract had failed? The principal's previously excited demeanor immediately darkened. Subsequently, he led the teachers in a thorough inspection of the contract platform, but they truly found nothing. Lin Han, you consumed an entire bottle of my contract potion, and yet you still managed to fail the contract. You are indeed a remarkable individual. At this point, the principal's face had turned from red to black. With hints of green, he looked as though he had just tasted something utterly distasteful. What? In this era of guaranteed contracts, how could anyone possibly fail? Haha, Lin Han was just claiming to be on the path of genius. Yet he couldn't even contract an F-class beast, now that is truly a genius in its own right. The heavenly phenomenon was so impressive. I thought he would contract an S-class beast. Yet in the end, nothing at all. Huh? Who said nothing at all? There is still a jester. ISNT there. Oh, it turns out to be Lin Han. Soon, amidst the students gathered below the contract platform, bursts of thunderous laughter erupted, especially from those who performed well academically. They laughed the loudest. To be honest, they were the ones most unwilling to be surpassed by a bottom-tier student. Upon hearing the mocking voices from below, Lin Han remained utterly stilled at this moment. There was not a trace of disappointment on his face regarding the contract failure. Instead, he was filled with confusion and disbelief, for he alone knew that the contract array revealed nothing. It was not a failure of contract, but rather that before him lay a special beast invisible to the others. Beast name: Invisibility Beast Level, SSS Class Category, Spatial Level, 0 Talent. Chaos Invisibility. The invisibility beast remains in a permanent state of chaotic invisibility, undetectable by anyone other than its master, and is immune to toxins, curses, enchantments, and any negative status. Skills: Spatial Phasing. Active skill: the invisibility beast can phase through space, grasping and relocating any object to any place within the line of sight of the beast master. Spatial Slash. Active skill: a continuously released slashing attack capable of cutting through space, allowing for multiple strikes against an enemy in a short time. Spatial Murder. Active skill: can release only one slashing attack, but its power is tenfold that of Spatial Slash. Spatial Divine Execution. Active skill: can release a special domain. During its existence, all living and non-living entities within the domain will be obliterated. Forbidden Spell Level. Holy moly! Just a glance at the beast panel left Lin Han astounded. This beast, in a word, strong. In 2 words, very strong. In 3 words, unbeatable strong. In 4 words, truly unbelievably strong. It must be noted that in this world, although beasts are generally classified by their abilities into various elemental forces: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, dragon, thunder, ice, ghost, dark, and so forth, there has always been significant debate regarding their strengths and weaknesses. Yet all beast masters agree on one saying: time commands respect. Space reigns supreme, fate does not falter, and causality proclaims sovereignty. This is the 4 supreme divine systems that transcend all powers. If a beast master possesses a beast of any one of these, they are destined for ascendance to the divine, and the invisibility beast before him belongs to the spatial category. Moreover, its most powerful skill is a forbidden spell. In this world, skill levels are categorized as low, middle, high, epic, and legendary. Generally speaking, legendary skills are already formidable, often only mastered by individuals of respect or even saintly status. Above legendary, there exists an even higher tier known as the forbidden spell level. This is a power that, once unleashed, can annihilate everything. Only beasts above level 100 can possess such abilities, yet the invisibility beast, at level 0, had already mastered it. Its potential was terrifyingly strong. Of course, while the spatial category and forbidden spell were already astonishing to Lin Han, what shocked him most was the invisibility beast's permanent invisibility, granting immunity to all negative states. As a top-tier underdog, Lin Han immediately recognized the terrifying aspect of this ability. If it were to take the assassination route, it would not only be on par, but could easily eliminate even beast masters several levels above him before they even realized what had happened. Invisibility was this beast's greatest trump card. Lin Han mused, no wonder it is called the invisibility beast. Such a straightforward and blunt name. However, upon realizing this, Lin Han felt a bit embarrassed, since the trump card of his beast was invisibility. It also meant he could never reveal to others that he possessed a grotesquely powerful SSS-class invisibility beast. Otherwise, his strongest card would be exposed, and in the future, everyone would guard against him. This also meant that today he could not flaunt his prowess. He could only swallow the bitter fruit of a failed contract and continue to be seen as a bottom-tier student by all. Just then, Lin Han, why is it that you never put in the effort? Not only did you waste my entire bottle of contract potion, but ultimately squandered your prodigious talent. Enough. Step down now. It's time for the other students to contract. The principal approached the contract platform, and to Lin Han's surprise, he did not mock him. Instead, his words were filled with disappointment. A prodigious talent, more like a waste of space. A bottom-tier student remains a bottom-tier student. Hurry down, quickly move aside. Don't delay our contracts. Upon hearing the principal's words, some students went even further, starting to rush him. Seeing this, Lin Han complied. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and descended the contract platform with an expression of unwillingness. But in truth, only he knew that if he did not act this way, he genuinely feared he would burst into laughter. The invisibility beast is just the invisibility beast. This was merely their assumption that I had failed the contract. In the future, I will take my revenge on you all. Don't pin this on my virtuous disposition. Chapter 4. Drawn to the same training ground. Upon returning to the class group, Lin Han immediately sought refuge in a relatively secluded corner. With his departure from the stage, the contract ceremony for Class 1 was finally able to continue as one student after another entered the array. Various beasts were summoned, bustling and occupying the majority of the small playground. Subsequently, the new beast masters began directing their beasts, testing skills, and familiarizing themselves with their companions. Only Lin Han remained alone, his vicinity starkly empty amidst the clamor, making him stand out in stark contrast. The contract activity continued until the afternoon. Students, next comes the moment to draw lots to determine the training ground. As the last student completed their beast contract, Principal Lu Yi's face reappeared on the big screen. The drawing of lots for training grounds is a special regulation of the Empire. Every year, after completing contracts, each new beast master is granted one free opportunity for training, in order to ensure fairness in the training experience. The first training ground for all new beast masters is determined by random draw. Those drawn to the same training ground may team up freely. As the principal's words concluded, the big screen displayed the names of all the students. Following this, all names were scrambled, recombined, and began to roll. The drawing commenced. Hango, just because you didn't succeed in the contract, why do you look so downcast? Just then, his close friend Li Ming approached with a beast in tow. Noticing Lin Han's blank expression, mistakenly thinking he was still saddened. Look, I've awakened my own beast too. From now on, I'll take you training. After finishing his words, Li Ming pointed to the beast beside him, which resembled a dog, boasting well-developed teeth, a coat of brownish-yellow fur adorned with irregular blackish-brown spots, and an intimidating appearance. What is its rank? Lin Han inquired at F rank. A spike-toothed hyena. Li Ming chuckled, adding, Don't worry, even though my buddy here is only F rank. The odds are high that we'll draw the same lot this time, allowing us to team up for leveling. As for the beast, we can acquire another once we reach silver rank. It merely means starting a bit slower than others. Generally speaking, individuals with higher beast ranks have a greater probability of being assigned to the same training ground. From Li Ming's perspective, Lin Han, who didn't even possess a beast, was in a worse situation than himself, so it was highly likely they would end up in the same place together, forming a perfect team. Lin Han felt a surge of gratitude. In a moment when he was misunderstood by everyone, his buddy still expressed willingness to train alongside him. Hyenas, he recalled, had a penchant for attacking the enemy's lower lanes. This gave him a strategy to share with his good friend. You need not worry about my leveling, Lin Han grinned. Just as he was about to share his thoughts with Li Ming, the names on the large screen began to scroll, revealing Lin Han's name. To his astonishment, alongside his name appeared none other than the school beauty, Yizish. AS for the training location. It was the S-rank Goblin Forest. Just the two of them. Damn it. Han, your luck is abysmal. Once I advance to silver, I'll give you a hand. Li Ming remarked with a wry smile that a lone male and female braving the Goblin Forest. I hope you and Yi Shuehua can make it out alive. Li Ming's lips twitched slightly. What a thing to say. Am I that reckless? Such a fate as dying from overexertion will never befall me. Lin Han replied, slightly exasperated at the thought of being assigned to the same place as the school beauty, whom he had been trying to avoid. Lin Han, before he could finish, a cold voice interrupted that he turned to see the principal and Yi Zishuan approaching. Given your circumstances, it would be best not to team up with me. I trust the reasons are self-evident. Yi Zishuan stated gravely, standing before Lin Han. Understood. Higher experience from soloing, right? Lin Han raised an eyebrow, feigning understanding that in this world, the act of teaming up to grind monsters had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was the synergy between beast masters, resulting in higher tolerance for errors and easier completion of challenges. The downside, however, was the division of experience. Ahem, Lin Han, I'm not targeting you. The Goblin Forest is an S-rank dungeon. Since you don't even have a beast, you must team up with classmate Yi. Moreover, in recent years, our school has been lagging behind in competitions with other schools. This year, we finally have an S-rank. Teaming up with you would only hinder her experience and slow her progression. The principal gently urged Lin Han that perhaps it would be wise to forego this leveling opportunity. The principal cleared his throat, looking at Lin Han with a persuasive gaze. Grinding monsters is a right every member of the Empire should enjoy. Although I, as the principal, cannot force you, I can only advise that so for the sake of making our school shine. You want to let me level up? Can I just opt not to team with her? I can grind solo. Lin Han inhaled deeply. What? Lin Han, a failed contract holder, is talking about solo grinding? Lin Han, you're this year's biggest joke. Please spare me more laughter. Is he out of his mind due to his failed contract? Without you, Gotham would be lost. Just go back, Joker. I say you might as well beg Yi Zishuan to team up. The crowd was taken aback. That IT is known that a new Beast Master's first leveling experience is free, yet it is not without danger. Every year, many lose their lives, particularly someone like Lin Han, who didn't even possess a beast. To them, he seemed utterly insane. Lin Han, you are such a worthless fool, completely oblivious to your own limitations. At that moment, a discordant voice of derision resonated from the back of the crowd. You think you're worthy of entering the same secret realm as classmate Zishuan? A plump young man, sporting a middle part and a face full of acne, dressed in flamboyant attire, swaggered forward with the group. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Bai Yuntao. Lin Han scoffed at the sight of him. The newcomer Bai Yuntao was a well-known rich heir from Jiangdong City that he had previously pursued Yi Zishuan fervently, regarding her as his personal treasure. However, he was taken aback when the goddess he longed for agreed to Lin Han's confession. Even more absurdly, Lin Han had rejected Yi Zishuan, rendering Bai Yuntao a well-known laughingstock at their school. Thus, he had always held a grudge against Lin Han. Lin Han, the only thing you have is a big mouth. I have nothing to discuss with a failed contract like you, Bai Yuntao declared, dismissively waving his hand. Suddenly, a blazing firebird engulfed in flames appeared before the crowd. Principal, I contracted an A-rank beast, the Flame Crow. However, I was assigned to an E-rank area. I wish to switch my training ground to team up with classmate Zishuan. Bai Yuntao proclaimed with righteous indignation, expressing his desire to join forces with the school beauty, that in his view, the chaos of battle provided an excellent opportunity to foster a relationship with Yi Zishuan. An A-rank, truly impressive. If the two of you can team up, it might accelerate your levels. The principal was intrigued upon hearing this. Lin Han, this is our school's only chance in years to secure first place in the inter-school competition. If you don't wish to forfeit your leveling, why not consider switching? An E-rank area is relatively low risk. I can arrange for several students to accompany you. The principal continued to persuade Lin Han. Lin Han was rendered speechless. Just moments ago, the principal mentioned the downsides of teaming up, yet now he was advocating for the benefits of rapid leveling. Principal, you're being a bit hypocritical, aren't you? No, I still prefer to solo grind the Goblin Forest. Lin Han shrugged. As for the risks, please do not concern yourself. My life is my own to command. If I perish, it is my own doing. Lin Han, I must reiterate, I am an A-rank beast master. An E-rank training area does not befit my status. That is a place for trash like you. Seeing Lin Han's stubbornness, Bai Yuntao's face flushed with anger. Indeed, Lin Han, you worthless waste can never compare to Tao Go. Your presence in the S-rank area is a sheer waste. Quickly concede and switch with Tao Go. If you continue to be so obstinate, we may have to teach you a lesson. Bai Yuntao's entourage of lackeys could no longer restrain themselves, surrounding Lin Han with their beasts. What is going on? Bullying my brother Han because he has no allies? Seeing the situation escalate, Li Ming stepped in front of Lin Han. Every citizen is entitled to the opportunity to draw lots for leveling. Brother Han can go wherever he pleases, can't shoot. Don't you think I can't see through your vile intentions? You're not after leveling, but rather coveting the school beauty. Li Ming's words caused Yi Zishuan, who had been observing quietly, to lose her composure. Principal, perhaps we should stop this farce. I could grind solo if I wanted. She blushed slightly. You two worthless fools have been giving me nicknames. refusing a toast and opting for punishment, previously, when we all lacked beasts and were merely students. I had no opportunity to confront you. Now you too must pay the price. Bai Yuntao gritted his teeth and waved his hand, causing a surge of flames to erupt from his flame crow. Look, a flying saucer. However, before Bai Yuntao could finish, Lin Han's expression suddenly shifted. He pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Where?" The crowd hurriedly looked up. In that moment, Lin Han seized the opportunity to slyly beckon with his finger, causing his hidden beast to swiftly approach the principal. In the next instant, the principal felt a chilling sensation between his legs. "What the hell? A panty pervert!" Lin Han shouted. Everyone quickly turned their heads to see a pair of yellowed, frayed boxer shorts inexplicably perched atop Bai Yuntao's head. Ding. Host discarded the principal's underwear from over a decade ago. Reputation points 100. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Lin Han's mind. Chapter 5. The genius who embarrassed himself before even leveling. Ah! Suddenly, a few female students beside Bai Yuntao gasped, and the crowd shifted their attention. "What is that smell?" Bai Yuntao wondered. Feeling something on his head, he sniffed, only to be assaulted by a pungent odor that struck his senses. Instantly, his eyes widened as he hastily yanked the item off his head. "What the hell? Whose is this?" Bai Yuntao glared at the yellowed underwear in his hands, his expression turning frantic that he tossed it aside. But his action drew even more attention from those around him. Who would have thought that Bai Xiao had such peculiar tastes? "That looks like a man's underwear, doesn't it?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao's face turned crimson as he couldn't help but shout. "Shut up, all of you!" At this moment, although Bai Yuntao still bore an expression shrouded in shadow, his companions had distanced themselves, seemingly fearful that he might turn on them as well. "Isn't this reminiscent of the principal's style? I recall he had an outer garment that matched these undergarments, didn't he?" Li Ming suddenly interjected. Prior to today, the principal had been wandering about all day in a yellowed vest that bore a striking resemblance to the one atop Bai Yuntao's head. Upon hearing this, the principal's entire being quivered. "Stop talking nonsense. How could this possibly concern me? Li Ming, do not lead the narrative astray. There are many who wear such undergarments." At that moment, the principal declared vehemently, having grasped the situation unfolding before him. The loss of an old companion, one who had accompanied him for over a decade, bore an unbearable sense of shame, though he could not yet fathom the reasons behind this event. The peculiar and disdainful gazes of the surrounding students left him flustered. "Lin Han, this must be your doing," Bai Yuntao, seizing the moment, vocally accused. Although he was uncertain how Lin Han had orchestrated this. He had just mocked him, only to be met with the stench of these foul undergarments. "How could you slander me if you have not been caught in the act? What does your penchant for stealing other people's undergarments have to do with me? Or could it be that you actually covet mine?" Lin Han retorted, a wave of revulsion washing over him as he exchanged a look of disdain with Li Ming, hastily adding, "I assure you, I have no such inclination." The moment he uttered these words, a chorus of laughter erupted from the crowd before Bai Yuntao could even respond. The laughter was so infectious that even some of the female students began regarding Bai Yuntao with altered expressions. "Lin Han, you have gone too far. This must be your scheme." Bai Yuntao glared at Lin Han, wishing he could devour him whole. However, he recognized the necessity of clarifying matters. Otherwise, he would forever be branded as the underwear maniac. He swiftly turned to the crowd, urgently proclaiming, "Everyone, you must believe me. I am not a pervert. I have no idea how these undergarments ended up here. What status does Bai Yuntao hold? Would I ever be such a person?" At this juncture, someone chimed in, "I have heard that individuals of considerable wealth often possess peculiar fetishes." "Ah, yes. Perhaps young Master Bai is not a pervert, but rather a super pervert." The laughter grew even louder, and Bai Yuntao felt his reputation tarnished further. Hearing these remarks, the principal's expression turned serious as he scrutinized Bai Yuntao. While it was conceivable that the disappearance of his undergarment was not directly his doing, it was equally likely that he was involved. After all, if this young man were indeed a true pervert, who knows what could happen if his undergarments fell into his possession? If he were to team up with Yi Zixuan, would he not be condemned throughout history? With this thought, the principal declared, "Enough. Let us not dwell on such an undignified matter. Everyone, prepare yourselves to head towards the leveling dungeon." The principal hastily swallowed hard and spoke as soon as the words left his mouth. Bai Yuntao inquired, "Principal, does this mean I can enter the S-level leveling area?" Bai Yuntao was momentarily taken aback, moving closer to the principal and asking, an A-level Beastmaster, attempting to enter an S-level difficulty dungeon? At that moment, the principal regarded the individual clutching his old companion with disdain, eager to rid himself of this troublesome situation. No, principal, did you not just promise? Bai Yuntao looked astonished. When did I ever promise? You should go to the leveling area you drew. The principal firmly refused that if this individual were to enter the dungeon alongside Yi Zixuan, and if something were to go awry, would he still be able to maintain his position as principal? Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao could only sigh. After all, he had contracted an A-level Beastmaster, and it would be a gross waste to engage in the lowest tier leveling that he cast a resentful glance at Lin Han. Feeling that had it not been for this troublemaker, he would have already found himself in the same dungeon as Yi Zixuan. Principal, I suspect that filthy item was something Lin Han placed on my head. That guy is seeking revenge. You must see through this. With this thought, Bai Yuntao's eyes brightened, and he quickly leaned closer to the principal, earnestly asserting, why must you be so difficult? Upon hearing his old companion referred to as filthy, the principal's eyes flashed with anger that go to the leveling area at once. You are an A-level Beastmaster. Even in a low-level area, you should not be too slow. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao could only sigh in resignation. Subsequently, he trudged toward the teleportation array for the leveling area, while the surrounding students kept their distance, wary of being associated with this pervert. Especially the male students, who instinctively shielded the female students on the other side, avoiding any contact with him. Observing the behavior of those around him, Bai Yuntao felt a deep sense of helplessness that he had anticipated that possessing an A-level Beastmaster would allow him to shine and earn the admiration of the crowd. Yet he had now become a public enemy. Meanwhile, at another teleportation portal for a dungeon, wait, fatty, don't go in just yet. I need to talk to you. Just as Li Ming was about to enter his dungeon, Lin Han mysteriously pulled him aside. Brother Han, rest assured, even if I make it big in the future, I will never forget you. For this leveling session, just hide in the dungeon until the time is up, and I will bring you along to level up. Hearing his friend's words, Lin Han felt a surge of emotion, but shook his head, responding earnestly, actually, I called you over to discuss something important. Regarding your Beastmaster, I have devised a powerful attack strategy specifically for you. Upon hearing this, Li Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tell me more. I don't care what the strategy is, as long as it helps me improve my combat strength. It's called the anus extraction tactic. When encountering fierce beasts, do not rush into battle. First observe the enemy's local situation. Lin Han explained with a smile. Brother Han, you are truly extraordinary. Moments later, the smile on Li Ming's face grew increasingly radiant. Though you failed to awaken your Beastmaster, this strategy alone is of the utmost caliber. As Lin Han finished speaking, he did not hold back his praise. Do not say such things. It is I who should be proud. While speaking, Lin Han heard the system's voice echoing in his mind. Ding. The host has imparted life strategies to Li Ming, aiding him in enhancing his combat strength. Reputation points 100.is this considered doing a good deed? Lin Han felt a surge of joy that if such actions could yield rewards, then the potential for the system in his hands would be unprecedentedly vast. Afterward, Lin Han bid farewell to Li Ming, and they each entered their respective leveling areas. Simultaneously, Zixuan, wait a moment. The principal, having calmed himself, approached the entrance to the S-level leveling area, seeking out Yi Zixuan, who was preparing to enter a dungeon. Just as she was about to step inside, he interrupted her. Principal, I am ready to engage in battle. What is the matter? Yi Zixuan inquired, perplexed. Zixuan, you are an unparalleled genius at our school, and I have no doubt you can conquer this S-level dungeon. However, I must inform you that within this goblin leveling area, there exists a hidden level. Chapter 6. The Sacrificial Cavern. Instant kill principle. Is what you say true? Upon hearing of a hidden level, Yi Zixuan's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Hidden levels are rare opportunities, not merely because they offer higher experience than ordinary dungeons, but also due to the likelihood of rare items within. Indeed, within the Goblin Forest, there exists a secret location known as the Sacrificial Cavern. This hidden dungeon opens periodically, and it has been a decade since its last activation. Within it lies a boss, the Goblin Priest. Should you successfully slay it, not only will you gain substantial experience, But you will also acquire a uniquely special title. I have heard that title relates to the eligibility for entering a certain hidden realm, serving as a foundation for your future leveling endeavors. Therefore, I earnestly hope you can successfully defeat the goblin priest. That as he spoke, the principal retrieved an item from his storage space and handed it to Yi Xuan. This is a blue-quality energy ring. Its function is quite straightforward, providing a 15 energy boost to your Beastmaster. Consider it your safeguard as you venture into the hidden dungeon. Listening to the principal's lengthy explanation left Yi Xuan utterly astonished. She couldn't help but inquire, "But your daughter is evidently scheduled to take the test next year. At that time, she too will become a Beastmaster. Why have you not disclosed this secret to her?" As for her, presently, she is following that Lin Han, who is utterly unlearned. Who knows what caliber of beast she might acquire, and it's hardly likely she will draw this leveling ground. Thus, we must seize this opportunity. The optimal choice is for you to undertake it. The principal, at the mere thought of his daughter nearly being led astray by Lin Han, felt a sense of helplessness and an irritation gnawing at his heart. Rest assured, principal, I shall undoubtedly succeed in vanquishing the hidden boss, Yi Xuan declared, as a radiant light enveloped her, guiding her into the secret realm. Simultaneously, Lin Han had already ventured alone into the goblin forest. Although he and Yi Xuan were in the same instance, they were not in a party, thus unable to communicate or ascertain each other's whereabouts. At this moment, Lin Han gazed at his 200 luck points. Lost in contemplation, these points could directly influence his attributes. Hence, he accessed his attribute panel. Name: Lin Han level, 1 health points, 350 attack power, 50 mana points, 120 agility, 50 defense, 50 when attacked. Defense is consumed first. Only when defense is entirely depleted does one begin to lose health. Equipment: none. Skills: none. Alas, my base attributes are rather pitiable, aren't they? Lin Han couldn't help but remark. With a mere 50 points in attack power, although as a beast master, the primary means of offense is through summoned beasts, such a meager attack power implies that his combat prowess is somewhat lacking. He sighed and began reviewing his attributes. Ultimately, he decided to allocate all of his luck points to agility. The reasoning was straightforward. The stealth beast possessed formidable offensive capabilities. As long as its master, moved swiftly, he could continuously harvest ample experience points. System: allocate all luck points to agility. Ding. Luck points exhausted. As the luck points were entirely consumed, Lin Han immediately sensed a change within himself. In this world, agility pertains to a beast master's speed, reaction time, and perception. Instantly, Lin Han felt several of his instincts significantly enhanced. Even a squirrel several meters away was noticed with crystal clarity. My word, this sensation is utterly extraordinary, Lin Han exclaimed with delight. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted. He sensed several presences slowly encroaching upon him. Roar. Not far away, a thunderous growl echoed. A diminutive goblin, cloaked in dark green and wielding a bone club, materialized before him. This little monster was remarkably swift, swinging its wooden club towards him in mere moments. At this juncture, Lin Han's heightened agility came into play. No matter how rapidly the goblin swung its club, he effortlessly evaded its strikes. He even seized the opportunity to assess the attributes of this small creature. Goblin LV. 1 health points, 500 attack power, 150 mana points, 0 agility, 120 defense, 100 skills, none. Truly, this S-level instance's minion possesses stronger base attributes than my own as a beast master. Lin Han was quite taken aback. However, his stealth beast was no slouch. From his perspective, it was already closing in on the goblin. Finish it. Use spatial slash. After issuing the command, in the next moment, 3 airblade-like attacks materialized at the goblin's neck. Roar. The goblin, caught off guard, was swiftly dispatched. You have successfully slain a goblin, earning 100 experience points. Instant kill. How exhilarating. Lin Han's face brightened. Undoubtedly, the top-tier SS beast was formidable. Under equal levels, a mere ordinary skill could wipe out such minor creatures. Stealth beast, you are remarkable. At this moment in Lin Han's view, the stealth beast, resembling a cat, danced with its tiny paws, seemingly reveling in Lin Han's praise. Since you are so powerful, let us hasten our pace and level up swiftly. Following this trial, Lin Han had formed a foundational assessment of the stealth beast's capabilities. He felt time was of the essence. Thus, he led the stealth beast into a frenzied assault within the goblin forest. Minutes later, Lin Han halted in a lush area. He spotted several goblins lazily patrolling, a total of 7. So much experience. With a grin, Lin Han materialized before the goblins. Roar! Upon seeing him, these minions were drawn into a frenzy, wildly swinging their weapons at Lin Han. Yet Lin Han's agility was superlative, and his reflexes extraordinary. He merely stood within a few meters, deftly evading the throng of goblins. Enough fun. After a brief period, Lin Han sighed contentedly. Stealth Beast, it's your turn. His earlier antics with the goblins were also to hone his practical combat skills. Though Beast Masters primarily command their beasts in battle, Lin Han understood that beasts could also be restrained at times, so he sought to refine his own combat abilities, spatial execution, upon Lin Han's command. The stealth beast hovered in the air, its tiny paws gathering strength as if preparing to unleash a more potent skill, aiming to eliminate all the goblins in one fell swoop. After several breaths, Lin Han observed his stealth beast suddenly look up. In the next moment, its eyes gleamed with brilliance, and a dazzling magic circle manifested upon its paws. Subsequently, a massive air blade, several meters wide, shot toward the group of goblins. In an instant, all the goblins were cleaved in twain. You have successfully slain a goblin, earning 100 experience points. You have successfully slain a goblin, earning experience points. Your level has increased by 1. All attributes 25. Another instant kill, and he leveled up so swiftly. Lin Han exclaimed joyfully. He was still savoring the immense power displayed by spatial execution. Alas, such a resplendent attack, akin to crystal, was unseen by anyone in the world besides himself. Chapter 7. Goblin Ring. Suddenly, a glimmer on the ground caught Lin Han's attention. He promptly approached and picked it up. Name: Goblin Ring. Attributes: accessory quality, silver health points, 10 mana points, 5 effect. Can transform into an ordinary goblin for disguise. Truly an S-level instance. To obtain green equipment right from the start. Lin Han was elated, especially after examining the equipment's function. His smile widened even further. In this world, green corresponds to silver-quality equipment, though the benefits provided by this equipment were negligible. Its effect took Lin Han by surprise. Initially, he felt that the experience yield from slaying ordinary goblins was too low. Now, with this equipment, he could seamlessly integrate among the goblins, targeting the elite monsters among them. Ideally, he could take down the boss of the secret realm, the Goblin King, in one fell swoop. Afterward, Lin Han reviewed his attributes. I have remarkably reached level 4. Lin Han was pleasantly surprised. He had only just realized he had leveled up. To his astonishment, after successfully slaying the 7 goblins, his total experience points had elevated him to level 4. Simultaneously, he noticed a change in the Stealth Beast panel. It had acquired a brand new skill. Spatial Rending Cube. Utilize spatial compression to compress all objects within a certain radius into a subspace for a duration of 10 minutes. Spatial compression. This skill is rather formidable. Lin Han felt a surge of excitement. Just then, the stealth beast, tasked with monitoring the surroundings, floated before Lin Han, gesturing with its tiny paws. Are you saying the Goblin Chief has arrived? Lin Han instantly comprehended its meaning. Truly, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Thus, he activated the ring's disguise function, transforming into a goblin and lying among the pile of corpses. Goblins possess acute senses and are particularly sensitive to the presence of their companions, even able to discern each other's conditions through scent. Before long, a group of goblins, led by a burly goblin chief clad in armor, approached the scene. Upon witnessing the sea of corpses, the goblin chief erupted in fury, emitting a cacophony of sounds that moment. Lin Han delightfully discovered that these noises, when processed through the goblin ring, could be translated. He could understand them. Who did this? Who did this? A cacophony of goblins erupted around, their incessant chatter causing Lin Han to furrow his brow in irritation. The gist of their commotion indicated that they believed the goblin forest had been invaded, observing that none of the goblins suspected him. Lin Han cautiously emerged from the pile of corpses, extending a hand. Stumbling forward, he approached the goblin leader, who was surprisingly still alive. The Do enlighten me. What transpired here? Who attacked you? The towering figure, upon realizing that some of his subordinates were still breathing, broke into a delighted chuckle and hastened to respond. That moment, Lin Han was unaware if the goblin bracelet could translate his voice. Just as he intended to test it, A sudden exclamation from behind interrupted him. Goblins. Perish! Out of nowhere, Yi Zishuan, riding her ice dragon, had found her way to the scene. Frostbite from above, she bellowed, as the ice dragon beneath her let out a thunderous roar, conjuring a magical array, readying itself for an assault. Enemies. Upon hearing Yi Zishuan shout, the goblin leader began chattering rapidly, instructing his followers to prepare for battle. It was at this moment that the advantages of the novice training area became evident. In any other dungeon, the monsters would not simply allow Yi Zishuan to command her beast to execute such a skill that required a lengthy wind-up. This woman is complicating my plans, Lin Han thought, feeling a headache coming on. With Yi Zishuan's arrival, his strategy was thrown into disarray. Furthermore, the goblins harbored deep grudges, particularly against female opponents, that he realized he must ensure Yi Zishuan vacated the area, allowing him to join the main force and approach the Goblin King. With that thought, Lin Han narrowed his eyes. Attack the ice dragon. Without hesitation, he commanded his hidden beast to assault the ice dragon. At that moment, the magical array of the ice dragon was slowly taking shape, a large mass of ice materializing from the array. Such a gathering of goblins was a rare sight. Defeating them might even double his experience points. Yi Zishuan wore a smile, brimming with excitement. However, before the ice dragon's skill could fully manifest, a flurry of air blade-like attacks suddenly emerged, striking the dragon's neck. Roar! The ice dragon let out a furious cry. Disrupted by the overwhelming assault, the next moment, a more powerful wave of slashes descended upon them. Instantly, the ice dragon roared in defiance, sensing the provocation but unable to locate its assailants. What is happening? Why is your health plummeting so rapidly? Yi Zishuan's eyes widened in horror as she realized, in mere seconds, the ice dragon had lost a staggering 70% of its health. Capture that woman alive and bring her back to the lair. Simultaneously, under the leader's command, the remaining goblins began to close in on Yi Zishuan. This is bad, Yi Zishuan thought, recognizing the danger. With the ice dragon injured, she dared not linger and hastily commanded her beast to retreat. Leave a few to pursue them. The rest, return with me to report to the king about the enemy incursion. Upon witnessing Yi Zishuan's retreat, the goblin leader spoke in a stern tone. Lin Han, hearing this, directed his hidden beast to follow Yi Zishuan's fleeing form, intending to deal with their pursuers before seeking her out. What choice do I have? I must act as a gentleman, Lin Han mused to himself, chuckling inwardly. According to the system rules, his actions could be deemed virtuous, earning him some points. You are the only survivor from these invaders. At that moment, the goblin leader's iron armor clanked as he turned to Lin Han and declared, Come with me to see the king. Due to the presence of intruders, the goblin leader needed to report to the Goblin King urgently, intending to bring Lin Han into their lair. Very well, Lin Han replied, following the goblin leader. Meanwhile, a notification chimed in Lin Han's mind. Ding. Host detected as helpful, assisting a classmate in escaping danger and saving her life. Reputation points 100. It seems I've been deemed virtuous. Lin Han smiled to himself. Soon his hidden beast returned to his side. After several minutes, Lin Han followed the goblin leader into a valley filled with enormous lairs. Outside the valley, numerous goblins patrolled the surrounding forest day and night as ordinary soldiers. Suddenly, Lin Han noticed a particularly concealed black cave among the lairs, from which light occasionally seeped out. Intrigued by this peculiar sight, he inquired, Leader, what is that glowing in the black cave? That you must not enter recklessly. It is the dwelling of the great shaman. He is more esteemed than our king. The goblin leader scratched his head in explanation. Chapter 8. The Hidden Boss. I recall that the great shaman has not appeared for a full decade. Could it be he is concocting something new? In the midst of an experiment. Suddenly, the goblin leader seemed to have a revelation, murmuring to himself. Upon hearing this, Lin Han was taken aback that a goblin that had been absent for 10 years. The goblin shaman must undoubtedly be a boss. Yet during his schooling, he had studied monsters and had no recollection of this particular boss. This shouldn't be the case. Lin Han pondered aloud. What shouldn't be? Have you been rendered foolish by the invaders? The goblin leader replied, visibly irritated that if you continue like this, I will fetch the great shaman to remedy your mind. Fine, fine. After I meet the king, I shall seek out the shaman. Lin Han conceded. Now, he was increasingly convinced that the Goblin Shaman was likely the hidden boss within this S-rank dungeon, explaining why it was not documented in the records. Such hidden bosses necessitated exploration by beast tamers to uncover. The rewards for defeating these hidden bosses were exceedingly rare, often invaluable. Lin Han had resolved that even if he did not defeat the apparent Goblin King boss, he must capture the Goblin Shaman. Before long, he accompanied the leader into what was referred to as the Goblin Royal Court, but in truth, it was merely a colossal redwood tree with its trunk hollowed out. The Goblin King lounged lazily on a wooden chair, disdainfully regarding his subordinates. Lin Han stood beside the leader, observing the Goblin King. Goblin King LV.7 health, 2500 attack power, 650 mana, 200 agility, 260 defense, 1300 skills. War Roar. Emits a roar forward, dealing 200 damage to enemies within range and inflicting a 2-second silence effect. Goblin Blood. When health drops below 30, activates Royal Blood, increasing all attributes by 15, can only trigger once. The health of this boss nearly rivaled that of 3 or 4 of Lin Han's own. After reviewing the Goblin King's stats, Lin Han composed himself. Indeed, this S-rank dungeon was not for the faint-hearted. Even the most talented beast tamers would require a team to clear this S-rank dungeon during the novice stage. My king, we discovered traces of an invader on the forest outskirts, and our forces have suffered casualties, the goblin leader reported to the king, chattering away. Point 1 Invader. What could they possibly do? Reinforce our ranks. We must protect this place. The Goblin King merely scoffed, a low rumble emanating from his throat, declaring, this time, we cannot allow anyone to disturb the great shaman's plans. Lin Han frowned, listening to their dialogue. It was apparent that the shaman's status and strength likely surpassed that of the king. Perfect. We need a few to assist with the potion trials. You lot will do. Hurry to the shaman's cave and report. Suddenly, the Goblin King glanced disdainfully at Lin Han and a few ordinary goblins, waving them off. Hearing this, Lin Han's companions gasped in shock, but before they could protest, the leader's fierce glare silenced them. The great shaman is certainly up to no good, Lin Han thought, recognizing the fear in the goblin's expressions that it was clear that participating in the potion trials was not a favorable task. Nevertheless, since he aimed to defeat this hidden boss, he had to follow them. Thus, Lin Han trailed closely behind the goblins as they made their way toward the cave. Alas, just as he had barely reached the threshold, a series of anguished howls erupted from within. Shortly thereafter, through the translation function of the Goblin Ring, Lin Han discerned that strange and eerie sounds were beginning to emanate from deep within the cave. Huh? It has worked. I have succeeded, a sinister voice echoed, startling the goblins who had been summoned to test the potion. What has succeeded? Lin Han pondered with confusion as he approached cautiously. Inside the cavern, he beheld an elderly figure turned away from them, alongside a goblin enveloped in a murky green mist, writhing in agony. Ha! It is a success. With these potions, our kin shall thrive and multiply. The Goblin Shaman sneered coldly. Suddenly, the goblin shrouded in green emitted a retching sound, and an oddly shaped tentacle extended from its mouth, bursting forth with a torrent of blood. How revolting! Witnessing this scene, Lin Han felt his stomach churn violently. Dead. At that moment, the laughter of the Goblin Shaman abruptly ceased. The goblin that had consumed the potion lay motionless on the ground, utterly lifeless. How could this be? The Goblin Shaman appeared perplexed, its face reflecting astonishment, but in the next instant, it turned its gaze toward the cave's entrance. Without hesitation, it grasped another vial of potion from the table beside it and advanced toward Lin Han at the door. You drink this. Lin Han, taken aback, pointed at himself in bewilderment, glancing at the bubbling green concoction. He felt every pore in his body vehemently resisting. What? You refuse to drink? The Goblin Shaman's palms suddenly glimmered with a green light, and a magic staff manifested in its grasp. Drink. Drink it. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Lin Han decided to abandon his pretense. As he dispelled the Goblin Ring's disguise, he rolled forward and dashed into the cave. You are an intruder. The Goblin Shaman had regained its wits, while swinging its staff to unleash an attack. It turned to flee the cave in search of reinforcements. Spatial rift. Just as the Goblin Shaman was about to exit the cave, the blackened cavern transformed. With a resounding crash, the Goblin Shaman felt as if it were on a roller coaster. its mind spinning in disorientation. When it regained its bearings, Lin Han stood before it. "Well done, the stealth beast." In Lin Han's line of sight, the stealth beast excitedly waved its tiny claws, having just unleashed a newly learned skill. At that moment, the cave, unique to the goblin shaman, was ensnared in a state of chaos. Lin Han had chosen this method of combat to prevent the shaman from summoning external aid, thereby avoiding the peril of being overwhelmed. Chapter 9. Slaying the Hidden Boss. Intruder die. Seeing Lin Han ensnared in an unknown space, the goblin shaman seethed with rage. Zing! A fierce current erupted from the staff in its hand, launching an attack toward Lin Han. Too slow. Lin Han nimbly evaded the strike with his exceptional agility. Meanwhile, the stealth beast had stealthily approached the goblin shaman's side, its claws poised to unleash its skill, spatial obliteration. Lin Han commanded at that moment. While dodging the goblin shaman's attacks, Lin Han sought opportunities for direct engagement. Yet the goblin shaman was no ordinary foe. Its battle experience was formidable. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning converged upon Lin Han, sending him hurtling backward. The intense current coursing through his body made his hair stand on end, disrupting his rhythm. "What gives? I clearly dodged that," Lin Han muttered to himself, hastily checking the goblin shaman's stats. Goblin shaman LV. 10 health, 2800 attack power, 350 mana, 1000 agility, 2000 defense, 1300 skills. Goblin potion. Randomly tosses potion vials in a forward area, inflicting 1/2/0 area damage and corrupting the terrain, causing any unit passing over it to become poisoned. Thunderous strike. The goblin shaman unleashes a lightning attack with a certain probability of guaranteed hit. Intense agony. The goblin shaman uses its staff to launch an area attack, dealing 400 damage to all enemy units within a 5-meter radius while nullifying their defenses. Level 10, goodness, no wonder it is a hidden boss. This is merely a novice training zone, yet it boasts such formidable skills. Lin Han sighed, realizing that avoiding these skills required considerable expertise, and that this creature's attacks had a chance of being unavoidable. Intruder, die. The goblin shaman unleashed another assault, pulling 4 or 5 potion vials from its pocket and hurling them toward Lin Han's position. Lin Han swiftly executed a slide to evade, propelling himself forward. His initial strategy involved leveraging the stealth beast's powerful skills to attack while he capitalized on the openings during its skill casting. However, the situation now demanded a high-frequency offensive to disrupt the goblin shaman's attack pattern. As the potions struck the ground, they began to bubble with green effervescence. Lin Han dared not underestimate the danger. Utilizing his remarkable agility, he delivered a punch to the shaman's body, interrupting its impending skill attack. The foe momentarily paused, caught in a state of vulnerability. Meanwhile, the stealth beast, having charged its power, prepared to strike. "Finish him," Lin Han commanded telepathically. A surge of spatial energy, tenfold stronger than the previous attack, surged forth from the stealth beast's tiny paws. Instantly, the overwhelming force charged toward the goblin shaman. Roar die! The goblin shaman sensed the impending doom, roaring in fury as it attempted to retaliate. Yet it had barely raised its staff, unprepared to cast its spell, when the razor-sharp spatial blades, several meters wide, struck it down to in an instant. The goblin shaman was cleaved in two, its health bar vanishing, leaving behind a lifeless corpse on the ground. You have successfully slain the hidden boss, goblin shaman, gaining 1830 experience points. Your level has increased, all attributes 30, that your level has increased, all attributes 30. You have leveled up twice in succession. Lin Han was overjoyed. In the next moment, alerts continued to flood his mind. Congratulations. You have successfully slain the hidden boss and earned the title. Impeccable precision. Currently, there are 3,959 beast masters who possess this title. Upon seeing this notification, Lin Han's smile grew even brighter. In this era of universal beast mastery, the number of beast masters across the empire could be counted in the billions. Yet this title had been claimed by merely 4 digits. Its value was self-evident. Just then, Lin Han noticed a radiant glow emanating from the fallen goblin shaman. It was the reward for defeating the hidden boss. That he hastily picked it up and examined its details. Name: Toxic Magic Ring Type. Accessory quality: Gold health 128 mana 299 attack power 70 effect. Equipping this accessory grants a toxin bonus to your attacks, dealing an additional 39 damage with each strike. lasting 15 seconds. The effect can be shared with a designated beast. This item is truly remarkable. It can significantly compensate for the inherent combat weaknesses of a beast master. Without hesitation, Lin Han slipped it onto his finger. Simultaneously, as the battle concluded, the once compressed space began to fracture slowly. It was yet another roller coaster experience. When Lin Han regained his senses, he found himself once more inside the goblin cave. Outside, several goblins were peeking in, preparing to investigate. Something has gone awry. Something has gone awry. Seeing this, Lin Han quickly disguised himself as a goblin and began to wail dramatically. Upon hearing his cries, one of the smaller goblins jumped in surprise and, emboldened, crept closer to investigate. Unbeknownst to them, the stealth beast was primed for action. Any goblin that dared to enter would be swiftly dispatched. Moments later, Lin Han continued to eliminate the smaller foes using this tactic. Why are they not coming out? At this time, the goblin chief sensed that something was amiss. He had just arrived at the entrance of the cave when his expression suddenly changed through the scent. He had already sensed something within the cave. Lin Han, naturally, he had heard the commotion inside, yet no one had ventured in for quite some time. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. The goblin leader's sense of smell was likely far superior to that of ordinary minions. Next, he needed to address the goblin nest outside. Lin Han was acutely aware that using such tactics to lure out the goblin leader and the king, both substantial sources of experience, was somewhat insufficient. It seemed he would have to confront the goblins outside directly. Just then, before Lin Han could prepare to step out, a large blade came slicing through the air towards him. Chapter 10. The Might of Forbidden Spells. Release. Upon seeing this, Lin Han swiftly dodged. The blade struck but failed to hit its target. The goblin leader was momentarily taken aback. He had just deduced the location of that individual within the cave. There was no reason for that strike to have missed. However, right before him, a shadow suddenly lunged forth. Without hesitation, the dark figure delivered a punch to his only exposed nose, and in the next instant, dashed out of the cave. Intruders! The goblin leader shouted loudly. His booming voice startled the massive goblin king resting beneath the towering sequoia, grasping a colossal spiked club. He charged out, leading a throng of goblins. Kill him! The king immediately spotted Lin Han weaving through the mass of goblins and issued a command that he leaped forward, tightly gripping his spiked club, and swung it directly toward Lin Han's position. Boom! With a deafening crash, a massive crater formed in the ground. That was close. Standing at the edge of the pit, Lin Han took a deep breath. The club had barely missed him by mere centimeters. Roar! The Goblin King unleashed his war cry skill. In an instant, a fierce wave of power, accompanied by a gust of wind, slammed into Lin Han. Next, the goblin leader on the other side, also launched an attack. A large blade swung towards him. Faced with this predicament, Lin Han hastily retreated, maneuvering several steps back to stabilize his stance. Meanwhile, the invisible beast continued to attack from the side, although the power of its spatial blades was not insignificant. Both of these territorial bosses were rugged and resilient. Moreover, with numerous goblin minions present and scattered around, this battle was proving to be quite troublesome. It seemed he would have to resolve this in one breath. Lin Han focused intently on the invisible beast. He had already made up his mind to use his strongest skill. As a top-tier beast master, the invisible beast possessed an innate forbidden spell skill. Although using a nuclear bomb to swat a fly was indeed wasteful, being delayed here by a multitude of goblins for an extended period was not a viable option. Invisible beast, use spatial divine execution. Upon hearing this, the invisible beast perked up its little ears. It began to chant melodically. Due to its insufficient level, it required a guiding duration of 10 seconds before it could unleash the skill. During this time, Lin Han needed to buy some time. Just then, the Goblin King and leader, seeing their previous attack miss, prepared to encircle him. A massive club came crashing down from Lin Han's left, while a large blade sliced toward him from the other side. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lin Han seized a nearby goblin, using its body to leap away from the incoming attacks. Clang! The two weapons collided with a tremendous sound. Kill him! The Goblin King roared. The war cry surged once more toward Lin Han. Instantly, the ordinary goblins that had surrounded Lin Han rushed at him, brandishing bone clubs and other weapons. Lin Han weaved through the horde of creatures. He even began to utilize the goblin ring's disguise effect to evade these attacks, but perhaps due to having slain too many goblins. The scent of blood on him was quite strong. His disguise was constantly seen through, preventing him from blending in for long. Buzz! Suddenly, a vibrating sound resonated in Lin Han's ears. He glanced toward the invisible beast, which had suddenly opened its eyes wide. It joyfully waved its claws at Lin Han. Could it unleash the skill? Before Lin Han could fully process this, he noticed that the world beneath his feet was erupting with a series of booming sounds. In the next moment, a multitude of silver-gray lines materialized out of thin air. These lines began to draw the sky and earth closer together. The forbidden spell was activated. Invisible beast, eliminate them. Lin Han stared in astonishment at this scene. While dodging attacks, he watched the ever-increasing lines take effect. At this moment, the number of silver-gray lines was countless, and as the distance between heaven and earth diminished, all the goblins simultaneously experienced a drop in health. Especially the exceptionally tall goblin leader, whose entire body appeared to be crushed from the gaps in his iron armor. Lin Han could distinctly see blood and shredded flesh being forced out on the other side. The even larger Goblin King had already been reduced to a puddle of flesh. Throughout the scene, only Lin Han remained unaffected. At this moment, he stood aside, feeling as though he were in an entirely different realm. Was this the power of a forbidden spell? Lin Han couldn't help but mutter to himself. The spatial divine execution skill was truly astonishing. It had transformed the entire Goblin Nest region into a domain. In the next instant, accompanied by a silver light dissipating, everything before Lin Han reverted to its original state. However, on the ground lay numerous goblin corpses, as thin as paper, that a vast amount of shredded flesh and blood was pressed beneath these paper-like remains. When the wind blew, these paper goblins fluttered, as it truly crushed them into a two-dimensional state from the spatial level. Lin Han exclaimed in wonder. This was a genuine dimensional strike. You have successfully killed the Goblin King, gaining 393 experience. You have successfully killed the Goblin Leader, gaining 294 experience. You have successfully killed goblins, gaining 129 experience. Your level has increased. All attributes raised by 30. That your level has increased. All attributes raised by 30. In the next moment, a series of notifications echoed in Lin Han's mind. He had reached level 10, attaining the upper limit of a bronze-level Beastmaster. When Lin Han glanced at the invisible beast level, he was astonished to find it was even one level higher than his own. Surely, there could be no one else in the world who could achieve the level cap so swiftly. Lin Han could not help but burst into laughter. Following this, radiant lights began to shimmer on the ground. These were the items and equipment left behind after the invisible beast had unleashed the forbidden spell and annihilated all the goblins. Lin Han collected them all. Aside from a golden-quality gauntlet dropped by the Goblin King, the majority were silver-level equipment. This leveling session was a resounding success. A faint smile graced Lin Han's lips. At this moment, he had reached the level cap. Even if he continued to grind, experience would no longer be gained, and with so many items acquired, he could undoubtedly head to the trading post to secure his first fortune. I must leave this grinding ground. As Lin Han willed it, a teleportation array materialized beneath his feet. In the next second, his form became ethereal within this space. Several minutes later, what transpired here? Yizi Xuan, piloting her beast, an ice dragon, slowly approached the goblin nest. Previously, she had been concerned that her level would not suffice to clear the goblin cave, so she had ground against numerous ordinary goblins before coming to the goblin nest to level up. At this moment, her level had reached 7. She had brought her beast to challenge the boss of this dungeon. However, upon witnessing the eerily quiet goblin nest, Yizi Xuan was momentarily dumbfounded. Where have all the minions gone? Yizi Xuan pondered curiously. In the next second, seated atop her ice dragon, she beheld a shocking sight. Piles of goblin corpses lay heaped together. Not daring to hesitate, Yizi Xuan quickly dismounted from her ice dragon and, while suppressing her disgust, began to sift through the corpses, only to discover that these goblins had become as thin as paper. Who on earth could have done this? Yizi Xuan was astonished. She had only ground for just over an hour, and had merely arrived a short while later. What on earth had she missed? Chapter 11. The shortcomings of judging by appearances. In the goblin nest, Yizi Xuan took a long time to calm her emotions. It was not that she felt regret for failing to kill the goblin priest. Rather, she was puzzled about the beast master who had unleashed the skill and wiped out the goblin clan. That person could not possibly be from their school. This was a novice area. Being able to enter here meant that person must also be a newcomer. Yi Zixuan felt somewhat disheartened. While others could annihilate all the core area monsters of a dungeon, she had barely managed to face a single goblin leader and nearly face defeat. The disparity was simply too vast. Since all the dungeon's monsters had been wiped out, feeling disheartened, Yi Zixuan resolved to exit the dungeon. That a brilliant flash of teleportation light enveloped her as she departed. Yi, have you completed your leveling? Upon seeing the only S-rank student from his school emerge in the new student dungeon's teleportation zone, Principal Liu Yi approached eagerly, only to notice the dejection etched on Yi Zixuan's face. What happened? He inquired, instantly sensing the gravity of the situation and retracting his smile. Principal, I was unable to defeat the goblin priest. The hidden boss was snatched away by someone else. Yi Zixuan, filled with both anger and resentment, recounted her experiences in the dungeon to the principal. Are you saying that when you first encountered the goblin leader, a sudden ambush occurred, causing your beast's health to plummet? After a moment of contemplation, the principal responded, indeed. Among those goblins, there was one with exceptionally high attack power that injured my ice dragon in mere seconds. Yi Zixuan nodded vigorously, aware that her ice dragon was an S-rank beast. Under normal circumstances, it would be inconceivable for it to be overpowered by mere minions. Yet, the principal's subsequent words plunged her into deep thought. It seems that the assailant was not merely a goblin, but rather a beast master. A prodigy much like yourself, who was thoroughly prepared to eliminate the hidden boss, the goblin priest. Generally, goblins do not act independently when a leader is present. Yet according to your account, one goblin initiated the attack. I suspect someone disguised themselves as a goblin, intending to infiltrate the goblin lair, and your arrival disrupted their plan. Furthermore, after your retreat, there were pursuers, but they soon vanished, likely eliminated by that very person, who sought only to slay the goblin priest without causing harm to others. As the principal spoke, he became increasingly convinced of his deductions. That is how it is. Yi Zixuan mused, taken aback by the principal's analysis. She had never anticipated that within the S-rank dungeon, there existed someone even more talented than herself. While she had barely begun to engage with a few monsters, this individual was already devising strategies to defeat the hidden boss, leaving her feeling woefully outpaced. Principal, I am deeply sorry. I have disappointed your expectations. With that, Yi Zixuan hastily removed the ring she wore and returned it to him. There is no need to return it. Consider it an investment on my part. Although you did not defeat the hidden boss, you are still an S-rank beast master, and my investment cannot possibly go wrong. The principal merely shook his head and said. However, before Yi Zixuan could interject, the principal continued, this experience serves as a valuable lesson. In this era of universal beast taming, the Empire is teeming with prodigies. Some powerful factions even possess the means to grant privileges, ensuring their offspring draw S-rank training grounds. The genius you encountered is likely a prodigy from one of those formidable factions. After all, the goblin priest is one of the bosses that such prodigies are eager to defeat from the very outset. It is entirely normal that you were unable to secure the opportunity to slay it, given our school's limited resources compared to those of stronger factions. You must remember one thing. Do not engage in excessive rivalry with other prodigies. Always leave yourself an escape route. Sometimes, feigning weakness can be a wise strategy. Thank you, Principal. However, upon hearing the word weak, Yi Zixuan suddenly recalled Lin Han, who had also ventured into the Goblin Forest dungeon. She wondered if he had emerged yet. Principal, is Lin Han still in the dungeon? She inquired, not suspecting that Lin Han could be the one who defeated the goblins. In truth, she had never even considered that notion. Lin Han, lacking a beast, would find it most prudent to find a spot to observe the scenery or leave shortly after his arrival. Engaging in monster hunting was utterly impossible for him. Lin Han has already exited, and it seems he emerged clutching his head, as if he had been struck by those goblins. The principal chuckled coldly at the thought of Lin Han. This fellow lacks a beast, yet insists on attempting dungeons. If it weren't for that by Yuntao being such a freak, I might have considered pairing him with Yi Zixuan. They could have potentially secured the opportunity to defeat the goblin priest. But alas, it is too late for such considerations now. That's good, Yi Zixuan replied, falling silent upon hearing about Lin Han's predicament. Meanwhile, on the bustling trading street of Jiangdong City, Lin Han took his time deliberating before finally deciding to enter the largest establishment on the street, the Longxing Trading Company. Inside, patrons bustled about as neatly arranged counters lined the space. At the entrance, several staff members greeted customers with amiable dispositions. As Lin Han approached the entrance, one staff member had just finished attending to a client. Lin Han expected her to assist him next, but she merely glanced at him with disdain before turning away. How pretentious! Lin Han frowned, deciding he would not wait for a staff member's assistance and strode directly to a counter. However, just as he stepped inside, the same staff member called out to him, "Hey, what are you doing here, you poor little wretch? Is this place even suitable for you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Han's expression darkened. He turned to the female staff member and retorted, "Whose dog is running loose without a leash? Is the security at Longxing Trading Company this lax?" Taken aback, the staff member soon realized that this young boy had just insulted her. Anger flared within her. "You little brat, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you have any idea that everyone who comes to Longxing Trading Company is a person of significant standing? You look so shabby. It's clear you are not a proper customer. I thought you were a mere mutt, but it seems you're a sharp-nosed one, able to discern my worth without verification. Quite impressive for a dog." Lin Han sneered that if you think you can enter the trading company, I'll resign today. I almost suspect you're here to steal something. The staff member retorted, her tone increasingly sharp, just as her words grew harsher. She suddenly froze. In Lin Han's hand appeared a silver-grade weapon. "This is a silver-grade weapon. Surely, that qualifies me for entry into your trading company, doesn't it?" Lin Han shot a cold glance at the staff member. "What about the silver-grade weapon?" she scoffed. "While we do accept silver equipment at Longxing Trading Company, there are quantity requirements. How many can you present?" To be honest, the staff member was somewhat intimidated. She hadn't expected this young boy to possess a silver-grade weapon. It seemed he had some sort of background. However, she was also enraged. If he had a silver weapon, he should have shown it upon entering. Now, it was clear he was trying to take advantage of her. Her resentment towards Lin Han only deepened, prompting her to cling to the quantity issue. After all, in this world, beast masters relied on their beasts for combat, which made their own combat prowess a significant drawback. Thus, weapons that could provide armor and attack were always in short supply. She refused to believe that this impoverished little wretch could produce any other equipment. Sometimes, a dog is just a dog. Oblivious to the principle of knowing when to back down, Lin Han merely regarded the staff member with disdain. Judging by appearances was a chronic flaw among people like her, and he had no intention of indulging her. "You lack the requisite level, and since I find you displeasing, fetch your manager. They're the only one worthy of conversing with me." "Ha! You think you can see our manager? With just one silver weapon? What makes you think you're important?" the staff member scoffed. But before she could finish her sentence, her expression shifted dramatically. Lin Han produced a golden-grade piece of equipment from thin air, and simultaneously, a plethora of silver equipment began cascading to the ground. The sound of clattering filled the air as a small mountain of items gradually formed. "Wait right here, young sir. I will contact our manager immediately." The staff member stammered, her composure shattered. Golden equipment. Even after working at the trading company for years, she had rarely encountered such items. "Call me young sir. You ought to refer to me as God." Lin Han replied impatiently. Yes, God, the staff member acquiesced, genuinely lacking retort. That I in Jiangdong City, a place of modest size, the most common figures were silver and golden-grade beastmasters. This implied that silver and golden-grade equipment held the most market value. Regardless of how this young man acquired such equipment, it undeniably reflects his extraordinary abilities or background. Such a person is indeed remarkable. A mere counter-attendant ought not to provoke him. The phone was quickly connected. "What is it that you seek? Did I not mention that unless there is something of great importance, you should refrain from contacting me?" On the other end, a middle-aged man's voice immediately responded, "Manager, we have a young lad here. Oh no, a deity, who possesses a piece of golden-grade equipment and wishes to sell it through us. What significance does a single piece of golden-grade equipment hold? Is it worthy of your attention? No, but this esteemed deity not only possesses golden-grade equipment, he also has a substantial collection of silver-grade items, around 40 to 50 pieces, I believe." The young attendant's voice quivered with desperation. Her greatest regret now was having just made things difficult for Lin Han. On the second floor of Shenglong Trading Company, Zhang Yanning, the manager, sprang up from the sofa. Are you saying that a young boy has 4 to 5 dozen pieces of silver-grade equipment at his disposal? He inquired earnestly. Such a situation was astonishing even for him. The manager of this trading firm, IT would take nearly clearing an entire dungeon to amass such a quantity of equipment. Moreover, according to the attendant's description, this beast master was quite youthful, indicating the potential of a prodigious talent that if a long-term partnership could be established with him, the trading company might gain a lasting source of inventory for a trading establishment. This was undoubtedly significant. Such a market-savvy beast master must be retained. You must secure him. I shall go meet him at once. Instantly, as the manager, Zhang Yanning could no longer remain idle. Goodness, manager, the attendant said, hastily turning to Lin Han after ending the call. Deity, our manager is on his way. Is there anything you would like to command? I shall serve you with utmost dedication. Looking at the pile of silver-grade equipment surrounding Lin Han, the young attendant wore a fawning smile. Though she had previously dealt with silver-grade transactions, she had never encountered a situation where dozens of items appeared simultaneously. How many monsters must one have slain to accumulate such wealth? Just keep your distance from me. You, with your inflated ego and disdain for others, think you belong in a trading company. By the way, did you not just say that if I had the capability to enter the trading hall, you would voluntarily resign? What is this? Are you backing down on your word? Is this how you conduct business at Longxing Trading Company? Lin Han's tone was laced with scorn. Indeed, you speak truthfully, esteemed deity. You are dismissed at once. Leave this trading company. Just then, a voice interrupted, and a figure rushed down from the upper floor. It was Zhang Yanning, the manager of Shenglong Trading Company. Manager, I've been an employee here for several years. The young attendant panicked upon hearing of her impending dismissal. She trembled before Zhang Yanning, unable to fathom that one word from Lin Han could cost her job. What of being an old employee? Do you realize how much potential loss you nearly caused the trading company? Your condescension is not new. I have longed to dismiss you. Now leave immediately. If you persist, I shall have security escort you out. Zhang Yanning glared coldly at the young attendant. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Lin Han's mind. Ding, detected that the host has assisted the trading hall in purging a poor employee, reputation value 10, that's stunned by this reminder. Lin Han's gaze shifted towards the attendant, his heart racing. This could be considered a good deed. Oh dear Manager Zhang, I beg you, considering my family's circumstances, please allow me to stay, the young attendant cried. Genuinely fearful. This job at the trading hall was indeed a lucrative position. It was the reason she had garnered envy among her peers and wielded authority. Without it, she would be reduced to an ordinary existence. Security, throw her out. Zhang Yanning dismissed her without hesitation, and Lin Han did not intervene. Although he believed granting the attendant a second chance could earn him some reputation points, he refused to do so. Was she not merely a sales clerk who, due to her position at the trading hall, presumed herself superior? Such individuals deserved a lesson. Good sir, your use surpasses my expectations. I am Zhang Yanning, the manager of the Shenglong Trading Company. I will handle your business from here. I sincerely apologize for the oversight that marred your experience. To express his regret, he added, should you choose to make a purchase today, we shall offer you a 10% discount. After dealing with the attendant, Zhang Yanning approached Lin Han, bowing respectfully. Indeed, a true manager speaks with such eloquence. This equipment is but a fraction of what I possess. Can you truly handle more? Lin Han's previously furrowed brow finally relaxed. Do you have additional equipment? Zhang Yanning was taken aback by Lin Han's inquiry. So many silver-grade items, and yet this was merely a portion. This was indeed a significant figure. He must devise every method possible to secure this transaction. May I ask how you wish to be addressed? We can proceed upstairs for a more detailed discussion. Zhang Yanning urged that I am Lin Han. He replied with a nod. Moments later, the two ascended to the VIP room on the upper floor. Upon entering, Zhang Yanning hurriedly poured a cup of tea for Lin Han and presented a fresh fruit platter before inquiring, Mr. Lin Han, I wish to ascertain the quantity of silver-grade equipment you have brought. Only then can I help estimate your potential earnings. That depends on how much your trading company can accommodate. As Lin Han spoke, he produced over 10 additional pieces of equipment, combined with what he had already displayed. At that moment, the total count of silver-grade equipment soared to a remarkable 65 pieces. This could indeed form numerous sets. Even Zhang Yaning, a manager of a trading company, was momentarily rendered speechless as he collected himself. He scrutinized Lin Han with utmost seriousness. The young man appeared remarkably youthful. He must have recently embarked on his journey as a beast master. This realization only deepened Zhang Yaning's astonishment that a youth of such caliber possessing such an arsenal was nothing short of astounding. If I may inquire, Mr. Lin Han, how long did it take you to amass these items? Ultimately, Zhang Yaning could not suppress his curiosity. Half a day? What of it? Is that too little? I can procure more. Lin Han furrowed his brow, mistakenly believing the manager found his haul insufficient. No, that's not my intention. Your efficiency is simply extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaning nearly fainted. Half a day, that was on par with what others might gather over the course of a year or even several. He understood he must capture this formidable supplier. I shall immediately evaluate the value of these items. Without further ado, Zhang Yaning gestured, and several appraisers, who had been on standby, entered the room. 10 minutes later. The appraisers finally completed their assessment of all the equipment. 35 million Star Dragon coins. Mr. Lin, this quote includes the prices for 7 complete sets and the premium for rare combat items that I assure you. No other trading company could possibly offer a higher price. In Jiangning City, only Shenglong Trading Company could accommodate such a transaction in one go. Ultimately, Zhang Yaning presented his offer. That price aligns perfectly with my expectations. I have no objections to this transaction. My account number is. Hearing the figure of 35 million, Lin Han's heart nearly burst with joy. Who would have thought that merely entering an S-grade leveling area would render him a millionaire? Very well, I shall arrange for a contract and transfer the funds to your account. Zhang Yaning was not one to delay. Once business was settled, he sought to expedite payment. Just then, a flash of inspiration struck him, and a golden card materialized in his hand. Zhang Yaning presented it to Lin Han. Chapter 13, Extravagant Beyond Measure. The Awakening Temple. Manager Zhang, what is this? Lin Han inquired, puzzled. He had already provided his account number. This is a Star Dragon credit card, Mr. Lin Han. Upon acquiring this card, you are afforded the privilege of overdraft spending. This card is guaranteed by our esteemed Shenglong Exchange, allowing for a total overdraft of 8 million Shenglong coins. Zhang Yaning promptly handed the card to Lin Han, adding, there are certain matters I shall candidly express that a young man of Mr. Lin's caliber will inevitably engage in the transaction of equipment in the future. I simply hope that when such opportunities arise, you will consider us at Shenglong Exchange. Understood. Lin Han nodded silently. Ultimately, this individual simply desires for me to contribute more equipment in the future. So, Mr. Lin, shall we agree upon this? Zhang Yaning inquired, noting Lin Han's acceptance of the golden card. Indeed, I shall make more frequent visits henceforth. Lin Han affirmed, nodding in agreement. However, shortly thereafter, he contemplated the impending awakening task he was to undertake. As a beast master, upon reaching the maximum level of a certain realm, it is imperative to accept and complete a task to continue leveling up. Furthermore, the awakening task is randomized. Should he randomly find himself in a densely populated area, he would be unable to utilize his stealth beast freely. The more often it is used, the more likely it is to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Thus, it would be prudent for him to procure some auxiliary items to obscure the presence of his stealth beast. Are there any items available at the exchange that could provide enhancements or inflict damage? Lin Han inquired, directing his gaze towards Zhang Yaning. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaning was initially taken aback, but soon grasped his intent. Mr. Lin, are you referring to disposable items such as magical scrolls? Magical scrolls are items capable of unleashing one-time spells. Depending on their attributes and energy intensity, their effects vary significantly, due to their immense power and scarcity. Such items have consistently commanded high prices. Yes, that is precisely the type of item I seek, Lin Han confirmed with a nod. Not only to conceal the existence of his stealth beast, but he had also encountered considerable danger while utilizing its skills in the Goblin Forest. This was the most awkward predicament for a beast master. Hence, to bolster his self-preservation capabilities, he intended to purchase some magical scrolls, that we have quite a selection of magical scrolls available at our exchange. I will retrieve the catalog for you immediately. Zhang Yaning responded eagerly to his surprise. The supplier he had just found had swiftly turned into a benefactor. Soon, an electronic tablet was handed to Lin Han, densely populated with a myriad of names. Lightning Chain, Blazing Arrow Rain, Ice Hammer. A.S. Lin Han perused the dazzling array of magical scrolls. He casually flipped through the listings, discovering that the prices were predominantly around 10 million Xinglong coins. Magical scrolls are the preferred choice for most beast masters, and this pricing is deemed reasonable. Consequently, Zhang Yanning observed Lin Han, the benefactor, continuously selecting items on the tablet. This one, and this one. That should suffice. Lin Han remarked as he made his selections. Very well, Mr. Lin. I will process your order immediately. The dozen or so magical scrolls will be delivered to this room forthwith. Zhang Yanning replied, visibly exhilarated after witnessing Lin Han's impressive selections. Wait a moment, Manager Zhang. What I meant was, in addition to these dozen or so, I would like one of every magical scroll available at the exchange at that moment. Lin Han suddenly waved his hand, saying, What? One of each? Zhang Yanning stared at the young man before him, his mouth agape in astonishment. He had progressed from a mere clerk to the managerial position, encountering many customers seeking magical scrolls. Yet he had never encountered someone so extravagantly generous. Was he here to stock up for a trade? Is there an issue? Do we lack sufficient stock? Lin Han questioned, puzzled that no, Mr. Lin. I will prepare everything for you right away. Zhang Yanning hastily stood, his legs trembling in excitement. This young man was formidable. Not only was he adept at slaying monsters, but he also spent money without a hint of hesitation. What a display of wealth. This was the essence of splurging, and it felt exhilarating. As Zhang Yanning made arrangements, Lin Han reclined on the sofa, comfortably sipping his tea. Soon, he witnessed Zhang Yanning personally arrive at the VIP room, bearing a storage ring. Mr. Lin, the magical scrolls you requested have all been prepared. Moments later, the two descended from the upper floor. At this juncture, Lin Han possessed over 100 magical scrolls, having nearly emptied the entire exchange. Remarkably, after selling his equipment, he still had a substantial sum remaining. Mr. Lin, I eagerly anticipate our next transaction, Zhang Yanning remarked, shaking Lin Han's hand. Such a generous source was exceedingly rare. Agreed, I look forward to it. Lin Han replied with a smile, then proceeded towards the Awakening Temple. Each time a beast master reaches their level cap, they must visit the Awakening Temple to accept an awakening task, and only upon successful completion can they progress to the next stage. During this period, no experience can be gained. Hence, most beast masters strive to complete their awakening tasks promptly, aiming to avoid delaying their leveling pace. Before long, Lin Han arrived at the Awakening Temple in Jiangning City. The temple was bustling with activity, with most individuals either accepting or submitting tasks. Each engrossed in their own affairs. As Lin Han entered, his youth drew the attention of several onlookers. Hey, what is a rookie beast master doing here? If you ask me, this young man lacks direction, full of lofty ambitions. After awakening, he should focus on leveling up, but instead, he chooses to come to the Awakening Temple for enlightenment. Is this a place for novices? A heavily armored beast master cast a disdainful glance at Lin Han. Uttering his thoughts, Lin Han, however, paid him no heed, walking directly past him, that he could not be bothered to waste words on such individuals. You dare ignore me? The armored beast master, feeling his pride wounded, pursued Lin Han. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? He quickly caught up, glaring at Lin Han. Oh, my apologies. I must have overlooked you due to my lofty aspirations and high ambitions. Lin Han replied, turning his head in irritation before striding towards the reception area. Hearing this, a group of beast masters nearby could not contain their laughter. Yet, they quickly stifled their amusement as their gazes met that of the armored beast master. You little brat, how dare you retort? The armored beast master seethed with rage, intent on pursuing Lin Han once more. Hey, this is the Awakening Temple. No conflicts are permitted, one of his companions urged, pulling him back. Little brother, why provoke them? They are notorious troublemakers in Jiangning City. You would do well to apologize to them. These ruffians were a band of mercenaries who, behind the scenes, indulged in nefarious activities for them. Leveling up was secondary. Robbery and extortion were their true calling. They had deliberately instigated a conflict with Lin Han, as many had fallen victim to their schemes in recent times. If they set their sights on you, they would pursue you into dungeons to settle the score. It would be wise to prepare some money or gifts to make amends. At that moment, a young beast master hurriedly caught up with Lin Han, whispering, So they're the villains. Upon hearing this, Lin Han's eyes lit up as he promptly inquired, Oh, are they not the villains? If they are not, Then this world must be filled with good people. You've drawn the short straw today, the young beast master remarked, speechless at no worries. I actually hope they come after me. Who knows who the real, unlucky one will be? Lin Han grinned, expressing gratitude for the warning before making his way to the reception desk. To be honest, he had long wished to seek out those engaged in murder and robbery, that if he could defeat them, his reputation would undoubtedly soar. Let us wait. Once this kid exits the Awakening Temple, we'll teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, the armored beast master and his companions were fixated on Lin Han, having resolved to execute their scheme against him today. Hello, I am here to accept the Awakening task, Lin Han announced as he approached the front desk of the Awakening Temple. Young man, I mean no disrespect, but are you perhaps unaware of the qualifications for awakening? You appear to have only just become a beast master today. Right? The staff member, a strikingly beautiful woman, patiently explained to Lin Han, you must reach level 10 before you can accept a task. Otherwise, the awakening crystal will not grant you a random task. The enchanting female staff member had received notification that Jiangning No. One high school had commenced the awakening ceremony for beast masters for the new year. Thus, she surmised that Lin Han must be a recent graduate, still somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of the Beast Masteress rules. With less than a day remaining until the first awakening, she believed Lin Han was merely curious about the awakening process that MY level has already reached 10, Lin Han declared, as he adjusted his attribute panel to a temporarily visible state. Chapter 14. The Awakening Task of Level 9 Difficulty. What? You have already reached level 10. The beautiful staff member responsible for recording and operations was taken aback upon scrutinizing Lin Han's displayed data panel. Moreover, you achieved this in less than half a day. This revelation immediately captured the attention of those around, including several mercenaries with nefarious intentions. This kid is a genius. To be candid, attaining level 10 is not particularly remarkable. But encountering someone who can reach such a level in a mere half-day was unprecedented among those present. What's wrong? Is half a day an excessively long time? Lin Han inquired, seemingly unfazed. My heavens! Do you even comprehend what you are saying? This is quite the display of arrogance. Upon hearing his words, several nearby beast masters could no longer contain themselves. Generally speaking, even an S-rank beast master would require an entire day to reach level 10. This young man was going beyond the bounds of reason. Since your level has reached the awakening threshold, I can proceed to record your information. Next, you will accompany me to an awakening room to accept your task. The beautiful staff member, suddenly regretting having attracted the attention of the crowd, was cognizant that in this world, some fanatical factions specifically target prodigies for elimination. Her previous actions were somewhat improper. Without delay, she led Lin Han to the front, and Lin Han nodded in agreement. Following her, he was not particularly concerned about being targeted by others that in truth, he welcomed it. Anyone who dared provoke him was merely inviting misfortune upon themselves. Should we still pursue this kid? Achieving full level in such a short time likely means he has some powerful figures backing him. One of the mercenaries suggested, what if we shift our focus elsewhere? At this moment, upon hearing that Lin Han had reached full level in half a day, the mercenaries were astonished. What is there to fear? The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Besides, this kid appears so ordinary. He doesn't seem to be from a wealthy family. Perhaps he merely stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity to level up so swiftly. If I manage to deal with him, it could be a significant gain. Let us not forget, the time to submit resources to the mercenary group is approaching, that if we don't present something valuable soon, the leader 1T grant us further chances. The armored beast master, who had been challenged by Lin Han's words, stepped forward. This young man had dared to disrespect him, and he would need to pay the price. Agreed. He the one. You're right. Should he possess any fortuitous encounters, we stand to gain immensely. The other mercenaries chimed in. Meanwhile, Lin Han had completed the basic process of filling out forms and was led into an awakening room by the beautiful staff member. Is this the awakening stone that can generate random tasks? He mused, gazing at a blood-red stone suspended in midair. The awakening stone was the most crucial resource in the Star Dragon Empire, entirely controlled by the government, with private ownership strictly forbidden. Let us begin the random task. Lin Han placed one hand upon the awakening stone, seeking to feel the energy within, just as he had during his first awakening. Before long, Lin Han sensed a remarkable difference. Thanks to the enhancement of his evasion attributes, his perception of the surrounding environment had significantly improved at that moment. He observed intricate patterns beginning to emanate from within the awakening stone, radiating outward and converging towards his palm. Suddenly, Lin Han felt a searing, painful sensation in the center of his palm. What is happening? As time passed, the burning sensation intensified, as if his palm were being scorched. Waves of excruciating pain surged through him. However, Lin Han recalled that the process of accepting an awakening task could not be interrupted at will. Therefore, despite the overwhelming discomfort, he gritted his teeth and awaited the completion of the random task. Finally, a magical array radiating a kaleidoscope of colors slowly manifested upon his palm. At that instant, several pieces of information appeared in his mind. Name: Lin Han. Task type: Awakening task level: 9. Task name: Kingdom of Wings. Specific content: Proceed to the instance of Winged City and acquire the hidden item. Illusory light feather. Task reward: Breakthrough to silver level. Special item: Light plume. A level 9 difficulty awakening task. Upon seeing the task name, Lin Han's brows furrowed in concern, dismissing even the lingering pain in his palm. It is well known that in this world, awakening tasks for beast masters typically range from levels 1 to 8, acknowledged as the standard levels of difficulty. Yet now, his awakening task was inexplicably level 9. This was highly irregular. A level 9 task was clearly a sign of immense difficulty. It appeared that his awakening task was destined to be anything but tranquil. Meanwhile, outside the awakening room, a gathering of beast masters fixated intently on the glow seeping through the door's crack. Through this light, they could generally deduce the level of the awakening task. Each task level corresponded to a specific color, akin to equipment, with difficulties categorized from low to high as white, green, blue, orange, purple gold, black gold, and multicolored. From their perspective, a beast master like Lin Han, who had reached full level in merely half a day, was undoubtedly a prodigy, and thus, the difficulty of his assigned task would naturally be elevated. Yet at that moment, the crowd found themselves perplexed. Colorful radiance? Could it merely be a level 1 task? But that seemed implausible. Logically, this young man should have been assigned at least a level 2 or even level 3 task. Typically, the awakening tasks for beast masters fall within the range of levels 2 to 6, with only a select few exceptionally talented individuals reaching level 7 or higher. Conversely, those assigned level 1 tasks are exceedingly rare. As such a designation indicates an abysmally low talent level, they could hardly believe Lin Han would receive a level 1 task. Wait, this radiance cannot possibly be a level 1 task, given the myriad colorful filaments within. Indeed, a level 1 awakening task could not possibly exhibit such dazzling effects. It is well known that the intensity of the awakening task significantly influences a beast master's attribute enhancement cap within that level. If it were merely a level 2 task, he would only gain a maximum of 200 attributes per level. However, should it be a level 7 or even 8 task, he could potentially accrue upwards of 700 or even 800 attributes with each level gained. This is precisely why the strength of prodigies is so formidable. Each incremental advantage culminates in a monumental disparity. In the realm of beast masters, attribute data is synonymous with strength. This cannot be the legendary level 9 awakening task. Can it? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. A level 9 task? How could that be possible? Everyone knew that tasks were limited to 8 levels. No, I seem to recall reading in an ancient text that there has always been talk of a level 9 difficulty task. However, it had been far too long since such a task had appeared, even throughout the entire empire, leading it to be forgotten. Yes, I have seen it too. It seems no one has successfully randomized such a task in hundreds of years. And this level 9 task is often referred to as an unattainable task. The reason for this designation is that the specific locations for level 9 awakening tasks are typically random S-rank instances, classified as being in the highest tier of danger. Soon another individual spoke up. S-rank instances? My heavens, how high must the difficulty be? If this truly is a level 9 task, does it mean this young man will never be able to reach level 11? A wave of murmurs cascaded through the crowd as they contemplated the perilous nature of such tasks. Many felt a sense of pity for Lin Han, as Jiangning City had not seen a prodigy in many years. Only to have a talent of such extraordinary caliber draw an impossible task. It is worth noting that numerous individuals had abandoned their aspirations of becoming beast masters when confronted with insurmountable awakening tasks. In any case, the emergence of a level 9 awakening task had certainly opened their eyes. Since the youth can reach the maximum level in just half a day, who dares to claim he cannot complete his tasks? In my view, the discussions here are utterly meaningless. It would be far better for everyone to disperse and attend to their own affairs. Let us witness later the extent of his capabilities. At this moment, someone offered a word of advice, and upon hearing it, the crowd ceased their attention on Lin Han and busied themselves with their own matters. However, a few individuals remained, having set their sights on the mercenaries that Lin Han had caught wind of. We certainly want to leave casually. After all, that kid is destined to fail his mission. It will be all too easy for us to plunder him. Once he emerges, let us follow him. We cannot act within the temple. But outside is a different matter. At the very least, we can observe what this level 9 task entails. The armored beastmaster had already resolved to teach Lin Han a lesson he would never forget. Chapter 15. Jiangning City. Targeted by villains. Just as the crowd began to scatter, the door to the awakening chamber creaked open. Some of those departing hurried back. What the hell? As Lin Han stepped out. Pushing the door open, he was met with a sea of faces staring intently at him, which was quite unsettling. What is the meaning of this? After a brief moment of bewilderment, Lin Han quickly inquired. Young brother, what level is the awakening task you have accepted? One beastmaster asked. Level 9, Lin Han replied. What? Truly level 9? Good heavens. This young man is indeed unfortunate. The astonishing revelation, casually spoken by Lin Han, elicited gasps of pity from those around him. They believed Lin Han was doomed, likely never to advance to level 11 in his lifetime. Since there are so many of us, may I ask how to reach the Wings of Destiny dungeon? At this, Lin Han found himself puzzled by the crowd's reaction. Had he not merely drawn a task of level 9 difficulty? Why the pity? Yet he truly did not know which city the Wings of Destiny was located in. This confounding task only provided a name, without any coordinates. Wings of Destiny. Upon hearing this dungeon's name, the Beastmasters were left in a state of confusion. You must be referring to one of the highest difficulty S-level dungeons. Right? I believe I have seen information about this dungeon. Several centuries ago, dozens of diamond-tier genius Beastmasters formed a team to conquer it, yet they perished before even reaching halfway. After a moment of silence, one person finally spoke up. Good heavens, the first awakening task is such a difficult dungeon. It's clear that people differ greatly. We ordinary Beastmasters would likely never encounter such an S-level top-tier dungeon in our lifetimes. Even if we randomize tasks forever, you should reconsider going. The difficulty of such a top-tier dungeon is far too great. At this moment, everyone present had lost faith in Lin Han. Some had initially contemplated offering Lin Han serious advice, especially since he had obtained a level 9 awakening task that had not appeared in Jiangning City for many years. If he could succeed, the people of their city would share in his glory. However, upon learning the specific location, hope dwindled for all. Perhaps this task isn't so insurmountable. One Beastmaster proposed, typically, because the difficulty of awakening tasks exceeds level restrictions, the challenge should be somewhat mitigated when you attempt to clear the dungeon. After some discussion, a Beastmaster shared his thoughts that I just recalled. Generally, to enter the Wings of Destiny, one must be at least level 50, and I've heard there are unique prerequisites to gain entry. Perhaps that prerequisite is this awakening task. Young man, the location of the Wings of Destiny is in the nearby Jiangchuan City. I advise you not to pursue it. Instead, find a stable livelihood and live safely. Simultaneously, the Beastmaster who had previously viewed the information about the Wings of Destiny added, Thank you for your warning. However, I believe this task is not overly daunting. Lin Han smiled, since I have accepted this task. My goal must be to complete it. You've been warned. Those mercenaries have set their sights on you. Their methods are notoriously ruthless. Though you may be a genius, I suggest you devise a way to shake them off after leaving the Awakening Temple. Or perhaps hide at home for a few days. At this moment, the young Beastmaster who had previously cautioned Lin Han spoke softly once again. Rest assured, my friend, as the saying goes, there are good people to counter evil ones. I am precisely here to deal with such individuals. In any case, I am heading to an S-level dungeon. If they wish to follow, so be it. Lin Han chuckled coldly, even turning his gaze towards a few mercenaries not far away, especially the armored Beastmaster. Why do you refuse to heed advice? The youth lamented. Yet, when he regained his senses, Lin Han had already squeezed through the crowd and walked away, that I would welcome those mercenaries to tag along. After all, my reputation depends on them. Before long, Lin Han departed the Awakening Temple, following the guidance of the Beast Masters to the teleportation center in Jiangning City that he felt rather fortunate. The address for the Wings of Destiny was conveniently located in the neighboring Jiangchuan City. This would save him a portion of the teleportation fees that I in the Star Dragon Empire. Although teleportation arrays have been established between major cities, they come with exorbitant intercity fees that accompany their rapid transit. Thus, if there are no pressing matters, most Beastmasters would opt for alternative means of transportation. After paying 30,000 Star Dragon coins, a brilliant light enveloped him. When Lin Han regained his bearings, he found himself at the teleportation center in Jiangchuan City. Are they following? Lin Han glanced sideways, noticing that the stealth beast accompanying him was gesturing with its tiny paws. Lin Han focused his thoughts and realized that the stealth beast was indicating the movements of the mercenaries trailing him. Indeed, it was quite proficient. Lin Han chuckled coldly. According to the stealth beast's observations, these individuals were seasoned stalkers. They had maintained a distance of several dozen meters, skillfully keeping track of him. Had it been someone with a weaker sense of vigilance, they would have easily missed their presence. These fellows are likely unaware that their demise is imminent. Next, Lin Han deliberately slowed his pace as he approached the portal to the Wings of Destiny dungeon. This would ensure that those trailing him would not easily lose sight of their target. That as he walked, Lin Han took out his phone and searched for information about the Wings of Destiny. Moments later, he was astonished to discover it was a challenge dungeon. A challenge dungeon? Lin Han exclaimed. In this world, dungeons are broadly classified into two categories. Narrative dungeons, like the Goblin Forest he had previously encountered, which require players to find clues to advance the storyline, and challenge dungeons, which are more straightforward and combative, focusing solely on continuous battles. Generally, players prefer the leisurely nature of narrative dungeons, but if one seeks to enhance their abilities and those of their beasts, the best choice is a tightly paced challenge dungeon. The Wings of Destiny, however, is a dungeon of exceedingly high difficulty. To clear it, one must achieve a specified score, and on top of that, he needed to obtain a hidden item, undoubtedly increasing the challenge. Meanwhile, the mercenaries following Lin Han muttered amongst themselves. Why is he walking slower? Is he perhaps afraid? After all, people have died within the Wings of Destiny, as they observed Lin Han gradually halting his steps. They quickly came to a stop as well. Forget all that. This kid levels up at such a rapid pace. He must have some treasures on him. Even if he doesn't enter the dungeon, we can still contact the leader and find a way to take him down. One individual swiftly asserted. Shut up. He is merely planning to teleport to the dungeon entrance. Make sure you're ready. Don't miss the ride. At this moment, the armored man who had previously clashed with Lin Han suddenly interjected. For them, the most perilous aspect of the upcoming venture was not the pursuit of a mere level 10 beastmaster like Lin Han, but rather how to board the high-speed path to the Wings of Destiny. After all, the conditions for entering this S-level dungeon were exceedingly stringent. They could only seize the opportunity to slip in during the teleportation gap as Lin Han entered the in essence. It was akin to sneaking onto a fast track without a ticket. Chapter 16. We've played ourselves. We are the cannon fodder. However, the Wings of Destiny is an S-level dungeon. If we simply enter like this, what if we are torn apart by the monsters within before we even find Lin Han? The mercenaries, concealed not far from the teleportation array, awaited Lin Han's entry to follow closely behind him. Rest assured, this awakening task has data adjustments. Even if those monsters are challenging, they will not exceed that kid's level by much. Upon hearing these words, several individuals nearby rolled their eyes in disdain, and one of them immediately retorted, what is referred to as data correction is merely a rule designed to address such situations. Once the Beast Master enters the dungeon, the difficulty will be adjusted based on their level and the nature of the task, ensuring that a bronze-tier Beastmaster does not face off against a diamond-grade ferocious beast. Before long, Lin Han found himself standing before a teleportation array, and he extended his hand into it and felt a wave of energy emanating from the array that in an instant, Lin Han's figure began to blur. Quickly, do not waste time. The teleportation array is about to conclude. As Lin Han's figure vanished, several mercenaries who had been closely observing him hurriedly followed him into the teleportation array. Among them, the armored beast master was the first to step inside. However, since Lin Han had activated a solo teleportation, the array had size limitations, resulting in two of the mercenaries being unable to enter and left stranded outside. Old 3, Old 4, you wait outside. Once we successfully ambush that brat, we will exit the dungeon promptly, the armored beast master called out before disappearing. Generally speaking, there exists a rule regarding dungeon completion. The entity that opens the dungeon must exit or perish before others can leave. With a flash of light, when the trio of mercenaries regained their senses, they found themselves within the Winged Kingdom. Their levels hovered around 20, placing them among the stronger individuals within the Silver Tier. Naturally, they regarded the dungeon opened by the Bronze Tier Lin Han with disdain. Is this the Winged Kingdom? While tracking Lin Han, they had perused some information. The Winged Kingdom was described as a prosperous land floating in the sky. According to its background, this continent had been descending towards the ground for some unknown reason, attracting the envy of impoverished fairy kingdoms below, which frequently launched attacks employing various methods. It was said that the only condition for clearing this dungeon was to survive until the Winged Kingdom reached the ground. Where did that brat go? Wasn't he supposed to challenge this dungeon? At that moment, the armored beast master scrutinized the surroundings but found no trace of Lin Han. Could he have known we were following him and thus played us for fools? Never intending to enter? One companion remarked. Use your brain. If he didn't enter the dungeon, how could we? The armored beast master could no longer tolerate his companion's foolishness. Come forth, Prairie Grey Wolf, without wasting words. He summoned his beast. The Prairie Grey Wolf, a D-tier beast, though not exceptionally powerful, possessed an acute sense of smell, capable of detecting scents that did not conform to the surrounding environment. Quickly, sniff around and see where that brat is hiding. The Prairie Grey Wolf began to sniff the ground, but after a long while, it detected no unusual odors. Could it be that the high altitude and descent of the Winged Kingdom have created unstable air currents, preventing it from picking up scents? Suddenly, one of the companions suggested. Upon hearing this, the armored beast master felt a surge of anger. He slammed his hand against a nearby boulder, exclaiming, I thought we could swiftly eliminate that brat. Now it seems we will expend unnecessary effort. Let's gradually expand our search radius. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Winged Kingdom, within a crumbling structure, Lin Han sat on the ground, carefully observing the movements of the mercenaries. Though this dungeon was referred to as a kingdom, the actual task range was merely a few hundred meters. The first wave of attacks is about to commence. Please prepare. As the primary executor of the task, Lin Han received the mission notification. Those fellows are about to face some hardship. That a cold smile crept across Lin Han's face. After entering the Winged Kingdom, he realized that clearing this dungeon was far more challenging than he had initially anticipated. The dungeon's design inherently pitted the Winged Kingdom against the underground Fairy Kingdom, creating an antagonistic relationship. As the Winged Kingdom continued to descend, soldiers from the Fairy Kingdom would relentlessly assault the Beast Masters who entered the dungeon, compelling them to defend their positions against the onslaught until the Winged Kingdom reached the ground. Should they perish in the process, it would result in true death. At this moment, only 5 seconds remained before the first wave of ground monsters would arrive. These monsters did not concern themselves with who the primary task executor was. They merely understood the instinct to attack enemy units. Thus, Lin Han concluded that those mercenaries would soon find themselves acting as his cannon fodder. We're surrounded by a horde of dungeon monsters. Just seconds later, the 3 mercenaries, still searching for Lin Han, suddenly sensed something amiss. They witnessed enormous black chains erupting in their vicinity, and to their astonishment, numerous skeletal soldiers clad in tattered armor, wielding weapons, were climbing up towards the kingdom along the chains. In mere moments, they found themselves encircled by an overwhelming number of minor monsters, creating an extremely unsettling atmosphere. What should we do now? Panic swept over them as they had yet to locate Lin Han, but were already exposed to the monster's wrath. That we must first eliminate these minor monsters. In the meantime, we can search for that brat. The armored beast master shouted. Prairie Grey Wolf, attack. In the next instant, he began directing his beast to launch an assault. Roar. The Prairie Grey Wolf unleashed a fierce growl before gathering elemental energy. However, just then, a skeletal soldier in tattered armor struck it on the head, interrupting its skill. Are you 2 useless fools just going to stand there? Get in the fight, the armored beast master bellowed. At that moment, his other two companions finally remembered to summon their beasts to engage in battle. With a flurry of light, the three mercenaries conjured their beasts, most of which were around D-tier quality, with the strongest being merely a C-tier beast. Soon after, several beasts began to utilize their skills to clear out the minor monsters, but they quickly realized something was amiss. The sheer number of minor monsters in this S-tier dungeon was overwhelming. Whoa! The prairie gray wolf let out a howl. Finding itself besieged by several skeletal soldiers, it desperately needed its master to draw some of the fire away, thereby allowing it a chance to unleash its skills. This was the true challenge of a high-intensity dungeon. Both bosses and minor monsters were adept at seizing the moment to interrupt a beast master's skill casting. Yet at this moment, its master was too preoccupied to help. Boom! With a resounding crash, the armored beast master was knocked to the ground by a fairy warrior. Were it not for the defensive properties of his armor, he might have been outright killed by the minor monsters. We're in trouble. We've been played by that brat and are now merely cannon fodder for him to clear the dungeon. At this point, the mercenaries truly comprehended the gravity of their situation. The difficulty of this dungeon was far beyond their capabilities, and that brat named Lin Han had yet to reveal himself that it seemed they might meet their demise here today. Chapter 17, A Frenzy of Luck Points. As the mercenaries continued to battle an array of monsters, Lin Han observed silently from the shadows that if I can save them, would that count as a good deed? He was waiting for an opportunity, hoping to see if he could extract something from the system. Finally, when one of the mercenaries was on the verge of defeat and their beast was barely hanging on, Lin Han commanded his hidden beast to charge forward. Just as a skeletal soldier was about to strike the mercenary's head with its weapon, an invisible attack suddenly appeared above it, slaying the minor monster instantly. That a system notification echoed in Lin Han's mind. Ding. Detected that the host intervened to save someone, but the motive is not entirely pure. Hence, luck points deducted by half. Due to the rescued individual not being virtuous, deducted again by half. Luck points gained, 25. Lin Han sighed in exasperation upon seeing the system's explanation regarding the luck points that it feels like a bug that only grants half. However, he reasoned that as long as he did not expose himself for a short while, he could accumulate a considerable amount of luck points using this method. After all, this was akin to obtaining luck points without cost, which Lin Han found quite satisfactory. This could also be considered a form of waste utilization for these individuals before their demise. Damn, this dungeon is terrifying. At this moment, the rescued mercenary hastily scrambled to his feet. He extracted a vial of enhancement potion from his pocket and promptly administered it to his beast in the current dire circumstances. Relying solely on the base attributes of his beast for combat would render any hope of locating that young lad virtually non-existent, let alone seizing the opportunity amidst the horde of lesser monsters. The sudden demise of the earlier creature was merely dismissed as a clean-up courtesy of his companions. Stop dawdling. Quickly use up all the enhancement potions you have on you, and bring out any magical scrolls or similar items. Upon hearing these words, another individual, a non-armored beast master, hesitated momentarily, clearly reluctant. How could we do that? These items are our treasures. We can't waste them here. Wouldn't that mean we're losing money on this deal? At a time like this, are you still concerned about your precious items and finances? Let me remind you, if we perish in this instance, it will be for real. Upon hearing this, the other mercenary, though still somewhat reluctant, had no choice but to produce all the treasured items he had been hoarding. Meanwhile, the armored beast master also retrieved a vial of potion and several enhancement items, applying them all to the prairie gray wolf. With a mighty roar, after consuming a plethora of enhancement items, the prairie gray wolf's claws became significantly sharper, even letting out a fierce howl. Enhancement items. You say? These mercenaries were quite experienced in combat. Lin Han had only studied the concept of enhancing beasts in his high school textbooks. Witnessing such a scenario was a first for him. Intrigued, Lin Han began to inspect the prairie gray wolf's various statistics. Beast name, prairie gray wolf level. D category, beast type rank, level 18 health points, 1938 mana points, 1290 dodge, 378 defense, for 60 talent. Bloodthirsty wolf, deals additional damage to units with lost health. The more health lost by the opponent, the higher the damage. Skills, terrifying wolf howl, concentrates all magical energy to unleash a magical attack, dealing 499 damage to enemy units in front. Steel Fang Claw, bites forward at enemy units, causing 477 damage and inflicting a bleeding effect, doubling the bloodthirsty effect, lasting for 15 seconds. To his astonishment, the data had nearly doubled. Lin Han was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated these enhancement items to be so effective. At this moment, the prairie gray wolf launched another attack, closing in on the lesser monsters and relentlessly tearing at them. With its enhanced attributes, its sharp claws easily shredded the enemies. With the enhancements in place, the three mercenaries finally began to stabilize their footing amidst the initial wave of assaults. Surviving was no longer an insurmountable challenge. During this process, the stealth beast, following Lin Han's commands, constantly appeared around the mercenaries, striking down the lesser monsters just as they were about to be defeated and collecting the dropped equipment. As a result, a multitude of notifications flooded Lin Han's ears. Ding! Detected that the host intervened to save someone, but the motive is not pure. Gained 25 virtue points. Your level has reached the maximum limit for this phase. Please complete the awakening task as soon as possible. During this period, you will not receive additional experience. In addition to virtue points, Lin Han received numerous notifications indicating that experience gains were invalid. However, this was inconsequential for Lin Han. As long as the mercenaries were unable to gain experience, he considered it a profit. He preferred virtue points over experience any day. Why have I not received any experience notifications after defeating over a dozen monsters? Are you two stealing my kills? This is outrageous. Leave some for me. Just then, after successfully defeating a wave of lesser monsters, the armored beast master collapsed onto the ground to rest, suddenly checking his panel data. Upon hearing this, the two individuals beside him were taken aback and hastily checked their own panel data. They were equally bewildered that I haven't received any experience notifications either. Instantly, the three men sat up abruptly, glancing at one another in disbelief. It can't be that lad who's pulling the strings behind the scenes, making us toil for him, can it? One inquired. However, this notion was quickly dismissed that that's not possible. While we were fighting, there were no other entities to draw the aggro. Those monsters were solely targeting us. At that moment, the armored beast master suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to them, all the equipment they had obtained was now gone. My equipment. The armored beast master sprang up, scrutinizing the surroundings, but found nothing. An eerie sensation enveloped him, as if something unseen was lurking nearby, observing them. That we can't be encountering some sort of ghostly entity. Can we? Hearing the armored beast master's words, Lin Han, hidden away, couldn't suppress a chuckle. With 10 seconds left until the next wave of monsters arrives. Take your time to ponder, he scoffed, and soon after, the mercenaries erupted in shouts. Kid, we know you're behind this. There are countless monsters in this dungeon. Without us, you wouldn't stand a chance. Why don't you show yourself now, and we can negotiate. We'll help you clear the dungeon, but you must share half the rewards with us. Otherwise, if we catch you, you're done for. Lin Han remained unfazed by their threats. That he plucked a blade of grass from the ground, placed it in his mouth, and reclined on the grass, staring at the sky while muttering to himself. Listen to how they speak. As if I'm not the one assisting them in this dungeon, that if I were to step out, how would I continue to farm virtue points from you? Before the three mercenaries could catch their breath, the next wave of monster invasions commenced. This time, the intensity had significantly escalated. Among the 30-plus monsters, there were even 5 level 20 elite monsters mixed in. Each was as formidable as a mercenary. In no time, the trio found themselves lamenting once more. The armored beast master had barely taken out a new piece of armor from his backpack when it was pierced through by an elite monster. Moreover, another elite monster swung a massive axe down upon his head. Oh no! In that instant, the armored beast master felt a fierce gust of wind rush past him. In a mere moment, the colossal elite monster was torn asunder, leaving a plethora of equipment scattered across the ground. What in the world is happening? At this moment, the armored beast master was increasingly convinced that some unseen force was present, watching them closely. Yet, he could not afford to hesitate any longer, but he hastily gathered the equipment dropped by the elite monster. With experience having vanished into thin air, losing this equipment would mean their expedition had yielded nothing. Ding! Detected that the host intervened to save someone, but the motive is not pure. Gained 25 virtue points. You all need to work harder. Meanwhile, Lin Han peeked out from behind a pile of rubble, watching as the armored beast master collected the equipment. feeling no urgency. After all, regardless of the circumstances, all that equipment would eventually return to him. At this moment, virtue points were paramount. Just by rescuing these individuals, he had already accumulated a considerable amount of virtue points. As time passed, the monsters within this dungeon grew increasingly formidable, and the mercenaries began to show signs of exhaustion. They were being rescued more frequently. Finally, after successfully repelling the fourth wave of monsters, the three mercenaries collapsed to their knees, utterly drained. Their beasts were grievously injured, and even with all the enhancement potions they had consumed, they could not keep pace with their beast's recovery. Damn it! Today we are truly finished. At this point, they were certain that the young lad lurking in the shadows was using them as mere tools. However, the rapid refresh rate of the dungeon's monsters provided no respite, leaving them in a dire predicament with little hope for survival. Chapter 18. Boss. Earth Giant. It was uncertain whether these fellows could endure any longer. The monster refresh rate in the Winged Kingdom was exceedingly rapid, and even Lin Han felt the pressure mounting that if he were to engage in battle alone without utilizing magical scrolls or similar items, his current state would likely be no better than that of these mercenaries. Fortunately, with the assistance of the three mercenaries, the challenge of this dungeon was nearing its conclusion. His perspective allowed him to see the dungeon data section. At this moment, the distance from the Winged Kingdom to the ground had dwindled to around 30 to 40 meters. If the previous rounds were any indication, there should be only 1 or 2 more waves of monsters remaining. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars erupted within the Winged Kingdom. What on earth is happening? Is there an earthquake? The sudden noise startled the three mercenaries, who hastily took cover and exchanged fearful glances. They had yet to regain their composure, and now they were to engage in another round of battle. A thunderous roar emanated from the edge of the Winged Kingdom. The mercenaries rushed to the periphery of the area, and what they first beheld was a colossal hand. Even just a few of its fingers towered over them. Oh no, retreat. The armored beast master peered down through the gusting winds, only to discover that a massive giant had appeared in the clearing below them, pressing its arms down upon the Winged Kingdom as if intending to wrench it away. It's a boss fight. The armored beast master wore a troubled expression. They had struggled against a few minor foes, and now they were to confront such a formidable boss. Wasn't that tantamount to courting death? So soon to face a boss? Yet, they had yet to capture that brat. In truth, Lin Han was the primary target of concern for the three mercenaries. Initially, they had stormed into the dungeon with the intention of robbing him. Yet, here they were, reduced to mere shields for others. Roar! Ha! Before the mercenaries could react, the giant let out a tremendous roar, and a lengthy health bar appeared above its head, signaling the commencement of the final battle within the Winged Kingdom dungeon. This boss is definitely at the golden level. Upon witnessing the giant's health bar, which surpassed the combined attributes of the three mercenaries, expressions of embarrassment and helplessness surfaced on their faces. Roar, their beasts, attuned to their thoughts, also exhibited signs of confusion. This dungeon was classified as S-level. Even with adjusted data, the strength of the boss was far beyond what these silver-tier beast masters could contend with. What do we do now? One of the armored beast master's companions inquired, knowing that their leader had brought them into this dungeon and thus bore the responsibility of devising a plan. Don't panic. Though the boss's aggro is on us, it isn't too intense that as long as we refrain from attacking, the aggro won't increase, and we can simply outlast it. Besides, we aren't the ones who need to complete the awakening quest. I refuse to believe that Brat can endure longer than us. However, the armored beast master's words were immediately dismissed by his companion. What nonsense are you spouting? Can't you see what's happening? If we don't strike that hand, we'll soon be facing the giant. No sooner had he spoken than a slash struck the giant's palm. Roar! In the next instant, a thunderous roar echoed from below, and that massive hand came crashing down towards the three mercenaries. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated as the ground was smashed into a colossal pit. The armored beast master failed to dodge in time and was thrown to the ground, staring in terror at the immense crater beside him, even discernibly seeing the patterns on the gigantic hand. You two imbeciles, do you truly wish to get me killed? Wasn't it advised to lessen the aggro? The armored beast master shouted hoarsely. Who would want to draw the boss's aggro? The other two replied immediately. Yet in the next moment, they suddenly noticed that the boy they had been tracking had appeared on a nearby rock. "You've finally revealed yourself." One mercenary's face flushed with anger. At that moment, the lad appeared quite at ease, smiling at them from atop the stone. "This is my quest. I cannot remain hidden." It was Lin Han's stealth beast that had drawn the boss's attention. Noticing the mercenary's hesitance to strike, he commanded his beast to lend them a hand. Bang! At that moment, the giant began attacking the three mercenaries due to the increased aggro, while their beasts were forced to start channeling skills to combat the massive hand. Further escalating the aggro, meanwhile, the armored beast master clambered out of the pit, seething with rage as he glared at Lin Han. "You little rascal! Are you enjoying tricking us into being your pawns?" "He, of course. But don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions of wanting to deal with me. Now that you're here, I must ensure you don't leave empty-handed, right? By the way, how's the intensity of this S-level dungeon? Is it particularly exhilarating?" Lin Han leaned against a rock, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the mercenaries across from him. Were it not for the formidable mechanism of his stealth beast, he would likely have been discovered long ago. "I will definitely kill you today. Prairie Grey Wolf, attack!" The armored beast master, now exasperated, could no longer afford to concern himself with anything else and prepared to charge at Lin Han. Yet upon turning his head, he discovered that all his companions had been ensnared by the boss's fingers. He had no choice but to turn back and assist his teammates. "Attack me. You should first consider how to distribute the boss's aggro." Lin Han retorted with a cold smile. The boss's mechanism was such that once it had its aggro drawn, it would begin attacking the targeted unit and its allies (AS) for those who refrained from attacking. It would not inflict damage upon them indiscriminately. The stealth beast's mechanism was too formidable. Although it had attacked the giant, it had seemingly circumvented the issue entirely, because it was undetectable upon being attacked. The boss would automatically target the nearest unit, which happened to be the three mercenaries. At that moment, Lin Han reviewed the boss's data panel. After a single glance, he could not help but feel pity for the trio. This boss was named Earth Giant. Aside from possessing the strength of a golden peak, it boasted immense attack power and a formidable health pool. Additionally, it possessed a particularly important skill, the ability to continuously draw power from the earth to restore itself. Consequently, this creature had an exceptionally thick health bar, making it incredibly difficult to deplete. Lin Han thus concluded that it was time to offer a moment of silence for the three mercenaries. This boss is simply too overpowered. At this juncture, the trio of mercenaries began to question their very existence. They were willing to engage this boss, believing that even with their low attack power, as silver-tier beast masters, they could chip away at its health. However, they soon discovered that their beast skills barely affected the boss at all. One of them queried, "Wait a minute. Why does it seem like my attacks aren't even denting the boss's health?" Simultaneously, the Prairie Grey Wolf of the armored beast master was clawing furiously, yet it could not harm the boss. In desperation, he turned to Lin Han, who was casually observing the scene. "Little brother, this is your awakening quest. You see the boss. It is incredibly challenging to face that if we, silver-tier beast masters, cannot handle it. What hope do you have? I suggest you stop watching and take action. If we fall, you will have no chance of defeating it to clear the dungeon." Chapter 19. One strike to kill. Clear. Hearing this, Lin Han merely let out a cold laugh. "How do you know my awakening quest requires me to slay this boss?" Upon hearing this, the armored beast master was taken aback. He suddenly recalled that awakening-type quests indeed sometimes required the retrieval of certain equipment or materials and did not necessarily mandate defeating a boss. Instantly, the expressions of the three mercenaries became more intricate. "Since this boss is targeting you, I have no recourse. May you three find your own salvation. However, I must say, do try to preserve your lives for my sake. After all, it would be rather embarrassing to be killed by a boss rather than a beast master. Wouldn't it?" As he spoke, Lin Han began to walk deeper into the depths of the winged kingdom that he had refrained from attacking thus far, contemplating the special item, the illusory feather, and where it might be found. After extensive calculation and analysis, Lin Han concluded that the illusory feather must be located deep within the winged kingdom. Given the dungeon's intensity and fast pace, beast masters could not afford to search for long within. However, Lin Han had no such concerns, for he had three mercenaries drawing the boss's aggro. With that, Lin Han rose and began to walk away, leaving the three mercenaries utterly dumbfounded and momentarily unable to discern their identities in relation to him. It appears that he is the one destined to undertake the awakening quest, while the lad before us is merely here to enjoy the scenery that at this moment. A mercenary could no longer contain himself and bellowed. Hey kid, what about the principles of propriety and integrity you learned in school? What happened to your willingness to lend a helping hand? How can you stand idly by in the face of death? However, Lin Han remained utterly unmoved, his figure having already vanished from their sight, leaving them in a state of confusion. Thus, within the battleground of this winged kingdom, only 3 mercenaries remained, struggling to endure alongside their respective beasts as the entire continent continued its perilous descent. It was then that they finally beheld the complete visage of the colossal giant. Yet this revelation signified that their battle would escalate to a far more arduous level. Previously, they had only faced a single arm. But now, the boss revealed half of its body and intermittently emitted glowing beams, launching several attacks. Truly a dangerous predicament. Time passed, and the armored beast master and his companions managed to deplete nearly half of the boss's health. Exhausted, they could only mechanically evade the giant's beams and arm strikes while commanding their beasts to attack. At this point, all their supplies and enhancement items had been entirely exhausted. How long must they continue the struggle? Were those so-called geniuses merely engaged in the monotonous task of whittling down health bars every day? The mercenaries had grown numb, having followed that lad into the instance, initially believing that by disposing of him and seizing his opportunities, they could exit smoothly. Yet unexpectedly, they found themselves trapped before the boss instead. Just then, the weary armored beast master heard a mocking voice beside him. "Oh, you're still alive." He turned to see Lin Han approaching leisurely, waving a feather that emitted a faint glow. "Thanks to your efforts, I encountered no trouble during my journey, though I pity you gentlemen for having to do my bidding." Lin Han chuckled. "Finally, you've arrived. Now that you're here, hurry and take over the fight. We can't go on any longer," one mercenary hastily urged. Though he harbored a desire to devour Lin Han whole, the current situation dictated that without the lad's assistance, the 3 of them would be utterly incapable of continuing the battle. Don't be in such a rush. I forgot to mention that I'm a beast master without a beast. How am I supposed to fight? Should I spit at him? Lin Han waved his hand dismissively. "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, the armored beast master struggled to rise from the ground, his face a mask of disbelief. "You have no beast, yet you're already at max level. And you've even undertaken the legendary level 9 awakening quest. Kid, are you toying with us?" Instantly, the 3 of them began to question their very existence. This situation was almost more absurd than laboring for someone else. "I truly haven't awakened a beast. Is there a problem with that?" Lin Han replied, only to suddenly point at the towering boss, exclaiming, "Watch out. The boss is attacking again." At this warning, the 3 were jolted into action, scrambling to their feet, only to hear the boss let out a furious roar without any subsequent attack. "You brat. You just messing with us. Damn it. If I die today, you'll be the first to follow." The armored beast master could no longer restrain himself, a surge of anger igniting a power within him as he charged toward Lin Han. Unfazed, Lin Han simply sidestepped with ease. Earlier, while searching for hidden items, he had enhanced his agility attribute with the majority of the reputation points he had gathered. Thus, the armored beast master's attack seemed to him akin to a snail as crawl. Meanwhile, on the other side, the hidden beast was stirring, finally ready to unleash a long-prepared powerful move. "It's time to let you all play your final role." Lin Han sneered at the mercenaries and the colossal earth giant. Spatial divine judgment. In the next instant, the 3 mercenaries felt an odd energy fluctuation arise around them. They then witnessed the sky and earth converging at a visible rate, as if they were about to collide. "What on earth is happening?" one of them muttered, his entire body seemingly caught in some force that unfolded him, bones cracking under the strain. His companions barely had time to react before they were splattered with a gruesome mix of flesh and blood. Simultaneously, the colossal earth giant appeared to freeze in place, then folded in half. Lin Han, being closest to the armored beast master, witnessed the latter's innards being squeezed out by the spatial force, followed by the explosion of his eyeballs, leaving behind a blank visage. The entire process was swift, and before Lin Han could recover from the wave of nausea, everything around him returned to normal. Silence enveloped the area, with only 3 sheets of paper resembling the mercenaries and their beasts left on the ground, along with a large sheet that swayed gently in the breeze. What a delight it is to unleash such a powerful spell. With a single strike, it was utterly dominant that moment. A series of notifications echoed in Lin Han's ears. You have successfully completed the Awakening quest. Please proceed to the Awakening Temple for delivery. You have successfully slain the Earth Giant. The Winged Kingdom instance is cleared and will automatically exit in 30 seconds. Beep. Detected host has slain a notorious mercenary. Reputation points 120. Beep. Detected host has slain a notorious mercenary. As dusk approached, the teleportation area of Zhangzhou City was nearly devoid of people. Outside the instance of the Winged Kingdom, a beam of teleportation light flickered. They had finally finished. The waiting mercenaries, Old 3 and Old 4, immediately gathered around, in their estimation. With 3 level 20 beast masters facing a mere novice embarking on an awakening quest, victory was assured. However, Old 3's expression soon shifted to one of hesitation as Lin Han appeared before them. A broad smile plastered across his face. Instantly, Old 4 was rendered speechless in fear. Why you re-out? What about them? They've already met their end, I'm here to escort you two to join them. Lin Han replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Old 3 and Old 4 immediately assumed a defensive stance. Old 3 swiftly drew a dagger from his storage ring, while a purple glowing squirrel appeared on his shoulder. Do you really think a little brat like you can contend with my brothers? I suspect they've been trapped in the instance by you, but no matter. After we take you down, everything will be clear. Old 3 sneered, charging toward Lin Han, wielding a silver-grade weapon, albeit one that only offered a simple boost to attack power, yet still deemed quite rare. Wait for me, Brother 3. Old 4 hastened to summon his beast, a D-grade roaring ape, following closely behind. Meanwhile, in another teleportation area adjacent to the Winged Kingdom, a young girl had just completed her instance and was preparing to return laden with rewards. Suddenly, she noticed a commotion erupting nearby. Why are they fighting outside the arena and destroying public property? The girl, named Qin Shi, pondered, then concealed herself behind a row of stone benches to observe. From her vantage point, she saw a young man deftly evading the attacks of several others. She recognized the beast, a purple-skinned flying squirrel, known for its speed and precision among common beasts. Yet at that moment, it was unable to land a hit on the boy, which seemed utterly absurd. What manner of individual was he, capable of holding his ground without even summoning a beast? Qin, she mused, while the mercenaries, Old 3 and Old 4, were increasingly frustrated. Despite their continuous assaults, their health was plummeting inexplicably. Even the robust roaring ape now reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. This doesn't make sense. Old 3 muttered in disbelief, seizing an opportunity while the roaring ape swung its fists at Lin Han. He quickly disengaged from the fight and glanced toward Lin Han's direction. The next moment, he was astonished to see the lad standing there with his hands clasped behind his back. Exuding an air of calm indifference that a piercing scream echoed through the air, and in an instant, the health of the 4th member plummeted, struck by an unknown assault that nearly depleted his vitality. Lao Si, I'm coming to help you, roared the mercenary Lao San. Yet faced with such an enigmatic situation, despite his firm grip on the dagger, he was at a loss as to how to engage in battle. Meanwhile, Lin Han appeared to be evading attacks continuously, but in truth, he was creating conditions for the assault of the invisible beast at that moment. The health of both the individual before him and the 2 beasts was nearing its end. Spatial slaughter. He no longer hesitated and commanded the invisible beast to launch a fatal strike. Although slaying a beastmaster within the city was not an advisable action, he was confronting a group of ruthless mercenaries. Thus he felt no need to be overly concerned. The invisible beast twitched its 2 claws, gathering a surging blade of energy within its grip the next moment. The skill was activated. Instantly, the fearsome Lao Si had his health bar completely wiped out. He stood frozen in place for a moment before collapsing to the ground on either side of him. Both he and his companion's beasts suffered fatal injuries, gradually transforming into blue light spots that scattered around. At this juncture, a system notification resonated in Lin Han's mind. Ding, detection of host eliminating a notorious mercenary. Reputation points 120. In the next instant, Lao San, who was already troubled by his dwindling health, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his mind. The bond between a beast master and their beast was telepathic, and he immediately realized that his beast had been slain by the very youth before him. In that moment, Lao San recalled something, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Without waiting for Lin Han to divert his attention, he turned and fled to Tea this time. Lin Han was busy collecting the equipment dropped by Lao Si. Shortly thereafter, he heard a sudden scream from not far away. Lin Han inwardly cursed, quickly pursuing the direction in which Lao San had fled. Before long, he caught up with him. "Stay back, or I will kill her." At that moment, the mercenary Lao San had a young girl firmly held by one arm. Although Lin Han was unaware of her presence, the girl blinked her large eyes, which were now brimming with glistening tears. She felt that she was the most wronged person in this situation. She had merely come to level up in a dungeon and had encountered such a calamity in broad daylight. She had become a hostage? "I told you not to come closer." Seeing Lin Han approach, Lao San trembled. He had witnessed with his own eyes how his comrades and beasts had perished at the hands of this individual. He had truly come to believe that the three who had entered the dungeon with this boy had also met their demise. Therefore, in order to survive, he had to ensure that he had a hostage. Yet, Lin Han remained entirely unconcerned. "Do you think that taking a hostage will guarantee your survival? I don't even know her. Feel free to kill her. That would make dealing with you more legally justifiable." As soon as these words left his mouth, before Lao San could respond, the girl he held, Qin Shi, interjected vehemently to "No. What are you talking about? The first rule of being a beastmaster is to be willing to help others." However, her words only elicited a cold laugh from Lin Han that he pointed at Lao San with disdain. "Look at him. Does he have any intention of adhering to those principles? If he doesn't follow them, why should I? You are a beastmaster, comparing your quality to that of a mercenary." Lin Han was now intrigued. "What? Are mercenaries not human? You are engaging in moral coercion. You should be saying that to him, not me. How can you be like this?" She was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. She suspected that this youth before her was a rare exception who had slipped through the cracks of the 9-year compulsory education system. And she was the hostage. In her eyes, Lin Han was merely making light of the situation to at that moment. Lao San observed the two bickering and was left utterly speechless. "Wait, are these two truly disregarding my presence?" Chapter 21. Declaring war on an entire mercenary group. Lao San glared fiercely at the captured Qin Shi, suppressing the backlash from his beast's injuries. He shouted, "You high-quality beastmasters, could you show me some respect? I am a mercenary." Upon hearing this, Qin Shi froze, as if just realizing that she had been taken hostage. Instantly, tears welled up in her large eyes once more. "Oh, right. You are a lowly mercenary, and you certainly deserve to die." At that moment, Lin Han seized the opportunity and commanded the invisible beast to unleash its skill, Spatial Slash. The invisible beast had already circled behind Lao San, poised to attack from the rear and eliminate him. To avoid harming Qin Shi, Lin Han opted for a less potent skill. Before Lao San could react, a blade of spatial light pierced through his body. The power derived from spatial laws carved a massive gash into him, nearly cleaving him in two. That his health bar was emptied. Thud. Only when Lao San collapsed to the ground did Qin Shi snap back to reality. Nearly gasping for breath, the IT had been too perilous. She had come dangerously close to death. Ding, detection of host eliminating a notorious mercenary, sending him to his end. Reputation points 120 to ding, detection of host rescuing a fellow kin. Reputation points 100. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Han hurried over to gather the equipment dropped by Lao San. After collecting everything, he turned his gaze towards Qin Shi. "It's all right. Your acting was quite impressive. Had it not been for you distracting him, I would not have been able to dispatch him so easily." "Wow, you scared me. How did you manage that? I saw you didn't summon a beast. How did you defeat them?" Qin Shi promptly inquired. In truth, the moment the two had locked eyes, she had understood the meaning behind Lin Han's gaze. Subsequently, they had staged a quarrel to mislead Lao San. "I used a magical scroll." Lin Han casually offered an explanation and ceased further conversation. Meanwhile, noticing Lin Han's prolonged silence, Qin Shi suddenly recalled something and hastily said, "By the way, my name is Qin Shi. I am a student from the local number 1 high school in Jiangchuan City. I came here to level up in a dungeon. I had no idea I would encounter such an event. I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Lin Han. I am from Jiangning City, that I came here to complete my awakening task. As for these mercenaries, they were following me, making conflict inevitable. It has little to do with you. At that moment, Lin Han did not intend to offer any comforting words. Instead, he sought to explain to Qin Shi, who had inadvertently helped him gain additional reputation points, adding up the points from eliminating the last mercenary. Lin Han realized that within just one day, he had amassed a staggering 700 reputation points. It truly was a day of bountiful harvests. Upon hearing Lin Han's introduction, Qin Shi was momentarily taken aback. Are you saying you have already reached level 10 and completed the awakening task? But the awakening ceremony for Beast Masters in Jiangning City only began recently, right? She queried, perplexed. Typically, the awakening ceremonies for high school graduates were scheduled within a specific time frame. And since Jiangning City and Jiangchuan City were neighboring regions, their awakening schedules were generally staggered. As she contemplated this, a look of astonishment spread across Qin Shi's face that Tio have achieved a level increase from bronze to silver in merely a day. Or even less. Lin Han nodded. That is incredibly fast. Qin Shi exclaimed, astonished. My first beast was an A-rank riddle taper. With such a powerful beast in existence, I have only reached level 8. How could you have progressed so much faster than me? Suddenly, Qin Shi recalled the moment she had seen Lin Han emerge from the teleportation array. Could your awakening task be related to the S-rank dungeon, the Kingdom of Wings? She asked, pointing at the teleportation array with curiosity. Indeed. Is that surprising? Lin Han nodded slightly, acknowledging the formidable challenge presented by this S-rank dungeon. Were it not for those mercenaries within, drawing fire away from him, even he might still be whittling away at the health of minor monsters. After all, the dungeon's mechanics dictated that the lesser foes respawn in waves. Even a powerful forbidden spell could only clear a portion of the dungeon at a time. It is worth mentioning that those mercenaries truly exhibited commendable dedication. What if their attack power was low? They possessed remarkable perseverance. Were it Lin Han in their place, he likely would not have lasted that long. You are truly exceptional. Now that the matter has concluded, I shall take my leave. I need to rest and continue leveling up to keep pace with a genius like you. Observing Lin Han preparing to undertake the awakening quest, Qin Shi hastily interjected. Just then, Lin Han called out to her, urging her to pause, as he needed her assistance. That it was like this. Moments later, you intend to challenge the entire mercenary group? Are you out of your mind? Regardless of their strength, the sheer number of them presents a clear advantage. We are but two. Qin Shi gazed at Lin Han in disbelief. No, I misspoke. It is just one that I simply hope you can temporarily form a party with me. Otherwise, I cannot issue a challenge to a multi-person organization. Once my challenge reaches the mercenary group, you may exit the party. Lin Han quickly corrected himself. But, you wish to take on an entire mercenary group? Qin Shi still struggled to comprehend the audacity of Lin Han. Rest assured, I am absolutely confident. Lin Han spoke with unwavering assurance, a confidence stemming from his understanding of those mercenaries. In fact, before bringing these individuals to Jiangchuan City, he had gathered information about the Ghostfire mercenary group from several beast masters who surrounded him. The highest-ranked member of their group, their captain, had only just reached around level 30. As for the others, their levels likely hovered between the teens and low 20s. Lin Han was well aware of the immense power of the stealth beast's forbidden spells, which not only possessed tremendous destructive capacity, but also terrifying stats. Moreover, upon completing and delivering his awakening task, the strength of the stealth beast would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Thus, he merely needed to locate a sufficiently spacious and sparsely populated area to command the stealth beast to unleash its abilities. Effectively eradicating these blights, this moment, Lin Han began to envision the vast rewards of reputation points he would accrue after annihilating the Ghostfire mercenary group. You need not worry excessively, as the party leader. Only my name will be visible when issuing the challenge to the mercenary group, and you shall have no connection to it, Lin Han reminded Qin Shi. Drawing aggro would solely be the responsibility of the party leader. Chapter 22, Challenge issued successfully. How do you plan to issue a challenge to them? Those mercenary organizations are lawless. Even if the Star Dragon Empire's government intervenes, handling them is no simple task. Qin Shi regarded Lin Han with concern, letting out a sigh. She found his actions utterly perplexing. Why was he so intent on opposing those mercenary groups? Worry not, Dealing with them is quite simple. Just watch and learn. Lin Han remained unfazed, merely sending her a party invitation. Due to the restrictions of this world's rules, only beast master organizations of the same nature could challenge one another. Therefore, Lin Han required a teammate. Although she was puzzled, she had no choice but to comply with Lin Han's wishes and join the party. In the next moment, outside a remote dungeon in Jiangning City. The leader of the Ghostfire mercenary group was awaiting the arrival of several beast masters when he suddenly received a message. Upon reading its contents, he was momentarily taken aback. The message succinctly declared, "I challenge your mercenary group to a life-or-death duel. If you dare, bring all your members to the Forgotten Forest in Jiangning City tomorrow morning. That if you do not, I will spread this challenge throughout the Star Dragon Empire, bringing shame upon your Ghostfire mercenary group." Challenges between organizations bear unique insignias, just as the captain now perceived. This leader named Lin Han had even gone so far as to rename the party to Ghostfire Must Perish, a blatant provocation. "Boss, what is going on?" one of the captain's associates queried, sensing something amiss. "How amusing! A foolish child dares to challenge all of us. Who gave him the audacity?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding members erupted in laughter, with one exclaiming, "We've been operating in Jiangning City for so long that even the city government dares not intervene. How can a mere party issue a challenge to us?" However, the captain of the Ghostfire mercenary group coldly smirked, stating seriously, "I must remind you, it's not a party, it's an individual. The other member of his group has already exited, and this brat intends to take us all on alone." A hush fell over the crowd. Everyone regarded the situation as if they had just heard a ridiculous joke. That moment, several individuals rushed over, disregarding the group's expressions, and reported to the captain, "Boss, one of our small teams has suddenly lost contact. It has been a whole day. Normally, they never miss a task." Upon hearing this, the captain of the Ghostfire mercenary group's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of confusion that a team just lost contact. And this brat issues a challenge? Could it be he has slain our brethren? At this, the members of the Ghostfire mercenary group were immediately alarmed. Today, they had indeed encountered a situation they had never faced before. A person daring enough to provoke them? "Boss, if that is the case, what do we do? We must avenge our brothers," one of the associates exclaimed. Yet the captain quickly resumed his dismissive demeanor. "What is there to fear? I am now a beast master over level 30, wielding all B-class beasts. What can one person do?" The captain remained confident in his strength. At least among the many beast masters routinely seen in Jiangning City, his power was indeed quite formidable. Now, this captain of the mercenary group stood up, loudly proclaiming, "Brothers, today's mission is cancelled. Let us return, prepare, and welcome our new friend named Lin Han." Instantly, the members of the Ghostfire mercenary group sprang into action, abandoning even their planned heist. Clearly, due to the potential for casualties, their captain was taking this seriously. However, just as Wang Fong, the captain, was about to stride toward their base, his private channel received several messages from Lin Han, each depicting an extended middle finger. "Damn it! I will make sure to eliminate this brat." Meanwhile, Lin Han had bid farewell to Qin Shi and returned to Jiangning City via the teleportation array. Upon re-entering the Awakening Temple, the previously occupied beast masters had returned to their own affairs. Of course, many had lingered for a moment to observe the individual undertaking the level 9 awakening task. As Lin Han pushed open the door, the young man who had previously warned him promptly approached. "Rest assured, I have checked. The mercenaries are no longer here, and you may safely proceed with your awakening task." In his view, Lin Han must have gone home to rest for a day, waiting for the storm to pass before attempting to complete the task. However, Lin Han smiled and replied naturally, "Brother, I have already completed the task. I'm here to submit it." Upon hearing this, a group of beast masters nearby rushed forward. "You completed the awakening task in just about a day." A few present had witnessed Lin Han's earlier endeavors and were well aware that he was tackling an S-rank dungeon, the AN S-rank dungeon, completed in under a day. Surely, this was impossible. "Didn't you mention that due to data adjustments, my task would be relatively simpler?" Lin Han inquired. "Simple. Even so, it remains an S rank." The surrounding beast masters were utterly astonished, gradually encircling Lin Han. Some could no longer suppress their astonishment, exclaiming, "Indeed, the disparity between individuals is insurmountable. For us, managing to tackle an A-rank dungeon is already something to boast about." In an instant, Lin Han found himself the focal point of conversation, a rare talent in the entirety of Jiangdong City. All right, enough of this. Let him proceed with his task submission. At that moment, a rugged voice emerged from the crowd. A tall, middle-aged man approached Lin Han, stating firmly, "Isn't it a bit excessive to crowd around him like this?" With someone stepping in to defuse the situation, Lin Han breathed a sigh of relief and quickly expressed his gratitude before heading to the awakening chamber. Upon entering the room, he immediately sensed a surge of energy emanating from the awakening stone. As Lin Han felt the energy fluctuations within, a profound sensation washed over him. The awakening stone appeared to exhibit a sense of exhilaration, seemingly in response to the completion of its task. Before Lin Han could extend his hand, a platinum-colored magic array materialized above his palm, radiating beams of light. Almost immediately, he experienced a searing sensation akin to that he felt when accepting a task previously, which suddenly surged through his hand. In the next moment, the platinum light gradually coalesced into a resplendent, translucent hand. Lin Han instantly understood that this was a signal for him to deliver the task item. Chapter 23. Promotion. Silver Beast Master. Subsequently, Lin Han retrieved the hidden item, the illusory feather, from the Winged Kingdom. As this item emerged, the platinum hand began to shift slowly, prompting Lin Han to place the item upon it without delay. In the next instant, slender threads began to emerge from within the awakening stone, piercing through Lin Han's entire being. A multitude of burning and piercing sensations inundated his mind. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his ear. Designated item for awakening task detected. Item verified as correct. Promotion eligibility successfully acquired. Commencing promotion. In an instant, a surge of energy erupted from the awakening stone, enveloping the entire awakening chamber before gradually dissipating. Even the nearby invisible beast, upon encountering this power, began to move its small paws frantically to gather the luminous points towards itself. This entire process lasted approximately 10 minutes. Once concluded, Lin Han received new information. Your awakening task has been completed. You have now been promoted to a Silver Beast Master. Please continue to strive and enhance your strength. Lin Han was taken aback by the extraordinary sensations coursing through him. He could distinctly feel the surge of energy within his body. Thus, he promptly opened his data panel once more. Name: Lin Han. Level: 11 health, 1594 attack power, 480 mana, 960 agility, 876 defense. 300 defense is consumed first upon taking damage. Health will only deplete once defense is entirely exhausted. Equipment: Goblin Ring, King's Gauntlet, Toxic Magic Ring skills. None. Goodness. Nearly a doubling of my stats. Indeed, the higher the level of the awakening task, the greater the potential for enhancement. Typically, an ordinary beast master reaching the silver level would have a maximum health of around 9,000 points. Yet his value surpassed the average by a significant margin. It was no wonder that many had been studying the mechanisms of awakening tasks to elevate levels. Their importance was indeed profound. Next, Lin Han once again examined the attributes of the invisible beast. The next second, his eyes widened in astonishment. Beast name: Invisible Beast level, SSS type, Spatial level, 15 talent, Chaos, Divine Concealment health, 2749 attack power, 1280 mana, 2010 agility, 1240 defense. Skills: Spatial, Phasing, Spatial, Slash, Spatial Kill, Spatial, Divine Execution, Spatial, Rending Cube. Your invisible beast has acquired a new skill, Spatial, Stacking, can extract a certain space into its own domain, subsequently releasing it to a designated new space. Indeed, talent is the most critical differentiator. Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Han exclaimed. Gazing at those exceedingly formidable values, his exhilaration was beyond words. Truly, it was the pinnacle of beast masters. These attributes combined could rival the total values of any beast of the same level. Moreover, he noticed that this previously cat-like invisible beast seemed to have undergone some transformation as well. Its two small paws gradually growing sturdier, as if they had increased in size. Now, facing the Ghostfire mercenary corps, he felt an unwavering confidence. With a smile gracing his lips, Lin Han mused that perhaps he wouldn't even need to resort to the invisible beast's forbidden spells to turn those ruffians into corpses. Moments later, Lin Han finally escaped the relentless pursuit of the beast masters and fled the awakening temple. His next destination was the Shunlong Trading Company, At this moment, his storage space held not just the loot from a few mercenaries, but also a vast number of secondary items. As an S-level dungeon, the Winged Kingdom had dropped predominantly golden equipment. Once sold, the value of these items was immeasurable. A little over 10 minutes later, within the Shenlong Trading Company, a beautiful attendant who had just concluded a transaction looked up to see Lin Han, grinning broadly as he walked in. Startled, she exclaimed, "The god has arrived! Quick, everyone!" In no time, a throng of attendants gathered around Lin Han. "I'm here to see Manager Zhang, that I recently acquired some equipment and would like to see if your trading company is able to handle it." "Of course, I'll contact him right away. I'll join you." At that moment, the attendants eagerly rushed to assist Lin Han, fully aware that their manager had previously indicated that this esteemed customer, known as the god, was a super VIP. Soon, Zhang Yanning hurried downstairs, respectfully inviting Lin Han into the VIP room. As before, Lin Han first presented a few pieces of silver-level equipment and items. Zhang Yanning briefly assessed the quantity. Although not as abundant as the last time, it was still sufficient for the trading company to earn a considerable profit. Mr. Lin Han, for these silver-level items, our trading company can offer approximately 15 million Star Dragon coins. How does that sound? That seems reasonable, Lin Han promptly replied. Shall I draft the contract now? Zhang Yanning was quite efficient, already beginning to operate on his tablet as he spoke. However, Lin Han immediately caught his attention. Chuckling, "Manager Zhang, don't rush. I'm not just bringing you these items today." In the next moment, before Zhang Yanning could look up, an array of gleaming golden items was piled high within the VIP room. This expansive chamber was nearly filled to capacity with these treasures. Are these all golden-level items? Zhang Yanning stood frozen, gazing incredulously at Lin Han. What manner of person was this? The last time he had only presented silver-level items. Yet within a mere couple of days, he returned with all golden-level gear. Now, could you calculate how much these items can be sold for? Also, please package the few magical scrolls I didn't purchase earlier. I have use for them. Lin Han smiled. Certainly, please take a moment. I will ensure you are satisfied. Zhang Yanning was unable to contain his excitement. Such a quantity of equipment could only be obtained from challenging dungeons with a larger number of small monsters. Given this youth's current level, it was improbable he had ventured into such dungeons. Did he have some formidable backers? However, Zhang Yanning soon dismissed these thoughts. In truth, how these items came to be was of little concern to him. He only knew he had certainly encountered a major player. An hour later, the trading company manager wiped the sweat from his brow and approached Lin Han, solemnly stating, "Mr. Lin Han, accounting for the value of these golden-level items, it amounts to approximately 99 million. Our trading company can offer you 100 million Star Dragon coins for the entire lot. What do you think?" "Excellent. The more profit, the better. I must thank the manager for your consideration." Lin Han quickly rose to his feet. Remarkably, his mere venture into a dungeon had yielded an astounding income of 100 million. Chapter 24. The Ghostfire Mercenary Corps, Pre-Battle Mobilization. Within the Shenlong Trading Company, Manager Zhang Yanning was striving to calm his emotions. He had never imagined that Lin Han's second visit would leave him so utterly astounded. Had it not been for the recent clearance of a batch of inventory, their trading company might have lacked the liquidity to accommodate Lin Han's weapon sale today. That moment, Manager Zhang's respect for Lin Han had only deepened. "Mr. Lin Han, our transaction concludes here. As for the additional magical scrolls you requested, they will not be deducted from this price. Consider them a complimentary gift from our trading company. Is it really so? Then I shall graciously accept." Lin Han knew that trading companies typically marked up the prices of weapons and equipment, ensuring their profit margins. Thus, a few magical scrolls hardly constituted a significant loss. "Since that's the case, Manager Zhang, I shall take my leave. And I have a little something for you as a token of appreciation." After collecting all his items, Lin Han retrieved a blue stone material from his storage ring, handing it to Zhang Yanning with a smile. Having been on the move for so long, it was time for him to rest. Upon hearing Lin Han's words, Zhang Yanning replied, "Thank you. We greatly appreciate Mr. Lin Han's support for our trading company." Thus, Zhang Yanning hurriedly took the stone and followed in his footsteps, escorting the supplier all the way to the entrance of the exchange. Only after Lin Han's figure disappeared did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. That moment, a group of attendants gathered around the counter, hastily inquiring, Manager, what has this esteemed customer brought this time? You seem rather displeased. Displeased? Which of your eyes sees me as anything but jubilant?" Zhang Yanning retorted sharply, casting a disdainful glance at the speaker. I am positively ecstatic. Right now. Immediately. Find someone to spread the word that our exchange has recently acquired a substantial amount of golden-grade equipment, including even sets with special effects. Upon hearing this, the attendants were momentarily taken aback. Has someone delivered a batch of golden-grade equipment? You all need to sharpen your observational skills. This benefactor of ours is undoubtedly a major client. At that instant, Zhang Yanning suddenly recalled something. He waved his hand and retrieved a stone radiating a blue glow from his storage space. This was a material he had just received from Lin Han, and its appearance alone suggested it was exceedingly rare. Investigate this. Zhang Yanning presented the stone to the attendant, instructing him to check which dungeons could yield such a material. Understood, manager. The attendant replied, beginning his search. However, as he scrolled through the catalog, his expression increasingly reflected astonishment. Manager, I've found the dungeons that can drop this material. Would you like to take a look? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yanning hurriedly leaned in. Scrutinizing the catalog, he soon discovered that this material, known as Blue Earth Stone, could only be obtained from at least an A-level dungeon boss. This revelation made Zhang Yanning remember how casually Lin Han had given him these materials, referring to them as a gift from afar. With an air of indifference, that lad, he mused, must be utterly oblivious to the value of these materials. Zhang Yanning was convinced that Lin Han possessed a trove of such items. At that moment, the attendant anxiously inquired, Manager, more importantly, which dungeon did that lad just conquer? An A-level dungeon was, for most beast masters, the most challenging they had encountered. Yet Lin Han, a mere novice who had just become a beast master, exhibited such prowess? Unable to sit still any longer, Zhang Yanning immediately began rummaging through his contacts. Moments later, as the call connected, he promptly stated, I need you to check if there have been any new novice beast masters in Jiangdong City who have recently cleared an A-level dungeon or higher. Yes, it's urgent. Contact me directly once you find out. Meanwhile, in the budget living area of Jiangdong City, Lin Han opened a modest room and plopped down onto the bed. Since his awakening, he had yet to rest even a moment, and now his eyelids began to droop. Suddenly, a message from Qin Shi appeared in his communication panel. Brother Lin Han, have you truly decided to face that group of mercenaries alone? Do you need my assistance? I can head to Jiangdong City right away. Seeing this message, Lin Han furrowed his brow, but he was reluctant to have Qin Shi come, as having her around too long, especially if her stealth beast was spotted during the casting of a forbidden spell, was the most troubling scenario for him. Thus, he chose to read the message without replying, hoping to keep Qin Shi from involving herself in these matters. Gradually, as he leaned against the bed, Lin Han finally succumbed to sleep. Simultaneously, at the base of the Ghost Fire mercenary group, the leader, Wang Fong, was busily preparing with his team. They were packing away the magical scrolls they had recently seized. Observing this, one of the younger members expressed confusion, asking, Boss, aren't we just going to fight a young brat? Do we really need all this gear? These items could fetch a pretty penny at the exchange. In response, Wang Fong smacked the young man on the head, dismissing him. What do you know? I've been pondering this for a while and feel that it's not so simple. Now I've finally realized that the one named Lin Han must be a decoy. The real threat comes not from the Beast Master Group in Jiangdong City, but from competitors in other cities. To be safe, we must be fully prepared. Hearing his explanation, the nearby members nodded in understanding, exclaiming, the boss is always so thoughtful. Of course, I've already made plans that no matter who wishes to challenge us, we'll be prepared in that forest, ready to take them all down. The Ghost Fire Mercenary Group will be the most renowned organization in Jiangdong City. At this declaration, the others were inspired. Eagerly producing their own hidden supplies, one of them then asked, Boss, what if it turns out to be just a little brat? Get lost. How dare you question my judgment? Wang Fong kicked him to the ground, shouting, How long have we been dominating Jiangdong City? A mere novice beast master wouldn't dare fight us unless they were out of their mind, and to engage in a life-or-death struggle. No less. At this point, Wang Fong remained utterly confident in his assessment, firmly believing that there was some other organization attempting to leverage the Ghost Fire Mercenary Group to make a name for themselves. But whoever they were, their plans were bound to crumble. The Ghost Fire Mercenary Group was not to be trifled with. Chapter 25, The Forest Adorned with Magical Scrolls. Human thought can sometimes align. Just as Wang Fong, the leader of the Ghost Fire mercenary group, sought to lay magical scrolls as paving stones. Lin Han was also making his preparations. Upon waking, he found that night had fallen. Lin Han scrounged for something to eat, filling his stomach. After satisfying his hunger, he recalled the new skill acquired by his stealth beast. Simply put, this skill allowed the creature to displace a section of space and relocate it elsewhere. After much contemplation, Lin Han resolved to instruct the stealth beast to pack up his bedroom and transport it. That night, he would head directly to the Forgotten Forest. Under cover of darkness, Lin Han laid out the numerous magical scrolls he had purchased, intending to use them against the mercenaries. Though he had yet to fully understand the specific functions of these scrolls, he was unconcerned. They were meant to be utilized effectively, that he set all of them as traps. While Lin Han did not believe the Ghost Fire mercenary group could withstand the forbidden spell damage from his stealth beast, he needed to safeguard against any outsiders intervening or the remote chance that they might actually withstand the attack. Thus, under the veil of night, Lin Han began to unfurl the magical scrolls throughout the forest. His stealth beast, seemingly understanding his intentions, swayed its body beside him, cheering him on. After several hours, drenched in sweat, Lin Han finally completed his task, that he then instructed his stealth beast, "All right, let us retrieve our bedroom. It's a fine choice to sleep here under the cover of darkness tonight, that I end the next moment." A rich, radiant magical energy slowly emanated from the stealth beast, and a modest bedroom materialized in the clearing of the forest. The following morning, the once quiet forgotten forest began to stir with sounds, accompanied by curses. "Damn it. What on earth is that kid thinking? Why meet in such a cursed place?" Wang Fong frowned as he surveyed the endless expanse of trees. The Forgotten Forest earned its name because it lacked even a single dungeon entrance, long since abandoned by adventurers. Consequently, to cut costs, the Jiangdong City authorities had not even constructed a road into the Forgotten Forest, preserving its pristine wilderness. However, this had become a burden for the Ghost Fire mercenary group. As they wandered aimlessly through the woods, losing their sense of direction without encountering their challenger, they had no idea where they were within the forest at this moment. A few of Wang Fong's underlings, who had come ahead to scout, appeared before him. "Did you find a way out?" Wang Fong inquired eagerly. By this point, he had developed a deep-seated hatred for the one named Lin Han. "You want to fight? I want to hold it against you if it ends in bloodshed, but why choose such a cursed place? What is the meaning of this?" "No, boss. There's absolutely no road around here, that I'm afraid we're the first group to enter the Forgotten Forest in years." A few subordinates hurriedly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Wang Fong was seething with rage. At that moment, one of his companions anxiously inquired, "Boss, could it be that Brad is luring us here? He is all alone. Surely he wouldn't dare to confront us." The next instant, the speaker received a sharp blow. Wang Fong glared fiercely and retorted, "What do you mean, all alone? I've told you time and again that Lin Han is merely a decoy. There must be some organization watching us." As he spoke, he raised his voice, commanding, "Keep your eyes peeled. We can't afford to walk right into their trap without realizing it." At that juncture, several subordinates suddenly emerged, almost sprinting towards the group, breathlessly announcing, "Up ahead, there's a house." "What? In this godforsaken place, a house? You must be seeing things." Although Wang Fong felt a tinge of surprise, he nevertheless proceeded in that direction. The rest of the group wore skeptical expressions. They had never heard of the Forgotten Forest being designated as a development zone, let alone containing human structures. Before long, the members of the Ghost Fire Mercenary Corps arrived at a clearing. Upon closer inspection, they indeed discovered a peculiar house standing starkly in the midst of the woods. However, this house appeared quite strange, constructed entirely of concrete, as if it had been sliced from a cheap commercial building with a knife. The edges remarkably smooth. Faced with this bizarre sight, Wang Fong, the captain, found himself momentarily at a loss. "Boss, what is going on? Are we really encountering ghosts?" One subordinate queried. "Stop talking nonsense. What ghost can appear in broad daylight?" Wang Fong replied, yet the astonishment on his face was undeniable. Suddenly, the door of the house creaked open, and a young man emerged, looking lethargic, as if he had just woken up, observing the group that had surrounded him. Lin Han was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Oh, everyone is here. You lot, who make a living from murder and smuggling, actually have the habit of rising early." Upon hearing this, Wang Fong was momentarily dumbfounded. Then asked in a low voice, "Are you the one who issued the challenge? Lin Han, where are your companions? Tell them to come out and stop hiding like turtles." Even now, despite seeing Lin Han standing right before him, the captain did not believe that they were up against merely a single individual. However, Lin Han appeared perplexed and scoffed. "Do I need companions to deal with you bunch of misfits? Isn't it sufficient to have just my hands?" Wang Fong's expression darkened at his words, and he angrily retorted, "You little brat, don't underestimate us. Hurry and bring out your people. You're only at level 10 at most. Even if I kill you, it won't earn me any glory. The do you care about your reputation, even in this line of work?" Lin Han shot back, glancing at the pile of reputation points he had accumulated, excitement bubbling within him as the earlier lethargy dissipated. Enough of this. With that, Lin Han signaled to his summoned beast that in plain view of everyone, the bedroom inexplicably vanished from the forgotten forest. "This boy is suspicious." Witnessing this, Wang Fong's eyes widened in alarm, and a look of vigilance crept into his gaze that a few subordinates hurriedly approached him, whispering, "Boss, we just checked the surroundings, and there's indeed no one else. That it seems the one who challenged us is just Lin Han." Upon hearing this, Wang Fong was momentarily stunned, realizing he might have been deceived. "That I've told you, it's just me that a person of my character wouldn't stoop to such antics," Lin Han dismissed with a wave of his hand, realizing these fools thought he had hidden allies lying in wait. Chapter 26. Forbidden Spell. A guaranteed strike. "You little rascal." Wang Fong's gaze sharpened as he coldly regarded Lin Han, feeling a sense of betrayal. The members of the Ghostfire Mercenary Corps began summoning their beasts, preparing for combat. "Boss, are we overreacting for just this one kid?" one subordinate asked anxiously. "Shut up. Do you think I don't know what's excessive?" Wang Fong bellowed, then turned to Lin Han, speaking in a grave tone. "Kid, I have a question for you. Are the missing members of our mercenary group connected to you?" "Indeed, it was I who did it," Lin Han replied candidly. At that moment, an invisible beast beside him was itching for a fight, ready to obliterate these fools at its master's command. "Oh, you're quite honest." Wang Fong was taken aback. Lin Han showed no sign of fear despite facing their numerous ranks. Was he prepared or simply foolish? Yet at this moment, he could not afford to give Lin Han any chance to reconsider. "Kid, even if you're all alone, having accepted our challenge and killed our men, this grudge is now set in stone. Why so many words? Are we fighting or not? One-on-one? Or are you bringing the whole gang?" Lin Han was becoming increasingly impatient. "That you've got guts." Wang Fong's fury ignited at this remark, and he promptly summoned his beast. That in the next instant, a ferocious tiger engulfed in flames appeared beside him. Wang Fong had already conducted his research on this individual. His level was approximately 30, and his beast was classified as B-grade. "You brought this upon yourself. My B-grade beast, the blazing tiger, is ready for battle." However, the next moment, Wang Fong saw Lin Han vanish before his eyes, and suddenly, Lin Han's fist was upon him. Instantly, the captain of the Ghostfire Mercenary Corps was sent flying. Having completed the highest level awakening quest, Lin Han had significantly enhanced all his attributes. Even when facing someone nearly at level 30 like Wang Fong, he felt no fear. Meanwhile, the members of the Mercenary Corps were taken aback by the sight. Roar! The blazing tiger finally reacted, letting out a furious roar as it charged at Lin Han. Yet in the next instant, an array of invisible spatial blades surged towards the beast. The blazing tiger, which had just leaped, was abruptly sent flying, suffering a loss of nearly 30% of its health. "Well done." Lin Han praised his invisible beast. Prior to his own attack, he had instructed the invisible beast to begin gathering its skill. The unleashed spatial slaughter had immense power. That don't you know there are rules to battles between beastmasters? Wang Fong, still reeling from being kicked away, wore a look of astonishment. Yet before he could speak again, Lin Han's fist struck his face once more. "What rules do I need to follow when dealing with you lot?" Lin Han scoffed, having allocated additional reputation points to his attack and evasion stats. His physical capabilities had surged to a terrifying level. Meanwhile, the blazing tiger, having been struck by an unknown attack, was warily surveying its surroundings, fearful of another unseen strike. "What are you still doing there? Don't you realize your master is being beaten?" At that moment, Wang Fong could only scold his beast during the brief respite. He then turned his attention to his onlooking subordinates. "What do you think I brought you all here for? To watch a show?" he shouted. "Duh. His subordinates were helpless. Who would have thought that despite being over 10 levels higher than Lin Han, he was now being thoroughly thrashed? If they intervened, wouldn't they be slaughtered like vegetables? At this moment, one subordinate summoned his beast, ready to join the fray. Yet before he could give any commands, a burst of fire elemental energy suddenly erupted nearby. Quickly, more and more elemental energies began to explode around them, unleashing various skills and effects within the Forgotten Forest. It's a magic scroll. There are prearranged magic scrolls here. Now, the group finally understood why Lin Han had the audacity to challenge them alone. He had brought hundreds of magic scrolls with him. You bastard! You're courting death. At that moment, Wang Fong, filled with rage, seized an opportunity to close the distance with Lin Han. Kid, I'm going to kill you. Simultaneously, a black-skinned lizard appeared behind him, his other beast summoned for battle. The blazing tiger's dire situation forced him to summon another beast. Just then, Wang Fong noticed something peculiar. Lin Han seemed to have no beast at all. What is the matter? Are you scared? Lin Han let out a cold smile at this moment. He had already begun to mentally command his concealed beast, initiating the reading of the ultimate killing move. Do you not have a beast to command? Wang Fong thought curiously, but in the next instant his curiosity transformed into wild elation that he swiftly commanded his own beast to launch an attack. Black Armored Lizard. Use Iron Tail Sweep. Immediately, the Black Armored Lizard, which had reached over level 20, charged swiftly towards Lin Han. However, just then, Lin Han reached for his waist and drew a magical scroll. Fire spell. Instantly, a dense fire element magic array enveloped the Black Armored Lizard. Due to its inherent metallic characteristics, the lizard, although engulfed in flames, merely produced wisps of white steam. Originally, the Black Armored Lizard intended to rush directly towards Lin Han, but suddenly, it seemed to sense something and abruptly swung its tail, retreating towards Wang Fong. What are you doing? Wang Fong exclaimed in surprise. The beast actually defying its master's command. Just look at your character. Even your beast doesn't want to assist you. Lin Han remarked with a look of disdain. Upon hearing this, Wang Fong was instantly enraged, shouting, What are you so smug about? If you have the guts, don't use that magical scroll. In his heart, he believed that it was precisely because of these magical scrolls that their Ghost Fire mercenary group was thrown into chaos. Unfortunately, you have no chance, Lin Han sneered. From his perspective, the concealed beast was already twitching its little claws. A surge of energy magic rippling forth from within. The next moment, as chains of space emerged, an entire portion of the Forgotten Forest was enveloped in a terrifying aura of energy. Among them, the leader of the Ghost Fire mercenary group, Wang Fong, was the most sensitive to the energy fluctuations and had already sensed something unusual. However, before he could react, one of his arms was suddenly and unnaturally folded. This was soon followed by his legs, and then his brain. Soon, the forest was filled with various cries of agony. Even the magical energies, whether flames or water, caught in the spatial compression were not spared. Chapter 27. The Gold Essence Mine. Under the ravages of the forbidden spell, all surrounding mercenaries, along with the traces of magical scrolls, turned to mere paper. Before long, the entire mercenary group was utterly eradicated. Meanwhile, Lin Han discovered that his level had risen to 14. The attack range of the concealed beast was immense. Although there were no dungeons in the ruins forest, there were still some wild, ferocious beasts. Thus, he managed to level up significantly in one go. Finally, it was over. Looking around at the fallen mercenaries, Lin Han let out a long sigh of relief. Soon, he began to receive notifications from the system in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has killed a notorious mercenary, gaining 120 reputation points. Ding. Detected that the host has killed a notorious mercenary, gaining 120 reputation points. Ding. Detected that the host has killed a notorious mercenary, gaining 150 reputation points. Following the completion of a series of rewards for killing mercenaries, much to Lin Han's surprise, his system underwent another change. Ding. Detected that the host's reputation points have accumulated to over 1,000, triggering an additional reward, Attribute Converter. The next moment, an object resembling a remote control suddenly appeared in his storage space. What is this? Lin Han wondered, examining its data. Item name, Attribute Converter. Health, 0. Mana, 0. Effect. Can be used on any summoned beast to randomly change its attributes. Note: Only one opportunity available. Change attributes. Lin Han was quite astonished. At present, he only had one summoned beast, the top-tier space-type concealed beast. It seemed this item could only be used after he contracted another beast, this moment. Observing the unexpected scene around him, Lin Han naturally did not dare linger and hurriedly left the scene with his beast. A few hours later, upon returning home, Lin Han quickly received a message from Qin Shi. Thank heavens you were able to connect with me. Aren't you supposed to be facing those mercenaries today? I'm right in front of the teleportation array in Jiangchuan City and can rush over immediately. Hearing the voice on the other end, Lin Han was quite surprised that he hadn't expected Qin Shi, a person he had only met once, to assist him so readily. Wait, are we not very familiar? Are you sure you want to face 2 or 3 dozen merciless mercenaries with me? Those guys are not just minor dungeon monsters. They are fully capable ruffians. Lin Han said with a smile, that on the other end, Qin Shi stubbornly replied, Don't underestimate me. My summoned beast, Riddle Taper, is specifically designed to counter beast masters, especially in large-scale battles. It's where it excels. Besides, regardless of anything, you saved my life. I can't just watch you get surrounded and killed. However, just then, while still lingering by the inner-city teleportation array, Qin Shi heard Lin Han's relaxed voice say, No need. I've already dealt with the Ghost Fire mercenary group, that I should thank you for still considering my situation, You've already eliminated an entire mercenary group. Qin Shi stood frozen in place, her large eyes filled with shock. To eliminate an entire mercenary group single-handedly. What immense combat power was that? However, reflecting on Lin Han's uniquely powerful attack methods, it was indeed plausible. Really? Do you want me to send you a selfie from the scene? I'll have to choose carefully to see which one is the most fitting. Listening to Lin Han's teasing tone, Qin Shi finally felt relieved, saying, Since you've resolved those mercenaries, I no longer need to worry. Just as she was about to end the call, she suddenly remembered something. She hurriedly spoke before Lin Han could hang up. Lin Han, could I ask you for a favor? Don't worry. I want to ask you to do it for free. I can pay you. Originally, Lin Han had already begun to yawn. Those mercenaries had awakened him early in the morning, and now he needed a good rest. However, upon hearing Qin Shi's words, he felt a spark of interest. It wasn't because of the money she could offer him, but simply because helping others could earn him reputation points. With that thought, Lin Han quickly responded, Speak then, what do you need help with? But I must clarify that my assistance is based on our friendship. I'm not doing it for your reward. If you insist on offering, I won't be polite. Qin Shi had gradually adapted to Lin Han's speaking style and promptly presented her request. I just joined a guild yesterday, and they have a task for me to go to a wild dungeon called the Gold Essence Mine to obtain a type of gold essence since Riddle Taper's abilities are not well suited for solo combat. I was wondering if you could accompany me to tackle the dungeon. I want to take a single coin from all the gear and materials, just one piece of gold essence and additionally, I can pay you a reward of 30 million star dragon coins. What do you think? Upon hearing this deal, Lin Han's mouth nearly stretched to his ears. If Qin Shi only needed one piece of ore, wasn't that effectively finding him free labor? What are we even talking about money for? Qin Shi, although those 30 million star dragon coins are quite tempting, I'm not that kind of person. Lin Han initially replied with righteous indignation, then shifted to a more languid tone, but I'm afraid I can't accompany you today. You know, I just went through a fierce battle and need some rest. I'll join you tomorrow. Of course. We'll go to the dungeon after you've rested. Qin Shi promptly replied. The next day, with a dazzling flash of light, Lin Han arrived once more in Jiangchuan City. Nearby, Qin Shi had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing him, she immediately rushed over, first scrutinizing Lin Han from head to toe before saying, Not bad. You single-handedly annihilated an entire mercenary group and came away without a scratch. Were you hoping I'd get hurt? Who was going to help you in the dungeon today? Lin Han forced a smile. This Qin, she was nothing like the one who had come begging for help yesterday. Don't take it to heart. I am just concerned for you. Qin Shi quickly reassured him. She then pulled out a map of Jiangchuan City she had prepared earlier, pointing out the layout of the gold essence mine to Lin Han. Look, this is the overall layout of the gold essence mine. It's quite long. We only need to fight at the entrance or venture in 300 meters, beyond which are small monsters of over level 20, which are not within our capability to handle. The small monsters in wild dungeons typically increase in level gradually from weak to strong. To allow high-level beast masters to bypass earlier stages, there are even teleportation arrays at every dungeon node. Chapter 28. The Beast Master Without a Beast. Given that this is an outdoor dungeon, there is another crucial point to note. The daily spawn limit of wild monsters exists that if others have cleared them multiple times. One can only wait until the next day for a complete reset before engaging in battle. A.S. Chin, she explained to Lin Han. She noticed he appeared utterly perplexed. Thus, she helplessly remarked, "Aren't these topics the essential subjects we were required to study back in school? Have you truly never encountered them?" "Huh. Studied them. You must not know that the textbooks in Jiangdong City differ from those in Jiangchuan." Lin Han fabricated an excuse. During his school days, he was preoccupied with devising shameless plans, leaving no time to contemplate dungeon matters. Contemplating this, he diverted the conversation. "I understand what you've said. Let's hurry along, lest we find the smaller monsters have all been cleared. Besides, with me around, knowing such intricate details is unnecessary. You merely need to gather the materials." Having said that, he promptly sent a party invitation to Qin Shi. The latter wore a face of resignation, already doubting the reliability of the helper she had sought. If it weren't for the low drop rate of the golden essence, she could have managed it on her own. However, she lamented that such materials might not drop even after defeating a dozen small monsters. A moment later, the duo arrived outside the golden essence vein. Qin Shi immediately summoned her beast, unabashedly displaying its attributes before Lin Han. "Since we are teaming up, it's best to first review each other's attributes before proceeding with the battle." Lin Han, undeterred, promptly began to examine. Beast name, Riddle Taper level, a category, psychic rank, level 10 talent. Riddler, Riddle Taper can randomly use any skill of any attribute. Health, 1200 attack power, 320 mana, 1870 agility, 460 defense, 780 skills. Riddle. Riddle Taper uses a psychic attack to confuse the target, inflicting damage while causing random effects such as chaos, fear, and silence. Unravel. Marks a target enemy. After 3 seconds, completely shatters the target's defense that if the target's defense is 0, direct damage is dealt. Frenzied Revelry. Riddle Taper enters a guiding state. After 15 seconds, influences all units within the vicinity, compelling them to dance under the sway of psychic force. What on earth? Such a beast exists. After reviewing the skills of the Riddle Taper, Lin Han could only express his astonishment. This seemingly unremarkable, furry creature possesses such terrifying team control skills. Simultaneously, he understood why Qin Shi insisted on seeking assistance for the dungeon. That lengthy 15-second casting time indeed posed a significant drawback. "All right, I've shown you my beast. Now, what about yours? I need to understand its attributes to prepare myself, right?" Qin Shi hurriedly inquired, only to see Lin Han momentarily stunned, followed by a wry smile. "I have no beast. As you must have seen, when I made my move that day, there was no beast by my side. I was just waiting to strengthen myself after leveling up." At this moment, the invisible beast lay atop his head, its tiny paws waving in Qin Shi's direction. However, others could not perceive the existence of the invisible beast. "You truly have no beast?" Qin Shi's large eyes blinked in disbelief. She repeatedly exclaimed, "It cannot be. How could there exist a beast master without a beast? If you lack a beast, how do you engage in dungeon battles, especially when undertaking the highest level awakening quests?" As she spoke, her incredulity grew. Lin Han, observing her reaction, finally remarked, "Perhaps it is precisely because I lack a beast that all the beast attributes have been transferred to me." Upon hearing this, Qin Shi seemed to be reminded and hastily checked Lin Han's personal attributes. Name, Lin Han level, 14 health, 1452 attack power, 610 mana, 1020 agility, 1004 defense, 320. When attacked, defense is consumed first. Only when defense is depleted does health begin to diminish. Equipment, Goblin Ring, King's Gauntlet, Toxin Magic Ring title, impeccable skills. None in the next moment. Her astonishment reached new heights. She could hardly find her voice. "How is it that I told you to simply gather materials while I handle these small monsters?" Currently, Lin Han's stats far surpassed those of Qin Shi's beast. "You single-handedly tackled the Feathered Kingdom? You are astonishingly strong." Despite her disbelief, the evidence lay before her. Ultimately, she had no choice but to accept it. Consequently, the two ventured deeper into the golden essence vein. Although they had reviewed each other's stats, Qin Shi did not forget to caution. The small monsters in this outdoor dungeon are called night demon bats, most of which exceed level 10. and their strength is considerable, that we must exercise caution. That as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Han suddenly moved a few steps forward, exclaiming loudly, "Slow your pace and keep close to me. We must ensure the riddle taper has ample energy, as it is our trump card against elite monsters." As she spoke, she found Lin Han's figure had vanished from her sight. Within the dark depths of the mine, Lin Han, relying on his keen reflexes, deftly evaded the attacks of the night demon bats, while the invisible beast took the opportunity to deal damage. Before long, a considerable area had been cleared. When Shi arrived, she beheld a plethora of materials and items strewn about. Gathering them would be a significant undertaking. After a moment, the two squatted in the dim tunnel, inspecting the spoils of battle. As expected, the drop rate of golden essence was exceedingly low, making it difficult to find. However, the remaining materials and items were all rare and belonged to you. She kept her word and transmitted all the materials to Lin Han's possession. And no worries. We've only ventured about 40 to 50 meters in. There's still a long way to go. Lin Han quickly reassured her. That moment, just as Lin Han intended to rise and delve deeper, he suddenly heard a familiar voice echoing from outside the golden essence vein. "Shireen, just follow me from behind. I will clear the obstacles ahead, and you can simply wait to collect the materials." Upon hearing this, Lin Han was initially taken aback, but then he suddenly perked up. "What is the matter?" She observed his demeanor and promptly inquired that it's nothing. "Free labor has arrived." Lin Han chuckled. Chapter 29. The chosen laborer, the voice that emerged outside the golden essence vein, belonged to Bai Yuntao. He hadn't expected that this fellow would also appear in Jiangchuan City. "What is going on? Do you know the two individuals outside? Why are they so mysteriously involved?" She shot Lin Han a disapproving glance and asked. "That person is a weirdo. Who would know him?" Lin Han shook his head and candidly replied. However, he quickly added, "But with him here, at least we won't have to toil so hard." She listened to Lin Han's words with skepticism. She wanted to say something more, but Lin Han abruptly pulled her along deeper into the tunnel. Prior to this, the invisible beast had already cleared out the monsters in this area, allowing the two to progress with relative ease. "What are you planning to do?" She inquired, her face etched with confusion. As she spoke softly, the other two individuals had already entered from outside. Bai Yuntao was carefully escorting a young girl, who now regarded him with a hint of disdain. Strange. Why is there not a single monster in this golden essence vein? Could someone have already entered and cleared them all out? Bai Yuntao pondered aloud, surveying the surroundings. Upon hearing this, the girl named Shireen immediately displayed a dejected expression, complaining, "It's all your fault for insisting on searching for some magic scroll. Now that the monsters have vanished, how am I supposed to proceed with the guild's tasks?" Listening to her words, Bai Yuntao was momentarily taken aback and quickly reassured her. "All right, Shireen, don't fret. If it comes to that, I can simply buy some golden essence for you at the trading post." Yet Shireen remained unimpressed, stating, "Bai, do you have any idea how valuable golden essence is? It's far beyond your means. And besides, if you use purchased or for submission, how can you guarantee the guild won't notice?" Hearing this, Bai Yuntao could only sigh and promptly replied, "Fine, then you follow from behind. Let us head deeper to slay the monsters within. Logically, the drop rate of monsters further and should be higher." Lin Han and the others concealed themselves in the shadows, only following the two individuals into the depths of the gold or vein after they had entered. That moment, Lin Han crouched beside Qin Shi and could not help but inquire, "That person named Shireen, is her mission also to find gold, or does that mean the guild she joined is similar to yours?" "It should not be," Qin Shi replied with unwavering certainty. Elaborating, in Jiangchuan City, at this time of year, many new beast tamers join the guild, and their missions are often to acquire gold or debt on one hand. This is due to the high malleability of gold ore, which can be used to craft various tools. On the other hand, these outdoor instances serve as battle training to test newcomers. That I presume that in Jiangdong City, there must also be designated outdoor instances to evaluate whether the new beast tamers possess sufficient strength and competitive spirit. Listening to this, Lin Han furrowed his brows and remarked, "What a hassle. I never imagined that joining a guild could be so complicated." "Indeed. Do you think it's merely about collecting rewards from the guild each day as per routine?" Qin Shi quickly interjected. Following this, they closely trailed Bai Yuntao and his companion, the an A-class beastmaster. Bai Yuntao possessed considerable strength. However, due to unfortunate circumstances at the start of his leveling, he had been assigned to the lowest tier training zone, resulting in his current low level, Flame Crow, erupting fire cloud. With Bai Yuntao's command, a massive blaze engulfed the entire cavern, forcing Lin Han and Qin Shi, who were hidden in the shadows, to take cover. At that moment, just as the Flame Crow was about to successfully vanquish the Night Demon Bat, Bai Yuntao suddenly noticed that the creature's health bar had inexplicably dropped to 0. How peculiar, he murmured, astonished at the scene before him. How could these minor creatures perish so strangely? And why haven't I gained any experience? What is going on? You're not struggling against these level 6 or 7 creatures. Are you, Brother Bai? How are we supposed to defeat the boss? Shirin, who was beside him, asked in a tone of confusion. The initially puzzled Bai Yuntao froze upon hearing her words, that he quickly waved his hands and reassured her. It's fine, Shirin. We will definitely be able to defeat the boss. Encouraged, Bai Yuntao hastened his offensive rhythm. The multitude of night demon bats was swiftly incinerated under the might of the Flame Crow. Yet what was exceedingly strange was that despite defeating these minor creatures, no experience points were dropped, only an abundance of equipment. Meanwhile, Qin Shi, crouched in the shadows, was acutely aware that all of this was orchestrated by Lin Han, though she remained oblivious to the means by which he accomplished it. Forget it. Let's hasten our pace and confront the boss. As the slaughter continued, Bai Yuntao became increasingly indifferent to the oddities surrounding him. His sole focus was on obliterating the so-called boss and acquiring some gold soon, as their pace within the gold tunnel quickened, the monster's levels began to rise gradually. Qin Shi, who had been shadowing Lin Han, hastily exclaimed, Lin Han, those two are at most level 7, while the elite monsters in the gold vein have reached levels in the teens that if they proceed further, it could spell trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Han immediately halted his steps, that he had hoped that Bai Yuntao, this chosen worker, would assist him in battling the elite monsters, allowing him to gain some experience. However, upon hearing Qin Shi's warning, he realized the gravity of the situation. If they continued to advance, problems would surely arise. Moreover, if he could successfully stop them, he would gain some valuable reputation points. With this thought in mind, Lin Han felt invigorated and turned to say, wait. In the next moment, he vanished from Qin Shi's side. His evasion attributes maximized, along with a corresponding increase in speed at that time. Bai Yuntao was still commanding his beast to fend off a swarm of minor creatures, completely oblivious to the chilling breeze that darted past him, an old acquaintance. As he dispatched the last of the minor creatures, intending to lead Shirin onward, he suddenly heard a voice ahead. Brave warrior, please halt. Do not proceed further. Your level is insufficient. Continuing forward could be exceedingly perilous. It would be wise to retreat and enhance your strength. Chapter 30. I am a member of the Ghost Fire Mercenary Corps. Hearing these words, Bai Yuntao was perplexed, initially thinking it was merely a prompt from the instance. However, the next moment, he noticed Shi Yin's serious expression as she remarked, I have never heard of outdoor instances offering such benevolent warnings. Generally speaking, isn't it true that anyone with strength can conquer an outdoor instance? Brother Bai, I truly need the gold, Shirin said, leaning slightly against Bai Yuntao's arm. Startled by her proximity, Bai Yuntao shook himself and, regaining focus, shouted into the depths of the tunnel, we simply wish to enter and challenge a more intense instance. What business is it of yours at this moment? Lin Han, deeper in the tunnel, frowned in disapproval. Was this fellow so eager to impress the lady that he disregarded the dangers ahead? The looming threat was beyond their estimation. It would be prudent to heed the advice and retreat sooner rather than later. However, Lin Han had no choice. In order to procure ample reputation points, Bai Yuntao could not perish just yet. He still had many plans for this fellow in the future. Thus, he maintained his composure and continued, You have no authority over me. I intend to proceed. It's just a trivial warning. It cannot deter me. As Bai Yuntao spoke, he turned to Shirin and commanded, Shirin, wait outside for me. I will deal with the elite monsters. What are a few level 10 creatures to fear? With that, he boldly stepped forward. Yet, in the next instant, the Flame Crow, closely following him, was abruptly repelled by some unseen force. Suffering significant damage, in the blink of an eye, a figure appeared before Bai Yuntao, striking him down with a single punch without a moment's hesitation. Who are you? The game system could not possibly exhibit such agility. Bai Yuntao finally began to react, shouting loudly, You insolent fool! I warned you not to proceed. Do you not comprehend? At this moment, Lin Han intentionally altered his tone, and the tunnel's acoustics rendered him unrecognizable. Meanwhile, Shireen, stationed on the other side of the tunnel, naturally caught wind of the commotion, assuming it was Bai Yuntao engaged in battle with the elite monsters. She cautioned Brother Bai, please be careful. The attacks from those elite monsters have toxic properties and are exceedingly dangerous. You must exercise caution. At that moment, within the tunnel, Bai Yuntao, who was being entirely suppressed by Lin Han, had just attempted to command his beasts to engage in combat, only to realize that their health had inexplicably diminished by 80% and was on the brink of annihilation. Who are you? Exactly, he exclaimed, glancing towards Lin Han. Have you heard of the Ghost Fire Mercenary Corps? Our captain is currently inside tackling an instance that I am stopping you because I fear your presence may interfere with our captain's affairs. Upon hearing the mention of the Mercenary Corps, Bai Yuntao was taken aback. He was well aware that Mercenary Corps acted with impunity and were notoriously domineering. Should he inadvertently cross paths with them, he could face unforeseen consequences. Thus, he looked at the imposing stranger with genuine gratitude and said, "Thank you for saving my life. Were it not for your intervention, I might have unwittingly walked into danger." As he spoke, Bai Yuntao even pulled out a plethora of items and equipment from his inventory, presenting them to Lin Han. These items are what I obtained from the minor creatures I recently defeated. Though not particularly powerful, they are all I can offer at this moment. Initially, Lin Han thought Bai Yuntao was attempting to gift him these items. However, just as he prepared to accept them, Bai Yuntao halted him once more. "Hey, do you have any gold or on you? Look, I brought a lady here. I can't return empty-handed." Upon hearing this, Lin Han's expression shifted to one of annoyance that if he possessed any gold or he wouldn't be here battling for it. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "How about this? Consider these items a deposit for the gold or our leader is currently mining inside. I will arrange to secure a piece for you. Just provide me with an address, and I will send it directly to you." Upon hearing those words, Bai Yuntao's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. To be frank, he felt rather uncertain when it came to dealing with those elite monsters. So he hurriedly said, "All right, brother, I shall await your news. Just remember, once you acquire the golden essence, or don't forget your little brother." As he spoke, this fellow even took out a considerable amount of equipment. Adding more chips to the table, with a smile on his face, Bai Yuntao then proceeded to walk outside. "Remember, if you encounter anyone outside, make sure to clarify that our Ghostfire Mercenary Corps is acting together. Those who wish to avoid death should refrain from entering." Lin Han chuckled as he looked at Bai Yuntao, reminding him, "Rest assured, brother." Bai Yuntao grinned widely. "So, how did it go? Did you manage to get the goods?" Moments later, seeing the excitement on the other's face, Shireen assumed that Bai Yuntao had indeed struck gold and quickly inquired. However, Bai Yuntao spoke mysteriously. "Shireen, let me tell you, I encountered a mysterious merchant who possesses golden essence ore. It will be delivered to us shortly." Hearing this, Shireen found it rather peculiar. Yet, seeing Bai Yuntao's beaming face, she was at a loss for words and was led out of the golden essence mine. Meanwhile, as Qinshi gradually approached Lin Han, she saw him crouch down, organizing a large pile of equipment. "What did you say to that fool? Why did he give you so much equipment and leave with such a happy expression?" Seeing this scene, she was even more puzzled and immediately asked, "Don't worry, he is probably thinking of how to thank me in his heart right now." Lin Han chuckled, gathering half of the equipment, and then said, "Here, the other half is yours. Are you pulling me onto a pirate ship?" Qinshi expressed helplessness, but at this point, as long as those two troublesome fellows left, it would be good. Thus, the two of them ventured into the elite area of the golden essence mine. Qinshi promptly reminded, "We need to be cautious from here on. The combat power of these night demon bats is on par with elite monsters, significantly stronger than those outside." Hearing this, Lin Han simply laughed lightly. "Don't worry. This is nothing. Just focus on collecting those items and materials." Just as the two finished speaking, Qinshi suddenly noticed a glint in Lin Han's eyes. The next moment, with a resounding crash, a night demon bat was sent flying to the other side, losing half its health instantly. It was only then that Qinshi snapped back to reality, only to be yanked back by Lin Han. Be careful. The targeting mechanism of these monsters has changed. They used to only engage beast tamers, but now they're targeting us as well. Before he could finish a sentence, a night demon bat launched an attack. Waves of sound energy surged like a storm. The surrounding night demon bats were startled and began to converge towards Lin Han and Qin Shi. Chapter 31. Wild Boss, the Nesting Salamander. Link detected the host guiding a lost classmate, gaining 100 reputation points. Just as Lin Han was receiving his reputation points, a loud rumbling sound echoed. He felt a sudden, intense pain in his head. Seeing this, Qin Shi hurriedly pulled out 2 pairs of earplugs she had already prepared. After handing one pair to Lin Han, she inserted the other into her ears. Then she amplified her voice, perhaps due to the fact that these night demon bats are all elite monsters. Their stats have increased. And even their skills have changed. If they coordinate their attacks, they will produce unique effects. Lin Han donned the earplugs, faintly hearing Qin Shi's words that he suddenly remembered to check the stats panel of the night demon bats. Night demon bat LV18 level. 14 health. 3940 attack power. 1280 mana. 1240 agility. 850 defense. 430 skills. Sonic Wave. The night demon bat emits a powerful sound wave attack, dealing damage to enemy units in front and attracting nearby allies that if multiple night demon bats use this skill together, the effect is doubled and causes a stun effect. Frenzied Claw Strike. The night demon bat slashes with its claws, attacking the target and causing a bleeding effect that lasts for 10 seconds. Ravenous Bite. The night demon bat frantically bites the unit before it, dealing damage while continuously releasing sound wave attacks. Goodness, the more there are, the higher the damage output. No wonder they are so troublesome. Lin Han spoke in a low voice. At this moment, the sounds of the surrounding night demon bats were so overwhelming that even the earplugs felt as if they might shatter. Lin Han glanced at the invisible beast floating in the sky. This little creature was continuously waving its tiny claws, unleashing the power of Space Slash. Lin Han, I need you to buy me some time. I'm preparing to unleash my ultimate move. Qin Shi hurriedly stated. Understood. Lin Han immediately responded. At this moment, not only the invisible beast, but he himself also needed to start attacking. Subsequently, Qin Shi summoned her beast. The A-grade beast Riddle Taper. Without hesitation, she commanded it to prepare to unleash its ultimate move, Frenzied Revelry. At that moment, a night demon bat suddenly launched an attack towards Qin Shi Dai. In the next second, Lin Han reacted swiftly, leaping forward and delivering a punch that crushed the monster with a sheer attack power. Simultaneously, the invisible beast unleashed a series of space slashes as the invisible beast's attacks intensified. The surrounding night demon bats seemed to sense the threat and began launching sonic wave attacks one after another. Although these attacks had minimal effect, Qin Shi was still somewhat affected. Space Slash. Seeing this, Lin Han could only instruct the invisible beast to continue releasing its skills. The little creature's claws were practically smoking from exertion. Lin Han, I'm ready. Just then, a surge of light erupted. The A-grade beast Riddle Taper's skill finally activated. Frenzied Revelry could force all enemy units to cease their attacks. Truly an incredible ability. The night demon bats within the radius of Riddle Taper's ultimate move seemed to be affected by some force, swaying their bodies in the air. How amusing. Witnessing this scene, Lin Han couldn't help but chuckle. It was hard to blame him. The sight of these bats dancing was undeniably comical, though we need to wrap this battle up quickly. Saying this, Qin Shi contemplated for a moment, retrieving some magical scrolls from her storage ring, and began to release skills to bolster their combat power. Yes, indeed. Observing this, Lin Han commanded the invisible beast to commence its attacks, while also pulling out several magical scrolls to assist Qin Shi in dealing with the immobilized monsters. Moments later, a series of notification sounds echoed in Lin Han's ears. You successfully killed a night demon bat, gaining 680 experience. You successfully killed a night demon bat, gaining. Your level has increased, all attributes 100. Your level has increased, all attributes. After the last night demon bat was eliminated, Lin Han and Qin Shi finally had a moment to catch their breath. Qin Shi sat on the ground, meticulously sorting through the materials and equipment that had dropped. After a while, a look of resignation appeared on her face as she sighed. Still no drops. Who on earth is obtaining the golden essence, or... Seeing her dejected expression, Lin Han could only console her. Don't worry. Let us keep moving deeper. But if we go further, we'll start facing monsters close to level 20. Qin Shi sighed. At this point, her level had already reached its peak at level 10. And to continue leveling up, she would first need to complete her awakening quest. Don't worry. You don't doubt my strength, do you? Lin Han chuckled, revealing his level. After several battles, his level had reached 17. Just 3 levels shy of taking on another awakening quest. Level 17. Seeing this astonishing level, Qin couldn't help but exclaim, Lin Han, are you really a rookie beast tamer from my batch, and you don't even have a beast? This was what astonished her the most. Lin Han had reached such heights without even possessing a beast. Let's continue forward. Our only mission today is to obtain the golden essence, or... Lin Han spoke firmly, pulling Qin up from the ground and continuing their journey inward. Wait a moment, we've already entered about 200 meters into the mine. If we proceed further, we'll encounter the first boss. Qin hurriedly stated. Although bosses are guaranteed to drop golden essence, or it goes without saying that defeating them poses significant challenges. That's no problem. I'm quite skilled at battling bosses. Lin Han replied immediately, having already made up his mind. If worst comes to worst, he would find an opportunity to command the invisible beast to unleash a forbidden spell, as long as he kept it hidden from Qin. No, I think we should devise a strategy first, Qin insisted. All right. A few minutes later, the two finally set off again. Lin Han moved at a rapid pace, consistently staying ahead of Qin and her beast as he scouted the path. Soon, he stepped into a cavern. Suddenly, a wave of dampness enveloped them. Scattered across the ground were several enormous swamps, from which a foul odor incessantly wafted in such a moist environment. Wouldn't that boss feel discomfort? Lin Han could not help but exclaim, What time is it? Do you still have the leisure to jest? Qin chuckled helplessly. Just as Lin Han was about to say something, he abruptly noticed that the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. Be careful, the boss is coming. Qin shouted urgently, the next instant. From a nearby swamp, a colossal creature resembling a lizard emerged. The filth within the swamp immediately shriveled and formed a protective armor over its body. Lin Han, be cautious. First, strip away its layer of armor, Qin hastily advised. According to her research strategy, this initial outdoor boss was named the dried nest salamander, massive in size, which also meant it was easier to attack and had more blind spots. Chapter 32, Defeating the Dried Nest Salamander. At that moment, Lin Han was prepared, crouching low to draw the creature's firepower. With a roar, the dried nest salamander swung one of its enormous claws toward Lin Han. Fortunately, Lin Han had already allocated points to his agility to an extraordinary level. Thus, he swiftly dodged the attack. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Han hurriedly examined the boss's various statistics. Dried nest salamander LV 20 talent. Desiccated nest. Every time the dried nest salamander burrows into the swamp, it becomes covered in dirt that instantly transforms into defensive armor, shielding its entire body. Health. 5,000 attack power. 1290 mana. 640 agility. 1200 defense. 3,000 skills. Dark rending claw. The dried nest salamander emits a furious roar and vigorously swings its claws, inflicting 304 damage with each attack and launching the target away, immobilized during this time, executing 3 swings in total. Abyssal Maw. The dried nest salamander opens its mouth, ensnaring the target, followed by a vicious bite that causes 549 damage and releases toxins that persist for 5 seconds. Deep Armor. Once the mud armor on the dried nest salamander completely dissipates, it swiftly burrows back into the surrounding swamp to replenish itself. Swamp Ambush. The dried nest salamander dives into the nearby swamp, subsequently leaping out from one of the mud pits to launch an attack on the target. Lin Han, I'm here to assist you. At that moment, behind Lin Han, Qin's riddle beast began to unleash its power. Its comical claws manifested 2 energy arrays, continuously firing magical arrows. The riddle beast's level was rather low, so its attack power was somewhat lacking, relegating it to a supportive role. Meanwhile, in an area untouched by the dried nest salamander, the phantom beast began to gather spatial energy for an attack. Release. Upon the completion of the skill's gathering, Lin Han commanded. In the next second, a blade of spatial energy struck the dried nest salamander, eliciting a series of low growls from the creature. During this time, Lin Han maneuvered around, continually attacking the exposed areas of its muddy armor, while Qin and the riddle beast focused on its revealed skin. With a sudden roar, the dried nest salamander unleashed a furious cry. Immediately, a massive tail swung around, crashing toward the two to watch out. Lin Han shouted urgently. Qin swiftly dodged to the side, as the enormous tail slammed down beside her, instantly shattering the ground into fragments and leaving behind a colossal tail mark. Seizing this opportunity, the dried nest salamander re-entered the swamp. It has vanished. Keep a close watch on the surroundings, Qin urged. Her gaze fixed intently on the surrounding swamps. Without hesitation, Lin Han quickly stepped in front of Qin, shielding her. With a fierce roar, the dried nest salamander emerged once more from the swamp, its massive form crashing toward Qin. Realizing the imminent danger, Lin Han swiftly pulled Qin backward to evade the attack. Spatial slash. Upon hearing Lin Han's command, the phantom beast immediately unleashed its skill. Waves of spatial slashes enveloped the dried nest salamander. In Qin's line of sight, just as she and Lin Han halted, the boss's health suddenly plummeted below half, leaving only a third remaining. I am ready to unleash my beast's ultimate move. Qin was acutely aware that time was of the essence, so she hurriedly directed her riddle beast to execute its skill. Frenzied revelry, all right. Lin Han nodded, rushing forward to draw the boss's aggro and confine it within a few swamps, buying time for the riddle beast's skill to channel. Next, Lin Han adeptly evaded the dried nest salamander's various skills, even launching close-range attacks during the gaps between its two skill releases, continuously drawing its aggro onto himself. Soon, the dried nest salamander roared again, seemingly infuriated. It ceased using skills and instead lunged at Lin Han with its jaws. Now, just then, Qin's voice rang out. In the next second, an energy fluctuation emanated from within the riddle beast, and simultaneously, a soft golden light surged forth, all directed toward the dried nest salamander. Instantly, the massive creature froze in place, rendered immobile. Lin Han, now's your chance, Qin shouted. At this moment, the boss had less than 20% of its health remaining, spatial rending. Lin Han mentally commanded the phantom beast. In the following second, an invisible blade of spatial energy struck directly at the dried nest salamander, instantly reducing its health to 0. Subsequently, a bounty of materials and equipment erupted around them. You have successfully killed the dried nest salamander, gaining 1,000 experience. Your level has increased, all attributes 120. Finally, it's over. This outdoor boss is truly tough-skinned and resilient. Lin Han exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, Qin began collecting the equipment scattered on the ground. Well done. I got what I wanted. You can have the rest. After picking up a piece of golden essence, Qin breathed a sigh of relief and then handed all the items and equipment over to Lin Han. You really want to take anything for yourself? Lin Han inquired. To be honest, he had hoped to split the equipment, especially since without Qin's riddle beast, he would have found it challenging to overcome the night demon bats. I stand by my word. I only want the golden essence, Qin shook her head. All right. Seeing Qin's resolute stance, Lin Han could only accept the remaining items. Moments later, the two departed from the golden essence mine, with Qin escorting Lin Han to the inner-city teleportation array. All right, I'll leave you here. I must return now, Lin Han stated. Seeing your current level, I need to expedite my leveling up. Otherwise, I'll fall too far behind you. At this, Qin thought about their level disparity and sighed. Lin Han. Until we meet again. Lin Han nodded, then vanished. Accompanied by a flash of light, Lin Han found himself back within the bounds of Jiangdong City. Meanwhile, Bai Yuntao, having returned to Jiangdong City, was boasting to his subordinates about his seamless experiences within the Golden Essence Mine. You have no idea. The monsters in that mine are exceptionally formidable. Only a beast tamer like me can barely manage to get through. If you went, you'd be courting death. Surrounded by his subordinates, one suddenly remarked, Boss Bai, if what you say is true, then you must have secured some golden essence, right? Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao was momentarily taken aback. Facing the expectant gazes of those around him, he felt reluctant to continue lying and could only say, I had bad luck. Plus, that material is quite rare, so I didn't manage to obtain any. Upon hearing this, the faces of his subordinates fell in disappointment. But in the next moment, Bai Yuntao continued with excitement. However, I met a big shot from the Ghostfire mercenary group in the wild, and he promised to send me some golden essence today, so I want Teeny to hunt for it. Chapter 33. This cannot be Lin Han's doing. Hearing this, Bai Yuntao's subordinates were immediately taken aback. One of them asked, Boss Bai, are you sure you know a big shot from the Ghostfire mercenary group? Of course, there is no way I'd lie about that. The Ghost Fire Mercenary Group is quite renowned in Jiangdong City. Bai Yintao replied dismissively. Just the fact that the big shot managed to handle himself without even utilizing a beast was enough to earn his admiration. But in the next moment, Bai Yintao was stunned, for he heard his companion suddenly say, Boss Bai, we might need to inform you of something. That Ghost Fire Mercenary Group was apparently annihilated this morning, and their demise was particularly gruesome upon hearing this. Bai Yintao was instantly taken aback, his mind a whirl of confusion as he stammered. What? When did this happen? How was I not aware? At that time, you had already arrived in Jiangchuan City, hence you were unaware of these events. However, news has spread like wildfire in Jiangdong City. Everyone is saying that the Ghost Fire Mercenary Corps has stirred up trouble with some powerful figure from elsewhere and was utterly annihilated. Indeed, every single member, including their captain, has been reduced to mere remnants, as if crushed by a hydraulic press. Hearing this, Bai Yintao was left dumbstruck. If the Ghost Fire Mercenary Corps has been eradicated, then who was the individual I encountered in the Golden Essence Mine? That person had mentioned their captain was farming monsters deep within the tunnel. No, let me sort this out first. Bai Yintao waved his hand, attempting to piece together the timeline in his mind. If the Ghost Fire Mercenary Corps was destroyed in the morning and I met that individual in the afternoon, then it follows that they were not a member of the Ghost Fire Mercenary Corps at all. The very thought sent a chill through Bai Yintao's heart. The equipment I had sent out, among which were several rare items. Selling them would easily fetch several million dragon coins. Damn the swindler. How dare you deceive me regarding my equipment? Woe betide you if I discover your identity. Otherwise, I shall make you pay dearly. Bai Yintao's breath quickened, and disregarding the presence of his subordinates, he erupted into a tirade of curses. His subordinates, witnessing his fervent outburst, stood in silence, merely sighing at his misfortune. His luck truly that abysmal. Brother Bai, did I manage to get the golden essence, or... Just as Bai Yintao continued his furious diatribe, a voice called from outside the door. It was Shireen. Here regarding the matter of the golden essence Oregon without needing to elaborate. She had come for that very purpose. Bai Yintao quickly donned a cheerful facade, seeking ways to remedy the situation. Meanwhile, within the Forgotten Forest, Principal Lu Yi of Jiangdong City's first high school furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the grotesque and eerie corpses strewn across the ground. Lu Yi, himself a beast tamer, though rarely engaging in combat now, still possessed considerable experience and understanding of the realm, but he had been summoned by city officials to investigate the massacre of the Ghost Fire Mercenary Corps. Historically, the Ghost Fire Mercenary Corps had operated in secrecy, and although rumors had circulated, the authorities had never intervened. Yet, to their astonishment, the entire corps had been wiped out. Most alarmingly, the method was swift and ruthless. Student Yi, this is the brutal reality of the beast tamer world. It is fundamentally a realm where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. You must remember, without absolute certainty, do not provoke others lightly. This incident serves as an excellent teaching moment, which is why Lu Yi brought Yi Zixuan along at this moment. Yi Zixuan had completed her awakening task, significantly ahead of her peers that broadened her horizons. She decided to accompany him. The Ghost Fire Mercenary Corps had committed numerous atrocities, bullying the weak, and thus their demise was only fitting. Those who prey upon others must inevitably face retribution, of course, to prevent instilling fear of combat in Yi Zixuan. Louis added a few more words. Principal Lu, I understand all of this. Why Yi Zixuan interjected hastily. You need not emphasize it further. Well, as long as you understand, Principal Louis nodded and continued, the city government has called upon us primarily to deduce who is responsible. If this individual is a terrorist, the entire city may soon be placed under martial law. With that, Louis led Yi Zixuan deeper into the scene of the incident. Upon seeing the bodies of the Ghost Fire Mercenary Corps up close, Yi Zixuan suddenly froze, gazing at the scattered corpses that resembled sheets of paper, along with the mangled flesh and traces of magical elements. A familiar sensation surged within her heart. What's wrong? Are you frightened? Principal Lu Yi noticed Yi Zixuan's unusual demeanor, mistakenly believing she was stunned by fear, and quickly reassured her. This appearance is likely the result of elemental energy being forcibly compressed. I am at a loss. A beast tamer capable of such a feat must possess extraordinary strength. What on earth did these individuals do to provoke such a powerful figure to employ such means? It feels akin to using a nuclear bomb to swat a fly. However, before Principal Liu Yi could finish speaking, Yi Zixuan interjected, "Principal, I have witnessed a similar situation before in the S-Class novice training area I visited." Upon hearing this, Liu Yi was momentarily taken aback. "You mean the incident where you were robbed of monsters?" He vaguely recalled Yi Zixuan mentioning this event. "What is it? Have you discovered something?" A staff member from the city government, having observed the knowledgeable Principal Liu Yi halt in his tracks, inquired eagerly. They typically dealt only with policy matters and were unfamiliar with beast tamer incidents. "That I may have some insights, but I require time to deduce." Principal Liu Yi replied. Subsequently, he and Yi Zixuan settled beside a tree. "Student Yi, let us sort this out. The first time you encountered such methods was in the S-Class dungeon, Goblin Forest. That time, I speculated that it was likely some prodigies from other districts who entered the dungeon with you to seize hidden titles. However, with the same tactics now appearing in the Forgotten Forest, we can surmise that the individual who robbed you of monsters likely hails from Jiangdong City or perhaps the neighboring Jiangchuan City. After all, the entrances and exits of the S-Class training areas are the same. If they were from elsewhere, they would have no reason to expend effort coming here to slay a group of mercenaries." The more Liu thought, the more astonished he became. Initially, he believed Yi Zixuan possessed an S-Class beast, which would finally bring recognition to their school. Yet, now it seemed there was an even more formidable prodigy nearby. "Principal, do you think it's possible that the culprit is Lin Han?" Yi Zixuan suddenly recalled someone while leaning against the tree. Upon hearing this, Principal Liu Yi immediately shook his head. "No way. Lin Han doesn't even have a beast. How could he kill so many mercenaries?" Yet after uttering this, doubts began to creep into Principal Liu Yi's mind. The reason was simple. To gain entry into the S-Class Dungeons training area, one must first possess the requisite qualifications. However, to date, only Lin Han and Yi Zixuan from Jiangdong City had successfully obtained entry into the S-Class Dungeon. Realizing this, Principal Liu Yi quickly revised his statement. "This matter likely has no correlation with Lin Han. We won't even discuss whether he has a beast. From a level perspective, it doesn't make sense. The incident where you were robbed occurred within mere hours that he awakened alongside you. How could he possibly reach the level to solo the goblin nest in such a short time?" After saying this, Liu Yi resolved within himself that he must visit Jiangchuan City soon to investigate whether there were candidates for entry into the S-Class dungeon. All right. Ultimately, Yi Zixuan relinquished her thoughts, persuaded by the principal. Indeed, anyone capable of defeating her, Yi Zixuan, could be anyone. But it cannot be Lin Han. Chapter 34. The Contract, a new SSS-class beast. At Shenglong Trading Company, manager Zhang Yanning had originally planned to step out to negotiate a deal with a significant client, as a substantial portion of their business came from there. However, before she could leave, she received a message from Lin Han, stating he would arrive shortly. "Let us wait for Mr. Lin." Upon learning that Lin Han was coming, and recalling the information she had gathered about him, Zhang Yanning lost all desire to go out. "Manager, is it really necessary to place such importance on that young man? I've never seen you treat anyone with such respect." Zhang Yanning's secretary questioned, observing her anxious anticipation. Zhang Yanning shot her a disapproving glance and replied, "You know nothing. I commissioned someone to investigate Lin Han's background. Do you understand? He recently completed his awakening task. It was a legendary level 9 task. Many witnesses reported seeing radiant colors swirling about." Upon hearing this, even the secretary, who was not well versed in beast tamer tasks, gasped in astonishment that a level 9 awakening task. "I've heard that no one has achieved that in Jiangdong City for hundreds of years. His talent must be terrifying," the secretary exclaimed in wonder. "The most outrageous part is that he actually accomplished it. So, do I really need to explain how important this individual is to you? As long as we can keep Lin Han collaborating with the trading company, we will have an endless supply of goods." Just as Zhang Yanning was speaking, she was interrupted. "Manager!" At the entrance on the other side, Lin Han's figure had already appeared in the distance. Upon seeing him, Manager Zhang Yanning's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Every time Lin Han arrived, the exchange would begin to organize its warehouse, making space for the items he held. "Mr. Lin Han is here. We have been waiting for quite some time and are ready to conduct transactions at your convenience." As Zhang Yanning spoke, she guided Lin Han towards the VIP room. A few hours later, Lin Han's account had swelled with several hundred million in deposits. The vast array of props and equipment in his possession was now on the verge of filling the warehouse of Shenglong Exchange. At this point, Lin Han could truly be regarded as a bona fide tycoon. This Lin Han would undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse in the realm of beast tamers. Watching Lin Han's departing silhouette from the second-floor window of the exchange, Zhang Yanning wore an unmistakable smile. Such a massive influx of props and equipment into the market would surely attract more beast tamers to the exchange for shopping. At that time, they would undoubtedly reap a bountiful profit. And even other auction houses might find themselves seeking to negotiate with Shenglong Exchange for a share of the market. Just then, Zhang Yanning received a call from the municipal government. Zhang Yanning? The city government requires you to send someone to the Forgotten Forest to identify the residual magical energy from the scrolls there and ascertain which trading house it belongs to. Upon hearing about the residual magical energy from the scrolls, an unusual expression crossed Zhang Yanning's face, that he had naturally heard about the annihilation of the Ghost Fire Mercenary Corps. Originally, he thought the municipal government would handle the matter with indifference. But unexpectedly, they were so intent on uncovering the truth that as evening fell, Lin Han finally returned home. After lying on his bed, he suddenly remembered that his invisibility beast seemed to have learned a new skill. He hurriedly opened the beast taming panel to check. Beast name, invisibility beast level, SSS category, space rank, level 19 talent, chaos divine concealment health, 3300 attack power, 1290 mana, 2370 agility, 1350 defense. Skills: Space Phantom, Space Pierce, Space Exterminate, Space Tier Cube, Space Stack. Your invisibility beast has gained a new skill. Space Teleport, designated location, allows up to 3 units, excluding itself, to be teleported. Instantaneous movement. Excellent. It seems that future battles will become significantly easier. This ability for spatial jumping has arrived at the perfect time, akin to adding wings to a tiger. Suddenly, Lin Han heard the system's voice resonate in his mind. Ding! The host's accumulated virtue value has reached 3,000. And the system mall has been unlocked. The host may purchase corresponding items using virtue value. The moment this announcement was made, Lin Han's face lit up with delight that he never imagined that his virtue value, which he had not yet consumed, would yield such an effect. Fortunately, he had been too busy today to allocate it all to his attribute points. System. Open them all. Lin Han promptly checked the system mall. Soon, a panel resembling a shopping cart appeared before him that he clicked in to find an array of dazzling goods, ranging from divine artifacts to everyday utensils, all available at a beast taming wheel. Suddenly, a large wheel adorned with various beast engravings caught Lin Han's attention. For merely 1,000 virtue value, he could draw once that I am already a silver beast tamer. I could certainly contract a second beast, Lin Han pondered. Although he was currently powerful in combat, and the strength of the invisibility beast was formidable, he knew that prolonging this situation would inevitably reveal his peculiarities. After all, to others, he appeared to have no beasts at all. Thus, it would be prudent to contract another beast to present in the open, allowing him to better conceal the existence of the invisibility beast. Despite the high cost of 1,000 virtue value being somewhat steep, acquiring a second beast was urgent. With this great wheel, he wouldn't need to venture into the wild to capture one or purchase it from a beast shop. Let us draw. Without hesitation, Lin Han proceeded with the draw. In the next moment, as radiant beams of light illuminated the room, the beast taming wheel began to spin. After a few breaths, the system's notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations! The host has drawn an SSS-level beast, Divine Healing Angel. A contract has been automatically signed for you. Please check your records. Another level beast. A golden explosion right away. In an instant, Lin Han couldn't help but laugh aloud. His luck was simply extraordinary. Sensing their master's joy, the invisibility beast also waved its tiny paws, seemingly delighted to welcome a new companion. Soon, accompanied by a brilliant white light, an angel with 2 white wings materialized before Lin Han. However, to his surprise, the angel's eyes were obscured by a ribbon, and in place of her eyes, there was a white pupil nestled between her wings, performing the function of sight, with 2 rings of varying sizes rotating gently around it. This angel looks rather peculiar, Lin Han mused. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. His angelic beast was merely in its juvenile stage with only 2 wings, making its odd appearance understandable. Master. At that moment, a thought resonated from the divine healing angel to Lin Han's mind. "Welcome to my side." Lin Han nodded and hurriedly checked the attributes of the divine healing angel. However, the next second, he found himself at a loss. This angel was purely of the healing type. Lin Han felt somewhat helpless. Generally speaking, pure healing type beasts possessed extraordinarily potent healing abilities. They could effortlessly mend any injury, regardless of its severity. Yet this was not entirely aligned with Lin Han's intentions. Chapter 35, The Most Toxic Top-Tier Beast. What a pity! Lin Han sighed, that it wasn't that pure healing-type beasts were undesirable. It was just that at this moment, what he lacked was a beast capable of showcasing combat prowess in the open to maintain appearances. Otherwise, the invisibility beast would remain at risk of being discovered. Meanwhile, the divine healing angel seemed to sense her master's predicament. With a hint of disappointment in her eyes, she fluttered her wings, circling around the invisibility beast. Perhaps due to her connection as Lin Han's beast, she might be the second living entity in the world capable of perceiving the invisibility beast. Suddenly, Lin Han burst into laughter. How could I have forgotten? I still possess the attribute converter. After a moment of thought, Lin Han hurriedly retrieved the device he had previously acquired from his storage space. That resembled a small altar, only as large as a palm. The attribute converter could alter a beast's attributes once, making it exceedingly suitable for current use. Master. The divine healing angel understood Lin Han's intention upon seeing the device. Without any hesitation, she directly touched the artifact. Soon, energy forms began to emerge from her surface, wrapping around her like chains. Subsequently, 2 palms gradually emerged from the attribute converter, seizing those chains and energy forms, and began to manipulate them over the divine healing angel as if performing surgery. The invisibility beast floated nearby, its large eyes brimming with curiosity, eager to understand how this device functioned. This process continued for a while until Lin Han received a notification. The attribute converter has been activated. Your beast, divine healing angel, has completed its attribute conversion. Original attribute. Healing. Current converted attribute. Poison. Poison. Upon seeing this outcome, Lin Han was taken aback. This converter is incredibly powerful. It transformed an SSS-level angel into the most fearsome poison. At that moment, the divine healing angel soared into the air. The large eye at the center of her wings now had a deep purple halo covering its pupil. Upon closer inspection, one could even see toxic gas seeping out. After the attribute conversion, the divine healing angel appeared quite pleased, as it was evident that her master was satisfied with this new attribute. The poison type could likewise silently eliminate enemies, and combine with the invisibility beast. One could exhaust opponents while the other struck them down. An impeccable match. Lin Han's face revealed a look of satisfaction, and only then did he begin to examine the new attributes of the divine healing angel. Beast name: Divine Healing Angel level. SSS type: Poison rank. Level 1 talent. Deadly redemption. All attacks from the divine healing angel are imbued with poison, dealing damage to enemy units every second. Incapable of stacking. Health points: 670 attack power, 490 mana points, 840 agility, 310 defense, 180 skills. Poison Rift. The divine healing angel can actively unleash this skill, consuming all toxins within the target's body, dealing substantial damage and leaving behind deadly poison. Poison Rain of Harm. The divine healing angel channels the water vapor from the sky to create rainfall in the surrounding area. All enemy units that come into contact with the rain will suffer 23 points of damage, which continues to deal equivalent damage. Poison Frenzy Blade. The divine healing angel uses its wings as blades to slash at the target unit, inflicting 390 points of damage with each strike, while also stacking poison. Poison Chaotic Demon. The divine healing angel marks a target, inducing a poison state, causing it to attack indiscriminately, and all targets struck by the marked unit will be afflicted with poison. Subsequently, that unit will be stunned. Poison Godslayer. Forbidden spell level starting from the position of the divine healing angel. It releases a poisonous ray, dealing significant damage, and the wound cannot be healed permanently, resulting in continuous damage reduction. Poison, truly lethal. Just a glance at the skill description sent chills down Lin Han's spine. The transformed divine healing angel was now nothing short of a colossal poison bomb. Every skill, even the ordinary attacks, was laced with toxins. Lin Han could only imagine the exquisite torment these skills would inflict upon his enemies, especially since this beast possessed forbidden-level attacks. Although its description seemed unremarkable, it was evident that anyone who survived a hit from this forbidden spell would be left in an agonizing state. This meant that from this point onward, their health would be exceedingly difficult to restore to full capacity. "I may have just acquired the most toxic beast in history," Lin Han exclaimed with excitement. Next, he prepared to place the divine healing angel into the beast's space. After all, it was not like the stealth beast, which could avoid detection. However, he soon found himself in another predicament. Lin Han realized that his beast space was, to be frank, somewhat cramped. Although the divine healing angel seemed pleased to enter, it was evident that once it spread its wings, the entire space became quite congested. Generally speaking, a beast tamer's beast space only provides a small area for the beast's survival. Nevertheless, this space could be upgraded. By spending some resources, it could be expanded tenfold or even 100-fold. I should first expand the beast space for my two beasts. Lin Han contemplated that he decided to seek assistance in constructing a small beast dwelling within the beast space that I in this world. The living structures within the beast space are diverse. Beyond the small beast dwelling, there are larger options like beast courtyards, beast gardens, and even beast cities and miniature worlds. Naturally, the more advanced the dwelling, the greater the resources required. Currently, with two beasts, a small dwelling would be more suitable. Upgrading this living space is also quite simple. Lin Han just needed to select some appropriate design blueprints online, and after making a payment, someone would naturally craft it for him. At that point, he would only need to use his mental power to materialize those items and incorporate them into the beast space. One cannot help but admire how the beast system in this world has reached a remarkably user-friendly stage. This will do. Lin Han spent several hours meticulously choosing until he was thoroughly satisfied with a classic-style beast dwelling. After paying the deposit, he immediately fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, within the Forgotten Forest, representatives from various trading houses in Jiangdong City were summoned. The municipal staff had discovered some fragments of magical scrolls on the ground. Although magical scrolls do not explicitly indicate which trading house sold them, every trading house has its own anti-counterfeiting measures. Therefore, everyone could discern certain clues. What surprised everyone was that the representative of Shenglong Trading House was none other than Zhang Nian. Generally speaking, this manager of the largest trading house in Jiangdong City would not concern herself with such matters. However, this time Zhang Nian dared not be careless. She feared that the young individuals in the trading house might speak indiscreetly, and if they inadvertently revealed something, it could lead to trouble. Can anyone tell which trading house these items belong to? The municipal staff hurriedly inquired. Gazing at a fragment of the magical scroll in her hand, Zhang Nian merely stroked it a few times, and her expression turned astonished. Although the magical scrolls from Shenglong Trading House were mass-produced, they consistently imported special magical materials from other cities to ensure quality. That moment, she recognized the material they used. Chapter 36. Forced Demolition, the Orphanage. It truly was Lin Han. He single-handedly eliminated all the beast tamers of the Ghost Fire Mercenary Corps. At this moment, Zhang Nian stood rooted in place, overwhelmed with shock. Based on the traces left behind and the manner of combat, we speculate that the assailant has likely reached level 30 or above. This individual has eliminated the notorious Ghost Fire Mercenary Corps, making them a potentially dangerous figure. To be able to kill dozens of beast tamers in one breath, if we cannot ascertain their background, they may pose a hidden threat. Thus, we hope to receive everyone's assistance. A few municipal personnel stepped forward and spoke solemnly that if anyone has any leads, please bring them forward, that if the information you provide proves valuable, the Jiangdong City government will certainly offer appropriate compensation. The municipal staff then earnestly looked at the representatives of the trading houses. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nian slightly furrowed her brows. However, she quickly realized that rather than the inexplicable rewards from the municipal government, it was evidently more beneficial for their trading house to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Han. After all, Lin Han, who had successfully annihilated the entire Ghost Fire Mercenary Corps, could not possibly be at the level the staff mentioned. He was at most around level 20. In fact, based on his age, Zhang Nian surmised that Lin Han might not even have reached level 20. Upon considering this, Zhang Nian couldn't help but take a deep breath. If that were the case, Lin Han must be a genius far stronger than she had originally thought. He was a person their trading house needed to befriend. Suddenly, Zhang Nian realized that if the members of the Ghost Fire Mercenary Corps were indeed killed by Lin Han, didn't it mean that their equipment and items were currently piled up in the warehouse of Shenglong Trading House? Thinking of this, Zhang Nian did not hesitate. She hurriedly began contacting the trading house personnel to swiftly sell those items and bring them to market. She could not allow the municipal personnel to trace their way back to her. At the same time, Lin Han, who was sleeping soundly at home, was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Lin Han, little Lin, open the door quickly. There has been an incident. Still groggy from sleep, Lin Han initially felt quite displeased. However, upon recognizing the voice, he quickly got up and went out. It was the voice of Aunt Nyo, a community member in this old neighborhood. Aunt Nyo often helped the neighbors, and Lin Han had received considerable assistance from her, so he had always been very grateful to her upon opening the door. Lin Han immediately saw Aunt Nyo gasping for breath, her face filled with panic. Aunt Nyo, don't worry, what happened? Lin Han hurriedly asked, then went to the small room to prepare some water for her. Little Lin, I want to drink the water. I came to tell you that something happened at the orphanage. Upon hearing this, Lin Han's heart sank that he had been an orphan since childhood, growing up in the orphanage until high school when the director contacted the staff of the nearby old neighborhood to help him rent a place to live. Thus, he held profound feelings for the orphanage that raised him. Aunt Nyo, please get to the point. What exactly happened? Upon hearing that something had occurred there, Lin Han lost all interest in pouring water. While you were away, we received a notice from a developer saying they intend to demolish the area. We, the residents of this old neighborhood, can accept the demolition, but they insist on demolishing the orphanage as well. Although the developer is willing to offer some money, it's only a few million. What use is that? Therefore, the director flatly refused, resulting in the developer sending people to forcibly demolish it. What will happen to the children of the orphanage if they lose their home? Are they to sleep on the streets? Aunt Nyo took several deep breaths and hurriedly explained the situation. All right, I understand. Thank you, Aunt Nyo, for coming to find me, Lin Han said, and then immediately burst through the door. Space jump. After Lin Han arrived at a deserted corner, he swiftly issued a command. In the next moment, an invisible beast emerged from the beast control space and immediately conjured spatial energy, propelling Lin Han towards the orphanage. Simultaneously, at the slum orphanage, a massive excavator blocked the entrance. Before it stood a group of children holding hands, their gazes resolute. Behind them were two teachers from the orphanage, now weakly collapsed on the ground, their beasts barely clinging to life. Although their energy was nearly depleted, the beasts still exhibited a fierce desire to fight. Get out of the way, seeing the group of children obstructing the excavator. Several men in suits, looking menacing, grew anxious. They had initially believed that simply bringing the excavator would suffice to crush the orphanage. But who would have thought that the teachers, usually timid, would foolishly summon beasts to hinder them? Even the wild children had come to stand in their way. You fools better move aside, or don't blame me for being rude. They bared their teeth, attempting to drive the children away, yet the kids remained steadfast. Everyone, don't be afraid. They wouldn't dare harm so many of us. Among the orphans blocking the entrance stood a girl around 13 or 14, noticeably taller than the other children. Bravely, she stood in front of the excavator and shouted, "How dare you? You refuse to heed warning." At that moment, from behind the excavator, a middle-aged man approached slowly. "Do you think you can stop the excavator with your body? I assure you, today, even if we crush you, the city government will only report it as a construction accident." As he noticed the unyielding stance of the children, he stepped directly in front of the girl and spoke in a grave tone. "If you have the guts, come and run me over. This is our home. If you wish to take it, then you must kill us first." The girl, undaunted by his words, tightened her grip on the hands of the other children, her resolve only strengthening. "Hey, you little brat." The middle-aged man had not anticipated such defiance from the children, prompting him to shout inside, "Where's that old man? How dare you let these kids fight for you while you hide away?" Just then, a young boy shouted loudly, "You must not insult the director. He fell ill yesterday, so you cannot enter. Your forced demolition of the orphanage is illegal. Please leave immediately." At this moment, perhaps inspired by the man's words, one teacher struggled to rise, positioning herself in front of the children. "What now? Not satisfied with just a beating? Brothers, summon all our beasts and give this teacher a good thrashing." The middle-aged man sneered as he looked back at his companions. Commanding, "This brat wants to die. He'll have to crush our corpses first. Upon hearing this, Teacher Lee shouted, evidently prepared for a life-and-death struggle. All right, you've got guts. The middle-aged man chuckled coldly. First, take care of this one. Just as he was about to signal his subordinates to attack, he abruptly sensed something that in the next instant. With a thunderous explosion, the excavator they had brought suddenly erupted. The immense shockwaves surged outward, sending the group of demolition workers flying. Just as the shockwave was about to collide with the crowd at the orphanage, a figure appeared before them. With a swift motion, he summoned several shields of varying attributes, forming a protective barrier for the children, absorbing all the impact. Chapter 37. Divine Healing Angel. Attack. Lin Han, big brother. As the dust settled, the group of children from the orphanage exclaimed in delight. They were well acquainted with this figure. It was Lin Han, who had grown up in the orphanage. He had finally arrived. Seeing that the children were unharmed, Lin Han let out a sigh of relief. The shields before him had been deliberately left behind during his sale, a precaution for self-defense in case of emergencies that he never imagined they would be put to use so soon. The excavator had been obliterated, a feat orchestrated by Lin Han, directing the invisible beast. Its attack was terrifying, easily dismantling such a metallic contraption. Who are you? How dare you blow up our excavator? You've got some nerve. You better back off, or even if you're a beast master, you'll end up here. At that moment, the furious demolition workers, propelled by the explosion, rushed towards him, led by the irate middle-aged developer, his face flushed with rage. However, Lin Han paid them no heed. Instead, he turned his attention to the group of orphans, particularly the 13 or 14-year-old girl. Han Ning, take the teachers and everyone else and get to safety. Lin Han, we can't leave. Even the two teachers together couldn't defeat them. How can you handle them alone? We should stay and help you. Han Ning replied resolutely that don't worry. I am now a beast master, so you all just need to take Teacher Li and Teacher Zhang back to the orphanage. Trust me, I will protect our home from these villains. Upon hearing this, the children's eyes brightened, especially a little girl who exclaimed, a beast master. Big brother Lin Han, you really are a beast master now. Since entering high school, Lin Han had only returned to the orphanage every few days, so the news of his becoming a beast master was just now reaching them. Hearing this, Lin Han quickly crouched down and affectionately ruffled the heads of a few children, saying, of course, now hurry and leave. Big brother will handle the bad guys. Han Ning, don't hesitate. You are just holding me back. Quickly take everyone away. Lin Han spoke again, his tone growing serious. All right. Han Ning nodded and hurriedly called for the others to assist the two teachers as they retreated into the orphanage. Teacher Li was the last to leave. Lin Han, hold on a bit longer. Zhang Yu and I will rest and come out to help you right away. His words were filled with regret for putting a newly minted beast master in a position to face a group of thugs. Don't worry, Teacher Li. You should be more concerned about them that I'll deal with all of them shortly. Lin Han replied with a smile. Thus, in front of the orphanage, Lin Han soon stood alone that you've got some skills. Kid that we shouted for ages and couldn't make those bratty kids budge, yet you managed to convince them with just a few words. I'll make sure to repay you well. The middle-aged man, sneering at Lin Han, commanded his subordinates, brothers, show this kid our strength. As he finished speaking, he turned to his lackeys and instructed, this Lin Han kid somehow blew up the excavator, but he must have some skills, so be careful not to embarrass me. Don't worry, boss. At this moment, the developers' gang was already rolling up their sleeves, ready for action. Suddenly, a radiant glow enveloped them as over a dozen beasts were summoned all at once. Lin Han surveyed the scene. Most of these beasts were around level 10, with only 2 reaching level 20. However, Lin Han remained unfazed as he summoned the divine healing angel with a swift gesture. What kind of beast is this? Instantly, the group of thugs prepared for battle paused in surprise. Why is there a big-eyed creature? Do you plan to scare us to death? One of them asked incredulously that it was not their fault, from the appearance of the divine healing angel. It was indeed hard to discern any offensive capabilities that this a top-tier beast. Someone remarked, recalling a beast on the rankings known as the divine healing angel, that an angel. How is that possible? This kid is just a poor wretch from the slums. How could he possibly possess such a top-tier beast? I remember that the divine healing angel is a top-tier healing beast. In an instant, everyone looked at Lin Han in disbelief. Even they had never witnessed a top-tier beast before. Today was indeed an eye-opener. Healing type. Who would have thought that this kid on the opposite side is a fool? If the angel beast is purely a healing type, then it's just a big healer. Even if it's a top-tier beast, so what? And it doesn't even look like it's high level. It probably doesn't even match our weakest beast. Upon hearing that the divine healing angel was purely a healing type, a sneer appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Ha! Kid, you're quite thoughtful, knowing we get tired from fighting and calling forth a healing beast to help us recover. Indeed, you are truly the finest adversary in existence. Your exceptional beast is impressive. If you were to kneel and apologize to our leader right now, perhaps we might spare your life. Haha. Meanwhile, the developer's lackeys relaxed their tense demeanor, perceiving the youth before them as utterly weak. Listening to their banter, Lin Han chose not to intervene. Sometimes, just before death, one can be at their most reckless. You certainly do talk a lot. Are we still going to fight? Lin Han said with a cold smirk. Fight? Why not? We shall see how your pure healing beast is utilized to assault us. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man across from him broke into a wide grin. Break this brat's limbs. With that command, a towering iron-fisted gorilla burst forth from the throng of beasts, swinging its massive fist towards the healing angel. Dodge! Lin Han's gaze sharpened as he issued the command. In an instant, the healing angel spread its wings and evaded the incoming attack. Toxic, frenzied blade. Before the iron-fisted gorilla could react, the healing angel suddenly unfurled its wings, revealing the hidden black-purple toxic feathers beneath. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air resonated as the healing angel swung its toxic wings, striking down upon the iron-fisted gorilla like a tempest. The dual blade-like wings forced the gorilla to retreat instantly. What a ferocious assault! The owner of the iron-fisted gorilla immediately sensed the shift. His offensive beast was being suppressed by a healing type. To make matters worse, though the gorilla had retreated, 2 deep gashes appeared on its arm, with dark energy swirling around them, causing its health to plummet. Soon, the gorilla's health had fallen by more than half. This brat's beast is not ordinary. Something is amiss. The owner of the gorilla's voice trembled slightly. Ha! Hearing this, Lin Han chuckled coldly. If it weren't for the healing angel's lower level, the opposing beast would likely have suffered more than just a loss of over half its health. In Lin Han's calculations, had they been of equal level, the healing angel's toxic frenzy blade would have been sufficient to poison the iron-fisted gorilla to death in one strike. Boy, what skill have you employed? Why does my beast continuously lose health? Quickly dispel that skill effect, or I will not spare you. At this moment, the iron-fisted gorilla's health was below 10%, and its owner was thoroughly panicked. We are enemies. Why should I tell you? I have already stated that anyone daring to trouble the orphanage today will not leave. Today, you shall all perish here. Healing angel, summon a rain of blessings upon them. Lin Han sneered. Indeed, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. He had already internally issued a death decree against these individuals. This time, he was too indolent to worry about his reputation. Injuring 2 teachers was a capital offense. Chapter 38. Venom. Total annihilation. Simultaneously, after Lin Han gave the command, the healing angel soared into the air, and the next moment, an eye nestled between its wings began to release a series of strange black-purple rays towards the heavens. Soon, a vast amount of magical energy coalesced in the sky. Moments later, a thick purple mist manifested upon the ground before the orphanage, accompanied by a gentle patter of purple raindrops. The mist spread rapidly, enveloping the demolition crew before Lin Han's adversaries could react. Has this brat lost his mind? He dares to cast a rain of blessings upon us. Ha ha ha! I have yet to experience being healed by an angel. Yes, it is the perfect opportunity to feel the cleansing of divine rain. Enveloped in the mist, the opposing individuals remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom, continuing to jest among themselves. Await your demise. Toxic. Harm Rain, a devastating area of effect skill, is the healing angel's most formidable asset. Lin Han sneered. Shortly thereafter, as the purple droplets fell, the demolition crew suddenly felt an alarming shift. Someone questioned, "Why am I losing health?" And so quickly, at that moment, several individuals nearby turned to each other, noticing the strange phenomenon. "Why are your eyes turning purple?" One exclaimed to a colleague. "Don't mention me. Why is your face turning green?" "My gosh, we are poisoned before long," They discovered that each of them had unknowingly fallen into a poisoned state, and a severe one at that. It was that brat's doing. Why? Isn't the healing angel a healing type? How can its skills be toxic? Moreover, how could such a low-level angel wield such immense power? Instantly, everyone was left dumbfounded. Roar. Just as they were bewildered, the beasts drenched in the toxic rain let out furious roars. Under Lin Han's mental command, the healing angel's attacks were indiscriminate. At this moment, every beast summoned by the opposing beast masters bore at least 4 or 5 layers of toxins that as the purple mist continued to spread. Their health plummeted rapidly. Toxic attacks are exhilarating, Lin Han mused, realizing he didn't even need to unleash his stealth beast to vanquish these arrogant foes. Healing Angel, activate Toxic, Frenzied Demon Chaos, Toxic, Frenzied Demon Chaos. The Healing Angel marks a target unit, inducing a poison state, and proceeds to attack indiscriminately, applying toxins to all targets struck, subsequently stunning the marked unit. Seeing that the toxins had infiltrated sufficiently, Lin Han directed the Healing Angel to unleash another skill. The next moment, Roar. With a fearsome roar, a level 20 B-rank beast, the Sun Eater Bear, suddenly extended its enormous claws, striking a nearby beast. What is going on? Why is your beast attacking its allies? Instantly, the beast masters, who had been desperately trying to maintain their status against the toxic effects, were left stunned. I have no idea. With the addition of a level 20 beast to his ranks, Lin Han felt as though he had gained wings. In just a few minutes, all of the beasts present had lost their combat capabilities, lying helplessly on the ground. These offensive skills are truly remarkable. If employed in large-scale combat, their efficacy would surely be even more pronounced. Witnessing his effortless victory over numerous thugs, Lin Han's lips curled upwards. Damn. These fellows who usually feast and drink at my expense now find themselves unable to overpower a single individual. Truly a bunch of useless fools. At this moment, the middle-aged developer who had been standing aside looked on in bewilderment and shock as his men failed to subdue a mere youth. If not for his mediocre talent in beast mastery, he would have certainly stepped in to show these thugs what a true combat beast master is. Oh no! We must have fallen into that brat's trap. At this juncture, the thugs, noticing the toxic status indicators on their status bars, realized who was responsible. They attempted to withstand the damage with their health, but they were baffled as the effects of the toxin persisted longer than any abnormal state they had previously encountered. Soon, their health was nearing depletion. It is time. Lin Han quickly discerned that the thugs were growing more lethargic due to the toxin's effects. Healing Angel, Toxic, Rupture, Toxic Rupture. The Healing Angel can actively release this skill, consuming all toxins within a target's body, dealing significant damage, and leaving behind severe poison. Lin Han spoke firmly. The next moment, the Healing Angel understood the command. It flapped its white wings and soared towards the heavens. A magical energy array appeared in the pupil nestled between its wings. In the next instant, it shattered and exploded. The skill was activated. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Han heard a series of explosions, witnessing the beasts contaminated by the toxins erupting in agony. One by one, the powerful beasts let out pained howls as they detonated. The black-purple blood mist generated from their explosions engulfed the other beasts, sparking further explosions. Soon, more screams echoed, capturing Lin Han's attention. The thugs' beasts also began to explode, the black-purple blood mist spreading amongst the crowd. In mere moments, several individuals and their beasts were left with blackened blood seeping from their bodies, collapsing lifelessly. More terrifyingly, the corpses that fell transformed into pools of black water. How disgusting! Witnessing this scene, while Lin Han had anticipated the horrifying effects of the poison, he never expected it would reduce them to mere puddles of black water. Soon before him, more and more corpses fell, all morphing into black-purple sludge. This process did not last long. Soon, there was no sign of life remaining before Lin Han. All but the middle-aged developer lay dead. You have successfully slain an enemy beast, gaining 120 experience. You have successfully slain another enemy beast, gaining 180 experience. Your beast, the Divine Healing Angel, has leveled up by 1. Your beast, the Divine Healing Angel, has leveled up by 1 again. At this moment, Lin Han discovered that he could also earn experience points by defeating the beasts of those beast masters. However, perhaps due to some experience adjustment, the acquired experience was significantly reduced just then. Lin Han also realized that the level of his divine healing angel had reached level 10, granting it the capability to fight independently. Your beast is not a healing angel. What kind of creature is it? At that moment, a middle-aged man watching everything from a distance was filled with terror. Disbelief etched across his face, but he could hardly fathom that the bloodshed on the ground could be attributed to a healing beast. I must leave this place. The middle-aged man gazed at Lin Han's face, feeling as if he were staring at a living embodiment of death. He desperately wanted to flee, but his legs trembled uncontrollably, leaving him devoid of the strength to escape. Chapter 39. Not a single one left alive. All slain. You, though lacking combat ability, possess considerable knowledge about beasts. But who told you that the divine healing angel could only be a healing type? At this moment, Lin Han's figure appeared before him, a cold smirk on his lips. As he spoke, he even displayed various statistics of the divine healing angel. In the next instant, poison type. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. This was no angel. It was a veritable demon, even more toxic than a demon. Lin Han's younger brother. Spare me. The demolition of the orphanage has nothing to do with me. Although I am a developer, I am merely a worker, hired to demolish buildings. How could I know this place was related to you? The middle-aged man fell to his knees, trembling all over. Does that mean you can demolish it without consequence? Lin Han sneered. The Golden U Group? I have noted it. He glanced at the emblem on the man's clothing, committing the name of the middle-aged man's company to memory. Little brother, now that you know who the real culprit is, I shall take my leave. Rest assured, I will resign after returning and will never engage in such activities again. As the middle-aged man spoke, he hurriedly stepped back. No need for that. You need not return. Lin Han's gaze was cold. Previously, he had witnessed this man instructing a group of thugs to deal with the teachers of the orphanage. For someone like him, there was no room for mercy. Eliminate him. Before the middle-aged man could react, the prepared divine healing angel flapped its wings, unleashing a wave of poisonous mist. In the next moment, the middle-aged man transformed into a puddle of black liquid. By the time Lin Han returned to the entrance of the orphanage, the black liquid had been completely cleared away by the divine healing angel, leaving no trace behind, only a pile of equipment and items. You lot truly deserve your fate. There are numerous pieces of equipment here, just right for compensating the orphanage. Observing the ground that had returned to its normal state, Lin Han couldn't help but exhale in relief. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has resolved the urgent situation of the orphanage, saving the children, gaining 500 reputation points. Next, Lin Han turned and entered the orphanage. The children were obediently gathered around the elderly director, with a few of them, under Han Ning's guidance, prepared for battle at any moment. Brother Lin Han, have they left? Upon seeing Lin Han enter, everyone inquired eagerly. Yes, it's all right now. I have politely asked those people to leave, and I assure you, no one will dare bully you again in the future. Lin Han replied with a smile. Xiao Han, you have truly become capable. The two teachers at the orphanage sighed in relief at his words. To be honest, they had been somewhat fearful that Lin Han would be unable to handle the situation. However, having not participated in battle for a long time, their supply of recovery items and storage was pitifully low. Thus, they had not even regained half their health. Even if they wanted to assist Lin Han, they were unable. Old sir. Lin Han approached the elderly director, gazing at his somewhat aged face, feeling a pang of sorrow that it was known that the director had been in good spirits the previous year. But since the new year, he had begun to seem somewhat confused. Only when Lin Han visited did the elderly director appear to regain some clarity. Xiao Han has come, looking at the youth standing before him. The elderly director gently furrowed his brow, rubbing his eyes with trembling hands, as if striving to see clearly that I have aged. I can hardly recognize you now, that if you come back after some time, I fear you may not see me at all. After a long pause, the elderly director sighed, his voice tinged with loneliness and helplessness. Your health is fine, old sir. May you live a long life. By the way, I am now a beast master. Wasn't it your wish to see me become a beast master? Lin Han spoke, his heart aching that it had only been a few days since his last visit. Yet the elderly director's condition had deteriorated, so did a beast master. You've become one? Good. Xiao Han has truly succeeded. The elderly director, who had raised this child, felt a deep sense of pride, though the neighbors had not spoken well of Lin Han. The elderly director knew that Lin Han had a kind heart, so you shall witness the day I become a divine beast master. It is certain, Lin Han hurriedly added. Very well, I look forward to your ascension to divinity. Upon hearing this, a smile graced the elderly director's face, and his spirit seemed to revive somewhat. After a moment, having conversed with the elderly director for quite some time, Lin Han stepped out of the room. Outside, the two teachers were waiting with Han Ning for him. They were well aware of the battle Lin Han had fought against those beastmasters that to be able to single-handedly repel those foes. It was clear that Lin Han's strength had surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. Although Teacher Li was trying to put on a brave face, his expression was still somewhat gloomy. Lin Han could easily discern that he was likely still concerned about the ongoing situation. The orphanage occupied a vast area, and those developers would undoubtedly not let it go easily. Thus, Lin Han contemplated for a moment and said, regarding the demolition issue, you need not worry, I will find a way. Your primary task is to look after the director and the children. Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhang sighed, lamenting, as teachers, we find ourselves in a position where we must rely on these children to safeguard us. I grew up in this orphanage. It is my home, and you are my family. Han Ning, please take good care of the two teachers and everyone else. After saying this, Lin Han stepped out of the orphanage. Next, without hesitation, Lin Han immediately contacted Zhang Yaning from the Shenglong Trading Company. She was the person he knew with the broadest connections. Meanwhile, upon realizing that Lin Han had annihilated the Ghostfire mercenary group, Zhang Yaning regarded him with great importance. When she saw it was Lin Han calling, the trading company manager assumed he had ventured into another rare dungeon and urgently needed to process a batch of equipment. Mr. Lin Han, have you made any new gains? He hurriedly answered the call without hesitation. This time, I am not here to do business. I have some matters I would like your assistance with. Lin Han replied calmly. Speak freely. As long as it is within our capacity, I shall do my utmost. Zhang Yaning immediately sat up straight, her attitude exceedingly earnest to be honest. She was eager for Lin Han to owe her a favor, as it would allow her to handle more equipment later. That I want to know what the Golden Yu Group does and how powerful they are in Jiangdong City. Upon hearing this, she was momentarily taken aback. Isn't the Golden Yu Group a real estate company? Are you planning to buy property? No, I simply want to know if you have any connections there, or if I can confront them directly. Upon hearing the word confront, Zhang Yaning was instantly taken aback. This moment, she had developed a conditioned reflex regarding Lin Han's behavior. After all, he was someone who could act on his words. Thus, she hurriedly considered her connections to see if she could reach the real estate company. After some time, Lin Han finally received a response from Zhang Yaning to Mr. Lin Han. You may convey your requests to me, and I will relay them to the Golden Yu Group, that I believe they would be pleased to grant you a favor, especially for a beastmaster of your caliber. Listening to this, Lin Han felt somewhat puzzled. A beastmaster like me? Does this fellow suspect something? Therefore, he promptly articulated his demands. Chapter 40. Who says I have no beasts? In the heart of Jiangdong City, in the highest office of the Golden Yu Group building, the chairman had just lifted a cup of coffee, yet to add sugar, when the phone beside him began ringing incessantly, as if bombarded by calls. Who is it? Is there an urgent matter? The chairman of the Golden Yu Group thought, puzzled as he answered the call. In the next second, he heard, Is this the Golden Yu Group? I am Zhang Yaning, the manager of Shenglong Trading Company, that a strange voice suddenly echoed. Manager Zhang, I believe we have no prior connection. Do we? Upon hearing this, the chairman was momentarily taken aback. When did their real estate company have any dealings with Shenglong Exchange? However, he was well aware of Shenglong Exchange's standing in Jiangdong City. To avoid offending Zhang Yaning, he promptly replied, Do you have any instructions for me? I called to inform you that you should refrain from any further dealings with the orphanage land you were interested in recently. Remember, this is not a suggestion. If you insist on pursuing the meager profits from this, you will be opposing Shenglong Exchange. Otherwise, the people you send out today will meet your fate. Zhang Yaning spoke without mincing words. Upon hearing this, the chairman of Jinyu Group, who was seated, suddenly realized something, that he recalled that the few contracted beast masters who had been by his side had not reported back for quite some time. He had not anticipated that the orphanage was backed by the formidable power of Shenglong Exchange. I understand now, Manager Zhang. Thank you for your timely reminder. This is indeed a mistake on our part for failing to investigate thoroughly and not knowing of Shenglong's involvement. Please provide me with an account number. To express my apologies. We are willing to compensate you with 50 million Star Dragon coins. The chairman of Jinyu Group apologized for a company like theirs. Shenglong Exchange, which had connections with numerous beast masters, was a force they dared not provoke. Thus, in order to rectify his mistake, he preferred to part with money. There was no need to give it to Shenglong. It could simply go to the orphanage. Do not think of this money as compensation. Just know that you have offended someone you cannot afford to antagonize. Consider this as me lending you a hand. After saying this, Zhang Yanning hung up the phone. Moments later, the orphanage's online banking received a donation of a staggering 50 million Star Dragon coins. For powerful beast masters, this amount might be insignificant. But for the orphanage, it was more than enough to rejuvenate the old director and revamp the establishment. Ding, notification. The host has resolved the orphanage's subsequent troubles, preserving the children's home, earning 200 reputation points. Hearing this reminder, Lin Han realized that Zhang Yanning must have found a way to settle matters with the developer. Mr. Lin Han, I have already spoken with Jinyu Group, and the orphanage will no longer be disturbed. Indeed, Zhang Yanning looked at Lin Han and said, Thank you, Manager Zhang. I am planning to leave now. By the way, I intend to continue leveling up in the next few days. I may need your assistance then. Lin Han nodded, quite pleased with Zhang Yanning's efficiency in resolving the matter. Thank you for your support of Shenglong. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yanning's expression brightened further. The reason he was willing to assist Lin Han was that Lin Han could bring considerable profits to the exchange. His words practically indicated that when he returned, there would be plenty of equipment and materials. This was truly worthwhile. Subsequently, Lin Han exited the trading hall, graciously escorted by Zhang Yanning. Suddenly, his phone rang. Fatty, seeing the caller ID. Lin Han was puzzled, wondering what his close friend wanted. Hello, Brother Han. What are you up to? I got to tell you, I'm about to undertake my awakening mission. After leveling up, I want to take you along to grind levels. Are you free tomorrow morning? My dad got me a special dungeon qualification, and I want to team up with someone to tackle the dungeon. On the other end, Li Ming said with a smile. Sure, tomorrow morning works for me. I'd like to see how your tactics and practice are coming along. Lin Han replied, not surprised that IT was to be expected that Fatty would think of him for a good opportunity. Brother Han, let me tell you, my tactical skills have reached an extraordinary level. If it weren't for this developed strategy, I might not have been able to undertake the awakening mission. Fatty exclaimed with excitement. I must show you my prowess with the beasts tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lin Han received a call from Li Ming, urging him to hurry to the outskirts of Jiangdong City to find the entrance to a dungeon called Nightmare Tower. Nightmare Tower was considered quite unique among challenge dungeons. Typically, challenge dungeons provided buffs to beast masters, but this one was different. It would randomly weaken one of the beast master's attributes after a certain period. Recalling the dungeon rules he had checked on his phone, Lin Han quickly arrived at the entrance of Nightmare Tower, where he spotted Fatty. To his surprise, several individuals were standing next to Li Ming. They were all students from the same school, with a notable presence being a boy and a girl. Yi Zixuan and Bai Yuntao. At that moment, Bai Yuntao was crossing his arms, seemingly guarding Yi Zixuan closely. Brother Han, you finally made it. I was standing here, and these two guys came over with a whole group. Li Ming sighed in relief upon seeing Lin Han and said, I suspect they want to compete with us. He leaned closer to Lin Han and whispered, What did you say? Who ran over? Yi Zixuan, approaching them, remarked, Is this dungeon exclusively for you to level up? She glanced thoughtfully at Lin Han before continuing. Among all challenge dungeons, Nightmare Tower is the most suitable for low-level beast masters. That can't we all participate? Not at all, Miss Yi. That is not what I meant, Li Ming hurriedly interjected, not wanting to upset her. Oh, Lin Han, you don't even have a beast, and you still want to attempt a challenge dungeon? Bai Yuntao noticed the situation and seized the opportunity to humiliate Lin Han. Then aren't you afraid of being torn apart by the small monsters inside? There is no resurrection mechanism here. If I were you, I'd pay for a leveling team to boost my leveling speed. Oh, I forgot. You're too broke to afford that, Bai Yuntao scoffed, approaching Lin Han and his group with a disdainful expression. Haha, young Master Bai is indeed wealthy. I know you like things handed to you for free. Lin Han turned to Bai Yuntao, wanting to retort that the golden or he desired was right in his storage space. However, given the current crowd, he refrained from revealing his secret to avoid exposing his hidden beast. I'm only looking out for you as a fellow classmate, and you mistake my kindness for malice. You, who don't even have a beast, challenging this dungeon is akin to courting death, Bai Yuntao sneered, believing that Lin Han and Li Ming stood no chance of clearing the dungeon. Even if they leveled up, they would merely be consumed wave after wave, progressing at a turtle's pace, wasting their entry tickets. Who said I don't have a beast? Lin Han replied, suddenly intrigued that I forgot to mention, I had incredible luck yesterday and contracted a dream beast. With a flourish of his hand, the next moment, the divine healing angel appeared beside Lin Han, wings shimmering. Wow, Brother Han, what kind of beast is this? It's stunning, Li Ming exclaimed in surprise, seeing that Lin Han had contracted a humanoid angelic beast. See for yourself, Lin Han said, granting Li Ming permission to view the beast's attributes. Unbelievable. Lin Han, you actually contracted an angelic beast. Yi Zixuan nearby exclaimed in astonishment. What a powerful angelic beast. Each one of its kind is top tier, with a quality at least S rank. What? You actually contracted an angelic beast. Yi Zixuan's voice drew Bai Yuntao's attention, leaving him stunned into silence. All white feathers. So, it's a healing angel. What a pity. If it were another type, it would be a formidable fighter. However, after a careful examination, a hint of regret appeared on Yi Zixuan's face. Upon hearing Yi Zixuan's words, a smirk crept onto Bai Yuntao's lips as he disdainfully looked at Lin Han. Ha, Lin Han. How unfortunate for you. You finally got a beast, and it's a healer. Bai Yuntao laughed heartily, his expressions vividly displaying his glee. You all should see this. It's clearly, at that moment, because Lin Han had sent a party invitation to Li Ming. Li Ming could see part of the divine healing angel-s information, that he immediately wanted to speak up for Lin Han, but was halted by a raised hand from Lin Han. As Bai Yuntao observed Lin Han possessing merely a single healing-type beast, he boldly declared, Lin Han, how about we engage in a contest to determine who can clear the dungeon the fastest? The victor shall receive a silver-grade weapon from the loser. What do you say? Just a silver. Lin Han sighed inwardly upon hearing this, but then realized that this fellow likely could only produce silver-grade equipment. At that moment, Li Ming, who stood nearby, seemed eager to interject, but noticed that Lin Han had already agreed. Very well, I shall compete with you. Bai Yuntao was elated, surprised by Lin Han's eagerness to accept the challenge. However, he soon heard Lin Han point toward their group and say, 1, 2, 9 individuals. Will you count them as 9, or just yourself? The few beast tamers beside him stared in disbelief at the unfolding situation. They had merely come to assist for a fee, so why were they being included in this wager? Bai Yuntao, dumbfounded, retorted, why have you included them as well? Are you suggesting they want to join you in the dungeon? Lin Han inquired, this. Bai Yuntao momentarily faltered before responding. This is a competition between the two of us. What does it have to do with others? Seeing Bai Yuntao's anxious attempts to defend his position, Lin Han merely chuckled coldly. That would be rather dull if we lose. Both Li Ming and I must provide equipment. And here I am, a healing-type beast tamer willing to compete. Surely, you are not afraid? Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao was immediately provoked, exclaiming, afraid? How could I possibly be afraid? At that moment, the beast tamers in his leveling group approached him, whispering their discontent that we don't want to be involved in your affairs. If you lose, you'll have to provide the equipment yourself. I know, Bai Yuntao replied while counting the equipment in his possession. After a brief moment, he declared, let us do this. If I lose, I'll give you 9 pieces of silver-grade equipment. After making this proclamation, he glanced toward Yi Zixuan. Zixuan, would you like to give it a try? I want to hold it against you if you want equipment. It wasn't that he considered himself unfortunate, but rather Bai Yuntao genuinely believed that Lin Han's healing-type beast was a liability. He and Li Ming had no chance of winning. No need. If I lose, I will naturally provide. Yi Zixuan replied coolly, not regarding the individuals beside her with any favor. Then let us not waste time, that we shall commence the dungeon simultaneously, and whichever team emerges first shall be deemed the victor. As Lin Han spoke, he approached the dungeon entrance the next moment. Accompanied by the flickering light of the teleportation array, the two found themselves in a space littered with debris. Han, I've seen your divine healing angel. It's incredibly potent. Its name suggests a healing type, yet why does it possess such terrifying attributes? Li Ming could not help but ask. Had it not been for Lin Han's intervention, he would have already begun mocking those who underestimated its value. Isn't it due to my training? Lin Han replied directly. Let us quicken our pace. Your spike hound should solely focus on employing its probing tactics for the attack. As they approached, the dungeon prompt echoed. Welcome to the Nightmare Tower dungeon. First level. Your additional status is damage taken increased by 20. Dealt with Lin Han's words, a multitude of small monsters appeared before them. Who will attract their attention? Li Ming began to ask, only to see Lin Han charge forward himself. Next, he witnessed an extraordinarily powerful beast tamer, drawing the monster's ire. Quick, let us engage. Lin Han's voice snapped Li Ming to attention. He stood there, utilizing his impressive evasion skills to dodge the attacks of these small monsters, most of which resembled skeletons, adorned with remnants of flesh, some even dragging along the ground. Their weapons were merely fragments of bones scavenged from the earth. After evading one of them, Lin Han finally found a moment to examine the data on these creatures. Skeletal Nightmare LV 15 health, 3480 attack power, 760 mana, 320 agility, 650 defense, 1040 skills, slashing strike. The Skeletal Nightmare swings its weapon vigorously, dealing 385 damage to all surrounding enemies, repeating 3 times. Nightmare Curse. The Skeletal Nightmare emits a wail, releasing magical energy that deals 203 damage and applies a stun effect to surrounding foes. What on earth? Why are these monsters' levels so high? Li Ming exclaimed from behind Lin Han. The challenge dungeon's monster levels are adjusted based on the total levels of the beast tamers. This current situation indicated that Lin Han's level was significantly higher than his own. Hurry and act, Lin Han urged, as he could not afford to give Li Ming more time. There were simply too many monsters. Despite his full evasion capability, he had still been struck several times. With the divine healing angel soaring above, a series of energy arrays flickered. The poisonous rain skill activated, and in an instant, a torrent of toxic raindrops enveloped the small monsters. Arg! At that moment, Li Ming's spiked hound appeared, emitting a series of fierce roars as it dashed toward the rear of the monsters that in the next instant, a small monster that had been preparing to strike Lin Han was dragged away by it. The sharp teeth of the spiked hound sank into the Skeletal Nightmare's hip, dealing devastating damage and shattering it with a single bite. Witnessing this, Lin Han could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Realizing the importance of the spiked hound's contribution, as the divine healing angel's slow-acting poison was incapable of delivering quick kills, that Li Ming, meanwhile, joined the fray, helping to draw the monster's ire to create openings for their beast attacks. While fending off the small monsters, he remarked, Han, my probing tactic is quite impressive. ISNT it. I spent an entire night studying the anatomy of various creatures with the spiked hound to prepare for different situations. Upon hearing this, Lin Han deftly dodged an attack from a small monster and replied, your strategy is commendable. What he initially intended merely as a means to offer Li Ming tactical advice had unexpectedly revealed that Li Ming had become a master in this regard. The spiked hound's technique, if employed by other beast tamers, would yield unimaginable results. That moment, the two progressed swiftly, having efficiently cleared the small monsters on the first level, and they pressed onward to the second level. Upon ascending, they were greeted by a system notification. On the second level, your additional status is evasion reduced by 35. Upon seeing this reminder, Lin Han felt as though his reflexes had dulled. Han, how shall we proceed? Li Ming inquired, for in the previous round of combat, they had relied entirely on Lin Han's evasion to draw the monster's attention. However, this time, such an advantage was absent. Don't worry, we'll devise a plan. Let us stand back to back. With our evasion reduced, we shall rely on our defense to withstand their attacks. Lin Han had immense confidence in the divine healing angel's poison. As long as they could wait for its effects to take hold, they would pass through the second level of the dungeon with ease. As the surroundings began to rustle with movement, the small monsters reappeared. Chapter 42, Poison Rain and Probing, Rapid Clearing Strategy. Within the dungeon, notifications regarding the number of monsters would appear, and Lin Han was on the lookout for such alerts. After a while, he finally spotted a sign indicating the number 35. My goodness, there are 35 monsters. Li Ming marveled, realizing that high-level battles were indeed arduous. His level had only just reached around 9 Rorga, as strange sounds echoed around them. The Skeletal Nightmares charged forth once more. Prepare yourself. Lin Han wasted no time, pulling a round shield from his storage space and tossing it to Li Ming. He himself wielded a spiked shield. Both shields were rare silver-grade equipment, capable of reflecting damage. Moreover, Lin Han's shield had an additional effect. It extended the intensity and duration of negative effects on hostile units, which was extraordinarily beneficial for the Divine Healing Angel's skills. At that moment, the Divine Healing Angel soared above, preparing to unleash the poisonous rain skill once more. As the energy arrays surged, the toxic raindrops began to fall upon the throng of monsters. Li Ming could see a small monster swinging its weapon toward him, prompting him to raise his shield in defense. In the next moment, he felt a tremendous force slam against the shield. The skeletal nightmare was violently hurled away, its entire body sent flying. In swift succession, the lurking hyenas with sharp fangs rushed forward, employing a brutal tactic that severed the creature's pelvis completely. Next, the two warriors firmly gripped their shields, ensuring that the enmity remained directed towards them, for only in this manner could they guarantee that their summoned beasts would not be interrupted while executing their skills. The healing angel continuously unleashed its abilities, striving to distribute its blessings evenly. Under Lin Han's command, it had a singular objective: to ensure that when it unleashed its skill, Poison, Rupture, it would obliterate all surrounding minions. Brother Han, the health points seemed to be nearly depleted. Right? Li Ming, having reviewed the healing angel's skill description, accurately deduced Lin Han's strategy and recognized his desire for a decisive strike. However, at that moment, Li Ming's shield bore deep gashes, its durability waning perilously. This was the source of his frustration. The "Do not rush. Hold your ground a little longer," Lin Han replied in a low tone, gripping the shield steadfastly, his gaze fixed upon a particular minion with the highest stats among all the adversaries. If the healing angel could annihilate it, it would signify that the poison could cleanse the entire battlefield. Finally, moments later, Lin Han's eyes sparkled with determination as he commanded the healing angel, "Release the skill poison, Rupture. Annihilate them all." In the next instant, as the healing angel ascended into the air, detonating its toxic power, the already shattered skeletal nightmares below emitted anguished cries, their bodies exploding into fragments. Although Li Ming held his shield tightly, he could not evade the scattering bones laced with violet-green mist that rained down upon him. Once all the minions were eradicated, he received a notification from the game system in his mind. Your team has successfully slain the skeletal nightmare, earning 10-20 experience points. Your level has increased, and all attributes have risen by 80. Your summoned beast, the hyena, has leveled up. You have reached the maximum level for this stage. Please proceed to the Awakening Temple to complete the Awakening quest. During this period, you will be unable to gain further experience. Upon witnessing this series of notifications, Li Ming leaned against the wall, panting. The experience gained from such high-level minions was indeed substantial. Had he attempted to defeat them alone, he might have only achieved level up upon defeating the boss. That moment, Lin Han sat beside him, not out of need for rest, but rather because the healing angel had expended a considerable amount of mana and required recuperation. Li Ming nudged closer and inquired, "Brother Han, do you happen to know which level Bai Yuntao has reached now? Their group is larger, meaning they will likely face a greater number of minions. Moreover, I noticed that his summoned beast, the Fire Crow, lacks area skills. I fear their progress may be considerably slower than ours." Lin Han spoke in a low voice, already calculating how to utilize the surplus silver-grade equipment. Although this dungeon also yielded equipment, its value was not particularly high. Moments later, Lin Han stood up, pulling Li Ming to his feet and directing him towards the higher levels. The nightmarish tower consisted of 5 floors, and the minions on the 3rd floor marked a significant increase in difficulty compared to those below. As they ascended, a notification echoed. "Congratulations on reaching the 3rd floor. From this level onward, you will be subjected to 2 additional debuff effects. Health reduced by 35, attack power reduced by 25 at 0. I've always heard others say how challenging the nightmarish tower is, but I never anticipated it would be this arduous." Li Ming could not help but exclaim. His summoned beast relied heavily on attack power for damage, and now that it had been diminished, it seemed all hope was lost. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dungeon, Bai Yuntao stood atop his Fire Crow, loudly urging, "Hurry up! These minions are not that strong. Why is it taking so long to deal with them?" One of the beast masters retorted, "Who knows what dreadful dungeon you selected? It seems to adjust the number of minions based on the number of participants. With so many, of course, it will take longer." Seeing the ground littered with minions, Bai Yintao could only command his beast to attack, gradually whittling down the enemy's health. The other beast masters had to simultaneously command their beasts and manage the minions' health, allowing their employer to deliver the final blow. In contrast, Bai Yintao only needed to consider how to land the killing blow. While they had to account for many more factors at that moment, a skeletal nightmare suddenly leaped atop a pile of its companions, swinging its bone club towards the fire crow in the sky. Bai Yintao barely managed to command his beast to retaliate before he was thrown off. In an instant, numerous minions surrounded him. Witnessing this scene, Bai Yintao's expression turned blank, had it not been for the assistance of nearby beast masters. The onslaught would have reduced him to half health. Now shaken, Bai Yintao realized with certainty that Lin Han and his companion could not possibly surpass his speed in clearing the dungeon. Chapter 43. Boss, Nightmarish Wraith. The difficulty of the Nightmarish Tower dungeon lies not only in the persistent debuffs but also in its boss. The boss of this dungeon is known as the Nightmarish Wraith, a being universally referred to by beast masters as the new player's nightmare, indicating its formidable strength. On the fourth floor of the Nightmarish Tower, Lin Han and Li Ming had just endured a fierce battle, narrowly overcoming the challenges under the dual constraints of reduced speed and defense. Li Ming collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, disregarding the pile of bones nearby. This level of intensity was exceedingly arduous for him, and all he desired was to rest on the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Han sat on the ground, idly organizing the equipment he had acquired. Let us move forward. We must continue our quest. After a brief moment, he noticed that Li Ming had sufficiently recovered and promptly hoisted him off the ground. Wait a moment, Brother Han, Li Ming called out. I've heard that the Nightmarish Wraith boss is quite cunning and difficult to deal with. Shouldn't we formulate a strategy before confronting it? Upon hearing this, Lin Han lightly furrowed his brow and replied, What strategy is there to devise? We simply attack. My healing angel will provide control effects. You just need to execute your tactic. Before Li Ming could respond further, he was dragged into the 5th level of the dungeon. The dungeon notification resonated. Welcome to the 5th level of the dungeon. In this level, your debuff effects will be control skill effects reduced by 20, attack power reduced by 20. Seeing these effects, Lin Han let out a deep sigh. Such debuffs were less favorable than a direct reduction in health. However, it was too late for regrets. Suddenly, dark gray mist enveloped the surroundings, crackling with purple electricity, gradually coalescing into a singular form. It's here, Lin Han said in a low voice. The next moment, a radiant light emerged, revealing a massive tiger entirely shrouded in gray mist, appearing before them. Behind it, swirling black fog began to condense into a humanoid figure. As per tradition, Lin Han began to examine the boss's data. Nightmarish Wraith. Level 17 talent. Accompanied by Wraiths. The Nightmarish Wraith is accompanied by Wraiths of those it has slain, which assisted in attacking and restoring its health. Health, 4,500 attack power, 1,500 mana, 700 agility, 1,350 defense, 4,500 skills, Soul Devour. The Nightmarish Wraith attacks an enemy in front, biting them and applying Wraith power, reducing their health recovery and inflicting a fear effect. Bloodthirsty Roar. The Nightmarish Wraith emits a roar, intimidating all enemy units, causing a fear effect, and subsequently restoring its health. Malicious Disturbance. The Nightmarish Wraith commands Wraiths to attack, inflicting a fear effect on the target unit. Soul Convergence. The Nightmarish Wraith harnesses all its power, consuming the surrounding Wraith energy to attack a target unit, inflicting 54 damage. After meticulously reviewing the skill descriptions, Lin Han could not help but exclaim, no wonder it's so terrifying. Nearly all its skills are accompanied by fear effects. Hearing this, Li Ming curiously asked, how does the fear effect persist? If I'm not afraid, can it still scare me? As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling gust swept through the air, and a decaying wraith appeared before him. In an instant, Li Ming stumbled backward, his entire body breaking out in a cold sweat. Now you understand. Lin Han chuckled lightly. But in the next moment, a wraith suddenly charged towards him. Lin Han reacted swiftly, immediately sidestepping to avoid the onslaught of attacks. It was only in the next moment that he began to command the healing angel to launch its assault. Meanwhile, the stealth beast had also been summoned as an auxiliary attacker. Shortly thereafter, Li Ming observed that the healing angel's strikes became increasingly potent. With each blow, it posed a significant threat to the boss, accompanied by random control effects. However, at that moment, he had no leisure to calculate the damage. He merely saw the nightmare wraith leap into the air, arriving before him in an instant. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, Li Ming felt as though his very existence was about to be obliterated. The sensation of dread was simply beyond his capacity to confront. The nightmare wraith opened its maw, preparing to engulf him whole. Observing this, Lin Han dared not exhibit any carelessness. He promptly hurled the shield he had at hand towards the creature. In a flash, the nightmare wraith emitted a furious howl, its massive head clamping down on the shield, violently thrashing its head from side to side. The shield collided with the ground, producing a series of explosive sounds that left the terrain riddled with craters. Goodness, if it manages to keep that in its mouth, I would surely perish on the spot, Li Ming thought, filled with trepidation. Yet, Lin Han retorted with a jest, not quite. The worst you'll experience is simply fear. Upon hearing this, Li Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, this boss was a formidable source of pressure. At that moment, Lin Han stated, I have calculated the boss's attack frequency. Once its next round of attacks concludes, we will counterattack, but we must ensure it cannot unleash more skills, and this battle can be resolved swiftly. Hearing this, Li Ming finally felt invigorated. Moments later, as Lin Han shouted, now, it's time to execute it, the speed of the spiked hound surged. Its sharp teeth bared as it lunged at the nightmare wraith from behind. The boss's health had already plummeted to around 10%, and with a surge of damage values, it was ultimately vanquished. Standing there, Lin Han received a game notification. Your party has successfully slain the nightmare wraith. Gaining experience 2077, that your level has increased. All attributes 290, that you have reached the maximum limit for this stage. Please proceed to the Awakening Temple to complete the Awakening task. During this period, you will not gain any further experience. Upon seeing such a notification, Lin Han sighed deeply, pondering what absurd awakening task the world system would assign him this time. However, he was eager for the highest level tasks, as the feeling of gaining numerous attributes with each level up was simply delightful. Chapter 44. Accidentally set a record. Phew, we finally defeated it. Once the chaos subsided, Li Ming lay to the side, gasping for breath. Unable to fathom how challenging this boss had been to At that moment, he babbled incessantly to Lin Han. Hangu, you have no idea how terrifying that wraith looked when it charged at me. It felt as though I was about to be torn apart. I've faced quite a few dungeon bosses, but this was the first time encountering such a creature. Hearing this, Lin Han couldn't help but sigh, replying, in the future, you'll have more time and opportunities to encounter these bosses. That Li Ming leaned closer, eager to say more, when suddenly, the dungeon notification echoed above them. Congratulations. You have successfully cleared all levels of the Nightmare Tower. Your completion time, 34 minutes and 12 seconds, surpassing all previous personal or team records. You have earned rewards. Nightmare Gloves 2. Wow. We even set a record, Li Ming exclaimed in astonishment, a feat he had never anticipated. Setting a record for clearing a challenge dungeon was an exceedingly difficult accomplishment. However, for Lin Han, this was of little consequence that he silently examined the attributes of his new equipment. Name, Nightmare Gloves type. Item quality, Silver Health 359 Mana 128 Attack 150 Effect. Wearing the Nightmare Gloves increases personal attack power and has a 15 chance to inflict fear on the target. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. After reviewing the gloves effects, Lin Han was pleasantly surprised. This meant that as long as his attack frequency was sufficiently rapid, he could potentially instill fear in the enemy twice per minute. A terrifying prospect indeed. Hangu, this equipment is quite interesting, Li Ming remarked. With this item, his digging tactics could be significantly enhanced. The dungeon voice continued. You have successfully cleared the dungeon, which will close in 30 seconds. Please exit promptly. In the next moment, a flash of light enveloped them, and Lin Han and Li Ming found themselves once again outside the outskirts of Jiangdong City, as soon as they appeared. Li Ming eagerly looked around and exclaimed, Hangu, we are among the first to emerge. Yi Zixuan and Bai Yintao are probably still grappling with the nightmare wraith. Let us wait a moment and see what equipment and items they can obtain. Lin Han replied that he was not particularly interested in Yi Zixuan. Rather, he was curious to see just how stubborn Bai Yintao could be. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host assisted a friend in leveling up, successfully meeting the conditions to accept the awakening task, gaining luck points 120. Lin Han was quite taken aback by this outcome. Did this mean that in the future, he could develop a side business assisting others? This way, he could receive compensation while also boosting his own luck points. What a win-win situation. Just then, Li Ming suddenly recalled the principal's urgent inquiry about him and asked, "Hango, where have you been lately? The principal of number 1 high school contacted me in a tizzy, wanted to know your whereabouts. Have you crossed someone?" As he spoke, Li Ming leaned closer to Lin Han, patting his shoulder and inquiring, "You haven't gone looking for his daughter again, have you? I saw how adamant the principal was. This time, he won't let it slide easily." "I was busy with the dungeon and spent most of my time in Jiangchuan City," Lin Han replied, while also anticipating certain developments. The recent annihilation of the Ghostfire Mercenary Corps had stirred quite a commotion among the Beastmasters in Jiangdong City. It was likely that Principal Liu Yi had initiated some investigations due to these incidents. However, Lin Han was not in a hurry. Space attribute skills were exceedingly rare throughout the Star Dragon Empire, and those individuals could never possibly link the events back to him. After pondering for a moment, Lin Han suddenly turned to his companions and said, "Let me clarify. The previous incidents with the principal's daughter were all circumstantial, and I had no idea she was the principal's daughter at the time. You better not misplace blame on me." Understood that I am well aware of these matters," Li Ming replied knowingly. Lin Han immediately sensed that the chubby guy had misinterpreted things, just as he was about to speak. He suddenly noticed something from the corner of his EYAT that moment. From the teleportation array of the Nightmare Tower, a figure finally emerged. None other than Yi Zixuan, wearing a beaming smile. She had meticulously calculated her completion time within the dungeon and, aided by subsequent reminders, was confident she had achieved the fastest clearing speed. However, as she confidently approached, she was taken aback to find Lin Han and Li Ming already present. Shocked, she hurried over to them. "When did you two clear the dungeon?" The blow to her confidence rendered Yi Zixuan somewhat incoherent in her speech. Lin Han, however, replied nonchalantly, "About the same time as you. We just came out a few minutes earlier." "A few minutes? Impossible." "Absolutely impossible." To her astonishment, Yi Zixuan's demeanor shifted to one of determination as she declared, "Before arriving at the Nightmare Tower, I specifically checked the dungeon strategy, and the fastest completion time was around 37 minutes. I strictly monitored my timing without any errors. It was only around 37.5 minutes. How could you possibly be faster?" We might actually have done it. We broke the record," Li Ming chimed in. "My digging tactics are fully developed, combined with Han Ji's healing angel providing invincible healing. Clearing the dungeon should not pose a significant challenge. Impossible. With damage adjustments in place, your combination could never surpass mine," Yi Zixuan declared resolutely. Fixing her gaze on the dude, even going so far as to attribute this situation to a glitch in the system, Lin Han stood aside and immediately exclaimed, "Yi Dax, surely you are not using this as an excuse to deny us our equipment?" Upon hearing this, Yi Zixuan, who had initially felt assured of victory, became even more incensed. She placed her hands on her hips, choosing to ignore the two of them at that moment, accompanied by a flash of light. The final team finally emerged from the dungeon. Chapter 45, 9 pieces of equipment acquired. I have already advised you not to waste time on those trivial creatures and to directly engage the boss. Yet you refused to listen, and now you have the audacity to accuse us? Wasn't it you who was most fervently battling the wraiths at that time? How dare you speak to me like that? I am your superior." Amidst the clamor of their argument, the figures of Bai Yuntao and his companions finally appeared outside the teleportation array. Due to data and damage adjustments, this group faced a nightmarish wraith that had its health multiplied several times compared to others. To put it bluntly, the strength of that boss was nearly on par with some formidable wild bosses. Thus, before Lin Han and the others could approach, they witnessed Bai Yuntao embroiled in a heated dispute with the beast tamers he had recruited. "Enough chatter. Hurry and pay up. According to the rules, each of you owes us 15 million Star Dragon coins." The leader of the beast tamers spoke in a displeased tone, as their beasts had sustained varying degrees of damage during the Nightmare Tower dungeon. Under these circumstances, it would have been generous enough not to demand compensation from Bai Yuntao. However, upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao replied with visible annoyance, "I was already at a high level before bringing you in. I reached max level after defeating just a couple of minor creatures. Since you were a leveling group, what do you need money for if my level didn't increase? Stop making excuses. Can't you see the discrepancy in our levels? Are we to blame for that? The leader of the leveling group appeared utterly helpless. Looking at this fellow's impressive gear and attire, he seemed unlikely to be short on funds. Why was he being so obtuse? At that moment, Lin Han and his companion slowly approached them. Seeing this, Yi Zixuan, though reluctant to continue the conversation, felt compelled to check the situation due to her entry ticket, which she heard was provided by Yuntao to the principal. Zixuan, you've finally emerged. Yuntao, entirely oblivious to Lin Han and his companion, continued, I even distributed extra hardship fees to everyone. Our collaboration this time has been delightful. Let us do it again next time. Yet, upon noticing Yi Zixuan's presence, he generously waved at the group of beast tamers and promptly settled the hiring fees that you're hoping for next time. The leader of the leveling group had no intention of showing Yuntao any kindness. For them, the market was overflowing with demand. There were plenty of low-level beast tamers needing their guidance to level up. TSK, I isn't a young master by wealthy. How could you not afford this small sum? Li Ming took the lead and approached Yuntao with a mocking smile. Are you still trying to play games? It is not a good habit to receive help without compensation. Which of your eyes saw that I didn't pay? Yuntao, already simmering with anger, quickly realized he had come in last in this competition. However, he insisted that Yi Zixuan was the first to emerge from the dungeon and continued. Let us not waste time. Quickly bring out the equipment you've prepared. As he spoke, Yuntao glanced at Yi Zixuan and added, Zixuan, let me check what these two are offering. Don't let them fool you with trash. Yet Yi Zixuan merely sighed and said, There's no need. You should prepare your own items or equipment. As she spoke, she approached Lin Han and retrieved a suit of armor from her storage space. This is the Frostlight armor, a reward I obtained from clearing the A-grade dungeon, Battle of the Glacier. Consider it my gift to you. Lin Han was not one to hesitate. If she dared to give it, he would accept it. Moreover, he began inspecting the armor's data right in front of Yi Zixuan. Do you think we have any need to deceive you? Yi Zixuan's face flushed with anger. Careful now, let us be prudent. Lin Han smiled apologetically while the armor's data appeared before him. Name: Frostlight armor type. Equipment quality: Silver Health 6, 20 mana, 118 attack, 75 defense, 760 effect. Crafted from the unique Frostlight ice of the Battle of the Glacier. It possesses exceptionally high defense, and when attacked, has a chance to freeze the attacker, dealing damage per second. Quite impressive. Li Ming, this one's yours, Lin Han declared, after freeing his hands. He quickly turned to the astonished Yuntao and asked, What about you, young Master Bai? Are you planning to default on your payment? What payment am I defaulting on? Yuntao, perplexed, approached Yi Zixuan and inquired, Zixuan, I want to know, did these two truly surpass your completion time? He simply could not believe that Lin Han and his companion could have cleared the dungeon faster than Yi Zixuan. Indeed, though reluctant to admit it, the fact remained that Yi Zixuan nodded affirmatively at that moment. She wished to avoid any further interaction with either party and simply wanted to leave this area. Upon hearing her response, Yuntao was momentarily stunned that if these two had won, did that mean he would have to provide 9 pieces of silver-grade equipment? At present, including what he wore, he only had 10 pieces. This was the consequence of a single misstep leading to a cascade of errors. Had he been luckier in the novice leveling zone, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Lin Han and his companion exchanged glances. They had not anticipated that young Master Bai would encounter a day of financial embarrassment. How about we give you a discount? Let us settle for 8 pieces? Li Ming provocatively suggested. Indeed, those words struck a nerve, and Yuntao immediately retorted, No, it's 9 pieces, not a single one less. Lin Han regarded him with a slight smirk. Clearly, this fellow preferred to suffer rather than lose face. Ultimately, the competition concluded with Yuntao depleting his storage space, producing 9 pieces of silver-grade equipment. However, just as Lin Han and his companion were about to leave, they were suddenly startled by a loud shout from Yuntao. He dashed forward with incredible speed and, moments later, stood before them, exclaiming, Now I understand why you cleared the dungeon so quickly. You must have secretly recruited a better leveling team. Am I right? Upon hearing this, Lin Han and his companion exchanged confused glances, their expressions filled with exasperation. Didn't you see us enter the dungeon yourself? How could you be so dense? Isn't it obvious that we are not from the same team and cannot share a dungeon space? Li Ming was too weary to engage in further debate. He had expended considerable energy in the dungeon and desperately needed rest. Yet, Bai Yuntao continued to prattle on, insisting that the two had somehow enlisted another leveling group, claiming it impossible for them to surpass him otherwise. Chapter 46. The New Awakening Quest, Knight's Expedition. Choosing to ignore this unreasonable ruckus, Lin Han and his companion walked away together. Upon returning home, and after several hours of rest, Lin Han finally regained his spirits and prepared to head once more to the Awakening Shrine, ready to undertake his quest to ascend to the Golden Tier. Before long, at the Awakening Shrine, someone recognized the youth preparing to enter the gates. It was the one who had successfully accepted the Level 9 Awakening quest not long ago. Consequently, a large crowd gathered around Lin Han, clamoring for his attention. "Hey, young man, are you interested in joining our guild? We offer the best benefits in Jiangdong City. If you join our guild, we'll arrange for you to level up right away." Dante listened to him. "Young man, they have nothing to offer." Most of this crowd consisted of guild recruiters from Jiangdong City. They had heard rumors of a beast tamer who completed a Level 9 Awakening quest in a remarkably short time. Undoubtedly, such a person was a prodigy. If a guild could recruit him, it would not only enhance their reputation, but also provide invaluable assistance in daily leveling. Partnering with Lin Han would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Seeing himself surrounded by a throng, Lin Han frowned. Had he known it would be like this, he might have delayed his visit. Faced with their enthusiastic inquiries, he could only respond solemnly, "Everyone, I currently have no intentions of joining a guild. When I am ready to consider such options in the future, I will certainly take all major organizations into account. Young man, let us exchange contact information." The crowd continued to shout, eager to establish a connection with this promising beast tamer. Yet Lin Han chose to push through the throng of people. As he approached the front desk, the young lady responsible for daily registrations widened her eyes in astonishment, staring in his direction. You're the one who recently submitted the Awakening quest. Aren't you? Upon my arrival this time, I am here to undertake a new task. Is there any issue?" Lin Han spoke with remarkable ease. However, his words left the young woman at the front desk momentarily stunned. Before she blurted out, "In just a day or two, you have once again reached the maximum level." As soon as she uttered this, the attention of those nearby was immediately drawn to them. It is true that novice beast tamers progress at a rapid pace in their training, but surely it cannot be possible to achieve the maximum level in merely a couple of days? Among the onlookers were those acquainted with Lin Han, who simply assumed he was here to gain some familiarity, especially with several representatives from major guilds and organizations lingering in the vicinity. Yet they never anticipated that he was here again to accept an awakening task. Keep it down. While this matter is indeed commendable, let us not make it widely known. Lin Han hastily directed his words towards the front desk. He certainly did not wish to experience the same crowding as before. Of course. The young woman nodded eagerly and swiftly handed him a form. Lin Han filled it out with practiced ease and, upon completing his information, intended to enter the awakening chamber. That moment, several beast tamers hurried to his side, inquiring, "Hey, buddy, can you give us some insight? Does your involvement have anything to do with the Ghostfire mercenary group?" Upon hearing this, Lin Han immediately halted, glancing over to see that these individuals were indeed the very seniors who had warned him against provoking the Ghostfire mercenary group. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Han responded, "Gentlemen, I understand your concern. Those isolated mercenaries are indeed associated with me. But as for the big shots, it certainly would not be the place of a mere novice beast tamer to claim that." His words left the surrounding crowd perplexed. They wished to press for further inquiries, but soon realized that Lin Han had already vanished from their sight to prevent a repeat of the previous spectacle. Lin Han specifically requested the front desk to arrange for him to use an awakening chamber in a secluded corner, allowing for a swift exit whenever necessary. Lin Han pushed open the door to the chamber. The awakening stone, suspended within the magical array, began to emanate waves of magical energy, seemingly responding to something. Without hesitation, he placed his hand upon the awakening stone. Instantly, radiant beams of light burst forth from its surface, first purple, then gold, followed by red, until the entire awakening chamber was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors. Yet another high-level awakening task. Lin Han murmured to himself that in the next moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the palm of his hand. Unbeknownst to him, the energy from the awakening stone had begun to etch a new awakening task mark into his palm. Awakening task in progress. Please hold on. The surface of the awakening stone overflowed with vibrant light, weaving like threads around him, as if attempting to penetrate directly into Lin Han's being. The time taken to accept the task was brief. Moments later, a new awakening task notification appeared in Lin Han's mind. Name: Lin Han. Task type: Awakening task level 9. Task name: Knight's Expedition. Specific content: Proceed to the dungeon, expedition journey, and cleanse the vampire courtyard obstructing the advance of the expeditionary forces. Task reward: Breakthrough to gold level, special item, vampire seal. Upon reviewing the task details, Lin Han couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Indeed, a level 9 task was anything but simple. Although he had no prior knowledge of the expedition journey dungeon, he had certainly heard numerous accounts of vampires from others. Even during his time at school, teachers would often highlight such creatures, due to their formidable strength and unique abilities. Nevertheless, this type of task was within Lin Han's expectations. His current stats had already far surpassed those of average beast tamers at the same level, and thus the difficulty of the tasks assigned to him was naturally elevated. With this task in hand, Lin Han was in no hurry to set off. Before departing from Jiangdong City, there were certain matters he needed to attend to. Within the Awakening Temple, a multitude of beast tamers awaited Lin Han's emergence from the chamber, eager to inquire how one might secure such high-level tasks. Some had even prepared to acknowledge him as their master. However, at this moment, Lin Han had already slipped out of the Awakening Temple from another direction, taking advantage of the evening sun as he made his way towards the Shenglong Trading Company. At that moment, the attendant at the counter had spent the entire day organizing the equipment Lin Han had brought, and just as she found a moment to rest, she saw him walk in once more, his face aglow with satisfaction. The attendant felt a wave of exasperation wash over her as she sighed. "Oh dear, you're back again. Is that tone of yours implying that you would rather I not come?" Lin Han leaned casually against the entrance of the trading company, feigning curiosity. Upon hearing this, the attendant was struck with fright. The manager had repeatedly instructed that they must not offend this patron. Thus, she quickly tried to smooth things over. "I merely meant to say that it would be considerate to give us a heads up when you arrive, so we can prepare accordingly. Why make such a fuss? Is Manager Zhang around?" Upon hearing Lin Han's question, the attendant realized that she would soon be inundated with the task of moving equipment to the warehouse once again. Facing Lin Han, she could only force a smile and reply, "The manager will be here shortly." Moments later, Zhang Yaning, the manager of Shenglong Trading Company, hurriedly entered, having rushed over upon hearing of Lin Han's presence. Upon entering, he turned to see Lin Han leisurely crossing his legs and retrieving the equipment he had brought. "Mr. Lin Han, I sincerely apologize for the delay. A Beast Tamers Guild required a large quantity of equipment for hunting outdoor bosses, and I had to step out to inventory the stock, making you wait." Upon learning that Lin Han was the one responsible for the annihilation of the Ghostfire mercenary group, Zhang Yaning's demeanor towards him was marked by profound respect, that he had witnessed the aftermath of the Ghostfire mercenary group's demise and knew that this seemingly harmless youth possessed ruthless methods and no mercy. "Not to worry, Manager Zhang. Let us proceed with business." Lin Han responded nonchalantly. "Very well, very well." With a gesture from Zhang Yaning, the attendant swiftly came out to close the door of the trading company. The three of them then commenced to assess the equipment Lin Han had brought. Among the items, aside from the rewards obtained from the Nightmare Tower dungeon, most of the equipment had been dropped by beast tamers Lin Han had defeated. After a brief period, the attendant picked up a piece of equipment known as the Brutal Bracelet and was momentarily taken aback. She quickly leaned closer to her manager and said, "Manager, this bracelet, wasn't it purchased by Lu Tian previously? How did it end up in this gentleman's possession? Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you." Zhang Yaning replied sternly, as a member of the trading company. There was a long-standing principle to refrain from questioning the origins of equipment and items that he certainly remembered Lu Tian, a reasonably skilled silver-level beast tamer. However, that individual was known for his gambling habits, often resorting to accepting illicit jobs from underworld companies when funds ran low. It was likely that during one of those ventures, he had crossed paths with Lin Han, and the outcome was all too predictable. After an entire hour of negotiating the pricing, Zhang Yaning finally stated, "Mr. Lin Han, after our initial valuation, this batch of equipment you have brought is worth approximately 400 million Star Dragon coins, that if you have no objections to this figure, we can proceed with the remittance." At this moment, Lin Han interjected, "There is no rush regarding the funds. Manager Zhang, that I would also like to purchase a batch of magical scrolls from your establishment. May I inquire if you have any in stock, magical scrolls? Yes, indeed. Zhang Yanning responded hastily. After Lin Han had cleared out their inventory of magical scrolls last time, he had already contacted suppliers to restock. Excellent. I shall take as many as you have. Lin Han waved his hand, carelessly dismissing the need to tally the cost that IT was a rare opportunity to splurge. He intended to go all out. All right, I will have someone prepare them immediately. As Zhang Yanning spoke, he signaled for the attendant to spring into action. However, the manager couldn't help but recall that Lin Han had likely utilized magical scrolls to inflict damage during the extermination of the Ghostfire mercenary group. Could it be that someone had provoked him once more? Realizing this, Zhang Yanning quickly added, Mr. Lin Han, may I ask an inappropriate question? What do you intend to do with such a large quantity of magical scrolls? In response, he felt Lin Han's gaze fix on him with an unusual intensity. Well, I am aware, Manager Zhang, that you have contacted the Golden Beast Group to temporarily address the orphanage's issues, that IT is not that I distrust you, but rather that I need assurances regarding that matter. Lin Han replied that, I see. Zhang Yanning nodded earnestly, fully grasping Lin Han's intent. Everyone has already articulated their intentions, implying that they expect their trading company to also oversee the orphanage. Soon, a server approached the two with a small box in hand. After some calculations, Mr. Lin Han, the total value of these magical scrolls amounts to approximately 70 million Star Dragon coins, while the value of a single magical scroll is not particularly high. The cumulative destructive potential of all the scrolls within this box is sufficient to deter even platinum or diamond-level experts. Very well, deduct this from my earnings. Lin Han nodded, yet once again glanced over at Manager Zhang Yanning, quietly inquiring, Manager Zhang, do we have any higher-tier magical scrolls in our trading company, perhaps star-level or even king-level ones? Hearing this, Zhang Yanning was taken aback, hastily shaking her head and responding, in Jiangdong City. Where would you find scrolls of such caliber? One skill at that level could nearly obliterate an entire neighborhood. There is no need to seek something so advanced. Even the few golden-level scrolls you possess are quite adequate to contend with 70% of beast tamers. However, at this juncture, the server beside her interjected, Manager, don't we have a diamond-level magical scroll in our trading company? Before Zhang Yanning could respond, Lin Han interjected with a smile, Diamond will suffice. The reason he sought higher-tier magical scrolls was to prepare for the formidable boss of the awakening task. Those beings are powerful entities from S-level dungeons, and despite data adjustments, the difficulty remains exceedingly high. Thus, he must be thoroughly prepared. Then, that scroll? Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yanning hesitated for a moment before saying, Very well, we shall sell you that diamond-level magical scroll as well. Chapter 48. The Vampire Courtyard. As she spoke, Zhang Yanning retrieved a small, independent box from behind the trading counter, containing the diamond-level magical scroll. This scroll was originally left behind by a beast tamer who exchanged items at our trading company a long time ago. Since Mr. Lin Han requires it, we shall sell it to you. Lin Han reached out to accept the box, immediately sensing a profound chill emanating from within. Without a doubt, this was a powerful ice element attack scroll. Ultimately, with all the magical scrolls included, Lin Han's account saw an increase of 200 million Star Dragon coins that as Lin Han departed. Zhang Yanning specifically cautioned him that the immense energy of the diamond-level scroll could easily attract attention. Urging him to use it with caution, as Lin Han walked along the path, he pondered, yet was utterly mystified regarding what that individual truly wished to convey to him. Upon reaching his doorstep, he noticed a box shimmering with energy from a distance that he immediately realized it was the beast taming cottage he had previously ordered, now delivered. With this addition, the environment within their beast taming space would undoubtedly improve significantly. Lin Han remarked while turning to glance at the invisible beast behind him. Due to the absence of restrictions in his beast taming space, any beast could freely enter and exit that in contrast to the lively disposition of the invisible beast. The healing angel preferred tranquility, often remaining within the space, invisible until the time for battle arose. Hearing Lin Han's words, the little creature waved its claws, eagerly anticipating its new home. The beast taming space is a realm distinct from the real world. It requires a specific type of magical energy to transport items within. As Lin Han understood it, specialized slots are necessary for the transfer. To successfully placed the beast taming cottage within the beast taming space. Lin Han toiled until the late hours of the night. The following morning, Lin Han arrived at the orphanage. From a distance, he spotted Han Ning pushing a wheelchair, bringing the elderly director out to bask in the sunlight. Upon noticing Lin Han's approach, she hastily exclaimed, "Brother Lin Han, those developers haven't returned in the past few days. You must have done something, right?" "It's nothing," Lin Han replied, crouching down to check on the frail director. Saying, "Director, I will handle the external matters. Your only task now is to take care of your health and await my ascension to become a divine beast tamer. Child, the fact that you still think of us here brings me great satisfaction. However, your ambition of becoming a divine beast tamer may be a tad difficult." The elderly man squinted in an attempt to see Lin Han's current appearance, but his eyes were veiled with a haze, rendering clarity impossible at this moment. A group of children from the orphanage, led by 2 teachers, rushed to the front yard upon spotting Lin Han. Excited, they all gathered around this older brother. Observing them, Lin Han felt a surge of joy, crouching down to play and frolic with them. After a considerable time, he rose and directed his gaze toward the slightly older Han Ning, saying, "Han Ning, take your younger siblings to the backyard. I need to discuss some matters with teacher Xiao Li and the others." Inside the orphanage, upon seeing the box of magical scrolls, the 2 teachers were left speechless, utterly astonished. "Lin Han, such a multitude of magical scrolls must be worth over 100 million. Right?" Teacher Xiao Li quickly remarked, "We are aware of your previous anonymous donation to the orphanage, and now you've brought so many scrolls." Before he could finish, Lin Han interrupted, "Teachers, please refrain from saying more. I grew up in this orphanage. Even after moving out, it remains my home. What I do is merely to protect my family, that if those individuals return, simply use the scrolls against them. There are enough here for free use." The 2 teachers wished to say more, but were once again silenced by Lin Han. He needed to undertake the awakening task and could not linger. Thus he departed in haste. The Farm Military Expedition Dungeon is essentially a collective term for the 10 dungeons corresponding to 10 cities. Although these dungeons are interconnected, each possesses distinct task content. Fortuitously, Lin Han's awakening task is situated within Jiangdong City segment of the Farm Military Expedition Dungeon. By midday, having made all necessary preparations, Lin Han stepped into the magical array at the dungeon entrance. Ready to commence his challenge, the next moment, as light flickered, he was taken aback to discover that his surroundings had entirely transformed. The once pristine streets were now stained with blood, and the sounds of screams echoed all around. Subsequently, the dungeon prompt announced, "Welcome to the dungeon, the Vampire Courtyard chapter of the Farm Military Expedition. You will serve as a knight of the expeditionary force, together with your companions, to eliminate all adversaries along the way and ultimately achieve victory." This statement essentially outlines the current dungeon's worldview. For Lin Han, it was of little consequence. What truly captured his attention was the task panel presented before him. Dungeon name: Farm Military Expedition, Vampire Courtyard. Task objective: eliminate all hostile units within the Vampire Courtyard. Current progress: 0. Current task: locate the expeditionary leader to understand the current situation. The task reminder was quite detailed, providing a general outline of the dungeon's process. This is a unique feature of narrative dungeons, offering a more meticulous experience compared to challenge dungeons. Soon, amidst a group of injured soldiers, Lin Han discovered a makeshift military camp. There, a general with one eye covered in bandages glanced up at him with a look of hesitation. "Soldier, what are you doing?" The voice startled Lin Han, prompting him to approach. He then saw the general stagger to his feet, laying a map before him. "Soldier, our army encountered misfortune during the expedition. Those damned vampires, I don't know who summoned them. Now, we need someone to clear that courtyard. You are in the best condition among us. Do you understand?" "Yes," Lin Han nodded. "Very well. I now entrust this honorable mission to you." The general spoke solemnly, then produced an object from his pocket that resembled a trembling worm. Presenting it to Lin Han. Chapter 49, The Vampire Appears. Upon closer inspection, Lin Han realized the object was a severed finger, still faintly quivering. "General, what is this?" Lin Han inquired with a furrowed brow. "This is the finger of a failed alchemist. That fellow, unable to master alchemy, ultimately became a rogue silversmith capable of transforming anything into silverware. That I severed his finger." The expeditionary general spoke nonchalantly, pointing the finger at the map, chuckling as he said, "Take this with you to deal with the vampires. Remember, only silver can kill them." Upon hearing these words, Lin Han nodded slightly and reluctantly accepted the finger from his hand and name. Finger of the Failed Alchemist. Quality, special, effect. A unique item used to slay vampires, capable of transforming any object into silver for a duration of 30 seconds, with a cooldown period of 3 minutes. Despite his extreme reluctance upon seeing the description of this item, Lin Han nonetheless placed it in his pocket. "Now that you are prepared, you may depart. The vampire courtyard lies 1,000 miles from our camp, and I have arranged a horse for you just outside." However, upon hearing this, Lin Han, standing by the table, could not help but inquire, "Is that all? No equipment provided for this S-rank dungeon. The horse's speed will be compromised if it is overfed, so you should set off promptly." The general replied solemnly, entirely unconcerned with Lin Han's implied grievances. Thus, moments later, Lin Han finally located a plump steed outside the military camp. Faced with the creature's eager gaze, Lin Han could only manage a wry smile. Pondering whether such a corpulent horse could endure the long journey ahead, he reopened his quest panel to review the updated mission details, which now directed him towards the vampire courtyard. To AT that moment, Lin Han suddenly noticed several veterans rushing over to intercept his hefty mount. Young man, are you heading to the vampire courtyard?" One of the veterans shouted hurriedly. "What's the matter? Is there an issue?" Lin Han asked, puzzled. "Well, if you're going there, we have some important information to share with you." The veterans began, unfolding a series of insights they possessed. Seated atop his horse, Lin Han wore an expression of exasperation. Why was this S-rank dungeon proving to be such a hassle? Ultimately, he gleaned several key pieces of information, the most crucial being that the vampire courtyard only manifested during the night. After a brief calculation of the time, Lin Han resumed his journey toward the location of the courtyard, but as the evening sun gradually disappeared, the stout horse jostled Lin Han along the way, leading him closer to his destination. In the distance, he caught sight of a structure resembling a castle, intermittently revealed by the faint sunlight. "At last, I've arrived," Lin Han exclaimed, excitement sparking in his eyes as he traversed the uneven path, his fighting spirit nearly extinguished. The horse beneath him shifted uneasily, seemingly sensing something amiss. "All right, your task is complete," Lin Han declared, dismounting and patting the creature's neck. "You stay here and wait. I will return after dealing with the threats inside." Though this horse was not particularly swift, it was indispensable for his return journey. As the sun dipped lower, Lin Han advanced step by step. His 2 summoned beasts were already unleashed, standing ready for action. The stealth beast, quick as a flash, took the lead, with Lin Han following closely, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The vampire courtyard bore an eerie atmosphere. As the sun's rays waned, he sensed an unusual aura enveloping the area. Soon the stealth beast returned, indicating that there were no immediate dangers ahead. This cannot be right. If this is indeed a courtyard, there should be numerous vampires gathered here, Lin Han mused, perplexed as he cautiously entered the courtyard. He was greeted by an unervingly tranquil garden, the stillness almost oppressive. Moreover, Lin Han felt the ground beneath him was damp. Is there a prerequisite that needs to be activated? He glanced at his 2 beasts, only to see the stealth beast shaking its head in confusion. Just then, Lin Han's acute hearing detected a faint noise from behind him. He swiftly turned, only to find the branches of nearby trees swaying gently in the breeze. Launching an indiscriminate assault, without hesitation, Lin Han issued commands. In the next moment, the healing angel soared into the sky, conjuring an energy array with its wings. In a heartbeat, the entire courtyard was enveloped. Suddenly, a toxic downpour descended from the heavens, transforming the once quiet courtyard into a wasteland, with all vegetation rapidly wilting. Meanwhile, the stealth beast commenced its assault, unleashing the skill space slash in all directions. "I refuse to believe you will not reveal yourself," Lin Han proclaimed, convinced that a vampire lurked nearby. With a thunderous crash, a colossal tree succumbed to the overwhelming poison, and Lin Han promptly commanded the stealth beast to attack the source. At that moment, he sensed the presence of the vampire. With the emergence of space laceration, the great tree was cleaved asunder, revealing a slender, winged creature. "Is this what a vampire looks like?" Lin Han muttered to himself, somewhat taken aback yet not entirely surprised, though he felt a sense of disquiet. The vampire before him bore a humanoid form, yet its body was grotesquely adorned with protruding bones, blood dripping onto the ground. Its torso was a new, dark-furred body. Howl! The vampire, now flapping its wings, charged towards Lin Han. That it was then that Lin Han noticed a head connected by swaying vertebrae, bobbing behind it, resisting the urge to gaze at the falling chunks of flesh and blood. Lin Han instead relied on his exceptional evasion skills to dodge the oncoming assault. Chapter 50. Slaying the Vampire. Roar! The vampire's gaze flickered with crimson light as it lunged forward, its claws missing Lin Han on its first strike. Yet it pressed on relentlessly, launching a second assault that brought it closer to Lin Han. In the face of this onslaught, Lin Han hastily took a step back, narrowly evading the attack. Simultaneously, the stealth beast in the sky completed its summoning. Unleashing the skill space laceration, a resounding explosion echoed as the vampire staggered. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Han retreated, creating distance while assessing the vampire's attributes. Vampire LV-26 talent. Bloodwell upon depleting its health. The vampire does not perish but instead vanishes into a blood well to regain vitality, re-emerging once it reaches 50 health. Only silver weapons can successfully slay it. Health, 7841 attack power, 2116 mana, 745 agility, 1064 defense, 2000 skills. Blood restoration, passive all attacks by the vampire restore its health. Minimum recovery, 300 sharp fangs. The vampire charges at a target, using its claws to attack while simultaneously biting, dealing 1210 damage and draining health. Black mist form. The vampire envelopes itself in a state of black mist, during which it is immune to all attacks and negative effects. Beastly essence. The vampire releases a roar, unleashing its primal nature, enhancing all attributes by 20. That this was merely the first monster, yet it possessed such terrifying stats. One could only imagine how many more of its kind lurked within the vampire courtyard. After reviewing the data, Lin Han's expression grew grave. That moment. While he was momentarily distracted, the vampire charged at him once more. Its sharp fangs aimed for Lin Han's neck, but in an instant, Lin Han vanished again. The vampire's attack missed, and before it could react, the healing angel was upon it, unleashing a potent assault with toxic blade. The healing angel wielded its powerful wings, relentlessly striking the monstrous foe, forcing it to retreat. That on the other side, the stealth beast, guided by Lin Han's mental commands, became increasingly agile, seamlessly compensating for the healing angel's attacks. With such a rhythm of battle, Lin Han found a moment of respite. Now, he needed to assess the vampire's stats, striving to time his silver weapon's strike perfectly to avoid triggering the Bloodwell effect. Before long, the offenses of his two summoned beasts intensified. The vampire, beset by negative status effects, could not land a blow, merely watching its health dwindle away. Moments later, the stealth beast's attack faltered, finally granting the vampire an opening. Its entire form morphed into a cloud of black mist, hurtling towards Lin Han. Just in time, Lin Han chuckled, grasping a sharp branch in one hand, with one hand tightly gripping the incessantly writhing finger. Lin Han observed that, at the moment of contact with this digit, the branch had entirely transformed into a silver spike. That instant, the vampire's assault surged towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Han clutched the silver weapon and pierced through the very body of the vampire. A howl erupted from the creature, a dreadful scream that echoed through the air, as its vitality swiftly dissipated. Simultaneously, the human-like form behind the vampire collapsed, revealing a heart-wrenching sight laid bare before Lin Han. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Han instinctively covered his mouth, fighting the urge to vomit. He could distinctly see that the crimson heart within the blood-soaked human body on the ground continued to beat. Suddenly, Lin Han noticed that the human form behind the vampire, its fingers laden with intestines, trembled slightly, as if attempting to do something. Suppressing his nausea, Lin Han hurriedly realigned the severed head, still attached to the spine. "Help! Save me!" the body murmured in Lin Han's ear before the vivid heart abruptly ceased its rhythmic beating. Startled by these words, Lin Han was struck by a sudden realization. The vampire's eerie appearance sparked a powerful suspicion within him. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. "You have successfully uncovered a crucial clue regarding the vampire's lair." Without a moment's delay, Lin Han dashed into the vast castle within the courtyard. He speculated that these so-called vampires were likely ordinary humans who had become hybrid beings after being parasitized by some entity, that if he could eliminate the vampires before they could infect the others, he could avoid a significant amount of trouble. Before long, accompanied by his two summoned beasts, Lin Han surged into the castle. Inside, he found blood-red magic circles pulsating with energy, channeling blood, procured from unknown sources, into the surrounding rooms. Without hesitation, Lin Han commanded his invisible beast to attack, shattering all the magic circles in a single blow that a cacophony of roars and shrieks erupted within the castle, indicating that Lin Han's actions had incensed the creatures. Split up and search for any humans that may be present, Lin Han commanded, directing his summoned beasts to commence their search. Fortunately, the area was confined to the courtyard, limiting the expanse he needed to cover. Lin Han quickly scanned the first floor, but found no trace of human presence. Moreover, the vampires within the castle had been alerted and began to converge towards him. Lin Han moved swiftly, evading the creature's gaze while scouring for clues. Although he had spent the better part of the day with little success, he did uncover numerous weapons and items within the castle. How can it be that after searching for so long, I have yet to encounter a single soul? Or have all the inhabitants been assimilated? Just as Lin Han pondered this, he felt a sudden tightening in his chest. It was a sign that something had gone awry with the healing angel. In the next moment, a resounding crash echoed as he noticed that a wall in a room across from him had collapsed and a massive cloud of dust engulfed the castle. The healing angel had suffered a powerful attack, being slammed to the ground multiple times before regaining its flight. Seeing this chaos, Lin Han wasted no time and retrieved the reflective shield he had set aside, rushing towards the healing angel. With a thunderous impact, the vampire was sent flying by the shield's counterattack. Fortuitously, Lin Han had arrived just in time. Yet a sense of dread lingered within him that he knew that after the creature's punch, his equipment had nearly been shattered, and it was unfathomable to consider what would have happened if the healing angel had taken such a blow. "Countess! Help! Help!" Suddenly, a voice cried out from nearby as the vampire appeared. As the dust began to settle, Lin Han discerned several gardeners ensnared within the magic circles, their bodies marked by crimson veins that penetrated their flesh. In an instant, Lin Han made a decision. He swiftly directed his summoned beast to attack the vampire while he dashed towards the room, hoping to rescue the gardeners. This would spare him a few adversaries in the ensuing conflict. However, before he could reach them, several vampires charged towards him, their bodies trailing dismembered remains, blood splattering in all directions. Lin Han quickly formulated a response, commanding the invisible beast to advance while he gripped his twin reflective shields to fend off the approaching monsters. At that moment, the healing angel soared above, having drawn the monster's ire away from Lin Han, thereby creating an excellent opportunity for offense. The toxic rain skill was unleashed. The vampires found themselves engulfed in a deluge of poisonous raindrops, emitting hoarse growls as those they had previously ruptured writhed in agony. Lin Han clutched his shields, concealing himself within their protection, eagerly awaiting the completion of the invisible beast's task to deliver a more potent counterattack. "Master, is it possible to exterminate them all in one fell swoop?" The healing angel suddenly communicated with Lin Han, expressing a desire to unleash an ultimate spell that would directly annihilate the vampires. However, Lin Han promptly rejected the proposal. The reasons were straightforward. The casting of a forbidden spell would not only drain immense energy, but also risk plunging the vampires into a state of bloodwell, complicating the battle further as they would need to recover before engaging once more. With a resounding boom, news reached Lin Han from the invisible beast that the blood-red magic circles had been successfully shattered. The surrounding vampires were instantaneously incensed, launching a barrage of powerful skills in Lin Han's direction. One of the monsters emitted a deafening roar. The humanoid skeletal remains clinging to its form fell away in a gruesome display, prompting the other creatures to unleash their primal instincts. Bloodied corpses littered the ground before Lin Han. "Count! Help!" someone shouted from within the gardener's room. "What did you say?" Lin Han exclaimed, taken aback, before he could react. His reflective shield shattered under the force of the vampire's assault. The creature's attacks were closing in on him. At that moment, the invisible beast finally activated its spatial powers, utilizing a jump to whisk Lin Han away. With Lin Han's sudden disappearance, the vampires transformed into swirling clouds of darkness, pursuing him relentlessly. This never-ending. Lin Han dared not hesitate. He retrieved another shield from his storage space, positioning it in front of him. As for the gardener's desperate cries for help, he would have to wait until he had vanquished the vampires to uncover their meaning. At that moment, Lin Han felt a sense of helplessness. The sheer number of vampires was overwhelming, and their varying levels meant that their health and other attributes differed significantly. This necessitated precise calculations to ensure he could eliminate them all within 30 seconds. Fortunately, the healing angel had prepared beforehand, and each vampire was already afflicted with multiple layers of poison. One skill activation would bring them all to the brink of death. As Lin Han dodged the monster's attacks, he began the countdown. With his two summoned beasts attacking incessantly, the healing angel finally heard Lin Han's commanding shout, "Blast them to oblivion!" In the next moment, the healing angel ascended into the air, unleashing a devastating explosion of poisonous mist that ignited the toxins within the vampires, releasing a cloud of deep purple vapor. The vampires erupted into agonized shrieks, their health plummeting to near zero in an instant. Lin Han seized a discarded iron pipe, employing the silver-imbued finger once more. With a flash of silver light, the surrounding vampires were swept away, reduced to mere dust. You have successfully slain a vampire. Gaining experience 0. Please complete the awakening task promptly. During this period, you will be unable to gain any experience. Hearing the notification, Lin Han confirmed that he had indeed defeated the vampires. Yet, one vampire remained, its life force flickering as it transformed into a cloud of darkness, attempting to flee the reach of the silver weapon. "Think you can escape?" Lin Han scoffed, casting a glance at the invisible beast. Following suit, he activated his spatial jump ability. With a firm grip on the silver pipe, Lin Han swung it forward, only to discover that the dark mist evaded the weapon's detection. Panic surged within him as he checked the vampire's health. Just as the words "this is bad" escaped his lips, the vampire's health plummeted, rendered null by the healing angel's toxic effects. Suddenly, accompanied by a furious roar from the vampire, its entire body transformed into a pool of blood-red liquid, entering a state impervious to attack. The blood well effect was activated. Damn, I have to do this all over again. Lin Han could not help but sigh. He then observed in astonishment as the pool of blood could move freely within the castle. Even in this state, it could still move. While grumbling, Lin Han commanded his stealth creature to closely follow the vampire, waiting for it to re-emerge from the blood well effect to continue the battle. Seizing this opportunity, he approached the group of gardeners nearby, and he saw that they were gathering the remnants of flesh and bones on the ground, incessantly muttering words like "count" and "lady." Upon seeing the gruesome sight before him, Lin Han suppressed his nausea and inquired, "Is the count you speak of the master of this place?" Upon hearing this, the gardeners finally reacted, hastily bowing in gratitude towards him. Lin Han frowned and quickly said, all right, I just want to know if this count you speak of is responsible for all these deeds. Did he summon those ghastly creatures?" Upon hearing this, the gardeners immediately became tongue-tied, with one of them finally stammering, "The count merely had a magical mishap. He will save us all." Lin Han could not help but retort, "But I am the one here to save you, aren't I?" Chapter 52. The letter concerning hidden plot. However, the gardeners paid no heed to his words, merely sobbing as they clutched the pile of shattered bones. Lin Han had originally intended to disregard them, but now he only wished to pursue the vampire, defeat it, and leave this dungeon to complete his mission. Yet, recalling that after he had slain the vampire the first time, a new prompt had appeared, he began to suspect that there might be hidden plot lines at play. Thus, Lin Han patiently fetched a stool and positioned himself nearby. "Tell me, which one of you is the count? What connection does he have with those vampires?" He directly seized one of the gardeners, asking in a low voice, "The count is him." The gardener pointed blankly at the corpse of a middle-aged man. The count. "But he is dead. How can he save you?" Lin Han was perplexed. After observing for a while, he realized that staring at the dismembered limbs was not as nauseating as he initially thought. No, the count is not dead. He merely abandoned this useless body. The count has successfully ascended. Before long, we too shall ascend and become higher beings. As the gardener spoke, his eyes glazed over, and his entire body quivered to blood-red tendrils, resembling nerves, began to grow wildly, spreading outward. Simultaneously, the others seemed to have their switches flipped, undergoing similar transformations. This sudden turn of events startled Lin Han greatly. He hastily stood up and brandished the reflective shield. Despite the gardeners being ensnared by these threads and patterns, they exhibited no signs of hostility, indicating they would not attack him just yet. Haha, I can feel it. That is the power the Count spoke of. The records in the spellbook are true. The gardener uttered these few words, but Lin Han could no longer discern which way the man's mind was oriented. Soon, the tendrils wrapping around them spread rapidly, nearly engulfing the first floor of the castle. In Lin Han's mind, a prompt emerged. You have successfully found one of the key clues in the vampire courtyard. Find the spellbook. Indeed, there was a hidden plot. Lin Han spoke up immediately. The appearance of a hidden plot meant he could obtain rewards far exceeding those of the original dungeon. However, just as he prepared to rise and seek the so-called spellbook, a blood-red magic circle erupted from a room above. Following this, he witnessed an effect from his stealth creature that only he could see. Realizing this, Lin Han understood. It was the vampire he had previously left behind, who had revived through the passive effect of the blood well. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Han rushed with his divine, healing angel towards the room. Upon entering, he beheld the vampire, under the dim moonlight, using its enormous claws to leaf through a peculiar book, pages beginning to tear under its manipulation that don't touch that book. Lin Han reacted swiftly, commanding his summoned beast to attack. The divine, healing angel surged forward, and as its two white wings unfurled, deep purple feathers emerged that in the next moment, it swung its wings like blades towards the vampire. Roar! The vampire howled in pain, emitting a series of agonized cries. Yet it refused to relinquish its grip on the spellbook. Lin Han recalled what the old soldiers had said earlier. These vampires possessed a form of growth, allowing them to enhance their strength in specific environments. He had been bewildered then, but now it dawned on him. Could it be that it was enhancing itself through the magic contained within the spellbook? Just as he pondered this, the vampire began to chant strange incantations. In an instant, blood-red energy orbs coalesced, launching attacks in all directions. The divine healing angel quickly used its wings to shield itself. Yet even so, it lost a significant portion of its health. Lin Han raised a shield to block the assault and soon realized that not only had the vampire's health increased, but its size had also grown considerably. This was untenable. He needed to deal with this creature swiftly. The spellbook was far too important. If that fiend managed to chant even more bizarre spells, would they not all perish here today? No wonder vampires were said to be troublesome monsters. It was all waiting here. Thus, Lin Han wielded his shield in one hand while brandishing a blood-sucking greatsword that had dropped from the vampire's corpse. Joining the fray, Lin Han dared not command his beast to unleash forbidden-level spells, for their power was too overwhelming and would once again plunge the vampire into the bloodwell state, drastically increasing the variables of this battle. As the vampire continuously chanted one spell after another, Lin Han and his summoned beasts found themselves surrounded by magical energy. Even the toxic effects that the divine healing angel was stacking were being neutralized amid this chaos. They needed to execute further attacks to accumulate it. The vampire's strength was surpassing Lin Han's expectations. Finally, after a grueling 10 minutes, as the creature's health dwindled to its lowest point, Lin Han finally used his special finger to strike. With a piercing scream, the most troublesome vampire was reduced to ashes in a silver glow. You have successfully slain the vampire. Experience 0. Please complete the awakening task promptly. During this period, you will be unable to gain any experience. Lin Han disregarded this reminder and hurried to retrieve the nearby spellbook. From it, a letter-like item slid out, signed by Count Vittorio. Simultaneously, the prompt in Lin Han's mind grew, increasingly direct. You have successfully found the final key clue in the vampire courtyard. Glancing at this, Lin Han could hardly contain his eagerness as he opened the letter. It contained a self-narrative from Count Vittorio. The lengthy introduction was of little consequence to Lin Han, so he flipped to the next page, and his eyes brightened. Chapter 53. The Vampire Count makes his appearance. Lin Han opened the next page, where a solitary monologue was inscribed. I have successfully shed that shell, yet I cannot escape the malevolent omen that clings to me. Only by offering more human blood as sacrifice can I attain a fleeting peace of mind. What a cryptic feeling. Lin Han found this passage peculiar. However, he could ascertain one thing. The so-called Count Vittorio was likely still alive. You have successfully acquired all clues in the vampire courtyard. The hidden plot has been activated. Find Count Vittorio. As the dungeon prompt appeared, Lin Han suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly made his way to the staircase. Peering downwards, where a vast expanse of blood-red tendrils had nearly engulfed the first floor. Where the hell is that Count? Lin Han cursed under his breath, but then he remembered the spellbook. Since that fellow had summoned the so-called malevolent omen using the spells within, it stood to reason that the book contained other records as well. Count, we have succeeded. At this moment. Amidst the tree-like blood-red tendrils, the voices of the gardeners could still be faintly heard. Their bodies had been pierced by those lines, merging with the surrounding elements. Where could he be? Lin Han continued to scour the contents of the book. The ancient tome of sorcery emitted a creaking sound in his hands. Fortunately, as Lin Han flipped to the final page, he discovered a glimmer of insight. Vampires require blood to sustain their existence. A sudden realization struck him. Upon entering the castle, he had obliterated several magical arrays that transported blood. Without a moment's hesitation, he set off at once. Along the way, those crimson tendrils had already filled the path. Upon closer inspection, it seemed less like nerves and more like the blood vessels of the gardeners, wildly expanding. And upon nearing them, he could even see them twitching slightly. Lin Han suppressed his discomfort and stepped forward. Based on his deductions, the Count Vittorio was likely located beneath the castle, the healing angel and the stealth beast. His two summoned beasts cautiously followed in their master's footsteps. Shortly, Lin Han had traversed the root-like blood vessels and returned to the first floor, tracing a new path along the scattered bloodstains at that moment. A gardener suddenly swayed into his view. In an instant, a face grotesquely transformed and ensnared by crimson tendrils loomed before Lin Han. We have succeeded. I can already sense the wondrous sensation the Count spoke of. Benefactor, why not join us? The gardener swayed as he spoke, causing the entire network to tremble. Pools of blood dripped down the tendrils. That won't be necessary. I'm quite well as I am, Lin Han quickly replied. Carefully sidestepping the disintegrating figure and moving towards another direction that as expected, in the areas untouched by those scarlet vessels and nerves, he discovered a hidden door. Without hesitation, Lin Han pushed open the door and stepped inside. In the next moment, blood-red magical arrays flickered around him, illuminating a corridor. What in the world is this place? Lin Han couldn't help but exclaim. Yet he did not halt his steps, advancing deeper into the corridor. The crimson arrays contrasted with the damp, viscous pools of blood beneath, guiding him inexorably forward. Standing amidst it all, Lin Han felt an unsettling shift in his condition, prompting him to voice his urgency to swiftly eliminate this boss. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the corridor. In an instant, Lin Han felt as if his ears were about to split. A searing pain pierced his brain, forcing him to lean against the wall for support. Even before engaging, the overwhelming pressure was palpable. Truly, this was a hidden boss of a premier dungeon. Lin Han marveled at the intensity. Suddenly, he sensed a chill before him. Without warning, a ghastly pale visage materialized, eyes tightly shut, yet emanating an aura of authority. Gardener, why has my blood supply dwindled? Do you comprehend the implications of this? The icy voice sent shivers down Lin Han's spine. At that moment, he beheld the Count, a vampire who had indeed shed his human form. Only a head, connected to dark gray hair, remained, draped in a blood-red robe. Gardener, answer me. The vampire Count's voice thundered with fury. Lord Count, your blood will be ready shortly. Lin Han replied gravely, without a hint of hesitation, directing his summoned beast to attack. In an instant, the healing angel's wings sliced through the air towards the Count. You possess such audacity. The Count sensed the impending threat and uttered a few words. The next moment, before the poisoned blade could reach him, he transformed into a cloud of black mist and dissipated. Only the Count's enraged roar echoed within the blood-red, illuminated corridor. If so, then all of you shall serve as sustenance for your master. Lin Han's gaze sharpened. His brow furrowed deeply. He had yet to experience such immense pressure. That brief encounter had left him unable to even check the vampire Count's attributes. Losing sight of him entirely at that moment, a quest prompt reappeared in his mind. You have successfully located the hidden boss. But this entity does not fall under the dungeon's correction phase. Thus, you will face a level 45 monster. Will you continue forward? Should you choose to exit now, you may select a hidden dungeon for another challenge. This sudden notification took Lin Han by surprise. He had almost forgotten. The dungeon he was currently in had undergone data corrections. According to the standard dungeon protocol, this level 45 vampire count was already a diamond tier boss. In that instant, the choice lay in Lin Han's hands. Should he proceed or withdraw, perhaps to return later to confront this hidden boss? After contemplating, he meticulously assessed all his equipment. A few pieces of golden tier gear, 6 reflective damage shields, and several magical scrolls he had kept for himself. Ultimately, his gaze fixed upon the diamond tier magical scroll. This scroll represented a powerful strike equivalent to that of a diamond tier summoned beast. Potent enough to contend with the vampire count, the IT was his means of survival in perilous moments. Having reached this juncture, he couldn't bear to retreat. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Han formulated a plan. He swiftly gathered all his belongings and advanced towards the corridor. The vampire's health was exceedingly high. If all went as expected, the stealth beast and healing angel's forbidden level skills could indeed come into play. With this calculation, Lin Han strode confidently forward. Within the dim corridor, the flickering blood-red arrays rendered the atmosphere even more eerie and mysterious. The boss exhibited remarkable speed, its movements erratic, adding another layer of difficulty to the battle. Roar! A sudden roar drew Lin Han's attention. His 2 summoned beasts also began to scan their surroundings warily. However, contrary to Lin Han's expectations, the vampire count merely bared his fangs, displaying no further actions. What is going on? Is this boss merely posturing? Lin Han found himself bewildered, unable to hide his frustration. But in the next moment, as he turned his head, he spotted the vampire count hanging upside down above him, sharp claws poised to strike. In a moment of shock, Lin Han swiftly dodged backward. The hidden boss's attack missed, and it transformed into a cloud of black mist once more. What on earth is this creature up to? Lin Han pondered, having never encountered such a boss in all his dungeon experiences, one that struck and fled without revealing even a sliver of its health. Next, he glanced around the environment. The narrow corridor was illuminated solely by the intermittently flickering blood-red arrays. Suddenly, Lin Han realized the operational patterns of those arrays occasionally exhibited deviations. Eureka! Lin Han felt a surge of excitement. Due to the differing energy fields, the vampire's proximity to those arrays caused them to flicker. With a strategy now in mind, he immediately began to adapt. The healing angel surged forward, its wings slicing towards the direction Lin Han indicated. In the next moment, a cloud of blood mist materialized, and the vampire count finally revealed himself amidst a flurry of attacks. Seeking death, the hidden boss roared as he charged towards Lin Han. Yet, a bright light appeared behind Lin Han. The power of space flickered, and he had already repositioned himself a short distance away. Seizing the opportunity created by the count's delayed attack, Lin Han finally had the chance to inspect the Diamond Tier boss's data panel. Count Vittorio LV45 talent. Bloodwell source. The vampire count possesses the ability of a blood well. Upon sustaining a fatal blow, he enters a blood well state, and with each death his blood well state enhances further. Health, 16949 attack power, 2598 mana, 4950 agility, 7500 defense, 5000 skills. Ghost Mist Concealment. Count Vittorio transforms into black mist, entering a stealth state 1 second later. If not attacked, he will permanently maintain this state. Blood Pool Nerves. Count Vittorio channels the blood magic energy from his entire being to attack the target, constructing a life-draining chain that continuously siphons the opponent's health. Blood Magic Sword. By gathering blood magic into a long sword, his attack power increases by 30, refreshing the stealth state of Ghost Mist Concealment. Blood Curse. Count Vittorio unleashes a roar, fully releasing the ominous power within, awakening the Blood Curse, executing all units with health in the vicinity within 45 seconds. Oh no! Upon seeing the power of his ultimate attack, Lin Han felt a chill run down his spine. The judgment of execution stands as the paramount decree across the entire world. Once subjected to this mechanism, escape seems nearly impossible. However, in the face of this vampire count, Lin Han has already devised a strategy. This creature possesses an extraordinarily high set of attributes, and its various abilities far surpass those of a typical vampire. Not only is it a challenge to defeat him, but even restraining him proves to be an arduous task. Thus, Lin Han prepares to unleash the forbidden level skills of his two summoned beasts simultaneously, aiming to plunge the Count into a state of bloodwell. During this bloodwell phase, although the vampire Count can move, he is rendered incapable of attacking, thereby facilitating close combat. With a thunderous roar, the vampire Count lunges towards Lin Han, a sharp claw descending menacingly from above. Lin Han, unwilling to hesitate, swiftly raises his reflective shield to defend himself. Nonetheless, the terrifying disparity in their attributes bends his legs under the weight of the attack. He barely manages to withstand the strike. Immediately after, the vampire Count launches a flurry of assaults, and with just a few ordinary strikes, he shatters one of Lin Han's carefully prepared golden-grade pieces of equipment. The gap in their strengths is simply too vast. Lin Han, at this moment, is merely at level 20, while he faces an opponent whose level exceeds his by more than double. Come forth as blood food to nourish your master. The vampire Count sneers disdainfully. Suddenly, one of his hands reaches toward a nearby blood-red magic circle, activating the blood pool nerve skill. In the next instant, crimson nerve-like tendrils emerge from the magic circle, advancing towards Lin Han and the healing angel. Reduce that creature's attack frequency, Lin Han commands loudly. The healing angel, receiving the order, does not hesitate, promptly unleashing its skill to employ toxins to slow down the vampire Count's attacks. Before long, the hidden boss has accumulated 7 layers of potent poison. In an instant, all layers detonate, causing the vampire to emit low growls of pain. Yet even with this, it only manages to deplete a mere fraction, less than 10%, of his health. Within this tunnel, Lin Han tirelessly swings a long sword, dismantling the blood-red magic circles. Soon, the vampire Count, with wings unfurled, charges toward him once more. Faced with such an onslaught, Lin Han hastily dodges backwards. Meanwhile, the stealthy beast, which had yet to engage in battle, successfully completes the invocation of the forbidden spell. Godslayer, stealth beast, release the forbidden spell. With Lin Han's thunderous shout, chains begin to coil around the corridor, compressing towards a single point. Roar! As the vampire Count senses the shift in his surroundings during the attack. He immediately adjusts his stance, preparing to resist. Chapter 55, Kill. Class change quest completed. As the stealthy beast releases the forbidden spell, the force of spatial compression becomes manifest. Even the diamond-level boss can only struggle to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Yet the vampire Count is ultimately enveloped by this formidable force, his entire form collapsing into a semblance of a two-dimensional page. Witnessing this scene, Lin Han breathes a sigh of relief. He has calculated the distance between himself and the vampire Count. The Count must endure 2 or 3 rounds of forbidden spell attacks before Lin Han can approach him. Indeed, before Lin Han could take a few steps forward, the compressed vampire Count undergoes a new transformation. A series of enraged roars erupt from him, and in the blink of an eye, he enters the state of the blood well. Moreover, alarmingly, perhaps due to the vampire Count's superior strength, this blood well state concludes in mere seconds. Before long, the vampire Count resumes his original form, unleashing a barrage of blood arrows aimed directly at Lin Han. Anticipating this, Lin Han swiftly sidesteps, avoiding the onslaught of blood arrows. His agility, enhanced by a stroke of good fortune, allows him to keep pace with the vampire Count. Despite the considerable gap that remains between them, roar, following a missed attack, the vampire Count emits a low growl, pressing his claws firmly against the ground. In an instant, blood vessel-like structures reappear along the stone walls of the corridor. Lin Han immediately commands the stealthy beast to unleash its skills against these blood vessels, and the spatial slash attack proves effortlessly effective against them. In mere moments, all of these threats are eradicated. Meanwhile, the healing angel has begun to withdraw from this battlefield, preparing to invoke its own forbidden spell. The vampire Count's assaults are relentless, as the blood pool nerve dissipates. He once again flaps his wings, launching a claw attack composed of concentrated blood energy. The claw pierces through Lin Han's golden-grade shield. However, having entered the blood-well state, Lin Han is now in close proximity to the boss. He can even glimpse its fangs. Now it is my turn to attack. Lin Han sneers coldly. At the same moment, he commands the stealthy beast to activate its spatial leap skill, transporting Lin Han directly to the vampire count's rear. Without hesitation, Lin Han hurls the shield, now punctured by the claw, directly at the vampire count. Damn it. The vampire count grunts as he swiftly swipes both claws, conjuring a series of blood-red magic circles around him. Soon, the severed blood nerves begin to coalesce, transforming into a sharp, scarlet longsword. This blood transformation magic sword will also refresh his stealth state. As this realization dawns on Lin Han, he sharpens his focus. After a brief moment of contemplation, he swiftly retrieves two shields, positioning them before himself to swiftly disrupt the vampire count's stealth. He must locate those blood-red magic circles, which significantly heightens the risk of suffering an attack from the boss. Seconds later, as the magic circles emit unusual fluctuations, Lin Han promptly directs the stealthy beast to attack in the indicated direction. With a resounding crash, the vampire count, cloaked in a red robe, reappears, his sharp claws now pierce through his own body to grip the longsword, ooze blood that trickles down his fur, roar. The boss bellows, and the blood transformation magic sword launches towards Lin Han. Instinctively, Lin Han raises his shield to block the strike. In an instant, his golden-grade shield is cleaved in half. Staring wide-eyed at this spectacle, Lin Han swiftly assesses the vampire count's attributes, only to discover that its attack power has reached a terrifying 3,500 points. Should this blade strike him, it could potentially reduce his armor rating to negative. Fortunately, the Healing Angel's forbidden spell, Toxic Godslayer, has also reached completion. Release the forbidden spell, Angel. At Lin Han's command, a deep purple glow sweeps across the entire corridor. Prior to this, the vampire count had been afflicted with 7 layers of potent poison, all of which detonate in that very moment. In the next instant, the corridor reverberates with the boss's anguished low growls. Soon, the vampire count descends into the blood-well state once more. Lin Han, unwilling to relent, races forward, finally reaching the vampire count's side. In the next heartbeat, the vampire count emerges from the blood-well state, astonishing Lin Han as he drops to his knees, plunging his longsword into his own body. Accompanied by a chorus of twisted incantations, a scarlet magic circle radiating light appears beneath him. This is bad. He is unleashing a powerful spell. I must act quickly, Lin Han exclaims, hastily retrieving a diamond-grade magic scroll. With both of his summoned beast forbidden spells on cooldown, this scroll is his only means to compensate for the missing damage. As the scroll is activated, an overwhelming chill sweeps through the corridor. The surrounding environment becomes enveloped in icy mist, and spikes of ice protrude from within. This effect extends toward the vampire count, encasing his entire form, and it becomes evident that his health is plummeting rapidly. Witnessing this, Lin Han cannot afford to hesitate. He frantically retrieves the alchemist's finger from his pocket, with mere moments remaining before the blood curse triggers. There is no time for contemplation. He begins to stab the alchemist's finger into the boss. At this moment, the vampire count is pinned to the ground, devoid of any opportunity to retaliate. Yet, even so, he withstands Lin Han's relentless assault with his formidable defenses, allowing Lin Han to deliver a total of 4 strikes before his health finally reaches 0. The blood-red magic circle dissipates. The scene concludes in Lin Han's mind. Several reminders finally emerged. You have successfully defeated the hidden boss. Return to report to the expedition commander and explain the situation here. Your awakening task has been successfully completed. Please return to the awakening temple promptly to deliver the task. It is finally over. Listening to these reminders, Lin Han let out a long sigh, disregarding the coldness of the ground, and sat down heavily. This battle had been exceedingly perilous for him, depleting no less than 7 or 8 pieces of equipment. Of course, it was not that the vampire was particularly difficult to defeat, but rather that its skills were rather insidious. The blood-well state made Lin Han realize for the first time that sometimes, even powerful forbidden spells cannot resolve all issues in one go. Fortunately, he possessed 2 beast mastery skills of forbidden spell level. Perhaps there would be even more in the future. When one forbidden spell is insufficient, he could always unleash several. Chapter 56. Treasure Chest. Flying item. Subsequently, it was not until a prompt appeared above Lin Han's head, indicating that he would automatically leave the courtyard in 30 seconds, that he shook his head and prepared to depart from the corridor, now entirely enshrouded in ice. However, just as Lin Han stood up, he noticed a weapon emanating a strange glow beside the corpse of the vampire count. It was the blood-red longsword that the count had wielded earlier. This weapon was entirely composed of energy entities resembling blood vessels. Showcasing a unique style, Lin Han immediately examined the other attributes of this weapon. Name: Count's bloodsword quality, diamond nature. Weapon health points 1550, attack power 1020 effect. Attacking any unit will inflict bleeding effects. And this portion of health will be equally added to the user. Equipping this item every 2 hours will permanently increase maximum health by 5 points. Wow! What a direct enhancement! Lin Han felt an unexpected thrill and could not help but exclaim. The vampiric effect of this equipment was not particularly remarkable. Almost every high-level item carries such an effect. However, the permanent increase in maximum health was something to be taken seriously. Gaining 30 health points every 2 hours may seem insignificant at first, but over a day that amounts to 60. If it continues for 10 days, it would be a staggering 600 health points. As time progresses, this number will only continue to rise. Eventually, it would far surpass that of other beast masters. Yet, such equipment also has its limitations. The world system enforces a strict regulation that only platinum-level beast masters can equip diamond-grade items. It seems it will have to remain in the warehouse gathering dust for a few days. Lin Han sighed. In any case, he could never part with his count's bloodsword. Exiting the corridor, Lin Han arrived once more at the castle of the vampire courtyard, only to be taken aback. That diamond-grade magical scroll had an exceptional effect, reaching an unimaginable level. Presently, the entire courtyard, including the surrounding vegetation, was encased in a layer of solid ice, and the transformed gardener monsters were frozen. Lin Han opened the task panel. The dungeon progress had reached 90. Now he only needed to locate the expedition commander and inform him about the situation in this courtyard. As the dawn broke, the vampire courtyard gradually faded away. Lin Han then rode his sturdy horse, swaying along the road for several hours before finally spotting the expedition army's camp. Moments later, to his surprise, it was none other than Count Vittorio, researching blood magic. The general sat on a block of stone, one hand rubbing over a massive map, before finally turning to Lin Han with a solemn expression, saying, "Soldier, congratulations on successfully uncovering the truth about the vampire courtyard. Now you may proceed to complete other tasks." Upon hearing this, Lin Han received a reminder to leave the dungeon in the next moment. With a teleportation array manifesting beneath his feet, Lin Han's figure reappeared at the entrance of the dungeon in Jiangdong City. Phew, finally done. Lin Han let out a long breath. Even though he had faced S-level dungeons more than once, this particular experience still left him feeling immense pressure. At that moment, a flicker of light suddenly shone from the teleportation array beside him, gradually coalescing into a treasure chest. Simultaneously, a reminder appeared in his mind. Congratulations on becoming the first beast master to unlock the hidden storyline of the Vampire Courtyard chapter in the expedition journey, earning an additional reward. Such good fortune, Lin Han was overjoyed. He hastily opened the treasure chest on the ground, only to find a bat-shaped object within. What is this? A batarang. Typically, hidden dungeons offer exceedingly rare weapons and equipment. With such thoughts, Lin Han hurriedly examined the item S panel. Upon seeing its utility, his eyes lit up. Name: Wings of the Vampire quality, none nature. Flying item health points 123, attack power 234 effect. Grants the user the ability to fly, and significantly increases flight speed when facing enemies with reduced health. A flying item. Lin Han was exceedingly delighted. Flying items have always been a coveted rarity in the world of beast masters. Such items can effectively compensate for the inherent speed limitations of beast masters, helping to avert many unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, these items generally possess growth attributes. While the current enhancement may seem meager, as time progresses, the effects of flying items can rival top-tier equipment. Now, I too can soar. Without hesitation, Lin Han retrieved the wings of the vampire from the chest. Flying items essentially function like a magical array. They can be embedded or inscribed onto a beast master, granting them the ability to fly. This type of item is one-time use, meant for a single individual. If the owner perishes, it will dissipate. Thus, Lin Han pressed his palms together and began to activate this item. Soon, the surface of the wings of the vampire was infused with strands of blood-red energy. Threads began to extend from it, lifting Lin Han into the air, raising him towards the sky. Lin Han felt a sharp pain in his back, and in an instant, a pair of large black-gray wings appeared behind him. Meanwhile, in Jiangdong City, the annual recruitment competition for Beast Master colleges was about to commence. The principals and other leaders of several secondary schools arrived early at the Beast Master Square, diligently preparing for the event. For them, this was the most significant moment of the year. Each year, representatives from major Beast Master colleges would come to various provinces and cities to recruit a new class of students. For these principals, if the Beast Masters graduating from their schools could be accepted into the top-tier academies of the Shillong Empire, it would be a historic achievement for the entire Jiangdong City. As the principal of a prestigious school, Lu Yi stood anxiously at the Beast Master Square. Every year at this time, the principals would secretly compete against one another. However, this time he felt no worry. After all, a promising S-level Beast Master candidate had emerged from his school. Yet among the group of students behind Lu Yi, Li Ming wore an anxious expression. The recruitment competition was about to begin. Where on earth was that Lin Han? He had already made over a dozen calls, but Lin Han had not responded to any of them. Chapter 57, Promotion, Golden Level Beast Master. After a brief test, Lin Han stored away his flying item. After all, such things should generally be kept hidden. That he then confidently made his way towards the Awakening Temple. Having learned from his previous experience, this time he opted not to approach the main entrance, but instead took a side path that led directly into the interior of the Awakening Temple. That moment, the young woman at the front desk, responsible for organizing data, had just lowered her head to glance at the number of individuals undertaking awakening tasks that day. Upon raising her gaze, she was greeted by the familiar face of Lin Han, who had once again appeared before her. In just 2 days, you have completed the highest difficulty awakening task. This time, she was not wearing an expression of surprise, but rather asked seriously. Others may not know the level of Lin Han's second awakening task, but as the one compiling the data, she was naturally well aware. Lin Han nodded and promptly replied, "If it weren't for some matters I needed to attend to, I could have resolved it even earlier. I wonder if you have night shifts here at the Awakening Temple?" The front desk girl, upon hearing this, immediately responded, "Stop joking around. Your awakening room has already been arranged for you. Hurry and complete your task." "All right." Lin Han wasted no time and immediately turned towards the direction of the awakening room. At that moment, the girl who had just placed a book of data into a drawer suddenly looked in the direction of his retreating figure. Suddenly recalling something, she was about to call out to Lin Han, but saw that he had already walked straight into the awakening room. Inside the room, it was just like last time. Lin Han, from a considerable distance, had already noticed the awakening stone vibrating excitedly. He immediately approached it, placing a palm upon its surface. The detection for the completion of the awakening task commenced. Awakening task status, passed. Awakening begins. Current progress. 0. Suddenly, a radiant 5-colored light surged upward from the mark of the awakening task, climbing steadily towards Lin Han's palm. Initially, he felt nothing out of the ordinary, but when the awakening progress reached 25, he abruptly sensed that one of his arms was being tightly gripped by an unseen force, rendering it immobile. Furthermore, shards resembling glass began to tear at his skin, piercing directly into it. Lin Han couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. He never anticipated that the state of awakening would be accompanied by such pain. As time passed, the awakening progress continued to escalate. Finally, just as the progress was nearing 100, Lin Han's 2 summoned beasts emerged from the beast summoning space. The 5-colored light hovered above them, and instantly, the form of the stealth beast grew larger. Between its 2 small claws, 2 sharp claws gradually broke through its body. On the other side, the divine healing angel underwent a simpler transformation. Sprouting a pair of wings from its gelatinous body, its singular eye now displayed a more intricate and mysterious pattern of pupil markings. The next moment, accompanied by the sound of the formation shattering, a new prompt appeared in Lin Han's mind. Awakening complete. You have become a golden level beast master. Your level has increased, and all attributes 300 under the 5-colored light. Lin Han felt his state ascend to a new pinnacle. He promptly opened his beast panel, and without a doubt, both the stealth beast and the divine healing angel had each learned new powerful skills. Moreover, in comparison to his own attribute panel enhancement, their improvements were truly terrifying. The divine healing angel alone now boasted a health pool of 7,500, far surpassing that of other beasts of the same level. Additionally, it was a poison-type beast, a category with inherently limited health growth. Afterward, Lin Han exited the door, only to bump into a young woman who was supposed to be at the front desk handling data registration. Noticing her anxious demeanor, he inquired, "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Are you worried I won't complete the awakening?" "Stop joking," she exclaimed, her face a portrait of urgency. "That aren't you a recent graduate? Today, there's a recruitment competition happening at the Beast Master Plaza. If you miss today, you'll need to go to various universities to register." "Today? Is it today? Why wasn't I informed?" Lin Han was taken aback that he recalled that the recruitment competition was indeed imminent. But he was unclear about the exact date. As he pondered, he opened his contact list, only to be astonished to see that Li Ming had nearly overwhelmed his communication channel with messages. "What are you still doing? Hurry to the plaza. Do you need me to arrange transportation?" The young woman urged him. No need, no need." Lin Han quickly waved his hand and dashed towards the entrance of the Awakening Temple. Along the way, someone recognized him and exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that Lin Han, who completed the highest awakening task? What are you doing here?" Instantly, all eyes turned towards Lin Han, as it seemed the recruitment competition at the Beast Master Plaza was about to begin. Why was he still idling here? Some mocked. He completed a level 9 awakening task. What difference does it make to keep those people waiting? However, the very next moment, their words died in their throats. Lin Han stepped into an open area, and as an energy formation manifested around him, he soared into the air, unfurling his vampire wings. He ascended into the heavens, causing the area before the Awakening Temple to swarm with onlookers. Someone remarked, "If I'm not mistaken, those must be wings. Lin Han is so young and already possesses a flying artifact. How unfair. I've been grinding in the Tianyu City dungeon for months, and I still haven't obtained such an item." In an instant, the crowd stood in stunned silence. Was acquiring a flying artifact really that simple? Meanwhile, Lin Han had already risen to a considerable height. "Fatty, what's the situation at the plaza?" He urgently dialed Li Ming. "Hey Lin brother, you finally showed up. If you didn't appear soon, I'd have suspected that he had secretly beaten you up. Why is it so noisy over there?" Lin Han inquired, but Li Ming quickly continued, "The Beast Master Plaza is already packed with people. Where exactly are you?" "According to the rules, once the sign-in system closes, the recruitment competition will commence, and you'll truly miss your chance at university. Don't worry, I'll definitely make it before the passage closes," Lin Han assured, accelerating with his vampire wings while speaking to Li Ming. The recruitment competition, in a sense, was also a form of examination, and a time limit had been established. Once exceeded, no one could intervene. Soon after, Li Ming heard the line disconnect, and he raised his gaze to observe the current situation at the plaza. The number of participants in the recruitment competition today was significant, with nearly all the novice beast masters from Jiangdong City present. But on a high platform across the plaza, numerous representatives from beast master colleges had taken their seats, eager to witness the performances of this year's aspiring beast masters from Jiangdong City. With their presence, local beast masters, like Principal Liu Yi from the first high school, could only sit in the least favorable positions. After all, the individuals seated at the main table represented the foremost beast master academies of the entire Xinglong Empire. The representatives from the colleges on either side were also formidable, with deeply rooted beast master teams. At this moment, Li Ming overheard by Yun Tao suddenly remark, "Oh, our Lin Han actually dares to be late today. Even if he managed to acquire a healing-type beast, he should at least show some respect to the heads of the universities. Right? Oh, he can't be backing out, can he? What do you think, Li Ming?" Bai Yintao had harbored resentment ever since losing several pieces of silver-grade equipment to Lin Han during their last competition. Upon entering the plaza, he had been searching for their whereabouts, and only after confirming Lin Han's absence did he feel emboldened to speak so. Some people can talk tough, but didn't they still lose to this healing-type beast? Li Ming scoffed, yet his gaze remained fixed on the venue. With time running out, if Lin Han couldn't make it, it would indeed be a significant problem. I'll say what you will, but with less than 5 minutes until the competition system shuts down, even if Lin Han were to run for his life, he wouldn't make it in time. Bai Yuntao sneered. Upon hearing this, Li Ming wanted to retort, but found his spirits dampened. Alas, it seemed he might not see Lin Han again. Suddenly, Yi Zixuan, seated at the front, spoke in a low voice. She refrained from gloating, her heart filled with some regret. Until now, she had harbored the possibility that Lin Han had been the one who ambushed her in the Goblin Forest. During their last competition, she had accurately timed her moves, yet he and Li Ming had still managed to distance themselves from her. But all those speculations had now vanished, as a person who wouldn't even dare to show up for the recruitment competition could not have possibly led Li Ming to victory over her. It must have been mere coincidence. Principal Liu, the first high school in Jiangdong City, has been performing admirably in recent years. At that moment, Huang Sheng, a representative from Baitian Academy seated at the main table, glanced at the list of colleges reported from Jiangdong City and immediately brightened, looking towards Liu Yi and quietly commenting, "Aside from last year's few A-level Beast Master prospects, this year, they've already produced an S-level Beast Master." Upon hearing this, another representative from Qingsheng Academy expressed excitement. Indeed, such talents are rare. While the emergence of such individuals may seem coincidental, the first high school has continuously surprised us. Principal Liu has made significant contributions. Where? All of this is due to the innate talents of the students. Liu Yi humbly responded, his face beaming with pride. Not long ago, he hadn't felt this confident. However, this year, with Yi Zixuan present, one can truly stand firm. Yet his words provoked the ire of several other principals nearby. They had already resolved not to engage in dealings with Liu Yi this year. Alas, this fellow insisted on provoking them. Such words cannot be uttered lightly. The principal of the second high school, glancing at the many beast masters from the first high school, directly stated, "We certainly recognize that First High has produced an S-class beast master." The other principals nodded in agreement upon hearing this. However, Principal Liu, do not forget that on your side of First High, there is still one individual who has yet to successfully awaken a beast. Just look, he hasn't even shown up for such an important event today. It seems this is a reflection of Principal Liu's teachings. The principal of Second High disdainfully glanced at the student crowd. Upon hearing this, the other principals could hardly suppress their laughter. This was a perfect opportunity to curb Liu Yi's momentum. Is there truly someone who has not awakened a beast? Their voices naturally drew the attention of Huang Sheng and others. As the strongest academy for beast masters in the entire Star Dragon Empire, they had seen all kinds of talents, yet they had never encountered someone who had failed to awaken a beast. For a moment, everyone nearby was captivated. Meanwhile, Liu Yi, once again embroiled in the situation, felt any sense of pride evaporate. How could Lin Han not be here for such a matter? He quickly glanced at the teachers behind him. Liu Yi hastily spoke up, aware that many eyes were upon him. The principal is not well informed. He has not awakened a beast, so naturally, no one cares whether he arrives or not. A teacher quickly interjected. Hearing this, Liu Yi felt a headache coming on and could only grit his teeth and say, "Our student, Lin Han, unfortunately failed to successfully contract a beast during the awakening ceremony, and now, during this recruitment competition for beast masters. Without a beast, his leveling is naturally slow. Our school did not notify him to come, for otherwise it would hurt the child's pride." Upon hearing this, one representative from a university nodded in agreement. That makes sense. At that moment, the higher-ranking Huang Sheng and others among the crowd suddenly sensed something. They all turned their gazes towards the sky. Chapter 59, An Astonishing Entrance. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a pair of large wings descended, carrying a figure swiftly to the plaza. Han Go. Li Ming, who had been eagerly awaiting Lin Han's arrival, exclaimed in delight upon seeing him. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao's face darkened immediately. He recognized clearly that the figure who had just landed on the plaza was none other than the long-absent Lin Han. Next, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Han staggered towards the group of university representatives. "Excuse me, coming through." Lin Han navigated through the throng of people, finally locating Liu Yi, who was holding the sign-in machine. He then completely ignored the astonished expression on Liu Yi's face and hurriedly completed his sign-in on the machine. After finishing these tasks, he intended to leave for the area where the students were gathered. Just then, a voice called out to him. "Hold on a moment. If I'm not mistaken, you just used a flying artifact. Correct? What's the matter? Is it not allowed?" Lin Han turned to the group behind him. Due to the sudden appearance of the flying artifact, Even the heads of several top universities were left dumbfounded. Principal Liu, I believe this young student must be your Lin Han from First High. Huang Sheng from Baitian Academy spoke directly that I am the realm of beast masters within the Star Dragon Empire. There has long been a saying that novice beast masters find it exceedingly difficult to possess flying artifacts, such rare items. They have drawn the line for novices to those below diamond rank, meaning that under normal circumstances, even beast masters above level 30 find it hard to acquire flying artifacts, demonstrating just how rare such items are. Simultaneously, this also reflects that those novice beast masters who possess such artifacts must either be extraordinarily wealthy or possess formidable strength. Indeed, that is Lin Han, Liu Yi quickly affirmed, gazing at Lin Han with sheer astonishment. He could hardly believe that Lin Han had managed to participate in this grand competition and showcased a flying artifact before everyone. Lin Han, would you be interested in joining our Golden Moon Academy? Just with your possession of this flying artifact, we could admit you directly. At this moment, a representative from an academy spoke up. Oh no, that would be rather uninteresting. I wish to prove my abilities first. Lin Han replied, appearing reluctant. Afterward, he smiled apologetically at the academy representatives around him and hurried towards the area designated for novice beastmasters. At this point, the other principals from Jiangdong City were left utterly dumbfounded. Hadn't it been said that Lin Han failed to awaken even a single beast during his first awakening? How is it that he now possesses a flying artifact? Principal Liu is indeed somewhat inconsiderate, hiding such a promising junior and not allowing us to see him. A student with a flying artifact is not at all inferior to an S-class beast master. One academy representative stated directly. For them, what is being assessed now is merely the power of the beast master after obtaining their first beast. There will be many opportunities in the future. A junior capable of handling such a significant issue as flying is clearly someone of great strength. I had not anticipated this, Liu Yi hastily replied, looking towards Lin Han in confusion. Why does it seem that with Lin Han's arrival, such surprises have followed suit? Following this, the crowd began to discuss fervently, comparing the potential of an S-class beast master against that of a novice beast master capable of flight. All right, since everyone has arrived, let us not waste any more time and commence the first round of testing. Just as the discussion reached a fever pitch, a resounding voice rang out from the center of the university representatives. Upon hearing this voice, the surrounding crowd fell silent, ceasing their conversations. The reason was simple. The speaker was none other than the admissions officer from the military academy, Chiyu, as a member of the military. Even the yearly top-performing Baitian Academy must show some deference. You all are the hope and future of the young generation of the Star Dragon Empire. Upon hearing this, the teacher responsible for the testing registration quickly stepped forward to the center of the plaza, addressing the novice beast masters with a serious tone. Today, we gather here at the Beast Masters Plaza in Jiangdong City. Among the first high group, Lin Han sat beside Li Ming, somewhat weary, listening to the teacher on stage deliver a lengthy introduction filled with pleasantries. Hange, you have no idea how envious everyone looked when you appeared with that exceedingly rare flying artifact. Especially by Yun Tao's expression, you cannot imagine how rich it was, as if he had experienced the ups and downs of life all at once. Li Ming whispered. Upon hearing this, Lin Han scoffed. It was merely a stroke of luck to obtain a flying artifact. What is so miraculous about it? The real skill must be displayed in these rounds of testing. Bai Yuntao, sitting not far from them, grinned toothfully. However, Lin Han and Li Ming could hardly be bothered to respond to his remarks. Meanwhile, as the teacher in the center of the plaza finally finished speaking, it signified the official commencement of the recruitment competition in Jiangdong City. According to regulations, the first round of the competition involved using specialized testing pillars to assess the levels of the beast masters. By striking these testing pillars, one could accurately gauge the level of the beast master themselves, and based on the color reflected by the pillar, determine the strength of the beast master. Soon, this round of testing began with great fervor. Lin Han sat with his arms crossed, observing as dozens of beast masters took their turns. Most of them were around level 10, with very few breaking into the silver rank. This outcome was largely within Lin Han's expectations. After all, not everyone possesses a monstrous leveling speed. At that moment, a commotion erupted among the crowd in front of him. Zixuan, go for it! Zixuan, go for it! Even Bai Yuntao began to shout loudly. It turned out it was Yi Zixuan's turn to take the stage for testing. As an exceedingly rare S-Class Beastmaster, she was naturally held in high regard by the crowd. Standing before the testing pillar, Yi Zixuan recalled the scene of Lin Han arriving using the flying artifact. Could it be that Lin Han truly concealed his strength? After a moment, she quickly shook her head, steeling her resolve. The opponent before her was not Lin Han, but the testing pillar itself. Chapter 60, No Level. The testing pillar malfunctions. In the plaza, resounding boom echoed. The next moment, the massive pillar erupted with deep purple patterns. Soon these textures gradually intertwined, transforming into an energy formation that revealed a number, level 18. Upon witnessing this, the teacher responsible for recording hastily noted Yi Zixuan's level. Moreover, the violet glow symbolized her innate strength, already considered to be of superior caliber. This young woman's aptitude is quite remarkable. At this moment, the array of academy officials watching from the back exchanged glances, clearly surprised. Yi Zixuan's prowess had exceeded their expectations, leaving them astounded. Generally speaking, an S-Class Beastmaster achieving around level 16 during the initial recruitment competition is already commendable. Thus, Yi Zixuan's level 18 can be regarded as top-tier talent. I can't believe her level has risen again. Seeing the level displayed on the testing pillar, Li Ming was taken aback. He was only at level 13. He had been surpassed by a full 5 levels. And this was only after Lin Han had assisted him in a dungeon run. The strength of an S-Class Beastmaster is certainly not to be underestimated. Lin Han declared, "Next, Bai Yuntao." The teacher in charge of recording called out, "Lin Han, your previous victory was merely due to the assistance of a leveling team. Don't think it was solely your own ability. Now that it's time to get serious, I look forward to seeing you become the laughingstock of everyone." Before taking the stage, Bai Yuntao deliberately approached Lin Han and Li Ming, disdainfully stating, "Why do you talk so much?" Li Ming, known for his fiery temper, would have stood up to teach Bai Yuntao a lesson right then and there, were it not for the presence of so many leaders. "Don't rush. I will show you your own shortcomings." Bai Yuntao scoffed before stepping into the center of the plaza, brimming with confidence. Even though he knew he could not surpass someone like Yi Zixuan, easily outpacing Lin Han and his companion was a certainty. After all, he was an A-Class Beastmaster, and following his previous setback in the Nightmare Tower, he had sought numerous leveling teams to help him enhance his level. Begin, with the command from the teacher beside him. Bai Yuntao immediately focused and struck the testing pillar. In the next moment, a tremendous sound erupted, and a deep blue light began to seep from it, gradually coalescing into the number 15. Observing this result, the academy officials nearby were momentarily astonished. Level 15 already? I didn't expect this time from Jiangdong City to bring us such pleasant surprises. A mere A-Class Beastmaster achieving level 15 is indeed surprising. It's all due to their own efforts. Ha ha, Lu Yi, overhearing these remarks, felt immensely gratified. But now, it all hinged on the abilities of that boy named Lin Han. Huangxing stated, upon hearing this, Lu Yi, as the principal of the First Academy, couldn't help but recall Lin Han's performance during the awakening ceremony. Suddenly, a foreboding feeling flickered in his mind. Just wait for the embarrassment, Lin Han. After Bai Yuntao returned to the crowd, he cast a disdainful glance towards Lin Han and his companion. Since Lin Han was the last to check in, he was also assigned to be the last for testing. At last, as the penultimate student completed their level assessment, everyone in the vast Beast Master Plaza held their breath, eagerly awaiting Lin Han's results. After all, he had the ability to use flying equipment to reach this plaza in full view of everyone. Huangxing and the other academy officials widened their eyes, earnestly observing the testing pillar. Lin Han approached the pillar, and once ready, the recording teacher instructed, "Use all your strength to strike this pillar. It will naturally assess your level and other attributes based on your force and energy intensity." Hearing this, Lin Han turned and asked, "Teacher, this thing won't break, will it?" Glancing at the tense crowd around him, he pondered aloud. "What?" The teacher in charge of recording paused momentarily at his question. "This pillar has been in use for decades in our city. How could it possibly break? Hurry up and conduct the test." However, she soon added with a hint of exasperation, "All right." At this, Lin Han ceased his hesitation, clenched his right hand into a fist, and struck the surface of the testing pillar. In the next moment, everyone present seemed to slow their breathing, eagerly awaiting the outcome of Lin Han's punch. Boom! With a resounding crash, the surface of the testing pillar erupted into a frenzy of flashing lights. Purple, azure, and golden hues grew, increasingly bright, but failed to stabilize for an extended period. Witnessing this scene, even the experienced Academy officials felt perplexed. What is happening? I have never seen this testing pillar unable to determine energy intensity. Someone voiced in confusion. Just as the words left their lips, a multitude of colorful lights began to emanate from the testing pillar, intertwining and shimmering, yet failing to converge into a single point. Colorful, what level is this? Even Lin Han felt puzzled. At that moment, everyone watched as the swirl of colorful light, without even a numerical designation to display, gradually dissipated. Suddenly, all present fell into stunned silence. Lin Han. This time's test results show no level. The teacher responsible for recording was the first to react, hurriedly exclaiming. On hearing this, holy crap, Lin Han, you've made me laugh to death. Ha. Bai Yuntao could not contain his laughter. No level? TKSK. I thought the multitude of colors indicated something impressive. Turns out, it was just a massive failure. Ha. With Bai Yuntao's laughter igniting the atmosphere, the plaza erupted into chaos once more. Those who had recently changed their opinions of Lin Han reaffirmed their belief. He was just a worthless beast master. Everyone should thank Lin Han for presenting such a splendid performance. Bai Yuntao exclaimed loudly. However, in stark contrast to the gleeful students, the Academy official Huang Sheng wore a face of confusion and suspicion. No level? How could this be? First, he failed to awaken a beast. Now, he doesn't even have a level. What on earth is happening? Huang Sheng muttered to himself while seated. Meanwhile, the other principals from Jiangdong City School struggled to suppress their laughter. The First Academy was indeed losing face. In the plaza, the recording teacher sighed and said, Lin Han, you may step down. The results of the first round are merely for reference. The true evaluation will only emerge after the second round concludes. So there's no need to feel disheartened. Upon hearing this, Lin Han turned to leave. It did not affect him much. After all, that broken pillar could not diminish his actual strength. Yet as he turned, a faint crackling sound suddenly emanated from the direction of the testing pillar. Lin Han immediately realized that perhaps the pillar had sustained a crack from his strike. Upon this realization, his footsteps became more resolute as he departed. The reason was simple. This testing pillar was extraordinarily expensive, worth a fortune, and each city could only be allocated one. If they were to come looking for him later, he would be unable to compensate, even if he depleted all his current savings. Chapter 61. The second round of testing. Although everyone found Lin Han's results in the first round strange, they did not dwell on it. After all, so many people were waiting for the second round of testing. Who had the time to care about the situation of a single student? Proceed. Huang Sheng and the others nodded at the teacher in charge of recording, signaling him to continue with the next round of testing. As Lin Han returned to his seat, he was immediately met with waves of raucous laughter behind him. That a waste is a waste. Thought he was going to pull off something grand, but ended up being such a flop. Bai Yuntao remarked, eyeing Lin Han and his companion from a distance to this. A group of people burst into laughter. Prior to this testing, everyone believed that Lin Han, possessing flying equipment, might be a dark horse. But now, they could finally breathe easy. Excluding the relatively exceptional Yi Zixuan and Bai Yuntao, the majority of students' levels hovered around the average mark. This, of course, was the result most people were pleased to see. Can you just shut your mouth? Why do you have so much to say? Li Ming could no longer tolerate Bai Yuntao's incessant chatter. Upon hearing his words, his temper flared. What? You, a level 13 beast master. Think you can compare with my level 15? Bai Yuntao replied, unafraid. He increasingly believed that the only reason these two had managed to defeat him previously was sheer luck. Then let us see. Li Ming retorted angrily. Fellow students, our second round of testing is about to begin. Now I will announce the rules for the second round of testing. Just then, upon the square, the teacher responsible for recording finally prepared the procedure for the second round of testing and spoke in a deep voice. Firstly, the second test will be conducted in a practical manner. Everyone will form groups to venture into our designated wilderness area to hunt monsters of various levels. Successfully slaying a bronze-level monster will yield 10 points. A silver monster will grant 100 points, while a golden monster can directly bestow 2,000 points. Upon hearing such rules, the crowd erupted in excitement. According to the points requirement set by prestigious Beastmaster academies in previous years, To qualify as a student at a top-tier academy, one must accumulate at least 4,500 points in this test. For elite institutions like BITN, the required points are even higher. Currently, a silver-level monster only grants 100 points. This implies that to enter an ultra-elite academy, one must slay at least 45 monsters within the stipulated time. That's nearly equivalent to the number of 2 challenge dungeons. Li Ming promptly spoke up. Listening to the requirements, Lin Han merely nodded silently, muttering to himself, "Not bad." Next, everyone was instructed to form their own teams, pairing off into twos. After entering the teleportation array in the square, they could choose their desired battle region. The teacher continued, "Moreover, our current dungeon allows for internal communication, meaning that during the second round, you can directly transition from the bronze area to the silver area." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao eagerly rushed to the front and approached Yi Zixuan. Flattering her, Zixuan, shall we team up? With our combined strengths, the first place in this test will certainly be ours. Really? Yi Zixuan expressed surprise, but after a moment's consideration, she deemed the test results to be of utmost importance. Although this fellow had a poor reputation at school, he was among the few novice beast masters in Jiangdong City who had reached level 15. All right, let us enter the dungeon together. Yi Zixuan nodded. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao's face immediately lit up with a brilliant smile. "Hangu, let us go. I'll show you how advanced my anal extraction tactic has become." As the second round of testing was about to commence, Li Ming had abandoned any intentions of competing with Bai Yuntao, that he was brimming with excitement, ready to showcase his skills. He intended to decisively suppress Bai Yuntao alongside Lin Han during the grand contest. Moments later, a group of individuals appeared in a wilderness area, where 3 shimmering teleportation arrays stood in the distance, representing 3 different levels of dungeons. This time, Bai Yuntao had completed his team-up with Yi Zixuan, but did not rush into battle. Instead, he approached Lin Han and Li Ming again. "Lin Han, this time it's serious. Are you ready?" Seeing him reappear, Lin Han's gaze turned disdainful. "You have nothing better to do? Why do you keep hovering around me?" "Hey, what do you mean by that?" "I'm merely showing concern as a classmate," Bai Yuntao retorted. "If you ask me, you might as well abandon this test, and I know a few people in a factory. I could introduce you to a security job with a decent salary. How about it?" "Tempted. How about this? Just call me master, and I'll arrange everything for you," Bai Yuntao said without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lin Han's patience was wearing thin. "You think you can talk to me like that? Today, I could make you meet your demise right here." Lin Han was thoroughly annoyed if possible. He wished to let his stealth beast deliver a spatial strike to Bai Yuntao. "Bai Yuntao, it's time to enter the dungeon. The longer we delay, the more our level advantage diminishes." Yi Zixuan approached with an impatient expression. And without waiting for Bai Yuntao's response, she strode into the dungeon. Lin Han, you sure have a big mouth. We'll see about that." With that, Bai Yuntao left with a parting snarl. "Hangu, it's time for us to enter the dungeon as well. This time, we must secure the highest points and make Bai Yuntao recognize what reality is." After they departed, Li Ming stated, "Let us go." Lin Han chuckled softly and then stepped forward, entering the dungeon. Half an hour later, at the Beastmaster Square, a group of Academy officials gathered to observe the situation of the second round of testing. It appears these novice Beastmasters are still overly cautious. Given their similar levels, why aren't they battling in the Golden Level dungeon? After reviewing the choices of all the teams, Director Huang expressed disappointment. "Director Huang, Jiangdong City is merely a small town. Not everyone can compare to the geniuses in your academy." Someone interjected. "For newcomers, engaging in battles beyond their level is far too challenging. Perhaps they are waiting to adapt before attempting the Golden Level." Others nodded in agreement, while the officials from other academies felt that Director Huang was merely emphasizing BITN's status as a top-tier Beastmaster Academy. Indeed, Director Huang nodded. "Although we have categorized the dungeons into 3 levels, students can freely teleport within. Surely, some will venture to hunt golden-level beasts. For instance, I have high hopes for that S-grade qualified girl, Yi Zixuan." Why is Lin Han's team merely wandering around in the dungeon? At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, interrupting Director Huang's thoughts. Chapter 62. The monsters I defeat count towards your points. Upon hearing this, everyone's attention was drawn to the scene in the silver-level dungeon. Lin Han and Li Ming were strolling leisurely down a small path. At this moment, while all other teams had commenced their battles, These two appeared to be aimlessly wandering as if nothing was amiss. What does this mean? Have they given up entirely? Someone couldn't help but ask that if so, Lin Han's resolve truly could not withstand the pressure. Has the setback from the first round of testing affected him so profoundly? The other Academy officials, witnessing their demeanor, chose not to comment, clearly having excluded these two from their recruitment considerations. Inside the silver-level dungeon, Li Ming casually strolled with his hands behind his head, wearing a relaxed expression. Upon entering the dungeon, Lin Han had informed him that there was no need to rush for this test. The reason for Li Ming's unwavering trust in Lin Han was twofold. They had known each other for years, and only he was aware of Lin Han's true capabilities. Thus, the two meandered through the dungeon for most of the day. At this moment, a massive leaderboard hovered above the three dungeons. With Yi Zixuan and Bai Yuntao's team currently in the lead, having amassed 2,000 points, Han Ge, aren't we going to start hunting monsters? Seeing this, Li Ming felt restless and turned to Lin Han for clarification. No need. I have a more effortless approach. Lin Han smiled. The method he referred to was, of course, to head directly to the golden level region. In reality, defeating just 2 or 3 golden level monsters would suffice to meet the test requirements, which was far preferable to waging an exhausting battle against silver level monsters. As they continued their leisurely stroll, they gradually approached the highest area of the silver level. Not far away, Bai Yuntao was commanding his beast to fiercely confront a level 17 hunter fiend wolf. The fiery fire crow emitted a shriek, and behind it, a crimson fire elemental magic array suddenly appeared, enveloping the creature in flames. Yes, just like that, burn it! Bai Yuntao exclaimed with excitement. This was the first monster he had hunted since parting ways with Yi Zixuan, and he was determined to make the kill spectacular. At that moment, he turned his head and spotted Lin Han and Li Ming approaching. Upon recalling that these two had not moved a single point since entering, he sneered, "You two worthless fools are planning to give up this time. Is it not you who is truly worthless?" Lin Han retorted coldly, "Do you not know that the hunter-fiend wolf possesses fire resistance?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao was momentarily stupefied. Then he realized that the reason his attacks had not inflicted any damage was precisely because of this resistance. However, he was still in front of Lin Han. "What do you know? Only monsters with fire resistance can test the true strength of my fire crow," Bai Yuntao scoffed disdainfully. Even acknowledging his own mistake, he refused to lose face in front of Lin Han. "Regardless, you two useless ones will struggle to slay the monsters here. You may as well follow me and observe my performance. Who knows, if I'm in a good mood, I might even share some points with you." Bai Yuntao mockingly blocked Lin Han and Li Ming's path. Upon hearing this, Li Ming warned, "Do not go too far. You will regret it when the final points are tallied." He had intended to curse loudly, but was halted by Lin Han's hand. "All right, let us indeed see how the esteemed young master performs," Lin Han replied nonchalantly. At the very moment he spoke, the invisible beast in his line of sight was already poised for action. "It cannot be pierced. This is precisely what you have allowed me to remain beside you for. Do not cry later." Lin Han's lips curled into a faint smile, observing the surprising agreement between the two. Bai Yuntao merely scoffed internally. Does Lin Han truly believe he would relinquish his points to him? At this moment, the battle between the fire raven and the beast of the hunting plains was nearing its climax. Waves of fire element magic arrays surged around, transforming into arrows aimed at the opponent. "Eureka!" Bai Yuntao exclaimed with delight. Even with fire resistance, which minimizes the effects of fire elements, he could still bring down this ferocious beast based solely on skill values. Meanwhile, Lin Han cast a knowing glance at the invisible beast beside him. The little creature immediately understood and gathered its spatial power with its tiny paws. In the next moment, the fire raven's attack struck the beast of the hunting plains fiercely. Its health was about to be entirely depleted. "Yes," Bai Yuntao was ecstatic, hastily checking the points ranking, only to find that while he and Yi Zixuan still occupied the top position, there had been no increase in their points. What is going on? Where are my points?" Just as Bai Yuntao was lost in thought, he noticed that Lin Han's team had inexplicably gained 100 points. "Brother Han, young Master Bai is indeed a generous soul. Actually gifting us points?" Li Ming quickly chimed in. Although unaware of the specifics, it was evident that this was Lin Han's doing. Of course, young Master Bai is a man of his word. Lin Han immediately responded. Lin Han, is this your doing? Where are my points? Bai Yuntao exclaimed in a fit of rage. He swiftly approached the two, indignant that the monster he had clearly slain had resulted in points for them. I stood right here without summoning my beasts. You saw that, didn't you? Lin Han merely smiled, his gaze drifting towards the invisible beast flitting around the fire raven, as if encouraging it to perform splendidly. Bai Yuntao wanted to say more, but he had indeed not witnessed Lin Han and his companion make a move, so he could only relent. Moreover, he could not just dismiss these two. After all, it was he who had originally suggested they accompany him. Let us go. Young Master Bai, our points depend entirely on you. Li Ming interjected. At that moment, he seemed to have completely embraced the role of Bai Yuntao's ally. The latter's face turned a shade darker. After pondering for a long while in his mind, he still could not discern where the problem lay. Now, he could only continue fighting alongside Lin Han and the others. However, along the way, Bai Yuntao never missed an opportunity to mock them. That I suggest you two withdraw. It won't draw much attention to your points. Otherwise, if you end up at the bottom, it would be quite embarrassing. Wouldn't it? In the ensuing half-hour, to Bai Yuntao's utter disbelief, Lin Han and his companions' points soared to around 500. Meanwhile, he and Yi Zishuan's team had only accumulated 200. What on earth? I clearly killed the monster. How did the points end up in your hands? There must be some flaw in the system. Unable to remain seated any longer, Bai Yuntao exclaimed, perhaps the dungeon system has deemed us three as teammates? Lin Han explained from the side. Is that so? I had no idea such an effect existed. It seems we can benefit from the points of several teams. Li Ming chimed in supportively that no, you two must stop following me. Self-reliance is key. Points must be earned personally, Bai Yuntao declared, his expression grim as he attempted to shoo them away. He could no longer tolerate it, after all the effort he put in to earn his points. He was not about to share them with them. Chapter 63, The Terrifying Gouging Tactics. Young Master Bai, please, you just said you would lend us some points. Why not be generous? Li Ming tried to negotiate further. Get lost. What do you think you are, some kind of benefactor? But as Bai Yuntao recalled Yi Zishuan's disdainful gaze upon their reunion, he wished he could vanish into the ground. Now, all he wanted was to rid himself of these two and engage in battle alone. Meanwhile, Lin Han, after a quick calculation of time, suggested, all right, since young Master Bai is unwilling to continue assisting us, let us fend for ourselves. Upon hearing this, Li Ming let out a reluctant chuckle. Brother Han, what trick did you employ? How did Bai Yuntao's points end up with us? Once the two turned their backs, Li Ming hurriedly inquired. A wise man has his own plans. Lin Han simply patted his shoulder and continued. In fact, I prepared a surprise for young Master Bai, and it should be arriving soon. With that, the invisible beast leaped through space to his side. Simultaneously, not far behind them, Bai Yuntao was just preparing to adjust his state for battle when he suddenly saw a horde of hunting plains beasts charging toward him from a distance. What is happening? Who startled these monsters? Bai Yuntao was taken aback, surrounded before he had time to react. I hope young Master Bai survives. A faint smile curled on Lin Han's lips just moments ago. After the invisible beast successfully snatched another 100 points, it had located a nearby territory of hunting plains beasts under Lin Han's guidance, unleashing its spatial/skill. These monsters, having been attacked, yet unable to find their target, naturally began to expand their search radius. Thus, the combat-ready Bai Yuntao, being the closest to the monster's corpse, inevitably became their target. Half an hour later, at the Beastmaster's square, someone has entered the golden level area. A voice suddenly rang out loudly. Instantly, the attention of the crowd was captured. They had long awaited someone to enter this advanced dungeon for combat. Only then could the strength of these novice Beastmasters be assessed. However, the crowd soon grew puzzled again. Why is it Lin Han? Huangsheng remarked incredulously. Although Lin Han possesses flying gear, his performance in the first round of testing was far from impressive. Coupled with his teammate, who was merely the average Li Ming, this lineup left those present feeling somewhat disappointed. Some even speculated that these two merely wished to observe the golden level area rather than engage in genuine combat. Perhaps simply to witness the golden level beasts. Inside the dungeon, Brother Han, are we truly going to farm points here? Li Ming gulped nervously as they stepped through the teleportation array, entering the new area. Upon learning that Lin Han intended to confront golden-level monsters directly, he followed without hesitation but still felt uncertain. Rest assured, just follow my lead. Lin Han reassured him, summoning his healing angel. The moment they laid eyes on this beast, all the academy heads were captivated. This angelic beast is of a notably high grade. What a pity! It is a healing type. While its quality is exceptional, it cannot serve as a primary combat force. However, someone soon recognized the specific type of healing angel inside. That Li Ming's beast appears to be merely F-grade, an utterly ordinary sharp-toothed hyena. Isn't that courting death? A crowd quickly voiced their lack of faith in these two. In their view, the configuration of these two lads was utterly insufficient to contend with the golden-level monsters. Meanwhile, within the forest of the golden area, Lin Han and Li Ming had already approached a golden-level ironclad evil tiger. At that moment, the creature lay sprawled on the ground, emitting thunderous snores, its iron-like skin occasionally shifting and creating rustling sounds against the earth. Brother Han, this fellow's attributes are a full 2 times that of a silver-level monster. After briefly reviewing its attributes and other values, Li Ming hurriedly inquired, "Fear not, my healing angel can inflict control effects. As long as we coordinate properly, it will be unable to execute even a basic attack." Lin Han declared solemnly, at that moment, "Listen to my commands and simply employ your gouging tactics." Li Ming nodded eagerly in agreement. Then he watched as the healing angel flapped its wings, releasing poisonous spikes from its feathers. Launching an attack on the ironclad evil tiger, the poisonous blade skill activated. The healing angel vigorously swung its venomous wings. Because the ironclad evil tiger had yet to be startled, the damage dealt was remarkably effective. With just one skill release, it depleted a fifth of the opponent's health. Isn't this angel supposed to be a healing type? Observers outside, several academy heads, were watching the situation unfold, and upon witnessing this skill's effect, they widened their eyes in astonishment. "Quickly, Fatty, commence battle!" Lin Han shouted. Roar. After being attacked, the ironclad evil tiger let out a furious roar, its innate wind pressure surging as it lunged toward the healing angel. "Brother Han, it's in position." Seizing the moment while the monster's ire was drawn, Li Ming directed the sharp-toothed hyena to circle around behind it. Just as the ironclad evil tiger opened its mouth, preparing to devour the healing angel, the latter's skill was already in motion. Poisonous chaos of the demon. Suddenly, the colossal form of the ironclad beast came to an abrupt halt, only to crash down with a thunderous thud. Having succumbed to a state of dizziness, gnashing hyena, "Go for its rear!" Li Ming shouted urgently. Meanwhile, Lin Han had already commanded the stealth beast to prepare for an assault. Without any hesitation, the gnashing hyena charged forward, its maw agape, targeting the 2 vulnerable areas resembling goose eggs, and bit down fiercely. Roar. The ironclad beast yelped in pain, its dizzy head thrashing violently against the ground, revealing the quivering muscles beneath its skin. Thanks to the strategic insertion of the stealth beast's attack amidst the rear assault, this strike landed squarely on the target, causing the ironclad beast to lose approximately 60% of its health. Goodness, this is quite devious. Several academy heads were witnessing such a brutal tactic for the first time, and an involuntary chill ran down their spines. Even Huang Sheng, a renowned figure from a prestigious university, was drawn in, his expression marred by discomfort. Without needing to think further, it was evident that this underbelly attack tactic would be excruciating for anyone on the receiving end. Roar. Once the dizziness subsided, the ironclad beast, consumed by rage, sprang to its feet and immediately swung its massive iron tail towards the gnashing hyena. "Oh no!" Li Ming gasped, realizing the peril that if his beast were struck by this golden-tier creature, would it stand a chance of survival? Just as Li Ming was preparing to command his beast to flee, the healing angel materialized before the gnashing hyena. Poisonous frenzy, chaos unleashed in an instant. The charging ironclad beast was once again affected by the venom, its entire body swaying under the influence. Chapter 64. Escalation. Top of the leaderboard. "Hurry, Fatty!" Lin Han shouted. The next moment, Li Ming snapped to attention, directing the gnashing hyena once more to sneak up beside the ironclad beast, leaping toward the 2 still bearing tooth marks. Roar. The acute sensation of pain instantly dispelled the ironclad beast's dazed state. But this time, the roar was devoid of fury and disdain, instead transformed into a pitiful whimper. The ironclad beast's health plummeted further, nearing the lethal threshold of the healing angel's toxic strike. Taeske. Lin Han furrowed his brow at the sound. Delivering 2 such blows was undeniably brutal, that let's send you off swiftly. He then signaled the healing angel to unleash its skill. The healing angel soared into the heavens. From its singular eye emanating a deep purple mist, toxic rift activated. In mere moments, the ironclad beast let out a heart-wrenching howl. Meanwhile, the stealth beast, seizing the opportunity, executed a spatial slash skill. The next instant, a message echoed in Lin Han's mind. Squad successfully eliminated a golden tier monster. Points 2000. Phew, that was close. Han go. I can't believe we actually hunted a golden tier beast, Li Ming exclaimed, brimming with excitement. At that moment, the leaderboard displayed that the team led by Yi Zixuan had amassed 3,800 points. Although Bai Yintao had lost numerous kills to Lin Han, the presence of the S-tier Yi Zixuan still provided a safety net. Let us take a breather before we continue fighting. Lin Han nodded. Meanwhile, a group of academy heads at the Beastmaster's square erupted in chatter. Did we misjudge? That angel is actually a poison-type beast? The damage output is astonishing. After a brief analysis, one remarked. They were unaware of the stealth beast's existence, attributing the feat solely to the healing angel's skill, which seemingly annihilated the ironclad beast, still with 40% health remaining. It appears Lin Han is truly a genius. Another added. And Li Ming. Though his tactics are somewhat unscrupulous, the fact that his F-tier beast can keep pace with Lin Han is quite commendable. Upon hearing this, several academy heads turned their attention to the elite institutions. What do you think, Huangsheng? We feel Lin Han is worthy of immediate recruitment. Regardless of points, his performance against a golden tier monster is remarkable. I have my eye on Li Ming as well. Huangsheng nodded at the inquiry. Both possess potential, but I find their methods rather unrefined. The foremost academy of the Xinglong Empire. Admitting them might tarnish our reputation. At this, the representative from the Qing Sheng Academy hesitated, as both institutions were the pinnacle of beastmasters in the Xinglong Empire. While the tactics employed by Lin Han and Li Ming were effective, they were reluctant to adopt such methods. Are you suggesting we simply dismiss these 2 candidates? The surrounding academy heads were taken aback, their expressions lighting up with surprise. Each year, they selected the most talented. And now they were letting capable individuals slip away, which meant opportunities for other academies. But suddenly, a series of cold laughs cut through the air. Unrefined tactics. If a strategy must cater to aesthetics, then what purpose do Beastmasters serve? Perhaps you ought to rebrand as a beauty academy. Chi Yu from the military academy scoffed from the back. Huangsheng's fury ignited, and he prepared to retort. But upon recognizing who had spoken, he hesitated, redirecting his tone. Brother Qi, let us not be hasty. Your military academy may disregard such matters, but we academies represent the dignity of the Xinglong Empire. Do we not? Why all this chatter? If you don't want these 2 students, then my military academy will gladly take them. Qiyu declared dismissively. His words silenced the nearby crowd, for his academy was directly affiliated with the Xinglong Empire's military, an institution founded by true powerhouses. Several academy heads who had contemplated recruiting Lin Han and Li Ming quickly abandoned their plans, daunted by the military's formidable presence. Simultaneously, in the Silver Tier Zone, Yi Zixuan had spent considerable time locating the disheveled Bai Yintao. Zixuan, how goes your progress? Bai Yintao adjusted his attire, exclaiming in surprise, You can see the leaderboard yourself. What is wrong with you? Why haven't your points increased at all? Have you been slacking off? Yi Zixuan's tone was icy. She had been closely monitoring the points, and for some reason, Bai Yintao hadn't accrued any for quite some time, prompting her inquiry to know. It was Lin Han and his crew. Bai Yintao opened his mouth to blame Lin Han for using unknown tactics to steal his points, but quickly reconsidered. Zixuan, let me explain. Just now, for some inexplicable reason, I was beset by a horde of frenzied shadow wolves. And it took me ages to escape. He couldn't bear to admit that Lin Han and his companions had bested him in points. It would be too embarrassing. Escape? Yi Zixuan was displeased, but upon reflection, she realized that his fire element beast would indeed struggle against the shadow wolves, so she let it slide. Rest assured, our points far exceed everyone else. Even if they used exploits, they could never catch up to us. So you can afford to take a breather and still earn points. Hearing this, Yi Zixuan exhibited signs of impatience. yet she acknowledged that her team was ahead enough not to rush. However, as Bai Yuntao checked the leaderboard, he froze in disbelief. What? Someone really is exploiting. Bai Yuntao was stunned. Their team had inexplicably fallen to second place on the leaderboard. What upon hearing this, Yi Zixuan's body trembled with shock as she too began to scrutinize the rankings. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Han and Li Ming had surpassed them, claiming the top position, boasting a staggering 4,500 points. How is this possible? How did their points rise so rapidly? Could they truly be exploiting the system? Bai Yuntao glanced at the trailing 500 points, feeling uneasy, while also speculating whether Lin Han had genuinely found some form of cheat. Let us go. We must ensure no one else claims first place. Yi Zixuan declared decisively after a moment of contemplation. Hey, Zixuan, slow down. Bai Yuntao quickly followed her lead to IT this moment. He too yearned to confront Lin Han, demanding clarity on how his points had suddenly appeared on their scoreboard. Chapter 65, Arachnid Extermination and Swine Slaughter. The Golden Species War ignites. In the Golden Tier Zone, Lin Han and Li Ming were engaged in a fierce struggle against a colossal ironback wild boar. As the most resilient of Golden Tier monsters, the ironback wild boar boasted an exceptionally high health pool, making it a formidable adversary. After 3 to 4 minutes of intense combat, the healing angel finally managed to daze it. Maneuvering to its rear to target the creature's weak points, upon witnessing the scene, Li Ming did not dare to hesitate, commanding the spiked hyena to launch an attack. With a fierce growl, the spiked hyena obeyed the command without any reluctance. It first retreated slightly before swiftly leaping forward, aiming its bite at the ironback wild boar, which towered over it significantly. A resounding thud echoed as pain radiated from the two fatty mounds, instantly coursing through the ironback wild boar's entire body, causing it to emit a series of anguished roars. Uproar, the spiked hyena clamped down firmly on the ironback wild boar, its sharp fangs sinking deeper into its flesh. Hold on, fatty. That spot is its only weakness, Lin Han exclaimed, simultaneously directing the invisible beast to approach the rear of the ironback wild boar with his mental command, AT. That moment, the invisible beast conjured a dazzling spatial array between its tiny claws. In the next instant, a series of spatial slashes barely grazed the ears of the spiked hyena, striking the creature. Instantly, the ironback wild boar's health plummeted by 80%, with its health nearly depleted. The ironback wild boar let out a furious bellow. In the blink of an eye, its entire body began to shake violently, even lifting the spiked hyena off the ground with its tail. This is bad. It's about to enter a berserk state. Command your beast to retreat, Lin Han urgently warned. Retreat, spiked hyena. Li Ming, upon hearing this, wasted no time and swiftly pulled the spiked hyena back from the ironback wild boar's flank. Lin Han's team was in dire straits. The ironback wild boar exhibited a pack mentality. Once it entered a berserk state, it would signal its companions to come. Meanwhile, among the academy officials observing the battle from outside, one suddenly furrowed his brow and remarked. Hearing this, the others were taken aback. Could Lin Han truly face an entire horde of monsters? Within the instance, the ironback wild boar was now enveloped in a crimson aura of rage. Its various attributes significantly enhanced. Brother Han, what should we do next? Li Ming inquired. Don't worry, we just need to wait for its berserk state to pass. This condition is typically a talent skill and cannot be sustained for long. Lin Han replied while directing the healing angel to counter the enemy's attacks. However, the moment his words fell, Lin Han, whose reflexes surpassed those of a fellow beastmaster of the same level, suddenly detected other sounds approaching. Oh no, has it summoned reinforcements? A troubling thought crept into Lin Han's mind. The next moment, Li Ming, who was still recuperating, suddenly spotted a large group of ironback wild boars charging towards them with ferocity. Faced with this alarming situation, he had no time to rest, quickly scooping up the spiked hyena and fleeing to the side to, oh no, Brother Han, have we stirred up a hornet's nest? Upon hearing this, Lin Han recognized the gravity of their predicament. After contemplating for a few seconds, he grabbed the hefty companion beside him and charged towards the injured ironback wild boar. Brother Han, do you intend to tackle it head-on? The hefty companion expressed doubt, fully aware of Lin Han's exceptional abilities, yet questioning whether he could outmatch a similarly leveled creature. Roar! At this moment, the already berserk ironback wild boar raised its colossal paw. aiming to smash the approaching target. Yet Lin Han swiftly pushed Li Ming down, and the two, confronted by such a vast size disparity, executed a slide maneuver beneath its form. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Han seized the hefty companion and advanced deeper into the forest. Is this how thrilling it is? Brother Han, what are our next steps? Li Ming felt his heart racing. I recall there being a group of poison mist spiders not far from here. Let's head that way. Lin Han proposed. Here, take this. After a moment's thought, Lin Han produced a spray bottle from his pocket and tossed it to Li Ming. What is this? Li Ming asked, bewildered. This is called assimilation spray, which I acquired at great expense from the trading post. When we reach the territory of the poison mist spiders, we will apply it to ourselves. They will perceive us as members of their tribe, Lin Han solemnly explained. This item was not a product of the trading post, but rather a reward he had drawn from the system's store using his luck value. Unexpectedly proving useful now. Release the toxic rain. Draw all the ironback wild boars aggro. To ensure their safety, Lin Han did not forget to command the healing angel beside him. Upon hearing his command, the healing angel paused in the air. Flapping its wings and ascending high above, from its white feathers emerged intricate purple arrays that I in the next moment. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and as the healing angel soared higher, purple raindrops began to shower down upon the ironback wild boars. Roar! These golden-grayed monsters, struck by the poisonous rain, immediately let out low growls, then charged with full force towards Lin Han and Li Ming. The two did not dare to pause their flight for a moment. Brother Han, how much longer? Li Ming, nearly exhausted, could not help but inquire. We're almost there. Lin Han replied that that moment, they heard rustling sounds approaching. A dozen poison mist spiders, each the size of a person, began to draw near. Fatty, get ready, Lin Han exclaimed, swiftly spraying the assimilation spray over both himself and his companion. The hefty companion followed suit immediately. Subsequently, the poison mist spiders, poised to pounce, suddenly froze, their numerous compound eyes ceasing their movements, completely ignoring Lin Han and his companion's presence. Simultaneously, a cacophony of roars erupted as a massive horde of ironback wild boars surged into the territory. Brother Han, are we truly safe? The hefty companion asked nervously. If this tactic proved unreliable, they would be facing the wrath of two golden-grade factions, a dire predicament indeed. Rest assured, prepare to collect points. Lin Han reassured him, confident that this plan, crafted from his hard-earned luck value, would succeed. Meanwhile, the poison mist spiders, sensing intruders, began to converge towards the front. Soon, some spiders started spraying webs, engaging in battle with the ironback wild boars. In an instant, a fierce clash erupted between the two factions, the thunderous roars reverberating throughout the area teeming with golden-grayed monsters. Chapter 66. Revenge on the Spot. In the lush forest, Bai Yintao followed closely behind Yi Zixuan. Just moments ago, they had successfully collaborated to slay a golden-grayed monster, momentarily stabilizing their lead in points. Zixuan, our points have widened the gap again. We needn't linger here any longer, Bai Yintao stated. Lin Han and his lackeys cannot possibly defeat more golden-grayed monsters that I suspect their earlier high score was merely due to stumbling upon a critically injured golden-grayed beast. What if they possess the capability to slay more? Yi Zixuan interjected, her gaze steely. Regardless, I will not allow Lin Han to triumph over me once more. She had handled the last battle almost single-handedly, and her expression reflected her displeasure. Just as she finished speaking, a series of violent sounds erupted from a distance. What could be making such a ruckus? Could it be two monster factions clashing? Bai Yintao exclaimed in surprise. Let us go check it out, Yi Zixuan declared, striding forward without hesitation. The Bai Yintao barely had time to respond, cautiously trailing behind her. Before long, they arrived at the edge of a thicket. They had stumbled upon a territory of poison mist spiders, surrounded by webs emitting a purple mist that Yi Zixuan quickly deduced the situation. However, when she glanced towards the heart of the battle, her eyes widened in disbelief. Ironback wild boars. How could these two factions be engaged in combat from such a distance? Yi Zixuan exclaimed in shock. Zixuan, look, those monsters are nearly out of health. If we strike now, we could seize a considerable amount of points. Bai Yintao said, eagerly preparing to attack, that if we can claim all the points from these golden-grayed monsters, even Lin Han's luck won't allow him to surpass us. Hold on. The situation amidst this golden race clash is perilous. We must observe before acting, Yi Zixuan cautioned, but before she could finish, she suddenly spotted two familiar figures amidst the chaos. That scoundrel Lin Han and Li Ming. They've already stolen my points once, and now they wish to claim the points from these golden-grade beasts. I must interrupt them. Bai Yuntao instantly recognized the duo, and, fueled by indignation, summoned his beast, the blazing crow, charging headlong into the fray of monsters. Do not be so anxious. Yi Zixuan still wishes to intervene, for she has noticed that Lin Han and his companion have not been assaulted by the surrounding venomous spiders, leading her to speculate that they might have employed some form of strategy. Yet Bai Yuntao's beast does not possess such abilities. Within the thicket, Lin Han had just commanded the stealth beast to dispatch two iron-backed wild boars when he suddenly felt a wave of searing energy approaching him. Someone is attacking me. In the next instant, Lin Han deftly evaded to the side, narrowly avoiding the incoming assault. Bai Yuntao, after halting his movements, Lin Han immediately glanced back, discovering Bai Yuntao standing confidently nearby. My apologies, Lin Han, that I had intended to strike those iron-backed wild boars. However, I inadvertently miscalculated my aim. Do not wear such a frosty expression. I was merely trying to assist you, given your lack of strength. If you were surrounded by these golden-tier ferocious beasts, would that not be perilous? As Bai Yuntao spoke, a smirk played upon his lips. Upon hearing this, Lin Han's eyes flashed with a glimmer of coldness. Nevertheless, he swiftly considered it and responded with a smile. While uttering these words, a fierce intent simmered in his gaze, for he was acutely aware that the previous attack had been aimed directly at him. Were it not for the presence of the Academy officials, that single strike would have been sufficient to ensure that this young master Bai encountered an unfortunate fate. While the death penalty may be evaded, the consequences of living will be inescapable. Today, he would ensure that Bai Yuntao pays an unforgettable price for his actions. As you have stated, I shall take these monster kills for myself. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao was filled with delight and swiftly mounted his fire crow, directing it to charge into the fray. However, at that moment, he exclaimed, "By young master, burn all these venomous spider webs. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in a fierce battle." Lin Han interjected suddenly. Initially, Bai Yuntao had no intention of heeding this advice, as his beast could largely counter these spiders. He had little regard for Lin Han and Li Ming, whom he deemed useless. But then, he recalled that Yi Zixuan was watching from the sidelines. "Fire Crow, unleash your flame star, and clear away these webs." In an effort to create a favorable impression, he commanded his beast to execute the skill. In the next moment, with a sharp cry, the fire crow was enveloped in a blaze of elemental fire. It began to flap its wings, igniting a grand formation of fire elements in the sky, as shooting stars rained down, engulfing the thicket. However, just as the fire crow was about to extinguish its flames, several strands of webbing suddenly shot forth, ensnaring its wings, due to the loss of balance. Bai Yuntao plummeted from the sky. What is happening? How can those spiders possess such strength? Covered in dirt and dust, Bai Yuntao gazed around, bewildered. Oh, I neglected to mention, the venomous spiders place great importance on their webs. By burning them, you have attracted all their ire. Lin Han stood beside Bai Yuntao, a look of disdain upon his face. What are you laughing at? I have drawn their attention. Do you two think you are safe? We are in this together. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao was utterly perplexed, but soon he noticed a peculiar sight. Li Ming was standing atop one of the venomous spiders, which astonishingly acted as if it were his steed. Showing no signs of resistance, "By young master, your foes have arrived," Lin Han exclaimed, a smile gracing his lips. As he deliberately created space, Bai Yuntao realized that 5 or 6 venomous spiders had gathered around him. "Lin Han, are you deceiving me?" Bai Yuntao finally grasped the situation. Those two had seemingly employed some method to avoid the spiders' attacks, and now that he had burned the webs, he had become their target. In an instant, "Fire Crow! Fire Crow!" Bai Yuntao sprang to his feet, shouting to command his beast for rescue. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered that his beast had been ensnared by the spiders and was helplessly bound. Especially the bird with the ability to breathe fire, now entangled in numerous strands of webbing. "Lin Han, and that rotund fellow! You must save me!" At this moment, Bai Yuntao was utterly panicked, calling out to Lin Han. However, Lin Han feigned ignorance, fully aware that Yi Zixuan was nearby. He had no obligation to rescue her teammate. What he needed to do now was seize this opportunity to farm points at that moment. The stealth beast navigated through the two golden-tier ferocious beasts, its small claws flickering as it unleashed waves of spatial elemental energy towards the venomous spiders. Meanwhile, the divine healing angel was utilizing its toxic abilities to infect the iron-backed wild boars, inflicting negative statuses upon them, thereby facilitating Li Ming's command of the sharp-toothed hyenas to hunt these resilient beasts. Indeed, as time passed, numerous iron-backed wild boars began to emit poisonous mist, their spirits waning. Chapter 67. The Terrifying Leaderboard. In the Beastmaster Square, the gazes of the Academy officials were drawn towards the territory of the venomous spiders. Although Lin Han possessed commendable strength and quick wits, his temperament left much to be desired. How could he betray his classmates? Now, Bai Yuntao, unable to utilize his beast, faced potential mishaps. Although he would not be killed, it would certainly consume a significant amount of time. One individual remarked, "Indeed, Lin Han's character is still immature." This comment was met with agreement from others nearby, who began to criticize Lin Han. Just then, a voice interjected with a cold chuckle. "You are all a bunch of hypocrites. Did none of you see that fire meteor just now? Had it struck Lin Han, he would have been rendered useless. If you were faced with such a situation, would you remain passive? I hold a favorable view of Lin Han. His straightforward nature of repaying enmity on the spot is quite admirable. A petty individual like Bai Yuntao is merely unfortunate to have crossed paths with me. Should anyone attack me, I would not hesitate to ensure their demise." The head of the military academy, Chi Yu, spoke coldly. Upon hearing Chi Yu's words, the crowd fell silent, adhering to the principle of neither rebutting nor supporting. The military academy of the Star Dragon Empire was home to many eccentric individuals, and they wished to avoid conflict with such persons. In the dungeon, Zixun, "Save me!" As the venomous spiders closed in, Bai Yuntao cried out in haste. At that moment, a venomous spider lunged at him, baring its fangs. "You fool!" In a critical moment, Yi Zixuan appeared with her ice dragon. The ice dragon unleashed an intense chill, momentarily slowing the advance of the creatures. Simultaneously, she retrieved a staff from her spatial storage and began to chant an ice attribute spell. Since she had contracted with the ice dragon, her skills were notably stronger than those of other beastmasters. Thus, her incantation took longer. With Bai Yuntao devoid of beastly assistance, the situation had become exceedingly precarious. She needed to swiftly extricate him from danger. Meanwhile, Lin Han continued to command the stealth beast from the front, secretly harvesting the weakened iron-backed wild boars. From Lin Han's perspective, the stealth beast gathered spatial energy, its entire form enveloped in a crystalline sheen, releasing spatial blades with each flick of its paws. After numerous upgrades, the spatial slashes of the stealth beast now far surpassed other beasts' ultimate skills in terms of power. Thus, it would not be an exaggeration to liken it to a handcrafted grenade. Under the relentless assault of the stealth beast, the iron-backed wild boars emitted cries of anguish, their health dwindling. Divine healing angel. Release toxic rift. Lin Han seized an opportunity, speaking in a low voice that the next moment. The divine healing angel soared into the sky, its enormous singular eye coalescing into a magical array. Soon, a vast expanse of deep purple toxic mist spread from its body. Bang! With the shattering of the array, the toxic mist enveloped the surroundings in an instant. The iron-backed wild boars afflicted by the toxic effects began to explode. The squad successfully killed the iron-backed wild boars. Earning 2,000 points, the squad successfully killed. Phew! After eliminating the last iron-backed wild boar, Li Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet when he checked the accumulated points ranking, he nearly toppled off the back of the venomous spider. Hangge, 27,500, we amassed a staggering 27,500 points this time. This is nearly equivalent to the total points accumulated in the enrollment competition in Jiangdong City over several years. The rotund fellow approached Lin Han without hesitation, expressing his excitement. Is that so? Such a high number. Lin Han was equally surprised. While he was aware that he and Li Ming had slain numerous golden-tier ferocious beasts, he had not anticipated receiving such a bounty of points. Lin Han, you scoundrel! I will ensure your demise. At this moment, behind the two individuals, Bai Yuntao's voice emerged with a menacing tone. Unbeknownst to them, he had once again mounted his beast, yet the venomous spiders continued to disregard Lin Han and his companion. He dared not retaliate. Beside him, Yi Zixuan was astride a colossal ice dragon, her brow furrowed in concern. Just as Lin Han and his companion were joyfully harvesting points, she was desperately rescuing the foolish Bai Yuntao from the clutches of those venomous spiders. Consequently, her team had spent an extensive amount of time, only to accumulate a mere 2,000 points. Lin Han, your heart is truly dark. How could you deceive me so? We were once classmates, and had it not been for Zixuan, I might have been devoured by those monsters. Bai Yuntao seethed with fury, wishing he could rend Lin Han limb from limb. This time, it was not merely humiliation. He had genuinely felt the terror of impending death. What are you afraid of? This is merely a trial for enrollment. The proctors cannot witness your demise. The fact that you are still alive only indicates that you have not encountered a life-threatening situation. Lin Han remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yi Zixuan interjected. Lin Han, your actions have indeed crossed the line. Even if there was no life-threatening danger, you disrupted our team's progress in slaying monsters. You have been utterly reckless. In response, Lin Han coldly retorted, what gives you the right to blame me? Did you not see that this fellow commanded his beast to unleash fire upon me? Or did you assume he merely intended to attack those ironback wild boars? Lin Han, how could I possibly act against a fellow classmate like you? Bai Yuntao, feeling cornered by Lin Han's revelations, began to falter, his gaze growing erratic to Bai Yuntao. You are the most despicable of individuals. How dare you refuse to acknowledge your wrongdoings? Li Ming admonished. Humph. Yi Zixuan, taken aback by their exchange, found herself at a loss for words and could only guide her ice dragon to depart from the area. Zixuan, do not listen to Lin Han's nonsense. As Bai Yuntao hastily followed her, seemingly eager to explain himself, Lin Han's fury gradually subsided. At that moment, a voice resonated above all the participants in the enrollment trial. Attention, all beast tamers. The second round of assessments will conclude in 10 minutes. All communication channels are now open for unrestricted interaction. The next moment, Lin Han and his companion witnessed the communication channel flooded with messages. Lin Han, have you been using hacks? How did you suddenly amass over 20,000 points? Brother Han, Lindiga, where did you acquire that hack? Please share the link. I would gladly sacrifice my grandfather to obtain one. To all authorities, I, Wang Wei, formally report Lin Han and Li Ming for cheating. Otherwise, how could they possibly have amassed such points? 20,000 points. That is 20,000 points. Lin Han Yi, I would gladly be your underling. Would you spare me some points? Brother Han, what should we do? Li Ming gulped upon seeing the barrage of messages. What is there to fear? I indeed possess a hack, but they cannot trace it back to me since we share the same surname. Lin Han chuckled. Chapter 68. The hotshots of various academies. In truth, seeing the deluge of messages in the communication channel did not surprise Lin Han in the slightest. His team had indeed logged in at the top of the leaderboard with over 20,000 points. So such a reaction was only to be expected from these unenlightened individuals. They resort to accusations of cheating simply because they cannot measure up to others. Brother Han, what shall we do next? Continue hunting these venomous spiders? However, unlike the composed Lin Han, Li Ming was seething with rage. Initially thrilled by the substantial points they had accrued, his excitement was swiftly extinguished by the deluge of slander. No need. These venomous spiders are laden with toxins and have a strong immunity to them. Even if we spent the next 10 minutes on them, we would only gain a few thousand points at most. Let's find a place to rest and wait for the second round of testing to conclude, Lin Han suggested, making his way towards an area beyond. Just then, a system notification echoed in Lin Han's mind, detected that the host has successfully assisted a childhood friend in acquiring a substantial amount of assessment points. Securing eligibility for entrance into a top-tier academy. Gain 550 character value points. One can earn character value points from this. Lin Han was taken aback by the notification and suddenly recalled that he had amassed a considerable amount of character value points. Having not checked them for quite some time, it seemed he should take stock of his recent gains upon returning home. Meanwhile, the individuals overseeing the academies were most troubled, as the principal evaluators for admissions. They had naturally witnessed the entire process through which Lin Han and his companion accrued points. Despite the steps they took being somewhat unbelievable, they were nonetheless reasonable. The outcome starkly contrasted with the earlier skepticism towards this team. In a sense, Lin Han and Li Ming's team had delivered a resounding slap to their faces. With over 27,000 points, it would be exceedingly difficult to find another duo within the Star Dragon Empire capable of achieving such results in the enrollment trial. These two students possess limitless potential. Huang Sheng remarked with a smile, his attitude toward this team having shifted dramatically. Upon witnessing the two of them amass over 20,000 points, he no longer cared about the elegance of their tactics. No matter how absurd their combat style appeared, he was determined to recruit them into Baitian Academy. It was apparent that Lin Han and Li Ming would undoubtedly secure first place, and it seemed all academies were eager to enroll them, leading to a fair competition this time. Soon, the head of Qingsheng Academy also expressed his intentions to contend for their enrollment at this moment. Chi Yu scoffed. Who was it that claimed their methods were unbecoming of our esteemed institution and chose to forego these two students? You are the pride of the Star Dragon Empire. You cannot be so disingenuous. Clearly, he had recognized that Lin Han and his companion's exceptional performance had piqued the interest of the admissions officers from other academies. Unlike others, Chi Yu had always held a favorable view of this team and thus seized the opportunity to jab at the others. Indeed, we had not considered the matter thoroughly. Although Lin Han's team may lack in tactics, their combat methods can certainly be refined through training, which is precisely what we academies are here to do. These two students are evidently promising talents with a bright future ahead, though we have no reason to reject them. Huang Sheng explained, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Had anyone else spoken, Chi would never have been so polite. Let Lin Han and his companion make their own choice. Am I correct? Principal Lu Yi, Chi Yu crossed his arms, clearly unwilling to waste time conversing with them. To be sought after by so many academies is a blessing for these two. Meanwhile, Principal Lu Yi of Yizhong, seated behind them, dared not interject, simply nodding and smiling profusely. His emotions were akin to a roller coaster, oscillating between joy and despair upon realizing Lin Han and his companion had achieved first place in points. As time gradually elapsed, students began to emerge from the various teleportation portals. The overall results of this enrollment trial in Jiangdong City were slightly higher than in previous years, excluding Lin Han's team. Yi Zixuan and her companion also managed to slay a golden tier monster at the last moment, successfully obtaining around 12,000 points. Naturally, the majority of other participants garnered points around the 3,000 mark, occupying a middling position as novice beast tamers. Amidst the shimmering light of teleportation, students soon reappeared in the Beast Tamer Plaza, awaiting the instructors to announce the results. The instructor wasted no time, standing in the center of the plaza to deliver a pre-prepared opening statement. Yet before he could utter a word, a cacophony erupted from the crowd. Respected principals, teachers, and heads of academies, I, Bai Yuntao, wish to report Lin Han and Li Ming for illicitly obtaining points through unscrupulous means. Unbeknownst to anyone, Bai Yuntao had climbed onto the elevated platform of the plaza, shouting loudly as he cast a fierce glare at the two who had just returned. How could their points increase so rapidly? They must have employed some special method. Bai Yuntao's accusations immediately resonated with countless students below, turning Lin Han and his companion into targets of scorn point 20,000 points. If this score were achieved by Yi Zixuan's team, no one would bat an eye. After all, they are an S-rank beast. But this was accomplished by Lin Han's team, and they cannot bring themselves to accept it. One of them awakened without a beast, while the other has an F-rank beast. What gives them the right? Faced with the skepticism of the crowd, Lin Han remained unfazed. Our actions have been under the vigilant supervision of the head of the academy and several esteemed principals throughout the entire process. If you claim we have issues, does that not imply a failure on the part of our esteemed predecessors in their oversight? Is this not a slap in their faces? Lin Han merely chuckled coldly and replied, Lin Han, do not attempt to divert the topic, Bai Yuntao shouted from the platform with great fervor. This Lin Han is indeed detestable. Not only has he failed to consider extricating himself from suspicion, but he has also hastily entwined himself with those prominent figures. Upon hearing this, Lin Han retorted, Bai Yuntao, it is precisely people like you whom I hold in the utmost disdain. Is it not true that, upon realizing your scores fall short of others, you wish to frame and slander? Now, you even go so far as to indirectly mock our esteemed predecessors. What is your ulterior motive? Lin Han pressed on. Taking advantage of his momentum, Abi Yuntao was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Indeed, he lacked direct evidence to substantiate claims against the two, but if he were to insist that Lin Han and his companion had cheated, it would undeniably tarnish the reputations of those responsible for oversight at the academy, thereby placing him in a predicament to that moment. Principal Liu, do you not intend to intervene and address this matter? Among the prominent figures, Huangsheng immediately turned to look at Liu. I shall attend to it right away, Liu responded, startled by the urgency of the situation. Yet before he could rise, he suddenly noticed Qi Yu, who had already stood up and was making his way toward the square. This is troublesome. Huangsheng thought to himself that Qi Yu is evidently intent on aiding Lin Han, seeking to curry favor with him. This fellow, seemingly honest on the surface, is actually a cunning and shameless trickster. On the other side, the head of Qingxing Academy had long wished to stand up but was thwarted by Qi Yu, who had positioned himself to block the way. Thus, he could only helplessly utter a remark. Everyone present was acutely aware that, at such a moment, whoever could assist Lin Han would inevitably leave a favorable impression on him, potentially influencing the admissions process. Generally speaking, for those inexperienced students, this approach is the most effective in swaying their hearts. Chapter 69. Recruitment from Qingxing Academy.